Blue City. In a silent street, there was a broken building, but its ground floor was still intact. In a small room on the ground floor of that broken building, a young man's youthful face was reflecting in the mirror as he was standing in front of the mirror while combing his hairs. There was excitement in his eyes. He looked very happy and excited at this moment. Knock, knock. Suddenly, knocking sounds on the door rang out, followed by the voice of a middle-aged woman from outside the room. Xiao Feng, it's very late now. When will you come out? You still have to participate in the talent assessment in your school. The young man's eyes revealed a trace of happiness as he replied, I know, Mom. I am going to school soon. When he said this, he heard the light footstep. Sounds outside the door grew further away. A hint of an ambiguous smile showed on the youngster's face as he clenched his fists and mumbled, I will definitely pass the talent assessment and awaken my battle spirit and take the martial exam. 2 months from now. The young man's name was Qin Feng, and today was his 15th birthday. However, he had a maturity that his peers did not have, and he had the temperament of someone who had experienced many hardships at a young age. He was a senior high school student from Blue Cloud City's number 3 secondary school. Not long after that, he came out from his room, and without even eating his breakfast, he ran out of the house, directly toward his school. Xiao Feng, your breakfast. His mother looked at his disappearing figure and sighed. This brat, I just hope everything will be all right. After that, she shook her head a little, and then busied herself in her work. Senior high school. It was June, and the hot weather made the entire class seem a little restless. From time to time, there would be loud noises. Lin Hui, this is almost the middle school exam. Are you preparing for the knowledge exam or the martial exam? Aren't you talking nonsense? Lin Hui is so outstanding since he was young. His family have brought all kinds of spirit herbs for him. It is definitely a martial exam. You are right. An outstanding and rich genius like Lin Hui. How could he choose a knowledge exam? Some of the students in the first few rows of the class were all gathered around a muscular man, chattering about the upcoming entrance exams. Lin Hui only smiled and waved his hand, signaling everyone not to say anything else. However, there was no hint of modesty on his face. Lin Hui ignored the flatter from the crowd. He turned his gaze and looked towards a skinny man behind him on the right side and said with a face full of pride, Hey, have you thought about which exam to choose? The skinny youth, who was sitting on the right side of Lin Hui, was staring at the sky as if he was in deep thought. The others sneered. Isn't that the same as seeing if he has the battle spirit and bloodline or not? You speak as if he is free to choose between the 2 types of exams. This youth was Qin Feng, who came to his school almost half an hour away. Qin Feng knew the reason that Lin Hui asked him was to attract the attention of the people around him, so he naturally didn't have a good expression of Lin Hui. Heh, Lin Hui, what nonsense are you talking about? He is just a child with a single mother. It is usually difficult for him to even eat his fill. How would he even have the mood to think a martial exam? Yeah. Look at his skinny body, let alone participating in the martial exams. I am afraid he won't even pass the knowledge exam, sports exam. So what if he's the number 1 in the entire grade? The students surrounding Lin Hui mocked and retorted Qin Feng with an unfriendly expression. Lin Hui also became serious and said in a bad tone, You're right, he is just a bastard. He is probably going to join society after graduating from junior high school. Since he doesn't have any background, he can only go to do some random work to feed himself and his mother. Asking him this kind of question, I was rude. Lin Hui, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that just because I don't have a background and I am poor, it means I cannot participate in the martial exam? Before Lin Hui could continue to say anything, Qin Feng slammed the table and said angrily, all right. I didn't mean to hurt you, but isn't what I just is the truth." Lin Hui said this as if he was some kind of big shot. However, his heart was burning with anger. "Damn it. Qin Feng, you are just a poor brat. How can you have the nerve to question me? I will definitely show you who's the boss." "Lin Hui, don't be angry. There will be a talent assessment soon. When the time comes, everyone will know that this kid is just a useless man without any talent." A boy sitting next to Lin Hui whispered in his ear, "You're right, I'll let him know about the gap between me and him in a while," Lin Hui said while clenching his teeth. He did not even notice the crisp sound that came out after he clenched his fists. Right at this time, the figure of a middle-aged man swept past the window of their class, and the noise within the class gradually became softer, until it completely disappeared. This middle-aged man was the teacher in charge of the class. The students present saw the middle-aged man slowly walking to the center of the stage while holding a transparent pearl engraved with a strange rune. He swept his gaze around the students in the class with a serious expression. The eyes of everyone in the class were focused on the transparent pearl which was engraved with a strange rune in the middle-aged man's hand, because it was the pearl that could determine if they had the talent to awaken the battle spirit or not. This pearl was something that can change the trajectory of their life. Almost 5,000 years ago, planet Earth had experienced the greatest calamity in history. Huge spatial cracks had split open in the sky, and countless pitch-black cracks had spread across the sky around the world, which looked like sinister wounds on it. People could not see what was beyond the huge spatial cracks. Because of the appearance of the spatial cracks that appeared in the sky, countless monsters had entered the planet Earth. The native creatures had also started to experience crazy changes as they started to evolve with the appearance of the spatial cracks. The creatures that could not threaten the human race's position became more and more powerful. It was as if the heavens were playing a joke on the human race. The only creatures that did not change were the humans. These creatures were then started to known as demonic beasts. Demonic beasts came in all sizes and shapes, possessing horrifying strength. Even the weakest among them were as strong as the most ferocious wild animals, while the strong ones couldn't even be killed with missiles. It proved difficult to eradicate them completely. It was as if the entire planet had returned to the desolate era. Even if the humans had the power of science and technology, they could only try to survive in front of these terrifying demon beasts. Visit and read more novel to help us update the war against these beasts lasted full 100 years, and many weaker nations were completely wiped out by them. The strong nations suffered heavy casualties too. As a result of the war, the human population reduced by almost half. However, the heavens had yet to end humanity's hope. Just when humans thought that they were about to be abandoned by the world, they finally discovered the secret key hidden within the human's body, battle spirit and bloodline. Through the battle spirit awakening ceremony, humans could successfully awaken their own battle spirit. Furthermore, by nurturing their own battle spirit, humans began to have the ability to contend against those monsters. Thus, the most respected profession took its birth on Earth: martial warrior. The battle spirits could be anything. It could be a weapon of some sort, such as a long sword, a spear, or an axe. It could be one of the beasts, and it could also be elemental power such as fire, earth, or lightning, etc. In other words, a battle spirit could be anything. Through the long experience of the people, humans found out that the best age to awaken the battle spirit could not be too young. Otherwise, it would be easy to be counterattacked by the battle spirit. But they can't be too old either, after all. Time was extremely precious. Finally, After a very long discussion, an alliance was formed, which is now the biggest power on entire Earth. They decided that the age of 15 years old was the best age to awaken the battle spirit and become a martial warrior. As for the bloodline, it was discovered after 1,000 years of awakening battle spirits by the humans. After many years of research, humans finally found out that the descendants of only those people who became extremely powerful enough to not worry about being annihilated by the beasts, might possess their bloodlines. In other words, bloodlines comes from a very powerful martial warrior. Well, coming back to the time when humans just discovered battle spirits. After awakening the battle spirits, they were able to put up a fight against the demonic beasts, but there was still another danger left that humans could not ignore, and the name of that danger was Spatial Cracks. Humans gathered a team of awakened ones and let them enter the Spatial Cracks. What was behind it? It was also the biggest step that humanity had taken at that time, which changed the fate of entire humanity. After the team of awakened ones entered the Spatial Crack, they discovered that the other side of the Spatial Cracks was like a large island or a small world. To the other side of each Spatial Crack, there were small worlds with different sizes, which were filled with great dangers as well as great opportunities. Every world was like a dungeon of some sort. They had strange creatures within, and some of these strange creatures were powerful enough to destroy the entire Earth. It was fortunate that these creatures were unable to enter the Earth, and only Earthlings can come here. After searching of another few years, humans discovered that some of the strange world hides powerful treasures within it which can increase one's strength by a large margin. They also discovered that upon being killed, some of the creatures drops a crystal which can be absorbed by a human. Humans name these crystals as dimensional crystal. By absorbing a dimensional crystal, not only can human increase their strength, there was a low chance to get an ability from the dimensional crystal as well. Some of the Spatial Cracks also has ancient ruins within it. After exploring, which get to know about the cultivation techniques and battle skills. After gathering these techniques and skills, humans took a path to the future that was impossible to even think when there was no Spatial Crack. Humans started to cultivate those cultivation techniques and practice the battle skills from those strange worlds. With time, humans started to become stronger and stronger. When humans started to cultivate those techniques, they felt that there was another type of energy in the air of Earth. They named this energy as the spirit energy. Some also like to call it spiritual ki. As the time passed, humans also discovered that they can make a contract with the beasts and fight alongside with them. They also discovered that making the contract with a beast's cub is a lot easier and advantageous than making a contract with a mature beast. From then on, humans started to make their contract with beasts, giving the birth to a new profession, Beastmaster. Making a contract with the beasts was not only beneficial for humans, it was also beneficial for the beasts as they can evolve a lot faster after making their contract with humans. Now, after 5,000 years, humans are developed to the point where they can even left the Earth and started to spread mankind in the Milky Way galaxy. But not everyone was qualified to leave Earth. In the class, the homeroom teacher carefully placed the transparent pearl from his hands to the stage. Then he looked at the students and spoke straightforwardly. I believe you have all waited a long time for this day to come. This is the spirit pearl which will test if you have the talent to awaken the battle spirit or not. Those who are willing to join the test will be queued up. Anyone whose parents are the martial warrior or beastmaster can participate in the test first. As for those whose parents are just ordinary humans, you have to wait for a while. Even though it has already been 5,000 years, not everyone can awaken their battle spirit. There were more than 20% humans that were still ordinary humans. The Earth not remained the same Earth. It became a world where only strong were respected. When the middle-aged man said what he has to, more than half of the students rushed to the stage, wanting to test if they had the talent to awaken a battle spirit or not. At the same time, there were less than half of the students here who remained standing on their place. These students were people whose parents were just ordinary humans. Qin Feng was also standing on his place, as his mother was not a martial warrior or a beastmaster. From the moment he remembered, he never saw his father. His mother raised him alone. She was just an ordinary human, so she worked at a restaurant to feed her son and herself. He never asked his mother about his father, as his mother didn't like to talk about his father. He just wanted to do one thing, and that is to let his mother live a comfortable life without any problem. At that moment, the small podium was completely surrounded. Everyone stood around the transparent pearl, their faces filled with hope for their future. After the world changed, the Alliance divided the exams into two parts: knowledge exam and martial exam. Knowledge exams were similar to the previous entrance exams. They were all tested for normal cultural and scientific knowledge. On the other hand, martial exams were special examinations that appeared solely for the sake of developing martial warriors. The qualification to participate in the martial exams was to awaken a battle spirit. Only then could one possess the qualifications to participate in martial exams. Ever since the human race, the martial warriors' education system, basically all the children with battle spirit were raised to become the pillars of the nation, and the human race's strength also became more and more powerful. Student Hao, you have already tested many times, and because the spirit pearl can't be wrong, you should go down. At this moment, the middle-aged man who was also the homeroom teacher looked helplessly at the student called Hao, who was still unwilling to let his hands off the spirit pearl. Even if one's parents are awakened one, there was still a very low chance that their children might not become one of the awakened ones. At this moment, the spirit pearl was dim. This was the symbol that the person being tested did not have the talent to awaken a battle spirit. If a person possessed the talent to awaken a battle spirit, the spirit summoning pearl would emit a variety of colored lights: yellow, orange, pink, red, blue, green, violet, purple, and black. While the yellow represents lowest talent and black represent highest talent. There were also tiers above these colors, but in a small city like the Blue Cloud City, no one has ever appeared with even violet color talent, let alone the tiers above these colors. The student called Hao went down the stage with a dispirited look. The test continued. Soon after, more and more students came forward to touch the spirit pearl. At this moment, the exam was already halfway through. Nearly half of the students of the 9th class had already gone through the test. Almost all the students made the spirit pearl to lit up with different color. There were also some students who failed to lit up the spirit pearl, which meant that they did not had talent to awaken the battle spirit. Lin Hui, come over here and take your test. The homeroom teacher waved at Lin Hui and said with a smile. Under the teacher's invitation, Lin Hui slowly walked in front of the spirit pearl. He took a deep breath and then slowly placed both his hands on the spirit pearl. The transparent pearl started to change its color instantly. Strands of faint red light started to appear in the spirit pearl. Immediately, everyone's eyes were attracted by this faint light, as if this was the most wonderful light in the world. That's right. Looks like our class has a child with a talent to awaken a rank 4 battle spirit. Don't forget about the teachers in school when you become successful in the future. The homeroom teacher pretended to be calm as he nodded his head. In fact, his heart was already blooming with happiness. For a seedling with a rank 4 talent to appear within a class, it was also a great honor for him, a teacher. It would also be beneficial to his future career. Lin Hui actually has the talent to awaken a rank 4 battle spirit. I knew that Lin Hui would definitely be someone favored by the heavens. Lin Hui, I look pretty good, right? How about I be your girlfriend? At this time, everyone surrounded Lin Hui as if they were a group of fanatical fans who had seen their idol. It was very difficult to find a talent to awaken a rank 5 battle spirit in the Blue Cloud City. So, after awakening a rank 4 talent, Lin Hui became the center of everyone's attraction. Even those whose parents were only ordinary people started to praise Lin Hui, except for Qin Feng. Qin Feng did not had any good impression of Lin Hui, and because of this, at this time, he was not even looking at him. Lin Hui also saw that Qin Feng didn't have the slightest intention of celebrating. He was immediately angered by Qin Feng, but he suppressed the anger within his heart. He has already decided to let Qin Feng the price of provoking him. At this moment, he even forgot that he was the one who mocked Qin Feng first, not Qin Feng. Damn it! He is too detestable. Lili couldn't help but get furious in his heart, but on the surface, he was still like a spring breeze, so it was impossible to tell that he was angry at all. Now, all of you can come and test if you have the talent to awaken the battle spirit or not. The homeroom teacher looked at the students, whose parents are just ordinary people, and said, one by one, students began to go to the stage and test. Very few people out of all the students managed to lit up the spirit pearl. Now, it was Feng's turn. He went on the stage and arrived in front of the spirit pearl and looked at it. Student Qin Feng, put your hand on the spirit pearl, said the middle-aged man. Qin Feng extended his hands and put them on the spirit pearl. Soon, the spirit pearl lit up with red light. What? This Feng also possessed the talent to awaken a rank 4 battle spirit. How is this possible? His mother is only an ordinary human who works at the roadside restaurant. How can he have the rank 4 talent? This is awesome. Finally, among us, one person appeared that can rival Lin Hui in terms of talent. Many students started to talk among themselves in a low voice. Qin Feng was also surprised when he saw that he actually possessed the talent to awaken a rank 4 battle spirit. It means he can become a martial warrior and make his mother's life comfortable. When he thought about it, he immediately became excited. Good. Haha, finally our class have 2 students with rank 4 talent. The homeroom teacher also laughed out loudly when he saw the red light flickering in the spirit pearl. Qin Feng withdrew his hands and went back to the place he was standing before. When he withdrew his hands, he noticed that the back of his right hand started to itch very hard. He started to scrap the back of his right hand with the left hand. If one will see at his right hand, they can see that there was a strange tattoo there. In reality, it was his birthmark. This birthmark was actually a horizontal 8. This symbol also represents infinity. Qin Feng has the infinity symbol as his birthmark. It never reacted before, but now, it suddenly started to itch. Qin Feng thought that maybe it was because he just tested his talent with his right hand, so he did not pay much attention on it. And the itching also, after some time, Qin Feng started to feel comfortable and soon forgot about the itching. The talent test continued, and time also continued to pass second by second and minute by minute. Seeing that there was not much time left, the homeroom teacher said and increased up the process of testing the student's talent. This time, the testing speed was much faster. As long as one placed their hands on the spirit pearl, and the pearl did not react for 10 seconds, the homeroom teacher would immediately switch to another person. However, there was no longer any student that had the talent to awaken a rank 4 battle spirit. So there really are only 2 outstanding students. Looks like I am too greedy. When the homeroom teacher saw this, he muttered in a low voice with some regret. After all the students were done with the test, the homeroom teacher said, "All right, this time, 2 students from our class have rank 4 talent, 10 students have rank 3 talent, 17 students have rank 2 talent, and 21 students have rank 1 talent. All the students who have talent have the qualifications to take the martial exam. Tomorrow, all you have to gather at the entrance of the school." Only after saying this, did the homeroom teacher slowly stand up. Dusting off the specks of dust from his body, he left. The students also started to leave. Qin Feng was not an exception. He directly started toward his house. He wanted to give his mother this happy news, so that she can also become happy. While Qin Feng was leaving, a figure was coldly looking at his disappearing back. It was Lin Hui. He formed a grudge against Qin Feng subconsciously in his heart, and wanted to teach him a lesson. Dear Qin Feng arrived in front of the broken building. He did not stop and continued to run toward the gate. After arriving in front of the gate of his house, he stopped. He was surprised to see that the gate was already open. His mother never kept the door of the house open. He felt that something was wrong, but then he shook his head and thought his mother must have forgotten to close the door. "Mom, have good news for you." He pushed open the door, entered the house, and said loudly in an excited voice. He thought that his mother will ask about the good news with a blooming smile, but what made him disappointed was that no one replied to him. What is happening? Qin Feng felt unease in his heart. He hurriedly arrived in front of his mother's room, but saw that the room was locked. Suddenly, he heard a sound coming from the guest room. He went to the guest room and saw his mother talking with a middle-aged man, and beside the middle-aged man, a young girl was sitting who was about the same age as him. "Mom." Qin Feng, for his mother. His mother turned to look at him when she heard his voice. She smiled at him, but Ye Xiao felt that her smile was forced. She said, "Xiao Feng, come here and sit." Qin Feng walked forward and sat down beside his mother. "Here, meet your uncle Qin Wang, and she is your sister, Qin Yao." His mother introduced him to the 2 people that were sitting here. From the moment he remembered, he never met any relative, and even his mother said that there are no relative of them in this world. But if it was true, then from where did this sister and uncle of his popped out? What was more, their surname was also Qin. "Hello, Uncle Wang, Sister Yao." Qin Feng did not think much and greeted his uncle and his sister. "So, he is unknown brother of mine." At this time, Qin Feng heard an arrogant voice. He looked at Qin Yao and saw her looking at him with disdain. "Mom, why don't you come with me to the Qin family and live with us?" Qin Yao looked at Qin Feng's mother and said, "Mom?" When Qin Feng heard this, he was confused and could not help but blurted out, "Didn't Mom just told you that I am your sister?" Qin Yao looked at Qin Feng and said coldly. Although Qin Feng was slightly angry because of the behavior of Qin Yao, he did not say anything to her. Instead, he looked at his mother. His mother took a long breath and said, "Qin Yao is your sister and my daughter." "What? Why did you never tell me about her?" Qin Feng was shocked when he heard his mother. His mother never told him about his sister and his father or the Qin family. Why will she tell you? You are not even her real son, but even so, she chose you over me. Qin Yao's annoying voice again sounded in the guest room. It was clear that Qin Yao did not like Qin Feng, but in anger, she blurted out something that was like an arrow directly penetrating Qin Feng's heart. "Qin Yao!" When his mother heard this, she immediately shouted at Qin Yao. She never thought that the secret she hid in her heart for years will be revealed in an instant. "Mom, what is she saying?" Qin Feng looked at his mother and asked while his entire body was trembling. He was not her real son. This was something he never thought to be real. "Xiao Feng, I'll tell you about this later. Why don't you go and rest? You have just come from school. You might be tired." His mother, Suro, said slowly while caressing Qin Feng's hair. "Sister-in-law, why don't you tell Qin Feng about him? How long are you planning to hide his past from him?" At this time, the middle-aged man, who was sitting silently, looked at Qin Feng and Suru and said, "Brother Wang, what are saying?" Qin Feng, he is still. Suru immediately stood up when she heard Qin Wang. She looked at Qin Feng, whose entire body was trembling, and his face was also pale. The middle-aged man looked at Suru, and then Qin Feng. "Brat, listen carefully. You are someone whom sister-in-law picked up from the roadside. At that time, you were only a newborn baby. The day she picked you up was also the day when Qin Yao was born. Your parents abandoned you, but still, my sister-in-law took care of you and acknowledged you as her son. Brother Wang, just stop it." Suro looked at Qin Wang and told him not to continue. But still, Qin Wang did not listen to her. He continues to say, "My brother Qin Yao's father does not accept you as his son. He wanted to send you to an orphanage. Sister-in-law refused. From then on, because of you, my brother and sister-in-law started to fight almost every day. When you were 3 years old, my brother gave my sister-in-law 2 choices. The first one to choose you, and the second one is to choose him, her daughter Qin Yao, and the Qin family. Do you know what she chose at that time?" When Qin Wang asked Qin Feng said subconsciously, "Me. Yes, you. Sister-in-law chose to raise you, and after that, she left the Qin family and started to live here. She does not want to let you know about all of these, so she never told you. Qin Yao, her daughter, grew up without the love and care of her mother. But now, we have had it enough. We are here to take away sister-in-law with us." Qin Feng did not say anything. This was quite a big blow on him. He was unable to think calmly. When Qin Feng looked at his mother, he saw that tears were flowing out from her eyes. A mother left her daughter, her husband, and her family to raise an abandoned child that she found on the roadside. How great she was. In his eyes, his mother was already everything for him. And now, after knowing all the sacrifices that his mother has given just for him, tears started to flow out from his eyes as well. Qin Feng. Suro looked at her son, who has never wept even when he was a child, was now weeping after hearing about her. She lovingly caressed his cheek and said, "Xiao Feng, don't worry. Mom will never leave you." Then she looked at her daughter, Qin Yao, and then said, "Qin Yao is my daughter. How is this possible that I did not miss her? Whenever I got time, I used to go to her school just to see her. Yes, this is another matter that I never appeared in front of my daughter. She is my daughter. I also want to love her. I want to cook for her. And I also want to raise her just like any mother, but what can I do? I was helpless because of my promise that I gave to her father that I will never appear in front of her. Mom! Mom!" When Suru said this, everyone here could feel the extreme sadness in her heart. The loneliness that she felt in all these years, without her daughter and her husband, could be seen clearly in her eyes. Both Qin Feng and Qin Yao could not help but call her out. "Mom, I don't want you to be sad. I cannot see you sad. You should go to the Qin family to be with Sister Yao and father." Qin Feng wiped away tears from his mother's cheek that has fallen down from her eyes and said, "What do you mean by you should go? I will not leave you. If I am going to the Qin family, then you will also come with me." After saying this, Suru looked at Qin Wang. Qin Wang understood what she meant by that look. He nodded his head and said, "For his daughter, my brother has already agreed to let him live with us. Sister-in-law, pack up everything, and we will leave for the Qin family. Suru nodded her head. Mom, I cannot go there. Just as Suru was about to walk out of the guest room, she heard Qin Feng telling her that he will not go to the Qin family. Xiao Feng, what are you? Before she can complete her sentence, Qin Feng cut her speech in middle and said, Mom, have you forgotten about today? Today? Suru looked confused, then suddenly, as if she remembered something, she asked, Xiao Feng, what is your talent? Talent? Was there a talent test today at his school? When Qin Wang heard this, he asked curiously. Yes. Qin Feng nodded his head and said, Mom, I have the talent to awaken a rank 4 battle spirit. Rank 4 battle spirit. You only have average talent. It was Qin Yao who said this when she heard about Qin Feng's talent. Average? In my class, only I and another student have rank 4 talent, and it is already the highest grade of talent in the entire school. When Qin Feng heard Qin Yao, he thought that she was trying to mock him. He could not help but refute her and said about his talent being the highest in his school with pride. Humph! You are just an ant looking at the sky from the bottom of the well. Qin Yao snorted at him when she looked at the prideful face of Qin Feng. What do you mean? Qin Feng's expression turned cold. From the moment Qin Yao saw her, she was acting arrogantly in front of him. Qin Yao, Qin Feng, remember, no matter what, you both are brother and sister. You cannot fight with each other like this. Suru hurriedly stepped in the middle and stopped the gunpowder to spread any further. She hurriedly stopped the fight that might happen between Qin Yao and Qin Feng. She looked at Qin Feng and said, Xiao Feng, don't worry. Your sister did not mean what she said. She was just trying to say that in this world, there are many people with rank 4 talent. Mom, are you saying that what Sister Yao has said is true? Is the rank 4 talent really only an average talent? Qin Feng looked at his mother and asked, Xiao Feng, in this world, there are many people with talent to awaken a battle spirit that has surpassed the initial rank of 1 to 9. A person with the talent to awaken a rank 4 battle spirit can be called a genius in a small city like the Blue Cloud City. If you go out of the Blue Cloud City, you will see that there are many people who have awakened a rank 8 or rank 9 battle spirit. So, in reality, yes, what your sister has said is true. The talent to awaken a rank 4 battle spirit can only be considered as an average talent. Suru explained to Qin Feng why is his sister that his talent was only average. Then what's your talent? Qin Feng felt like he had just received a heavy blow to his pride. He looked at Qin Yao and asked about her talent. I have the same talent as my mother. I have the talent to awaken a rank 9 battle spirit. Qin Yao looked at Yi Xiao and said with pride. What? Talent to awaken a rank 9 battle spirit. Qin Feng looked at Qin Yao with a shocked gaze. He did not expect her to be this talented. A minute. Suddenly, as if Qin Feng realized something, he looked at his mother and said in a surprised voice, You actually have a rank 9 talent. Didn't it mean that you are already a martial warrior or a beast master? Suru looked at her son's surprised face. She sighed and said, Xiao Feng, Mom did not mean to hide about my talent from you. Mom, don't worry, I understand. Since you have chosen not to reveal anything about yourself, there should be a reason. I just want to know more about you right now. Qin Feng shook his head and said in a deep voice, I am a martial warrior and your father is a beast master. Suru nodded her head and continued to say, As for what my strength is, you will know in the future about it. Right now is not the correct time. Qin Feng nodded his head and did not ask anything further. At this time, he made up his mind about something, clenched his hand and said, Although my talent is lower than you, I will definitely not fall behind you. I will work hard and surpass in this world. Determination could be seen in Qin Feng's eyes. What Qin Wang and Qin Yao saw was overconfidence. They thought that Qin Feng was just bragging in front of them. With Qin Feng's rank 4 talent, no matter how hard he worked, he will never be able to surpass Qin Yao or anyone with higher talent than him. Mom, as you know, the school will help me to awaken my battle spirit, so I cannot go with you. But in the future, I'll definitely go to the Qin family to meet you. Qin Feng told Suru the reason why he cannot go to the Qin family with her. Suru nodded her head, then bowed out of the room to pack her luggage so that she could go to the Qin family to live with her husband and daughter. Not long after, Qin Feng was standing in front of the door of his house and said goodbye to his mother. There was a piece of paper in his hand that was given to him by his mother. She wrote the address of the Qin family on the piece of paper. Suru caressed him lovingly and said, "When I first found you, you were just a little baby, but now you have grown into a fine young man. Make sure to inform me what battle spirit you have awakened." After saying this, she left with the other two. "Take care, Mom." Qin Feng waved his hand toward the disappearing electronic car and shouted loudly. After his mother was gone, Qin Feng closed the gate of the house and went to his room. Tomorrow, his school will help him to awaken the battle spirit. The next day, Qin Feng arrived at his school. He thought that since he had arrived early enough, there wouldn't be many people at the school gate. However, it was this: he had underestimated the enthusiasm of the students and their parents towards the battle spirits. What surprised him was that, at this moment, there was a sea of people at the entrance of the 3rd senior high school. All of them were students and their parents waiting for the teachers to come out. Not long after, teachers also came from the school gate. After a round of roll call and confirmation, all the students, led by their respective teachers, were prepared to board the school bus specially designed for entering Sunset City. Sunset City was a big city located 100 kilometers away in the east direction from the Blue Cloud City. In the Sunset City, there was a branch of the Alliance. The school was sending the students that branch of the Alliance to awaken their battle spirit. There, if the students' battle spirits catch the eye of teachers, they could enter the Profound Sky Academy, which is also one of the top academy for training martial artists and beastmasters. The Profound Sky Academy was also located at the Sunset City. The homeroom teacher of Qin Feng's class was followed by Qin Feng, Lin Hui, and other students. After the homeroom teacher personally sent the students to the bus, he asked them to help each other out. Not long after, under the gazes of thousands of people, the buses slowly started to move towards the Sunset City. "Hello students, I'm Yun Sing. We will arrive at the Sunset City in 2 hours. This time, let me tell you something about the Sunset City, Alliance and the Profound Sky Academy." Not even 10 minutes after the school bus started, a young man in his 20s with glasses stood up and shouted towards all the students. "I am a student of the Profound Sky Academy as well as in charge of leading all of you to the Alliance at the Sunset City." The young man introduced himself and his purpose for coming here. The Profound Sky Academy is one of the important battle spirits academies in the Sunset City. It has a long history, and the resources and environment of the school are very outstanding. After that, Yun Sing began to talk on the bus, very much like a professional tour guide who led a tour group to introduce the scenic spots. Qin Feng fell asleep in a daze after hearing that. About 2 hours later, Yun Sing's voice woke up all the sleeping students. "Students, the Profound Sky Academy has arrived. We can get off the bus now. After getting off the bus, don't run around. Follow me. We will walk to the Alliance before carrying out the battle spirit awakening ceremony." After hearing that, all the students got off the bus one by one and looked at the ancient-looking big building in front of them with curiosity and excitement. Just as Qin Feng got off the school bus, he was shocked by the majestic school gate. The majestic gate had the words Profound Sky Academy written on it in large characters. What was more amazing was he could feel a terrifying pressure coming out from those words. It was so terrifying that it made his head dizzy for a while. He felt difficulty in opening his eyes. Students, don't look at those words. You are currently too weak to look at these words, are inscribed by the first principle of our Profound Sky Academy. Yun Xing hurriedly warned everyone not to look at those words. It was clear that not only Qin Feng, but many students were looking at those words and felt dizzy. Only after seeing the students' situation did Yun Xing warn them and told them with pride that those words were written by the first principal of the Profound Sky Academy. Wah! So this is the Profound Sky Academy. It's much more imposing than what I thought it to be. One of the students couldn't help but exclaim. All the students here spent most of their time in a small city like Blue Cloud City. They rarely had the chance to come out, so they were unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. Look at how inexperienced you are. Being together with you is truly embarrassing. Another student refuted the previous student and said with a look of disdain, "If you don't speak, no one will treat you as a mute," that student said with a gloomy expression. "Do you think I want to talk to that bumpkin? But don't say that I'm in the same class as you." They started to argue. No one paid much attention to the two of them, as they themselves were lost in their imagination after just seeing the building of the Profound Sky Academy. Under Yun Xing's lead, all the students started to move toward the Alliance, and not long after, they arrived in front of a 3-story building. Even though this was only a 3-story building, but it looked too imposing and magnificent. This building was a small branch of the Alliance. There were 2 people guarding outside the gate of the Alliance. After Yun Xing showed a black card and told the guards his purpose of coming here, they let Yun Xing and all other students enter the Alliance. When the students entered, all of them were shocked to see that the interior of the building was too spacious, and there were all kinds of treasures, weapons, demonic beasts, and even their cores present. Yun Xing led them a place called Awakening Hall. The Awakening Hall had an extravagant area, enough to hold over 1,000 people. At the moment, the hall was already filled with people. There were more than 1,000 students who had come to participate in the awakening ceremony so that they can enter the Profound Sky Academy. These were all students from other schools and cities who had the talent to awaken the battle spirit. Almost everyone had an excited and nervous expression on their face. After all, the awakening ceremony was going to start soon, and whether or not they could become an outstanding martial warrior and beastmaster in the future. All of these were directly related to the battle spirit they will awaken. Calm down, students. First, let's congratulate everyone for having the talent to awaken the battle spirit. Today, we will begin the battle spirit awakening ceremony. I will be in charge of this awakening ceremony. I'm King Yun, and I'm also one of the directors of the Profound Sky School. You can also call me Director King. Suddenly, a middle-aged man wearing a black suit slowly walked up to the stage in front of them and spoke with a stern expression. The noisy awakening hall instantly quietened down. Everyone held their breath as they stared at the person on the platform, afraid that they would miss something important. Seeing that all the students had quieted down, Director King nodded his head in satisfaction and pointed at another middle-aged man beside him and said, "He is the vice president of this branch of the Alliance, and we will start the awakening ceremony under his supervision." All the students, including Qin Feng, looked at the middle-aged man in surprise. Vice President of the Alliance was actually going to supervise them. This gave all the students an overwhelming feeling. King Yun, one of the directors of the Profound Sky Academy, once again cleared his throat and said in a clear voice, All the students who can awaken a battle spirit of 3rd rank and above has the right to choose to enter the Profound Sky Academy to train and become a successful martial warrior or a beastmaster. Those who successfully awaken rare and above rank 5 battle spirit are guaranteed to enter the Class A. Those who will awaken a rank 5 battle spirit are guaranteed to enter Class B. Those who will awaken a rank 4 battle spirit are guaranteed to enter the Class C. And those who will awaken a rank 3 battle spirit are guaranteed to enter the Class D. As for those who will awaken a battle spirit lower than rank 3, they will have to return to their corresponding schools, as they will not be able to enter and study in our Profound Sky Academy. Immediately, the awakening hall exploded into an uproar. All the students started chattering away. Some of the optimists believed they would definitely awaken a rare battle spirit, but the majority of the students were on tenterhooks, afraid that they would awaken a low-level battle spirit and might not even be able to awaken the battle spirit at all. Even if one has the talent to awaken the battle spirit, it is not guaranteed that one can awaken the battle spirit, and it was also not guaranteed that one with a certain rank talent will definitely awaken a battle spirit of the same rank. They can awaken a weaker battle spirit, and there was still a very small chance for them to awaken a battle spirit with the higher rank than their talent. As for the reason behind it, even after 5,000 years, humans were unable to find out. What is this so-called Class A? Suddenly a student who was still a bit confused asked a question. Director King spoke out. The Profound Sky Academy will differentiate all the students into 4 levels according to the potential of the battle spirit. This Class A is naturally the most excellent out of the 4 classes. When the Academy allocates resources, of course, they will give a large number of resources to the Class A, and then later the less they receive. Oh, so that's how it is. Qin Feng and other students nodded seriously. Qin Feng was a bit disappointed, as he can only enter Class C, as he has the talent to awaken a rank 4 battle spirit. It also means that the resources he will receive will be a lot less than the Class A and Class B students. At this moment, a voice came from the stage. Han Xiao, come on the stage to awaken your battle spirit. The awakening ceremony officially started. About 3 hours later, more than 400 people had already undergone the awakening ceremony, and some were happy while others were sad. Among them, there were a few students who had failed their awakening and left the awakening hall with a disappointed expression. Qin Feng was also waiting for his name to be called out. Next, Lin Hui. Suddenly, Qin Feng heard Lin Hui's name. It is finally my turn. Lin Hui looked at the stage excitedly and walked toward the stage. Lin Hui excitedly walked to the front of the awakening array and looked at it nervously. It was obvious that he was also a bit nervous. At this moment, there were a total of 3 awakening arrays working together in the awakening hall. Otherwise, it would be difficult to complete the awakening of thousands of people in a single day with a single array. Qin Feng looked at the awakening arrays as if they had some kind of magical power. He watched as Lin Hui slowly walked to the center of the awakening spell. Following this, the teacher in charge of awakening immediately activated the awakening array, and the array gradually emitted a strange yellow light, and a ball of faint yellow light also slowly condensed on top of Lin Hui's head. Qin Feng could see that Lin Hui was in a very uncomfortable state. He closed his eyes tightly and cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. The ball of yellow light on top of his head so slowly turned solid. After a moment, the yellow light gradually turned red and then sounded out in the awakening hall. The red light slowly faded up, and what appeared in front of everyone was a lion whose neck and legs were covered in the fire, which quietly floated above Lin Hui's head. Flaming lion. It is actually a flaming lion. The teacher in charge looked at Lin Hui's battle spirit with an excited gaze. You can come down. Your battle spirit is a 4th rank flaming lion, which is also known as one of the strongest battle spirits within the same rank. The teacher in charge looked at Lin Hui and told him about his battle spirit. Really? Lin Hui looked at the teacher and then looked at his battle spirit. He was excitedly walked down the awakening array and arrived in front of the teacher. Lin Hui, do you want to enter the Profound Sky Academy? The teacher in charge asked Lin Yun seriously. Although Lin Hui only awakened a 4th rank battle spirit, still this battle spirit stood at the top of all the battle spirits of the 4th rank and lower. Yes, sir, I will surely enter. Lin Hui immediately nodded his head without wasting any time. Here, take it. With this token, you can apply to enter Class C in our Profound Sky Academy. That teacher gave Lin Hui a black-colored token and then called the next student's name to awaken his battle spirit. Lin Hui returned to the place where the students of the 3rd senior high school were standing. When he returned, every student congratulated him except for Qin Feng. Lin Hui looked at Qin Feng with the corner of his eyes and was immediately infuriated when he saw Qin Feng ignoring him completely. He did not even glance at him. Lin Hui already made up his mind that he will definitely teach this brat an unforgivable lesson. Next, Qin Feng. Not long after, a voice called out Qin Feng's name. Qin Feng understood that it was now his turn to awaken his battle spirit. He took a long breath and walked on the stage, and with the teacher's guidance, he entered one of the awakening arrays. It was impossible to say that he wasn't nervous, since it would determine whether or not he could become a martial warrior. He has to take this step, no matter what. Are you ready? I'm about to activate the awakening array. The teacher in charge of awakening reminded them. I'm ready. Qin Feng took a deep breath and replied. The awakening array was slowly activated. Qin Feng immediately felt as if there was a mysterious power unlocking some kind of shackles inside his body. A tingling sensation gradually spread throughout his body. Everything in front of Qin Feng's gradually became blurry. He seemed to be able to see a blurry green figure. But every time he was about to see clearly, this ball of light would begin to flow, making it impossible to see clearly. However, at this moment, the teacher in charge of awakening was dumbfounded. Qin Feng was surrounded by a ball of green light. The green ball of light above his head also emitted a glaring light, accompanied by the crackling sound. Not long after, the green light suddenly changed, and instantly a terrifying wind surrounded Qin Feng. What? What is happening? All the teachers, including the vice president of the alliance, were surprised when he saw a terrifying wind surrounding Qin Feng. The terrifying wind that surrounded Qin Feng's entire body caused all of the examinees, as well as the examiners in the awakening hall, to focus their attention. They all wanted to see what of battle spirit this young man would awaken. Lin Hui also clenched his fists as he looked over Qin Feng to see what kind of battle spirit can cause such a phenomenon to appear. Director King, what kind of battle spirit do you think this student will awaken? Just as everyone was looking at Qin Feng, the vice president of the alliance suddenly asked a question attracting the attention of many students and teachers. All of them perked their ears to listen to what Director King was going to answer. Director King thought for a while and said, "The information about this boy is that he has the talent to awaken a rank 4 battle spirit. There are many rank 4 wind battle spirits, but this kind of terrifying wind can only be caused by one battle spirit." After saying till here, he looked at the vice president and did not say anything further. Are you saying that this boy is going to awaken that battle spirit? The vice president of the alliance looked at Director King in surprise and asked, I am not sure but there is at least an 80% chance for this boy to awaken that battle spirit. Director King said and looked at Qin Feng, who was still surrounded by the terrifying wind. Look at that student. He actually awakened a rank 5 battle spirit, a sword. Just as everyone was looking at Qin Feng, someone exclaimed in surprise, causing everyone to look at the other student not far away from Qin Feng, who was standing on one of the 3 awakening array. A long and beautiful sword was floating on top of that student's head. From time to time, lightning could be seen flashing on the body of that sword. That is a lightning sword. The vice president of the alliance looked at the sword and exclaimed, "Yes, that really is the lightning sword." It is said that the lightning sword is one of the top 10 rank 5 battle spirits. This boy is quite talented. The lightning element can be said to be one of the strongest attributes. For a battle spirit with such an attribute, it's hard to not be powerful. Director King also nodded his head and praised that student. What is the name of this student? He is called Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao. With his 5th ranked battle spirit, lightning sword, he can walk unhindered in many places of the entire Eastern Prefecture. The vice president and Director King started to talk among themselves. Other people's attention was also attracted by Chen Xiao. When Lin Hui saw Qin Feng's limelight being stolen by someone else, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Director King called Chen Xiao and asked if he is willing to enter the Profound Sky Academy to train. Chen Xiao nodded his head and received a red card from Director King. Roar! At this time, a terrifying roar echoed throughout the awakening hall. Almost all of the teachers who were in charge of the awakening ceremony looked at Qin Feng, wanting to witness what kind of battle spirit he was going to awaken. A moment later, the terrifying wind slowly disappeared, and something appeared floating above Qin Feng's head. Soaring Wind Python. It really is the Soaring Wind Python, Director King said excitedly as he looked at the python floating above Qin Feng's head. It really is as you said. He really did awaken the Soaring Wind Python. Just like the previous brat named Lin Hui, this Qin Feng also awakened one of the top 10 rank 4 battle spirits. The vice president of the alliance nodded his head and said, after awakening his battle spirit, Qin Feng walked down from the stage and arrived in front of Director King. Qin Feng, do you want to enter our Profound Sky Academy? Director King looked at Qin Feng and asked with a kind smile. Yes, sir. Qin Feng thought for a while and then nodded his head. Good, here. Take this token. When you are ready, come to the Profound Sky Academy and show this token to any teacher there. They will help you to complete the procedure of entering the academy, and from then on, you can become the student of Class C of my Profound Sky Academy. Director King laughed and gave Qin Feng the same black-colored token that he gave to Lin Hui. After taking the black-colored token and thanking him, Qin Feng returned to his place and obediently stood up. Lin Hui looked at Qin Feng with fiery eyes. Qin Feng also felt Lin Hui staring at him, but he chooses to ignore Lin Hui. The awakening ceremony continued, and all of them waited. This time, there were no miracles in the second half of the battle spirit ceremony, and no more good battle spirit appeared. The battle spirit awakening ceremony has been successfully completed, and all of the examinees that have awakened a battle spirit above the 3rd rank are qualified to enter to the Profound Sky Academy. Director King once again stood up on the stage and announced the completion of the awakening ceremony. The battle spirit awakening ceremony has been successfully completed, and all of the examinees that have awakened a battle spirit above the 3rd rank are qualified to enter to the Profound Sky Academy. Regardless of the quality of the battle spirit that has awakened, at least all of you have successfully awakened your own battle spirit. This also means that all of you have truly stepped on the path of martial arts. Now, You can choose to become a martial warrior, and you can also choose to become a beastmaster, but let me tell you one thing. Becoming a beastmaster is much more difficult than becoming a martial warrior. After entering the Profound Sky Academy, you will be given a form to fill up. There you can select the choices between martial warrior and beastmaster. We will train you according to the choice you will choose. Director Qin announced the end of the awakening ceremony at this moment. On one hand, Director Qin was announcing something important, while on the other hand, Yixiao's concentration was on his right hand. His birthmark, the infinity symbol, once again started to itch heavily. What is happening? Why is my hand itching again? Qin Feng was unable to understand what was going on. Suddenly he started to feel dizzy and felt his eyelid becoming heavier and heavier. He was unable to keep open his eyes. Qin Feng, his surroundings started to move in a circle. He directly sat down on the ground, but no one noticed him as there were many students present here. And everyone was looking at Director Qin while listening to what he was saying. After a long time, the strong feeling of dizziness passed. Following this, his body felt as if some kind of shackle had been broken, and his originally tired body suddenly recovered. Qin Feng did not understand what was going on when suddenly he felt that his battle spirit was swallowed by something. He was shocked when he felt this. He hurriedly tried to feel his battle spirit only to be disappointed as he was unable to feel it. It was as if he never awakened the battle spirit. At this moment, Qin Feng felt a burning sensation on his right hand. He lowered his head and saw that the infinity symbol was shining with bright light. Qin Feng was shocked to see this. This infinity symbol was his birthmark, and it never reacted like this before, but right now was shining with bright light. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, Qin Feng looked at the infinity symbol with a shocked gaze. Is this symbol swallowed battle spirit just now? When this question surfaced in his mind, he could not help but become even more shocked. If this was really the case, then what exactly this infinity symbol was? If this is not his birthmark, then why is it on his hand? But he clearly remembered his mother, that this was his birthmark. Sururu was not his real mother, but when he was still a little baby, she has raised him. She will definitely not lie to him. It only means that even his mother doesn't know what this infinity symbol was. He was still deep in thought when a commotion breaks out in the awakening hall, causing him to come to reality from the world of his imagination. All the students started to leave. He looked around him and saw that Yunxing has already left with other students. Qin Feng felt bad in his heart that Yunxing did not even remind him before leaving. But it was not Yunxing's fault. Just now, Director Qin already told everyone that they can leave now. Yunxing thought that everyone has already heard what Director Qin has told, so he only led the students he brought here and left with them, completely unaware that there was still a student who did not even hear a single word of Director Qin. There was another student who did not leave with Yunxing, and he was Lin Hui. When everyone was leaving, Lin Hui saw Qin Feng standing while thinking of something. Qin Feng was unaware of his surrounding, so a plan suddenly appeared in his mind. He quickly left alone to prepare something. At this moment, Qin Feng followed other students and left the alliance. After coming out, he hurriedly walked toward Profound Sky Academy, because the bus was standing at the gate of the Profound Sky Academy. If he did not hurriedly go, he will not be able to catch the bus. He was walking on the road with many other students. All of them were going to the Profound Sky Academy. They were laughing and chatting about their battle spirits with each other. Hey brother, can you help me? Suddenly, Qin Feng heard someone calling him. He turned back and saw a young man who was 2 or 3 years older than him. He was carrying a big bag which looked too heavy. It was this young man who called for help. Qin Feng nodded his head and asked, "Yes, what help do you need? Please help me carry this bag from the other side." That young man said, and then pointed at a black car at some distance and again said, "That is my car. Help me carry this bag to my car." Qin Feng nodded his head. He held the bag from a side, while the other side was held by that young man. Both of them walked toward the black car, the bag quite heavy. After arriving in front of the car, the young man opened the gate of his car and said Qin Feng to help him put this bag in the car. To help him, just as Qin Feng bent a little, the young man pushed him and Qin Feng was directly pushed into the car. That young man immediately closed the gate, and the black car started and moved fastly toward a certain direction. Qin Feng could not understand what was going on for a few moments. When he understood that he was being kidnapped, he shouted at the two men who were sitting in the front seat. "What are you doing? Are you kidnapping me? Don't you know how severe the punishment for such kind of act is?" "Shut up!" One of the two men shouted at him and told him to shut up. Qin Feng felt that he was familiar with this voice. He felt that he has heard this voice somewhere. Who could it be? Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he looked at one of the men in the front seat. "Lin Hui, it's you." "Yes, it's me." Lin Hui looked back at Qin Feng and laughed. "Brat, now you will know the consequence of going against me." Qin Feng suddenly felt weakness all over his body. He felt so weak that he could not even raise his hand at this moment. "What is happening to me? Why am I feeling this weak?" Qin Feng muttered in a low voice. "Hey, let me tell you why you are feeling weak." Lin Hui looked at Qin Feng and said while laughing, "Because when you held the bag to help the other man carry his bag to the car, he silently poisoned you. This poison is not life-threatening, but it can make a person so weak for 2 hours that the weakened person could not even lift their hand up. Isn't this amazing?" Qin Feng looked at Lin Hui and asked in a weak voice, "Lin Hui, why are you doing this to me? What exactly do you want?" "What I want? Nothing. I want nothing more than to kill you," Lin Hui said with a ferocious expression. When Qin Feng looked at this expression of Lin Hui, he understood that Lin Hui will surely kill him. He started to think of the possibilities in which he could protect his life, but to his disappointment, he could not think of any of such possibilities. His battle spirit was also swallowed by the infinity symbol on the back of his right hand, and because of this, he could not release his battle spirit to struggle free from the hands of Lin Hui and his companion. He could only helplessly lay down in the back seat of the car and let Lin Hui do what he wanted to do. Almost half an hour later, the car stopped on top of a mountain. Lin Hui and his companion opened the door of the car and came out. Then he and his companion carried the weak Qin Feng and threw him down from the top of the mountain. "Qin Feng, goodbye. In your next life, remember not to go against someone whom you cannot afford to offend." Seeing Qin Feng's figure which was falling down rapidly, Lin Hui shouted at him in a loud voice. He wanted to let Qin Feng hear him. On the other hand, Qin Feng was falling down rapidly. "Am I going to die just like that? Mom, I wanted to make your life comfortable, but now it looks like you will not be able to see even your son's dead body." Many scenes started to appear in Qin Feng's mind at this moment. His mother's beautiful smiling face, his mother's love toward him, and her sacrifices, and many more. Boom! Finally, Qin Feng's weak body collided with the ground below, and with a loud sound, his body turned into meat paste. At this moment, the infinity symbol on his right hand started to shine brightly. A young man was walking on the road along with people. Suddenly, he felt something and stopped in his track. What is happening? Wasn't I already died? If one were to look at the face of this young man at this moment, they can clearly see how shocked this young man was at this time. "Hey brother, can you help me?" Exactly at this moment, this young man heard a familiar voice calling him. He turned back and saw a young man who was carrying a big bag looking at him. Isn't he the same man who... What the hell? What is going on? That young man was even more shocked now after seeing the face of the man who just called him for help, because at this time, he felt as if he is seeing a dream. Exactly this event had already happened to him, and now, the same incident was happening. He was able to understand what was going on. Is it possible that I did not die, but returned back to the time when this man asked me for help? But how is this possible? What exactly is happening? This man, Qin Feng. At this moment, he realized that he was back half an hour ago when a young man asked for his help, and to help him, he carried the bag of that man with him to the black car at some distance. When he thought about it, he looked in that direction and saw that there really was a black car standing. "Bro, can you help me?" When that young man saw that Qin Feng did not respond to him, he once again asked Qin Feng for his help. Qin Feng thought that he might be seeing a dream, and to confirm, this is not a dream, he nodded his head toward the young man and asked, "Yes, what help do you need? Please help me carry this bag from the other side." That young man said, and then pointed at a black car at some distance and again said, "That is my car. Help me carry this bag to my car." It is true. I am really back in time. Qin Feng confirmed this point, that he was really back in time. He was so surprised that for some time, he could not even think of anything and could not say anything. When he was still in the middle of his shock, he once again felt a burning sensation on his right hand. He looked at his right hand and saw the infinity symbol shining with bright light. "Is it also your doing? What exactly are you?" Qin Feng muttered in a low voice, while looking at the infinity symbol. This infinity symbol was just like a mystery. Where does it come from? It is on Qin Feng's right hand. This was all mystery. This mysterious infinity symbol even has the ability to reverse the time. When Qin Feng died, the infinity symbol actually reversed the time and brought Qin Feng back to half an hour ago. What was more amazing was that Qin Feng actually still has memories. What happened with him in the next half an hour? "Hey, brother, please help me carry my bag too. I'm sorry, I am busy." Before the young man could complete his sentence, Qin Feng cut his speech in the middle. Qin Feng told the young man that he was busy, and then he ignored the young man and continued to walk on the road toward the Profound Sky Academy. That young man was shocked when he heard Qin Feng. He never thought that Qin Feng will refuse to help him. How could he know that Qin Feng had already experienced what will happen him in the next half an hour if he tried to help this young man? Qin Feng's expression was extremely cold at this moment. He never thought that just because of a little thing, Lin Hui will try to murder him. "Lin Hui, don't give me any chance, otherwise I will make you regret your today's decision." Qin Feng muttered in his heart and clenched his fists. Now, he doesn't even have a battle spirit. The battle spirit that he had awakened was already swallowed by the infinity symbol. He did not even know what this infinity symbol actually was, or where did it come from. He also does not know why this infinity symbol was on him. The most important question that appeared in his mind was, if this infinity symbol was not his birthmark, then what exactly was it? There were many questions. Does not have the answer to even one of these questions. Soon, he arrived in front of the Profound Sky Academy and saw the bus, which was already half filled with students. Some of these students wanted to go back and report to their parents, then come back here and train in the Profound Sky Academy. And some of the students did not even have the qualification to enter the Profound Sky Academy. They could only go back to the Blue Cloud City to continue their study. These students were also the ones whose lives were destined to be ordinary. Qin Feng did not want to be one of these students. He wanted to become strong enough he could walk in this world while raising his head, and no one will dare to mock or humiliate him. He also wanted to become strong just for one person, and that person was his mother, Suru. Although he found out that she was not his real mother, but she had sacrificed half of her life just for his sake. She lived a life far from her husband and daughter just because of him. How could Qin Feng's heart not be moved in any way? He had lived till now thinking of her as his mother, and even though he found out that she was not his real mother, in his heart, her position was no less than that of a real mother. Her position in his heart was even higher than that of a real mother. Qin Feng got on the bus and sat down. He wanted to return his home and call his mother to tell what battle spirit he had awakened. Of course, he did not plan to tell her about his battle spirit being swallowed by the infinity symbol, otherwise she will start worrying about him. Not long after, the bus started, and 2 hours after that, he got off the bus in front of the 3rd senior high school. There he saw his homeroom teacher standing and welcoming each of his students with a blooming smile on his face. When he saw Qin Feng, he made his way toward him and said, "Qin Feng, what battle spirit have you awakened?" When Qin Feng heard him, he did not know what to say. He hesitated for a while, then he replied in a low voice, "Soaring Wind Python." "Soaring Wind Python? I never thought you will awaken a battle spirit that is ranked in the top 10 amongst the rank 4 battle spirit. Congratulations." When the homeroom teacher heard him, he laughed out loud and congratulated him. Qin Feng was his student, and now one of his students awakened a rare battle spirit. How can he not be happy? Do you know what battle spirit does that brat Lin Hui has awakened? Suddenly, as if the homeroom teacher remembered something, he hurriedly asked Qin Feng about Lin Hui's situation. When Qin Feng heard the name Lin Hui, his expression immediately turned cold, but soon he returned to normal, as he does not want to let his teacher know about the grudges between them. He nodded his head and said, "What Lin Hui has awakened is also a one of top 10 rank 4 battle spirit, the Flaming Lion." "Flaming Lion. Ha 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 ha. Good, good." When the homeroom teacher heard this, he started laughing like a madman. How can he not laugh? 2 of his students have awakened the rare battle spirits. His positions and salary will definitely rise because of these 2 students. Qin Feng, what are planning to do now? Will you enter the profound academy to train and become a martial warrior or a beastmaster? After laughing for some time, the homeroom teacher again asked an important question. Qin Feng did not know how to answer this question of his teacher. At this moment, he wanted to weep but had no tears. How can he say it, that his battle spirit was already swallowed by his own birthmark? If he were to say this, people will think that he had gone mad. How could a battle spirit be swallowed by a mere birthmark? But in his case, this was the truth. But exactly because this was the truth, he could not say it to anyone. "I don't know." Qin Feng shook his head, and lastly did not give his teacher a clear answer. "Don't know? What do you mean by don't know?" "Qin Feng, you have to make a decision as soon as possible. Right now, you are in a golden age, and this age is very suitable for training. If you miss this opportunity, you will definitely regret it in the future." After hearing Qin Feng, the homeroom teacher started to convince him by giving some advice. Qin Feng knew what his homeroom teacher was saying was for his good. After all, his teacher does not know about his battle spirit being swallowed by the infinity symbol. He nodded his head toward his teacher and said, "Don't worry, sir, I will think it through." You have to think about it carefully. How your future will be depends on this decision of yours. His teacher nodded his head and again said. Qin Feng also nodded his head, then said his goodbye to the teacher and walked toward his home. After arriving at his home, he lay down his bed. raised his right hand and brought it in front of him, and started to look at the infinity symbol. "What are you? Why did you swallow my battle spirit? Without my battle spirit, how could I cultivate and become stronger?" Looking at the infinity symbol, Qin Feng asked many questions, but how could a symbol answer him? After sighing, Qin Feng got up, and just as he wanted to find his phone to call his mother and tell her about his battle spirit, he felt his right hand burning intensely. "Ugh!" Qin Feng screamed out loud as he felt his right hand was on fire. He could not help but held his right hand with his left hand, trying to ease the burn, but no matter what he did, the burning sensation continues to grow. "Ah! What is happening?" Qin Feng could not understand what was happening. At this moment, he was feeling immense as the burning sensation spread toward his entire body. Swish! Suddenly, the burning sensation vanished as if it was never there. Qin Feng looked at his hand in surprise, and what he saw made him shocked. He was actually unable to see his right hand. Wait, not only he could not see his hand, but he was also actually unable to see a single thing at this moment. His surrounding was filled with darkness, and this darkness was so dark where one could not even see their own hands. How could this be? Wait, where am I? How did I get here? What place is this? Many questions started to appear in his mind once again. He looked at his surrounding, but he could not see anything in this darkness, but he was sure of one thing, and that was that he was currently not in his room. He was somewhere else. But where exactly was he? He did not know. Suddenly, one after another, many balls of extremely small light started to appear in his surrounding. Not long after, countless small balls of light started to shine like stars in his surrounding. At this moment, when Qin Feng looked at his surroundings, he felt like he was in space, and these countless balls of light were stars. Swish! He saw a ball of strange light suddenly started to fly toward him at extremely high speed. In an instant, that strange light appeared in front of Qin Feng and entered in the middle of his brows. Ah! The moment the strange light entered the middle of his brows, Qin Feng felt his head was about to explode. Pain, immense pain. At this moment, he felt as if his mind was being slowly eaten by countless ants, which made him feel the pain he had never endured in the past. The feeling of his mind being eaten slowly by countless ants was so terrifying that could not be explained by just words. He directly fell down on the ground, and because of pain, he started to palpitate on the ground. After who knows how much time has passed, the terrifying pain finally subsided and Qin Feng opened his eyes. His entire body was covered in sweat at this moment. Even though the pain has already subsided, he still could not forget that terrifying pain, the painful feeling he went through just now. He got up and started to pant heavily. Sometime later, when he finally calmed down, his eyes opened wide in shock and surprise. Is this real? He was so shocked that he could not believe what just happened was real. For a moment he thought that he was in a dream. A cultivation technique actually appeared in his mind at this moment out of nowhere. On the earth, even though the spatial crack was everywhere, and almost every power can get a cultivation technique of their own after exploring the other side world of the spatial crack, but it was still limited to those powers. Not everyone can get their hands on their own cultivation technique. Only the big powers have the right to own a cultivation technique. For example, the Profound Sky Academy was a famous and biggest academy in the entire Sunset City, but still, there was only 2 cultivation technique that this academy owns. Every student who goes to this academy to train can get a cultivation technique to cultivate. As for the other cultivation technique, only the most talented students can get it to cultivate. Only because of the rarity of the cultivation techniques, there were still countless people who are just ordinary humans. But now, a cultivation technique actually appeared in Qin Feng's mind out of nowhere. There were 4 types of cultivation techniques and battle arts that appeared on Earth after the world changed. They were ordinary, rare, epic, and legendary. The most common cultivation techniques and battle arts that can be found anywhere were called ordinary cultivation techniques and battle arts. And a level higher cultivation techniques are known as rare cultivation techniques. What the Profound Sky Academy owns was one ordinary cultivation technique, and the other one was rare cultivation techniques. Anyone could get the ordinary rank cultivation technique to cultivate after entering the Profound Sky Academy, while only geniuses could let the Academy give them a rare cultivation technique to cultivate. As for the epic rank cultivation techniques, these techniques can be found only on a very powerful powerhouse, academy, or clan. Legendary rank cultivation techniques are really legendary as till now. No one has ever seen the cultivation technique with eyes. It is said that only the peak powerhouses on the entire Earth might be in possession of a legendary rank cultivation technique. The higher the rank of a technique is, the more quickly one can cultivate and increase their strength. Cultivation on Earth is also divided into ranks. Qin Feng was currently unaware of what those ranks are called. He only knew when one awakens their battle spirit, they can start cultivating, and the initial rank was called Battle Spirit Warrior. This rank was further divided into 3 small stages: elementary, intermediate, and advanced. What appeared in Qin Feng's mind was an unknown rank cultivation technique, but his instinct told him that this cultivation technique might be the highest rank cultivation technique on the entire Earth. A legendary rank cultivation technique. The name of this technique was also unknown, so after thinking for a while, Qin Feng named it as Nameless Cultivation Technique. There were 7 layers of the Nameless Cultivation Technique, and with successfully cultivating each layer, he can gain 1 or more new abilities. There was no explanation about the Nameless Cultivation Technique. He did not know what will happen if he starts cultivating this technique, but he knew one thing, and that is, it will not harm him in the slightest cultivating the Nameless Cultivation Technique. But there was one thing that made him hesitate to cultivate this technique, and that thing was his battle spirit. His battle spirit was already swallowed by the infinity symbol, and without a battle spirit, cultivation is impossible. Suddenly a thought appeared in his mind. Although without a battle spirit, one cannot start cultivating, but it might not be the case for him. After all, he appeared in this mysterious space out of nowhere, and from the things that have happened with him previously, he deduced that he was here because of the infinity symbol. Previously, infinity symbol was the one who swallowed his battle spirit, and it was also the one who gave him an unknown rank cultivation technique to cultivate. It might be trying to indicate something to him, but he was currently unable to understand what it was indicating. Thinking of this, Qin Feng sat down in the mysterious space he was currently in and started to cultivate the first layer of the Nameless Cultivation Technique according to the process that appeared in his mind. Currently, he can only cultivate the first layer of the Nameless Cultivation Technique. As for cultivating the other layers, he has to first cultivate the first layer to the peak. And only after that can he start cultivating the second layer, and so on. At first, Qin Feng did not feel anything, but as he continues to cultivate the first layer of the Nameless Cultivation Technique, he started to feel something, but he cannot tell what he was feeling. Creak, creak, rumble. Threads of lightning suddenly started to appear out of nowhere and circle around Qin Feng's body, making him look like a thunder god. Strands of thunder and lightning energy spread out from his body to his surrounding. Creak. Qin Feng's mind sank into his body. At this moment, he could clearly feel that the infinity symbol started to react and was emitting strange energy ripples. From time to time, the infinity symbol would absorb the surrounding lightning energy and slowly refine them for him. Qin Feng could feel that now, if he wanted to control those threads of lightning, he can do it easily. Boom! Just as Qin Feng was carefully feeling the infinity symbol and lightning, a thunderous voice suddenly resounded from the space above his head, shaking Qin Feng's soul. Buzz! Qin Feng's eyes abruptly flickered as lightning bolts flashed in his eyes. At the same time, his entire body was enveloped by lightning bolts. At this moment, his mind focused on a peculiar fluctuation that was emitting out from the depth of his soul. He felt as if something was being born and was deeply connected to him. This fluctuation seemed to be condensed from the endless power of thunder and lightning. It was as if it was corporeal. What is this? Feeling the terrifying fluctuations of that aura, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel an indescribable terror in his heart. He could already feel the terror of that fluctuation just by sensing it with his mind. It was as though there was a supreme existence standing in front of him, causing Qin Feng to tremble in fear. Lightning had been a terrifying power since ancient times. Its nature was extremely violent and vicious, and its destructive power was also astonishing. Buzz! Finally, Qin Feng's mind was completely drawn into it. He used all his strength to clearly see this terrifying fluctuation. No, to be exact, it should only be a part of it. This was profound divine light. This divine light seemed simple, but it emitted a sharp light that was strong enough to burn the heavens and destroy the enemy. The moment his mind approached it, it seemed as if it would crumble and dissipate. Boom! In the next instant, Qin Feng's heart trembled violently. However, in the end, he still saw an unbelievable scene. This was a divine weapon filled with an ancient aura. Although it was only half clearly seen, it was engraved with endless runes, as if it was above all other living beings. Countless bolts of lightning surged, enveloping the entire divine weapon. It was as if this weapon was the king of all thunder and lightning. What is this? Boom! Before Qin Feng could regain his senses, another thunderous explosion rang out. Qin Feng immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. So powerful. How terrifying. Although he had only seen half of the divine weapon, the invincible aura it had given him was something he would not be able to forget for a long time. Qin Feng did not lose heart. He took in a few deep breaths and adjusted his state of mind, slightly narrowing his eyes. He did not know what that divine weapon, but he knew that it was born. Because of him cultivating the first layer of the Nameless Cultivation Technique. At this moment, he felt a feeling that has already vanished after his battle spirit was swallowed by the infinity symbol. See this feeling? Don't tell me that. Qin Feng was surprised beyond belief at this moment, because he suddenly felt the presence of a battle spirit within his soul. Appear! Qin Feng shouted loudly, and with his shout, a rumbling of thunder echoed. Suddenly, with a whoosh sound, appeared that floated above his head. A spear? Qin Feng turned to look at the weapon, and saw that this weapon was actually a spear that was covered with countless threads of lightning. When Qin Feng saw the spear, he got the feeling of dominance. Somehow, after cultivating the first layer of the Nameless Cultivation Technique, a thunder spear was born and mysteriously became his battle spirit. What Qin Feng felt from this thunder spear was three things: thunder, arrogance, invincibility. Feeling the domineering power of lightning, Qin Feng could not help but reveal a trace of satisfaction. He also understood at this moment that half of the divine weapon that he saw previously was actually this thunder spear. But previously, when he tried to see the divine weapon, he was unable to see it completely. He also felt terror when he saw a half of the divine weapon, but now, when he looked at it, he did not feel that terror anymore. As for the reason, he was unable to understand. He retracted his battle spirit back, and then again he tried to see it in the depth of his mind and soul. This time, he once again saw a half of the thunder spear and felt the same terror that he previously felt. What is happening? Is it possible the thunder spear that appeared as my battle spirit is currently not complete, and only after successfully cultivating the first layer of the Nameless Cultivation Technique to the peak can I call out the true version of the thunder spear out? When Qin Feng saw this situation, he could not help but think that the thunder spear that appeared as his battle spirit was not the true thunder spirit. According to what he has guessed, the half-divine weapon that he saw in the depth of his soul, the true thunder spear, but he was currently not qualified to call it out. But no matter what, he once again owns a battle spirit, and this battle spirit was even more powerful than what anyone could even think of. Suddenly, Qin Feng once again felt pain in his mind, but this time, the pain subsided very soon. A piece of new information once again appeared in his mind. He went through that information and suddenly became excited, because he has actually gained a new ability after successfully awakening the Thunder Spear as his battle spirit. This ability's name was also Thunder Spear. He did not know what this ability was, but it should not be that weak considering the terror and might that he felt from the true Thunder Spear. Qin Feng did not continue to cultivate anymore. He stood up and looked at the mysterious space he was in. How will I get out of here? The moment he thought of going out from this mysterious space, his eyes blurred, and he once again found himself on his bed. The moment he woke up on his bed, his stomach started to call him because of hunger. He hurriedly went to the kitchen to eat something, but at this moment, he felt that his speed was too fast. He actually walked faster than a normal person. He was shocked and hurriedly checked his body and felt the presence of mysterious energy within his body. What is this energy? Qin Feng muttered in his heart and tried to control the energy. He was surprised to see that he can actually control the flow of that energy. Wait. Don't tell me I am already an elementary battle spirit warrior. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he immediately jumped on his spot, carefully felt the presence of that energy. I really am now an elementary battle spirit warrior. Qin Feng confirmed that he was now an elementary battle spirit warrior. He was slightly surprised, did not feel much because, compared to the appearance of a new battle spirit, him becoming an elementary battle spirit warrior was nothing. The mysteriousness of the infinity symbol surpassed his imagination. Previously, when his battle spirit was swallowed by the infinity symbol, his heart was broken and blamed the infinity symbol for swallowing his battle spirit. But now, there was only gratitude in his heart for the infinity symbol. He not only got a new battle spirit that was immensely powerful, but he has also broken through the shackles of an ordinary human and become a battle spirit warrior with ease without even knowing. His speed of cultivation was something that has never been seen on Earth, and this also proved that the Nameless Cultivation Technique might really be a legendary ranked cultivation technique. He did not dare to be sure because he has never come in contact with any cultivation technique. He could only make a guess in his heart. This infinity symbol is too mysterious. I cannot tell anyone about it, otherwise it will definitely bring me a great disaster. Qin Feng immediately thought of keeping the existence of the infinity symbol, as well as everything related to it, such as the true thunder spear and the nameless cultivation technique as a secret. He knew the principle of having a great treasure. A treasure can help him, but it can also destroy him. Having a treasure or secret, but not having the strength to protect that treasure or secret is a crime. Anyone could take others' life for a treasure. So, Qin Feng decided to keep the existence of the infinity symbol as his greatest secret. He decided not to tell anyone about the infinity symbol, not even his mother. Just as he was about to move his steps towards the kitchen once again, his vision blurred, and he suddenly appeared in a very beautiful garden. This time, he did not even feel the burning sensation from the infinity symbol before he appeared here. He felt as if someone has forcefully pulled him here. He looked at his surroundings. This was a very beautiful garden. There were more than 100 types of flowers blooming here. Not far away, there was a small lake that was filled with crystal clear water. For some reason, Qin Feng felt familiar with this place, even though he has never been here. He arrived in front of the lake and saw many big and small beautiful fishes swimming in the water of the lake. There was also a very big mountain at a certain distance from here. King, you're finally back. At this moment, Qin Feng suddenly heard a woman's soft voice, which was filled with many emotions. He turned back and saw a woman standing in front of him. He did not even notice her when this woman arrived here. This woman was wearing a beautiful light blue dress, and on the surface of this dress, many beautiful lotus patterns were carved. What surprised him was that this dress was actually totally different from the dress on Earth. It looked more dress of ancient people. Her face was covered with a black veil, because of which Qin Feng was unable to see her appearance. But even if he was unable to see her appearance, he could feel his heart thumping loudly at this moment. He could tell just from a single look that this woman was a breathtaking woman. She was a woman who can cause a war between empires. What surprised him the most was that this woman was actually looking at him with great emotion, as if she was seeing her lover after a long time of separation. How he arrived here, he did not know, but seeing another person here, he was sure that he was not in the mysterious space, the infinity symbol, nor did this place is related to the infinity symbol in. Anyway, then the question was, how exactly did he arrive here? Are you talking to me? Qin Feng hesitated for a moment and finally asked, can you see anyone else here? Hearing the question of Qin Feng, that mysterious woman asked another question in return, but the answer to Qin Feng's question was also hidden in this question of her. I think you are talking with the wrong person. I am not some king. Qin Feng looked at the mysterious woman and said after hesitating again. When the mysterious woman heard him, she looked at him with an unspeakable emotion and sighed. Then she said, it's been almost 10 million years. Looks like you have already forgotten about everything about your past. More than 10 million years? My past? What are you trying to say? I am unable to understand. When Qin Feng heard her, he became even more confused. He could not understand what that woman was trying to tell him. Since you have already forgotten about everything, it will not do any good to you if I were to tell you anything about your past. That woman shook her head in regret, looked at Qin Feng, and said after taking a long breath, what do you mean by, well, none, any, you should go now. Remember to cultivate well and become stronger. Before Qin Feng could finish his sentence, that mysterious woman cut his speech in middle and said something which confused him even more. Suddenly, as if he understood something, he looked at the mysterious woman and asked, wait, are you the one who brought me here? Yes, it was me who brought you here. That mysterious woman nodded her head and confirmed Qin Feng about his guess. He He looked at the mysterious woman and asked many questions at once. Why did you bring me here? What kind of place is this? How can I go back? The mysterious woman looked at him and said in neither cold nor soft tone, Since you don't remember anything about your past life, it is too soon to tell you anything. As for what kind of place this place is, you are too weak to know, or should I say, with your current strength, you simply don't have the qualification to know anything about this place. Past life, what do you mean? Qin Feng was again confused. The more this mysterious woman answered his question, the more confused he became. It was like a maze. The more he wanted to find the correct path, the more he walked on the wrong path. I have already told you, you are too weak to know anything. The mysterious woman shook her head and said, And I also don't have the qualification to know anything about this place, right? Qin Feng looked at the mysterious woman and asked, but this time his voice was filled with discontent. Yes, you don't have the qualification. You just need to know that this place is extremely far away from that little planet of yours. The mysterious woman's expression did not change. She once again exploded a bomb on him. Wait, what did you say? Extremely far away from my little planet. Are you saying that this place is outside somewhere in the space and not on the Earth? Qin Feng was so shocked when he heard her this time that he did not know what to say at this moment. The mysterious woman kept quiet for a few moments of time, as if she was thinking of something. Then she said, Not only this place is not on that little planet of yours, but it is also not in your galaxy, or should I say universe. You are still too weak to know about anything, so even if I were to answer your question, you will not understand. This matter involves the complicated concept of space and time that is currently out of your reach. You just have to work hard and increase your strength. Remember the planet you are currently living on is just an extremely low-level planet. There is much more to this universe than what you will see on that little planet of yours. You just need to remember that you are the king and no one has the right to look down on you. After saying this, the mysterious woman flicked her finger and a ray of light flew toward Qin Feng and entered his chest. Qin Feng hurriedly loosens his buttons and saw a beautiful butterfly mark on his chest that looked extremely real. But when he touched it, he felt nothing. Upon touching, it looked more like a tattoo. This is... Qin Feng looked at the mysterious woman in confusion. He was unable to understand what this butterfly tattoo was and what this mysterious woman wanted from him. This is a kind of seal that can protect you from any kind of danger 10 times. Whenever you will use this power to protect yourself, I will immediately know. Remember, this seal can protect you 10 times from any kind of dangers, any kind of... The mysterious woman answered him and continued to say without stopping, I will give you 3 years. Cultivate to the peak of that little planet of yours, and go to a high-level plane from the Earth within 3 years. What? Only 3 years? Do you even know what you are saying? I have to cultivate to the peak of my planet. It means you are telling me to become the strongest person on Earth. People cultivate for hundreds of years, but even so, they might not be able to cultivate to the peak of Earth, and here, you are giving me only 3 years. When Qin Feng heard her, he was so shocked that he could not say anything for a while. He was unable to calm down and immediately erupted with many questions. I know exactly what I am telling. No more nonsense. Remember, you only have 3 years, and if you failed, I will destroy your planet. The mysterious woman shook her head and said something that shocked Qin Feng even more. How can someone easily destroy a planet? But when he thought about how she brought him to this place, which might not be in the Milky Way galaxy, she might really have the power to destroy the Earth. Why are doing this? Qin Feng looked at the mysterious woman and asked, Because of you. The mysterious woman answered simply, which made Qin Feng more and more confused. Okay, now, you should go. You will understand in the future why I am doing this," the mysterious woman said, and was about to send Qin Feng back when Qin Feng stopped her. Wait. What now? At least tell me, who are you? What is your name?" When Qin Feng asked this, the mysterious woman only looked at him emotionally, but did not answer him. She just waved her hand and a blur appeared before Qin Feng's eyes. In the next moment, Qin Feng once again found himself in his room. Qin Feng remained stood up in his place and did not move. He was deep in thought. Why? Woman calling me king. She also said something about my previous life. What does that mean? Am I the reincarnation of some sort of supreme expert? Why is the infinity symbol on my hand, which granted me an unknown ranked cultivation technique, as well as an extremely powerful battle spirit? Everything is related to me somehow. Who exactly am I? Many questions appeared in Qin Feng's mind, but he was unable to think of any one of his questions' answers. He also has to cultivate and become the strongest person on Earth. He remembered that the mysterious woman told him to cultivate and go to a higher level world than the Earth. Didn't it mean there are planets just like Earth where life exists? Wait, isn't it a stupid question? That mysterious woman herself was an alien. Qin Feng hurriedly calmed himself down. There were many questions, but he has no answer, and currently, he was unable to find the answers to his questions. At this moment, he found many mysteries that were surrounding him from all directions. He looked at the butterfly tattoo on his chest and let out a sigh. Grr. Once again, his stomach called him out. Only now he remembered that he was hungry. He hurriedly made his way to the kitchen, but was unable to find anything to eat. Having no choice, he took out some spirit stones which were given to him by his mother before she went to the Qin's house. Spirit stones are a kind of crystal that stores spirit energy, which can help a person cultivate faster. This kind of stone appeared on Earth after the appearance of Spatial Cracks. After finding out the use of these crystals, the Alliance immediately took each and every spirit stone mines under their wings, and not long after, they announced the usage of the spirit stones to the world. And not long after this announcement, the world's currency changed to these spirit stones. Qin Feng walked out of his house and arrived at a roadside stall so that he can eat. There were only 100 spirit stones in his hands, and after eating, he was left with only 90 spirit stones. The next day, Qin Feng arrived in front of his school to say goodbye to his homeroom teacher. When he met with his homeroom teacher took him to a side and said, "Qin Feng, where have you been? If you were to be one more day late, you will miss the opportunity to enter the Profound Sky Academy." What? Teacher, I just came back yesterday after the awakening ceremony. There is still 1 week before the time period for the admission will over, right? Qin Feng was surprised when he heard his teacher. What were you doing these past few days? You actually don't even know that there is only 1 day left to complete 1 week. His teacher looked at him surprised when he heard Qin Feng, but suddenly, as if he felt something, his eyes opened wide as he looked at Qin Feng in surprise. Qin Feng, you are actually already an elementary battle warrior. How is this possible? Qin Feng, on the other hand, did not hear what his teacher said. He was already in shock when he heard that it has already been almost a week since the awakening ceremony. What does it mean? It means that it took him almost an entire week to awaken the Thunder Spear as his battle spirit, becoming a battle spirit warrior, and meeting with the mysterious woman. The most astonishing thing was that he actually did not feel the time. He thought that it has only been a day since the awakening ceremony. Qin Feng? Seeing that Qin Feng was not listening and his attention was somewhere else, the homeroom teacher once again called out his name. Yes, teacher? Only after hearing the call of his homeroom teacher did Qin Feng came back to his sense. "What are you thinking about?" the homeroom teacher once again asked. Nothing. Nothing." Qin Feng shook his head and again said, "Teacher, what were you asking?" "I was asking, how did you become a battle spirit warrior so soon? Without a cultivation technique to cultivate, it is impossible to become a battle spirit warrior. What is more, is that have just awakened your battle spirit 6 days ago. How can you become a battle spirit warrior so soon with your 4th rank battle spirit?" The teacher asked the questions he was confused about. And these questions were something Qin Feng was unable to answer. It was not like he did not know the answer to these questions. It was just that he has already decided to keep everything related to the infinity symbol as his greatest secret, and the answers to these questions, something that is directly related to the infinity symbol. If he answered his teacher's questions, the information about the infinity symbol will be revealed, so he decided to make an excuse. Qin Feng said, "That, teacher, even I don't know why. After returning home from the awakening ceremony, I went to sleep and only got up today, in the morning. After waking up, I find out that I am already a battle spirit warrior. I don't even know that it has already been 6 days." When Qin Feng answered this way, the homeroom teacher was confused at first, but after thinking about Qin Feng's stupid questions, when he arrived here to meet him, he nodded his head. Qin Feng's stupid questions before was something that proved what Qin Feng said was not a lie. The teacher also does not understand why this happened with Qin Feng, but now that Qin Feng was already a battle spirit warrior, there should not be any problem. After thinking about all of these, the homeroom teacher looked at Qin Feng and said, "Hurry up and go to the Profound Sky Academy. This way, you can get a cultivation technique to cultivate, and along with the guidance from the teachers there, you can also get an opportunity to enter a spatial crack to explore the world beyond." That spatial crack. When the teacher talked about spatial crack, he immediately became excited. Hearing him, Qin Feng also became excited. When he thought about the world those spatial cracks lead to, and the opportunities he will get after entering the spatial crack, his breathing became heavy and hurried. After calming down, Qin Feng bade his farewell to his teacher, booked an electronic taxi to go to the Profound Sky Academy. He also called his mother at this moment and told her about his battle spirit. He did not tell her about the soaring wind python, but the thunder spear. He told her that he has awakened thunder spear as his battle spirit, but he did not talk about its rank. After all, he himself was not aware what the rank of his battle spirit, the thunder spear, was. Suru only thought that his battle spirit is that of the 4th rank, and so she did not ask about it much. A few hours later, Qin Feng was once again standing in front of the Profound Sky Academy. He just passed the gate and saw a familiar figure. It was Yun Xing, who previously led him and other students of the 3rd senior high school to the Alliance. He walked toward Yun Xing and greeted him. Yun Xing also recognized Qin Feng. After taking with Qin Feng, when he found out that Qin Feng was here for the admission, Yun Xing once again led him, and after taking the admission token from Qin Feng, which was given to him by Director King, Yun Xing helped him with his admission. After everything was done, Yun Xing said, "Your luggage will be moved in. You just need to stay in the dorm. You should go to sleep early tonight. And there will be a school opening ceremony tomorrow. When that happens, you will see your teacher, so you must not be late." After saying this, Yun Xing gave him his dormitory key. This key also indicated his dorm number, so he didn't have to worry about not being able to find his own dorm room. Qin Feng quickly found his dorm based on the information on his room card. This Profound Sky Academy was indeed worthy of being called one of the top academies. The dorm's environment was also first-rate. No matter if it was the sanitary condition or the hardware and equipment, they were all very perfect. He opened and went inside. The next day, after breakfast, Qin Feng went to the square where the opening ceremony was being held. He briefly swept his eyes over and saw that there were around 500 people there. These 500 people were divided into 4 teams, which clearly represents different classes. Hello everyone. Congratulations, you all have officially become members of our Profound Sky Academy. I believe that through these few years of hard work, you all can become strong people who can take charge of yourselves. The person who was speaking on the podium was none other than the principal of the Profound Sky Academy. People call him President Zhu. It had to be said that President Zhu's ability to speak was quite admirable. He had been speaking on stage alone for more than an hour. The form teachers of the classes below can take their own classes and bring them to their own classes. Hopefully, all of you must remember, by all means, do not look down on yourself just because the class you are assigned to is inferior. As long as you work hard, you will have the opportunity to advance to the next class. President Zhu finished reading his speech. Oh yes, there is another thing that I liked to announce about. President Zhu stopped after saying till here. When he saw that the attention of all the students was on him, he nodded his head in satisfaction and continued his speech. A few days ago, a spatial crack appeared at the south border of Sunset City. The Alliance checked and found out that this spatial crack is a low-leveled spatial crack, and the creatures that reside in the world beyond this spatial cracks are not much stronger than an intermediate battle spirit warrior. After some consideration, the Alliance gave the charge of that spatial crack to us, the Profound Sky Academy. I, as your principal, plan to let all of you know the dangers of the world so that you all can broaden your horizons. That's why I have decided to let all the new students enter that spatial crack after 1 week from now. You all will head there with your class teachers to train. Now, your teachers will take you to your class and give you the cultivation technique, so that all of you can cultivate and raise your strength. After President Zhu finished his speech, the 5 teachers who were sitting beside him slowly walked over. The only female teacher amongst them actually walked towards the direction of Class C. She looked extremely young, and if one did not know that she was a teacher, one would probably think that she was some kind of senior sister with a high grade. She was dressed in a purple teacher's uniform and had a height of 1.75 meters. Even though she wasn't wearing high heels, she still looked very slender. She had a head of long purple hair that covered her shoulders. Regardless of whether it was her figure or appearance, she was impeccable. However, the most breathtaking thing was her pair of shiny blue eyes. They were like 2 amethysts in a dark night. Although they were very bewitching, no one dared to get close to them. Everyone from Class C acted like little drunks. Some of the male students could not help but whisper, "Teacher, so beautiful." Hello, students. My name is Jia Lan. You can call me Miss Jia from now on. Jia Lan immediately stood in front of Class C's square formation and said in a low voice. Qin Feng did not know if it was just his imagination or something else, but he always felt like this teacher was looking at him more, whether intentionally or unintentionally. You guys follow me now, let's return to our class first. Jia Lan took the lead as she spoke. Everyone followed Jia Lan's footsteps and very quickly, they arrived at their own class. The doorplate of the class had the words written on it. All the teachers in the higher grade were on the first floor of this huge circular structure. The classes were also astonishingly large in the area. After arriving in their classroom, all the students took their seats. Good day, students. Let me introduce myself again. I'm called Jia Lan. I hope that we can improve in the next 3 years. Lan introduced herself and wrote her name on the blackboard. "Teacher, we want to know what your battle spirit is." One of the more curious students could not help but ask curiously. Everyone wished to have a strong teacher. After all, if the teacher wasn't strong enough, it would be impossible for him to teach a good student. "My battle spirit is a sky butterfly, a 6th rank battle spirit." Lan stretched out her hand to stop the commotion as she said solemnly. Instantly, all the students burst into an uproar. "Oh my God! Are we in the wrong class? Just the teacher of our class actually has a 6th rank battle spirit. She also looks so young. She might be only over 20. How can a teacher be so young? And teacher's sky butterfly is one of the best 6th rank battle spirits." For a moment, all of the students had faces full of disbelief. There were even some students who directly walked to the door of class to see if they had entered the wrong class. "All of you, quiet down." Lan suddenly exploded with an extremely powerful aura, causing the entire class to quiet down once again. Qin Feng was also shocked when he heard that his teacher actually has a 6th rank battle spirit. "This place is indeed the Class C, but I do not wish for you all to set your own limits. Just because you all have Class C does not mean that you are forever inferior." Lan paused for a moment then continued, "My opinion, Class A is no different from ours. You guys will not be weaker than anyone else. As long as you work hard, surpassing Class A is not an illusion." Although all the students knew that Lan was encouraging them with these words, they couldn't help but ignite a flame in their hearts, instantly arousing their fighting spirit. Lan glanced at the students, gave everyone a book, and said, "This is the cultivation technique that you all be cultivating from now on. This is an ordinary rank cultivation technique, but it does not mean that it will slow down the speed of your cultivation. After entering the world beyond the spatial cracks, if you are lucky, you may obtain a cultivation technique that might surpass the ordinary rank. At that time, you can cultivate that technique, but for now, you all have to cultivate this technique." At this time, everyone got a book and Qin Feng was no exception. The only exception thing is that when Lan was giving him the cultivation technique, she looked at him deeply once or twice. Qin Feng looked at the book and saw handwritten words. It was obvious that these books were the copy of the original cultivation technique. The name of this cultivation technique, Profound Sutra. Suddenly, a hint of disgust appeared in his heart when he looked at the Profound Sutra, so much that he almost threw the Profound Sutra far. But he hurriedly controlled himself. He was still in the class, and if he were to throw away the Profound Sutra, it would mean to let everyone know that he has another cultivation technique in his hand, which might attract the attention of someone. And if he were to attract the attention of someone at this period of time, when he was still lacking in strength, it will definitely not do any good to him. One thing he did not understand was how and why exactly the hint of disgust appeared in his heart when he took the Profound Sutra in his hand. There was no answer. Since there was no answer, it means it must be related to the infinity symbol on his right hand. "I should be careful from now on," Qin Feng muttered in his heart as he placed down the Profound Sutra. At this moment, he suddenly felt two sharp gazes staring at him. When he looked carefully, he saw one of the two was Lin Hui and the other one was his new teacher, Lan. The difference between their gazes was that Lin Hui's gaze was extremely cold, filled with anger and hatred, while his teacher Lan's gaze was filled with curiosity and awareness. He did not understand why Lan was curious toward him, or what she became aware of, but he knew that soon she will come to him. He saw the trouble coming. As for Lin Hui, Qin Feng directly ignored for the time being. He still did not forget how Lin Hui threw him down from the top of a high mountain. He still had a lingering fear in his heart. Whenever he thinks about the previous situation where Lin Hui threw him down from the top of a mountain, he could not help but tremble. That feeling of seeing his own death was not good at all. It was fortunate that the infinity symbol was there to help him. The infinity symbol was too mysterious. It even reversed the time in order to help him revive. What was even more mysterious was that even though the time was reversed, the memory of his death and other things that happened with him was still there. He did not forget even a tiny bit of those memories. All of these were filled with mystery. There was no one to help him solve these mysteries. He has to solve these mysteries alone slowly. He believes one day, with time, he will definitely solve these mysteries and get the answers to his many questions. One day, he will definitely get to know what the infinity symbol on his hand was. There was also that mysterious alien woman who told him that this was actually his second life. In his previous life, he was known as king. All of these things were too mysterious that can attract the attention of anyone if they were to be made known. Coming back to the main topic, Qin Feng has already made up his mind to teach Lin Hui an unforgettable lesson. And if Lin Hui tried to harm him in any way again, he will definitely kill Lin Hui no matter what. This world had always been like this. From ancient times until now, the only truth that had never changed was that the strong were respected. Perhaps before the arrival of this era, the definition of strength was from other aspects. But ever since the spatial cracks appeared, the meaning behind strong warriors was to beat those whose fists were stronger. Jialan once again stood up at this moment and said, "Students, let me now introduce you all to the cultivation and its levels. As you all know, after one awakens a battle spirit, they can start to cultivate with the help of a cultivation technique. The higher the rank of a battle spirit is, the more fast your cultivation speed would be. When one first start to cultivate and enter the realm of cultivation, they becomes a battle spirit warrior. There are 4 levels in cultivation. These levels are known as Battle Spirit Warrior, Battle Spirit Lord, Battle Spirit King, and Battle Spirit Emperor. These 4 levels are further divided into 3 minor stages. These three stages are elementary, intermediate, and advanced. As all of you know, there are 2 professions, martial warrior and beastmaster. Jialan looked at her students and said, "Martial warriors are cultivators who cultivate a cultivation technique, practices varieties of battle skills, and become stronger with the help of their battle spirit. As for the beastmaster, they are the same as the martial warriors. The only difference between them is that the beastmasters signs their contract with beasts. The contracted beasts fight alongside with its owner for its entire life. With the help of beasts, a beastmaster's fighting strength increases by a large margin. If we talk about who is stronger between a martial warrior and a beastmaster's, then the answer will the beastmaster, because along with their own strength, they also have the support of beasts, which makes them much more powerful than a martial warrior." Jialan stopped at this moment and looked at all the students in the class. Seeing that the students were listening to her carefully, she nodded her head in satisfaction and once again started to say, "There is one thing that you have to take note of. Not everyone can become Beastmaster. If one wants to become a Beastmaster, they have to have a strong soul, and for this, a soul-type battle spirit is needed. In short, only those people who have awakened a soul-type battle spirit could become a Beastmaster." Teacher Jia? At this moment, a student whom Qin Feng was very familiar with risen his hand and called out Jialan. It was Lin Hui. Jialan looked at Lin Hui and said, "Yes? How can we say that a certain battle spirit is a soul-type battle spirit or not?" Lin Hui asked a key question at this moment. Jialan looked at Lin Hui with a praising gaze when she heard this question and said, "Good question. Students, always remember, soul type battle spirits are very different from normal battle spirits. With your and mine battle spirits, we can increase our strength physically, but a soul-type battle spirit only helps its owner to increase their soul force. Only because of this, the Beastmaster's physical body and strength are normally very low. If not for their contracted beasts, they will be easily defeated by a martial warrior of the same cultivation level. During the time of awakening a soul-type battle spirit, one's soul force increases rapidly, letting the awakener know that he has awakened a soul-type battle spirit. Jia Lan took a long breath after saying all of this. She again said, "There is no one in our class with a soul-type battle spirit, so no one is qualified to become a Beastmaster. We will end our class here today. We will again meet after a week, when I will lead you to the Spatial Crack. During this 1 week, you all have to cultivate well, and try to become a battle spirit warrior as soon as possible. You all can leave now. Qin Feng, you will stay." When Jia Lan said this, all the students stood up and started to leave one by one. Qin Feng listened to Jia Lan's order and did not leave. Before this, he has already noted that Jia Lan was looking at him again and again. Now that she has told him to stop, he knew that he will soon know the reason behind Jia Lan's behavior. After everyone left, Jia Lan walked in front of Qin Feng and asked, "You were already an elementary battle spirit warrior when you just arrived here. It means you already have a cultivation technique, right?" According to Jia Lan, Qin Feng should have at least a rare rank cultivation technique. But even so, it's only been 1 week, and in just 1 week, to be able to become a battle spirit warrior with his rank 4 talent, there is definitely something fishy about it. She wanted to ask Qin Feng how he did it, but to her surprise, Qin Feng's answer something she did not expect. That, "Teacher Jia, even I don't know how I become a battle spirit warrior. It just happened on its own. Maybe it is related to my battle spirit in some way." Qin Feng has already expected to be asked this question by his teacher. He did not want to reveal anything about the Infinity Stone or his cultivation technique. So he made an excuse that was actually a very stupid excuse and blamed his battle spirit for everything. Battle spirit. When Jia Lan heard this, she was surprised. Even till now, she has never heard anything about a battle spirit that could help one to become a battle spirit warrior without cultivating any cultivation technique. What is your battle spirit? Show it to me. Now, she wanted to see what kind of battle spirit could do such a thing. Since Qin Feng was in her class, it means he should have awakened a rank 4 battle spirit, and according to her, a rank 4 battle should not be able to do such a thing. "My battle spirit is a weapon, a thunder spear," Qin Feng said, and released his battle spirit. The moment he released the thunder spear, lightning flashed on his entire body, and an intense pressure emitted out from the thunder spear, which pressured even Jia Lan, who was standing in front of him. And Jia Lan was shocked when she felt the pressure that was pressing down on her. Even with her strength, she felt if Qin Feng were to attack her with his thunder spear, she will definitely suffer from some injuries. On the other hand, Qin Feng felt his strength increasing at a rapid pace after releasing the thunder spear. His strength, which was only at the elementary battle spirit warrior, actually increased, and in an instant reached the advanced battle spirit warrior. After becoming the battle spirit warrior, it was his first time releasing the thunder spear, and he did not expect for thunder spear to have such an effect. His battle spirit, the thunder spear, actually let him increase his strength by 2 minor stages. This was something he never thought to be real. Why your strength, it actually increased by this much? What kind of battle spirit is that? Jia Lan looked at Qin Feng's thunder spirit in shock and said, it was her first time seeing a battle spirit that actually let its owner increase his strength by 2 minor stages. At first, when Qin Feng told her that him becoming an elementary battle spirit warrior might be related to his battle spirit, she did not believe that. She thought that Qin Feng was just trying to make excuses. But now, after seeing such a scene in front of her, and mainly Qin Feng's thunder spear, she started to believe in what Qin Feng has said. What was more, Qin Feng's thunder spear was actually pressing her down, making her feel very uncomfortable. It has to know that she was far stronger than Qin Feng. She also had a rank 6 battle spirit, Sky Butterfly. But even so, Qin Feng's thunder spear was able to show its might on her. If not for her own strength, she might have kneeled down because of the pressure emitted by the thunder spear. Teethis. Teacher Jia, actually, it is my first time releasing the thunder spear after becoming a battle spirit warrior, so even I don't know anything about it. Qin Feng scratched his head in embarrassment as he laughed foolishly. After saying that even he doesn't know anything about thunder spear, being able to increase his strength in an instant by 2 minor stages. At this moment, the thunder spear behind Qin Feng started to become illusionary rapidly. And just in a few moments, it disappeared. The moment the thunder spear disappeared, Qin Feng felt so tired and exhausted that he directly sat down on the ground with a thud sound and started to gasp heavily. What is happening? Why am I feeling so tired? Qin Feng did not understand what was going on. At this moment, he was feeling so weak that he could not even stand up again. His strength also returned back to being at the elementary battle spirit warrior. Jia Lan hurriedly looked at the surrounding and seeing that no one was there. She took a long breath and arrived in front of Qin Feng and said, "There is only one reason why your battle spirit disappeared without your permission, and why you are feeling so tired that you could not even stand up." "Why?" Qin Feng asked weakly. "I think your battle spirit is not an ordinary rank 4 battle spirit, but something else. It might be a battle spirit that has surpassed the rank of 1 to 9. Your battle spirit disappeared on its own, making you feel so tired and weak, only because of one reason, and that reason is your strength. You are not strong enough to wield your own battle spirit. You are too weak to control your battle spirit to its fullest. If you want to control your battle spirit, you need to cultivate hard, increase your strength." After saying till here, Jialan again checked her surroundings and said in a very low voice, so low that only she and Qin Feng could hear her. She said, "Qin Feng, remember, you cannot tell anyone about your battle spirit. I am not telling you that you cannot, but you should not. This world is much more dangerous than you can think of. Humans' main enemy is neither the demonic beast, nor the creatures another side of the spatial cracks, but the humans themselves. You have awakened a battle spirit that has never appeared in human history before. Of course, I am saying this because even till now, I have never heard of a battle spirit that can increase its owner's strength by 2 minor stages just after being released. I have read many history books related to the battle spirit, and never read anything about your thunder spear types of battle spirit. If made public, it will attract the attention of others. Yes, you will be sought after by others after knowing about your battle spirit, but you will also encounter countless trouble just because of your battle spirit." Jialan helped Qin Feng standing up from the ground and sitting down on the chair and once again said, "If people were to know about your battle spirit, more people would want to kill you than the people who would like to help you grow." "Yes, teacher, I understand." Qin Feng nodded his head, as he also knew what Jialan said to him was for his own good. She had good intentions telling him all of these things. Jialan also nodded her head and again, "You also need to remember one more thing. Never show anyone your battle spirit too easily. Even when you are fighting with your enemy, you will not release your battle spirit. Only when you don't find a choice other than releasing your battle spirit to save yourself. Will you release your battle spirit otherwise? Okay? Qin Feng nodded his head and again said, Yes, Teacher Jia, I understand. Teacher Jia, can I ask a question? Qin Feng looked at Jia Lan and asked. He wanted to ask why Jia Lan told him these things. After all, she just met him today. Yes, you can. Jia Lan gave her permission to Qin Feng to ask questions to her. Why are you telling me all of these things? I mean, I know I am your student, and you have the responsibility as my teacher to tell me. But even so, no teacher will tell this much on the same day they met with their students. Qin Feng directly asked the question he wanted to ask. Jia Lan looked at Qin Feng in surprise. She never thought Qin Feng to see such a tiny detail. He looked so young, but he was quite mature already. Because I have been through many things just because of my battle spirit. Jia Lan took a long breath, and after struggling for a while, she finally decided to answer Qin Feng truthfully. Because of your battle spirit. Qin Feng looked at Jia Lan in confusion. He did not understand what she was telling. Qin Feng, can I trust you? Jia Lan did not answer him, but asked whether she can trust him or not. Qin Feng looked at her in surprise, then said immediately, Of course you can. Jia Lan nodded her head, took a long breath, and said, My battle spirit is actually not just a rank 6 battle spirit. Not just a rank 6 battle spirit. What do you mean by that? Are you saying that what you told us, your students before about you having a rank 6 battle spirit was a lie? Qin Feng was surprised when he heard Jia Lan. Although he knew Jia Lan only for less than a day, he has a good impression of her. He did not think that she would lie about her battle spirit to her students on the first day of their class. No, I did not lie about my battle spirit before, nor did I told the complete truth. Jia Lan shook her head, took a deep breath, and again started to say, Actually, I have awakened twin battle spirits. My both spirits are sky butterflies. One of them is a rank 6 sky butterfly, while the other one has surpassed the initial rank of 1 to 9. What? You are saying that you have actually awakened a twin battle soul, and what is more, your other battle spirit has actually surpassed the rank of 1 to 9. Qin Feng was shocked when he heard about Jia Lan's battle spirits. He had read about the twin battle spirits, which is very rare, and only 1 out of 100,000 people can awaken a twin battle spirit. He did not expect his teacher to have awakened a twin battle spirit. What he was most surprised about was that Jia Lan's other battle spirit was something that has surpassed the initial rank of 1 to 9. Yes, you might not know, let me tell you. Just like us humans' cultivation level, our battle spirits are also categorized into 4 levels. These are ordinary leveled battle spirits, lord leveled battle spirits, king level battle spirits, and emperor leveled battle spirits. Each level is further divided into 9 ranks, just as you know 1 to 9. What every student in the Profound Sky Academy has awakened are only ordinary battle spirits. After saying till here, Jia Lan looked at Qin Feng deeply. Qin Feng was really shocked after hearing all of these things. He never heard anything about battle spirits having divided into 4 levels. He only knew that the battle spirits are divided into 9 ranks, and there are some people who have awakened a battle spirit, surpassing the initial rank of 1 to 9. But what that level was called, he has never heard nor read about that anywhere before. Jia Lan once again started to say, One of my sky butterflies is only an ordinary rank 6 battle spirit, about which I have told you students. And my second sky butterfly is actually a king-leveled, rank 6 battle spirit. What? King-leveled battle spirit? This time, Qin Feng was so shocked that he felt like having a heart attack. Yes, king-leveled battle spirit. It is called the Sky Butterfly Queen. It has a very unique ability That ability is called Rule Break. Your battle spirit lets you increase your cultivation level by 2 minor stages, while my battle spirit lets me break any kind of rule. For example, let us consider that a spatial crack is closing. With the ability grants by my Sky Butterfly Queen, I can stop the spatial crack from closing for few more hours, giving the people inside some more hours of time to come out. Jialan explained her battle spirit's unique ability, and once again said, "This is only one aspect of my Sky Butterfly Queen's unique ability. There are many such things that my Sky Butterfly Queen's rule break can do. I will not go in detail. I am telling you all of this because I want you to keep your battle spirit secret and not let anyone else find out about it. Your battle spirit was able to pressure me and make me uncomfortable, and even with my current strength at the intermediate battle spirit king, I was unable to overcome that uncomfortable feeling. It is clear that your battle spirit's true rank is no less than Realm Battle Spirit. As for the reason why you only have rank 4 ordinary talent, even I don't know about it. Qin Feng, I have experienced many things in my life because of my king-leveled battle spirit, and I am telling you to keep your battle spirit and its unique ability a secret, because I don't want you to experience what I have gone through." Jia Lan at Qin Feng and fell in thought for a few moments. At this moment, she looked as if she was lost in her past memories. From the looks of her, she definitely has experienced something horrifying. Qin Feng also understood the danger of casually revealing his battle spirit. He nodded his head and said to Jia Lan, "Teacher Jia, don't worry. I will not reveal my battle spirit to anyone casually. Only when there is no choice will I release my battle spirit." Jia Lan nodded her head, saying, "There is nothing for me to worry about. You should be careful, after all your battle spirit is too unique. Now, go and cultivate well. We will after 1 week. That time, I will lead all the students of my class C to enter the spatial crack." Qin Feng nodded his head and left the classroom after saying goodbye to Jia Lan, while Jia Lan continued to look at his disappearing figure. Qin Feng was greatly shocked by what he learned today from Jia Lan, but the most shocking thing was still Jia Lan herself. He never thought that Lan was actually an intermediate battle spirit king. What was more, she has actually awakened a twin battle spirit, while one of her battle spirits is a king-leveled rank 6 Sky Butterflies Queen. The unique ability granted to her, the Sky Butterflies Queen, was really too unique. Jia Lan was only slightly over 20, but at such a young age, she was already an intermediate battle spirit king, which was too rare to come. Qin Feng returned to his room and sat down cross-legged. He started to circulate the first layer of the Nameless Cultivation Technique. With the circulation of the first layer of the Nameless Cultivation Technique, he could feel the lightning power within his body increasing and becoming stronger bit by bit. 1 week later, all the students once again gathered in their respective classes. In Class C, after seeing that all the students were present, Jia Lan said, "Students, let's go now. I will lead you all to enter the spatial crack. Other new students of our Profound Sky Academy are also going to enter the same spatial crack. No one is allowed to fight each other after entering the spatial crack. If we find out anyone fighting with other students inside the spatial crack, such students will be punished severely, and they might lose their qualification to enter the next few spatial cracks." After saying all of this, Jia Lan led her students to the school bus, which looked more like a bullet train. The only difference was that the bus was too small to be a train. Jia Lan suddenly changed the topic and said to everyone, "This time, the spatial crack we are going to enter is rank 1 spatial crack that appeared at the border of the Sunset City. This spatial crack is connected with an insect world. It means You all are going to face the insect-like beasts after entering the spatial crack, so prepare yourself. Jia stopped for a moment and again said, "Let's go." Spatial cracks. The dungeon-type world on the other side of the spatial cracks insect world, and the creatures residing there. All these were the things that Qin Feng had never come in contact with before. However, in the future, as he continues to improve his strength, it was inevitable to encounter these things. After traveling for more than 1 hour at high speed, Qin Feng and other students arrived at the vicinity of the spatial crack. As soon as Qin Feng got off the bus, he could hear faint sounds from all sorts of people. At that moment, uniformed personnel approached them. Jia handed him a token-like thing. The uniformed personnel looked at the token-like thing and said, "So you all are from the Profound Sky Academy." After saying this, he pointed his hand toward a group of people and said, "Those are the other students and teachers of the Profound Sky Academy. When all the students will arrive, you all can enter the spatial crack together." Jia nodded her head and thanked the uniformed personnel. Then she led her students to stand with other students of the Profound Sky Academy. Qin Feng could see the disgust in the eyes of other students clearly when they saw his group of students. It was clear that these students did not like them because of having the talent and battle spirit higher ranked than Jia students. Jia also saw this, but she simply ignored them. She did not pay much attention to these weak and unrelated people. She looked at her students and once again said, "As I have already told you guys, this rank 1 spatial crack is connected to an insect world. It might only be a rank 1 spatial crack, but the danger level isn't inferior to that of a rank 2 spatial crack world because of the insect-like beasts. The insect-like beasts have strong reproductive abilities and can also evolve by eating their enemies. Their growth rate is extremely fast, so it is very hard to deal with them. These insect-like beasts generally move in a group. If you encounter one insect in the dungeon-type world on the other side of the spatial crack, remember to prepare for an intense fight, because a group of insects can be somewhere near you." All the students nodded their heads. All of them were looking nervous at this moment. After all, this was the first time when they were going to enter a spatial crack. There was no guarantee they can return alive after entering the spatial crack. After waiting for almost 1 hour, all the students of every class of the Profound Sky Academy were already gathered. A uniformed personnel arrived and said with an extremely stern and serious face, "All of you, follow behind me. I am going to lead you all to the spatial crack." Soon enough, Qin Feng and others arrived in front of the spatial crack. Qin Feng looked at the front and could see a black and red crack that stretched in the sky to nearly 3 meters in length. "All right, everyone's enter the spatial crack one by one. Remember, you all are not allowed to fight with each other in any condition. If we found out, you'll be punished severely by the academy." After arriving in front of the spatial crack, one of the teachers, who was actually the teacher responsible for Class A, walked forward and announced loudly. After he said what he has to say, one by one, students began to enter the spatial crack. All the students were entering the spatial crack in order of their classes. First, the students of Class A entered, then Class B's students, and finally, it was Class C's students' turn to enter the spatial crack. With the guidance of Jia, the students of Class C also started to enter one by one. Soon it was Qin Feng's turn to enter, but before he walked forward, a figure bumped onto him, forcing him to move to the side. Qin Feng looked at the figure and saw that it was actually Lin Hui. He was immediately infuriated, but before he could do anything, Lin Hui entered the spatial crack with a proud smile on his face. Qin Feng was about to flare up when he noticed Jia, who was looking at him and signaling him not to do anything reckless here. Qin Feng calmed his heart down and walked toward the spatial crack. Taking a close look at the spatial crack and making sure that there was no danger here, he hopped into that spatial crack. The moment he stepped into the spatial crack, Qin Feng felt space and time were shifting. It was very similar to what he experienced when he was brought to a different world by the mysterious woman. Suddenly, he landed on the ground and felt a burden being lifted off of his body. Eventually, Qin Feng was able to look at the surrounding view. There were people hurrying to and fro behind the spatial crack. They were other students of the Profound Sky Academy. Qin Feng looked up. It was a crystal clear sky above his head. Outside the atmospheric layer, there were some stars that could still be seen, even though it was still daytime here. Evidently, this had to be the unknown world his teacher Jialan talked about. The world where the insect-like creatures reside. Where he appeared after entering the spatial crack was a large field of grass, and some distance away from there, a vast forest could be seen that surrounded this large field of grass from every direction. It also could be said that this large field of grass was very likely in somewhere middle of the vast forest. No student, after arriving here, dared to casually move here and there. They were curiously looking at their surroundings while waiting for their teachers to also come to this side of the spatial crack. They did not have to wait for long. Teacher also the spatial crack and arrived at this large field of grass. Each student started to walk toward their corresponding teachers, and each teacher, after their students were gathered, led them inside the vast forest. Jialan also gathered her students of Class C and led them in the vast forest in a different direction from other teachers and said, "Students, remember to stay together and pay attention to your surroundings. Do not let your guard down because this is a world that you are not familiar with. Dangers could be anywhere here. If you were to let your guard down for even in the slightest, you will not know how you died." When the students, including Qin Feng and Lin Hui, heard this, they were immediately startled and became cautious of their surroundings, not letting their guard down even in the slightest. "Qin Feng, you go and explore this world alone. If there is any danger, take this flare and lit it up when you will face a danger that you could not resolve." When all the students became cautious, Jialan said something that almost exploded like a bomb in everyone's mind. Qin Feng was no exception. He was also startled and looked at Jialan and the flare in her hand. He was unable to understand Jialan was thinking in her mind, but he knew that she was doing this because she knew that he had the ability to venture alone in this world with the help of his battle spirit, Thunder Spear. Qin Feng nodded his head and took the flare from Jialan's hand. Then he turned around and was about to walk in a different direction when he heard an unpleasant voice that he could not be more familiar with. "Teacher Jia, this is absolutely unfair with us students. Why is Qin Feng qualified to explore this world alone while we are not? What is so special about him?" Lin Hui asked something that received the approval of almost all of the students here. Jialan frowned and looked at Lin Hui with dissatisfaction. She immediately released her aura, causing Lin Hui to kneel down on the ground and said, "My decision is not something that you little brats can interfere with. You have no right to question me." Lin Hui was so scared, he almost pissed in his pants. He started to tremble under such great pressure that was pressing him down. This was the first time when he felt something like this. Only now he remembered Jialan was his teacher, and not someone whom he can question. Jialan once again said, "Well, I will let you know why I am giving Qin Feng my permission to explore this world alone." After saying this, she looked at Qin Feng and other students that were also looking at her and said, "Qin Feng is already an elementary battle spirit warrior. If there is any battle spirit warrior amongst you guys, You can also go to explore this world alone. I have no objection. But if you don't have enough strength, then just shut your mouth and follow me." With this, she retracted back her aura. Only now did Lin Hui took a long breath of relief. What? Qin Feng has already become a battle spirit warrior. It's only been 1 week, and in just 1 week, he is already an elementary battle spirit. This speed of improvement is something that even a person with rank 7 talent should not have. When the students heard Jia Lan, they immediately started to discuss among themselves about Qin Feng's cultivation. They still could not believe that Qin Feng, who has the same level of talent as them, have become a battle warrior, while they themselves could not. With the permission of Jia Lan, Qin Feng left his team and started to wander alone in the dense forest. This was a very dense forest, and since it was a world where only alien creatures reside, Qin Feng became more cautious. Shua! Suddenly, a light flashed in front of him that shot toward him with an amazing speed. Qin Feng was startled and wanted to dodge, but it was already too late to dodge the light, so he just raised his both hands up and tried to block the light from colliding with his head. Boom! When the light collided with Qin Feng, he was sent sprawling in the dirt and hit a big tall tree behind him. Arg! With a groan, Qin Feng crawled up from the ground. He could feel the pain all over his body, as if his body was going to fall apart. He raised his head and looked around, discovering a big black-like creature at a distance of around 10 meters. This beetle was as big as an adult tiger. The horn on its head was also long and sharp. Its eyes were deep red, and when Qin Feng saw it looking at him with its red eyes, for the first time in his life, he felt fear. The giant beetle lunged forward and arrived where Ye Xiao before he knew it. It struck its front leg sideways, aiming for Qin Feng's waist. Qin Feng hurriedly flipped over and dodged the attack. Seeing him dodging its attack, the giant beetle got extremely aggressive as it started to attack Qin Feng non-stop. Despite how agile Qin Feng was, he still could not match the giant beetle's speed. The giant beetle landed a hit on his back with its front leg, causing Qin Feng to be sent flying, while vomiting out a mouthful of blood and crashed on a tree. Qin Feng struggled to stand up. He looked at the giant beetle, which was also looking back at him with its red eyes, as if it wanted to cut Qin Feng into many pieces. This was the first time for Qin Feng when he was fighting with an alien creature. Even though he did suffer from injuries and was feeling pain all over his body. But this pain was nothing compared to when he was turned into meat patty after being thrown down from the top of a mountain. Although he was unable to retaliate even once against this giant beetle, Qin Feng felt his blood boiling when he looked at it. Unknowingly to him, a battle intent burst out from his body that affected the giant beetle and caused it to retreat a few steps back. Qin Feng took a deep breath. At this moment, he had a feeling that some mysterious power was guiding him, telling him to fight and kill this giant beetle that tried to kill him. Qin Feng extended his hand and broke a branch of the tree that he just collided with, using it as a spear. "It is now my turn to attack. I will definitely take care of you." Qin Feng smiled as he looked at the giant beetle. He did not even know where he had gotten his confidence. He dragged the wooden spear over the pebbles on the ground, grass, and leaves to scatter all over the place. Krrrr! As the giant beetle shrieked, Qin Feng's eyes glinted with a cold blue light. The giant beetle saw the blue light and was startled for a moment. Taking the opportunity, Qin Feng lunged at the giant beetle. He did not know how to fight, but at this time, as if he was guided by some kind of mysterious energy, he leaned forward and swung the wooden spear. After the giant beetle was startled for a second, but the next moment, its eyes suddenly turned bloodshot, and it started to attack Qin Feng violently. Boom! Both Qin Feng's attack and the giant beetle's front leg collided with each other. And with an explosive sound, both of them were forced to retreat dozens of steps. Only now did Qin Feng notice that this giant beetle was actually not much stronger than him. Its strength was also equivalent to an elementary battle spirit warrior, the same as him. Seeing this, Qin Feng once again became excited. He did not know why he was feeling excited, but he could feel that at this moment, he just wanted to fight and kill this giant beetle more than anything else. Qin Feng fought head-to-head with the giant beetle for many rounds, and lastly, he leaped up into the air by borrowing some rebound momentum. Then, he did a flip in the air, which resulted in his head facing down and legs facing the sky, and directly shot down toward the head of the giant beetle. As if the giant beetle had sensed the danger, it raised its front legs to block the wooden spear of Qin Feng. Little did it realize that Qin Feng was only feigning his current attack. He bounced back up again by borrowing the rebound momentum, and smashed the wooden spear sideways, aiming straight for the red eyes of the giant beetle. The giant beetle shrieked in fear as it tried to dodge, but Qin Feng refused to give it a chance. With a twist of his wrist, he caught the giant beetle's horn and pierced the wooden spear in one of its red eyes. The giant beetle cried out in pain as one of its eyes was bleeding really badly. As though it was a lethal injury, the giant beetle lost its strength and rolled on the ground while shrieking in pain. Taking advantage of the situation, Qin Feng aimed the wooden spear at the wound in its eyes and thrust it into the giant beetle's head without hesitation, ending the beetle's life. This guy was tough. Qin Feng started to pant heavily after killing it. To fight against the giant beetle, he used up all of his strength except for his battle spirit. Qin Feng once again started to walk cautiously. From time to time, he looked at his right and left, and then again continued to walk slowly. He did not walk for long when he saw the dry leaf and grass on the ground in front of him was covered in blood. He became more cautious and also slightly curious. He continued to walk further slowly and soon saw a disfigured corpse in front of him. He did not recognize who this person was, but he did recognize the dress he was wearing. The uniformed personnel that he met outside was wearing the same uniform as this person. This person was clearly killed by some insect-like beast here, and was disfigured so badly that no part of his body was intact. There was a long blade in his hand that was covered with blood. Qin Feng took a long breath and arrived in front of the corpse. He took the long blade from the corpse's hand and started to dig not much far from there. Then he buried the corpse there and walked away with the long blade. Crack-kick-kick. After 1 hour of walking, he suddenly heard a very creepy sound. He stopped in his track as he looked in front of him. A series of footsteps echoed, and not long after, he saw many beetles coming toward him. Each one of them was as big and as dangerous as the previous beetle that he fought against. Crick. Suddenly, one of the beetles that was walking in the middle of other insects let out an unbearable shriek. The high-frequency sound wave was so harsh that it dazed everyone. Fuck! This beetle actually has a sonic-type ability. Qin Feng clutched his head and looked very much in pain. That sonic attack affected him very badly. He held his head as a few drops of blood trickled out from the corner of his mouth. Crick. At this moment, that beetle shrieked once again. Damn it! Qin Feng cursed before pulling out the long knife from his back. There was only one path left before him, and that was to kill the beetle, who was using sonic-type ability to attack. Or else, once all these beetles were to attack, he would simply not able to deal with the swarm of beetles from all sides on his own. So, the determined Qin Feng dragged the long blade as he charged toward the beetle that was using its sonic attack. Die! With a roar, Qin Feng leaped up high in the air toward the beetle. He was currently an elementary battle spirit warrior, and because of this, Qin Feng's strength and speed were much higher than an ordinary person. That beetle was in the middle of other beetles and was protected by them, but when it used the sonic attack to attack Qin Feng, other beetles moved to the side, creating a straight path for the sonic attack with Qin Feng. Right now, Qin Feng took advantage of this path and directly arrived in front of the beetle that was using the sonic attack to attack him. His long blade struck forward and slashed on the head of the beetle. Rip. The sharp blade tore through the skin of the beetle. While the beetle's skin was thick and tough, it was still not tough enough to block Qin Feng's long blade. Qin Feng's sword landed on the beetle's head and cut it all the way to the bottom. Creak. The beetle let out its last shriek and stopped breathing as it was cut into two pieces by Qin Feng's sword. Previously, when he killed the beetle for the first time, he did not feel anything. He only felt his blood boiling and wanted to fight more. This was his second time killing a life form, and once again, the intent to battle burst out from his body as he looked at the rest of the beetles. Creak. Seeing Qin Feng killing one of their important comrades, other beetles were enraged. There were more than 20 beetles, and all of them surrounded Qin Feng from every direction, blocking his escape route. Came it to me? Qin Feng did not know why, but currently, he was becoming more and more excited. Without waiting for the beetles to attack him, he pounced toward the beetles and slashed down his long blade. When the beetle saw him attacking with his blade, it extended its front leg to block Qin Feng's attack. But the long blade in Qin Feng's hand was quite sharp. The sharp blade directly cut down the front leg of that beetle, causing it to shriek in pain. But exactly at this moment, 3 other beetles attacked him from 3 different directions, which made it difficult for him to dodge. Qin Feng was injured as he was struck at his shoulder, waist, and back by the 3 beetles, causing him to bleed from these 3 places. Although he was bleeding and enduring pain, an unimaginable excitement emerged in his heart. He felt as if he was fighting on a battlefield after many, many years. He held the long blade in his hand more tightly and slashed at the 3 beetles, directly cutting them down. But this was not the end. Other beetles immediately attacked Qin Feng. Qin Feng used his long blade, fist, and legs to fight a fierce battle against the group of beetles. 2 hours later, Qin Feng was sitting down beside a broken tree, while in front of him were the broken corpses of more than 20 beetles. Qin Feng was also injured very badly. There were only a few places in his body that were not injured. He was bleeding from all over his body, and it looked as if he just came out after bathing in blood. A proud smile was on his face as he looked at the sky. He was too injured to move even a little bit, so he could only stay here for the time being and try to heal. Qin Feng was sitting under a big tree, with his eyes closed. Although he had already killed the group of beetles, but still, he could not stay and rest here for a long time, because this was a forest, and the dangers were everywhere. On top of that, he was currently covered with blood, and the smell of blood was spreading wide in the forest, which could easily attract the attention of some more beetles or any other creatures. He wanted to move, but because of his heavy injuries, not move, so he decided to rest under the tree for the time being. Although he was heavily injured, he was filled with excitement. After resting for half an hour, Qin Feng opened his eyes and stood up with much difficulty. He could not stay in a single place for a very long time with his current state, otherwise, if he were to encounter any danger, he would not be able to deal with them. He looked at the corpses of more than 20 beetles, whom he fought against and killed. Then he turned his head and was just about to walk in a different direction when his gaze fell down on the first beetle he has killed among this group of beetle. That beetle was a special beetle that knew how to use a sonic type attack to disturb its opponent's mind. Qin Feng saw something shining in front of that beetle's corpse. He walked with much difficulty and arrived in front of that beetle's corpse and saw a finger-long blue crystal shining. What is this crystal? It was not here before, and since it was not here before, then how exactly did it appear here? Qin Feng muttered as he extended his hand and held the crystal. He felt cold when he touched the crystal. Suddenly, as if a thought appeared in his mind, he looked at the crystal in surprise and exclaimed out, "Is it the so-called dimensional crystal?" It is said that a dimensional crystal could be found after killing a rare and special beast. We could absorb the dimensional crystal. Every dimensional crystal contains a special ability of the corresponding beast. After absorbing the dimensional crystal, we could get that ability. Thinking of this, Qin Feng immediately became excited. He stopped moving forward, sat down on the ground cross-legged, and started to absorb the dimensional crystal, while circulating the first layer of the Nameless Cultivation Technique. Very soon, the blue crystal in his hand turned into a fine powder, and he felt a very strange feeling as if something was merging with it. He also felt little pain from all over his body, and suddenly a piece of information appeared in his mind. Sonic wave. He was surprised, as well as excited to see the ability that he acquired was the sonic type ability of that beetle. Qin Feng stood up and once again started to move forward slowly. His injuries were still not healed, so he could only move slowly. Just like that, time started to pass. Soon 3 days passed and Qin Feng's injuries also healed almost 90%. During these 3 days, he encountered another 3 insect-like beasts other than the beetles, but they were clearly a lot weaker than the beetles. He easily killed them, even with his injured body. Right now, he was walking aimlessly. This adventure will last another 4 days, as the time given by the academy to stay here was only 1 week. Qin Feng arrived before a small mountain. This mountain was actually standing tall inside this forest, which was very strange. He carefully observed the mountain and saw a very small cave, not much further than where he was. This cave was really very small. If one wants to enter the cave, they need to bend their bodies. Qin Feng entered the cave and was surprised to see the scene inside. It was like another world inside the cave. What surprised him the most was that even though there was no sunlight inside the cave was still bright with light because of its walls. Some sort of shining stones were embedded into the walls of this cave, which caused the light to cover the entire cave. Creak. Suddenly, he heard a strange voice coming from inside the cave. He carefully followed the path and arrived at an open area. There he saw a very strange scene. More than 100 beetles were gathered together and were doing something strange. What surprised him the most was that there were 3 students of the Profound Academy lying unconscious on the ground. He recognized them as the students of Class B. These students were all injured very badly. What was the most strange here was that these beetles were not doing any harm to these students. Instead, they were trying to take these students deeper into the cave. Qin Feng did not know what these beetles were trying to do, so he curiously followed the beetles from some distance away. As he walked forward, whenever he got the chance or find a beetle alone, he would attack and kill that beetle. Other beetles were unaware of what was happening behind their back. Their numbers continued to decrease. Whenever Qin Feng attacked, he would try his best to kill the beetle in a single attack. He continues to follow the beetles and soon arrived in the deepest area of the cave. As for the beetles, there were still more than 60 beetles left. These beetles dragged the 3 students and threw them forward. Qin Feng was shocked when he saw the scene in front of him. Those beetles actually threw the 3 students at the leg of another beetle. This beetle was almost double the height of other beetles, and it was actually silver in color. It was entirely different from other beetles. What was more, a terrifying chilling aura was emitting out from its large body. When Qin Feng saw the silver beetle and felt its amazing strength, instead of fear, a terrifying battle intent erupted out from its body, causing the beetles inside the cave to be startled. Creak! The silver beetle was also alerted when it felt Qin Feng's battle intent. It looked at Qin Feng and let out a strange voice. After the silver beetle let out the strange voice, Qin Feng saw the other beetles turning back and looking at him with red eyes, ready to attack him at any time. Looks like it is time to fight. Come on, show me what you got. Qin Feng brandished his long blade and said with excitement while looking at the beetles. He still could not understand why he was feeling excitement, but for some reason, the more he thought of fighting against these beetles, the more excited he became. Kill! At this moment, Qin Feng has no time to think too much, because the beetles have already pounced toward him in a group. While holding a long blade, Qin Feng rushed forward to the oncoming group of beetles. Just as he and a beetle in front of him were about to meet, Qin Feng suddenly changed direction and flashed from the side of the beetle. At the same time, he slashed at the side of that beetle with his long blade. Gah! Qin Feng's long blade collided with the giant beetle, because of which his hand started to vibrate for a very short amount of time. If it weren't for his strength, he would have been sent flying because of the recoil from this collision. Qin Feng held the long blade tightly, relying on the mutual impact of him and the beetle. The sharp long blade swept across the beetle's leg, and the long leg on the right of the insect was chopped off. Creak, bang, that beetle fell down on the ground. Although it was not fatally injured and only one of its legs was chopped off, but still, it could no longer move half a step. At the same time, Qin Feng, who was still rushing forward, swung the long blade's handle, and the long blade drew across the giant beetle's neck, killing that giant beetle on the spot. Qin Feng did not stop. He continued to move forward, while slashing the long blade in his hand toward the beetles. He also used his fists and legs to block the beetles' attack and fight against them. Creak! Dozens of giant beetles screamed to surround Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression was somber. He felt a sense of extreme danger. But he knew that although these ordinary giant beetles could injure him and make him bleed, but they could not threaten his life. He has already fought against a group of beetles previously, and because of this, he was already familiar with the fighting patterns of these beetles. Most of the time, he could guess where and how the beetles were going to attack, and because of this, he was able to avoid being heavily injured many times. He did not why and when, but that this ability appeared on its own, making it more convenient for him to fight against these beetles. Although he was fighting with these dozens of beetles, he was also paying attention to the silver beetle. It was fortunate that the silver beetle did not attack him, otherwise it would have been very dangerous for him to fight these beetles. At that time, his probability of winning would have been very low as well. But a side of his heart also wanted the silver beetle to attack along with the other beetles. Sometimes, he wanted to provoke the silver beetle to fight, but he forced himself not to provoke it as the silver beetle was much stronger than him. If he were to fight against the silver beetle, there was already a very low chance for him to win, let alone making it fight along with other beetles. The more he fought, the more excited he became, and the more terrifying his battle intent became, which actually started to make the beetles uncomfortable. Some of the weaker ones were so scared by his battle intent that they did not dare to move even in the slightest. It was as if these beetles were waiting in their place to be slaughtered. These weaker beetles were trembling in fear because of Qin Feng's battle intent, but Qin Feng himself was unaware of it. I have to finish the battle against these beetles quickly, otherwise, if the silver beetle were to make its move, I will not be able to fight against it, because at that time, I will not be in my peak condition. Facing dozens of beetles at the same time, Qin Feng did not dare to be reckless in the slightest. He wanted to finish off these beetles as fast as he can, so that he would not have to care about other beetles while fighting against the silver beetle. Kill! With a violent shout, Qin Feng drew the long blade and rushed up. Kaka! Kaka! The long knife in his hand was like chopping melon and vegetables. The beetle's legs, necks, and other body parts were being cut off like tofu. Those beetles whose neck were cut off died immediately, while those beetles whose legs and other body parts were cut off were paralyzed on the ground while bleeding profoundly. They were waiting for their death, and Qin Feng granted them death with a few more slashes with his long blade. After a short while, all of these dozens of giant beetles were chopped to the ground by Qin Feng, leaving only the silver beetle alive. What surprised him the most? That this silver beetle did not attack him a single time when he was fighting against its subordinates. It is needed to know that its subordinates were fighting against him, because it let out a strange voice previously, ordering its subordinates to attack and kill him. For a leader to be this cruel, it could be seen that this silver beetle was no ordinary beetle. It could decide when to fight and when not to fight. It was much more intelligent than other beetles. Seeing all of its subordinates dead, the silver beetle finally decided to make its move. Qin Feng also became very serious, seeing that the silver beetle was ready to make its move. The silver beetle moved. It was extremely fast. As it moved, it left behind a few of its afterimages. It was so fast that Qin Feng was unable to see its moving track. Qin Feng, who was at a loss, was unable to dodge the attack of the silver beetle. He was sent flying by the front leg of the silver beetle, although he knew his strength was far from his opponent's level. But he never thought the difference between him and the silver beetle to be this big. Fuck! Why is it so fast? Qin Feng scolded the silver beetle, as it was really too fast. Creak! Seeing that it was not able to kill Qin Feng in a single blow, the silver beetle let out a strange voice while waving both of its front legs. It looked as if it was mocking Qin Feng for being too weak. Damn it! Seeing the behavior of the silver beetle, Qin Feng cursed in low voice. The figure of silver beetle flashed once again and immediately appeared in front of Qin Feng. Without giving Qin Feng any chance, it attacked him with its front leg with lightning speed. Qin Feng, who was physically weak compared to the silver beetle, was clearly not the opponent of silver beetle. But no matter what, he has to block the attack of silver beetle. Bang. Burp. To block the attack of silver beetle, Qin Feng raised his long blade in front of his chest, which collided with silver beetle's front leg. After the collision, Qin Feng was once again sent flying, while vomiting out a mouthful of blood. What should I do? I can't just keep defending this way anymore. Once I make even a single mistake, this silver beetle will kill me with only one hit. Qin Feng knew his situation very well. There was still one way left. If he were to release his thunder spear, he could still fight against this silver beetle. Or he might be able to kill it as well. But does not want to release the thunder spear so soon. He wanted to see to what extent he could fight against this silver beetle on his own, without releasing the thunder spear. Creak. The silver beetle launched another attack at Qin Feng, but unlike before, this time Qin Feng did not choose to dodge or block the attack. He rushed up to the silver beetle, ready to launch his own attack. Shua! The silver beetle's leg split over to Qin Feng, but Qin Feng slipped on his feet, and the whole person actually fell down on the ground and slid over. The silver beetle missed its target, while Qin Feng slipped over to the backside of the silver beetle and slashed with his long blade. Clang! A sound of metal colliding echoed after his long blade touched the back of silver beetle. The silver beetle let out a painful shriek as a long blade of Qin Feng cut through the back of silver beetle and pierced 3 inches deep inside the beetle's body. After injuring the silver beetle, Qin Feng hurriedly retreated a few steps back, distancing himself from the beetle. Creak. The silver beetle was angered and immediately raised his forefoot toward Qin Feng's chest. Its sharp forefoot started to shine silver metallic light. Although Qin Feng had already distanced himself from the silver beetle, he still smelled the smell of death. Qin Feng did not know why, but he was not scared at all. Instead, he became even more excited. His battle intent soared as he once again prepared to fight head-on with the silver beetle. But he forced himself to calm down as he was not the opponent of silver beetle with his current strength. Fighting head-on against the silver beetle was no less than committing suicide. So, after forcing himself to not fight head-on, he turned back and ran even deeper into the cave. Who? The silver beetle's figure flashed as it disappeared from his place and appeared at the place where Qin Feng was standing just a moment ago. Its forefoot fell straight and went straight to Qin Feng's chest. Qin Feng once again felt the threat of death. But exactly at this moment, his body began to respond instinctively as his breathing and blood circulation became rapid. His speed has also increased significantly, and his ability to perceive his surroundings has also increased greatly. For a moment, he felt that everything around him seems to have slowed down. Silver beetle, who was so fast that Qin Feng was unable to see its figure clearly, was also slowed down to the point where he could see the track of how it was attacking him with its forefoot. Shua! Qin Feng immediately turned back, and the long blade in his hand swayed backward. Clang! The long blade accurately blocked the sharp forefoot of the silver beetle, then took advantage of this and ejected backward. Not stopping here, he once again rushed toward the silver beetle with great momentum. That silver beetle was forced to retreat, and when it balanced itself, it saw Qin Feng rushing toward it. It raised its front leg once again and hacked at Qin Feng's neck, but Qin Feng bent half of his body backward and slipped over. His body passed under the silver beetle's front leg. When he was about to pass the silver beetle's body, he slashed his long sword at the waist of silver beetle. Burp. Green blood immediately gushed out from its waist, like a fountain, as his long sword actually cut down half of the silver beetle's waist. Even Qin Feng was surprised when he saw the green blood of the silver beetle that was like a fountain gushing out from its waist. Silver beetle's body was already very hard, and its waist was not its weakness, but even so, its waist was half cut by the long blade of Qin Feng for some reason which he did not understand. But since its waist already badly injured, Qin Feng decided to attack its waist once again. After passing the body of silver beetle, Qin Feng once again slashed his long blade at the other side of the waist of silver beetle that was not injured. Clang! To his surprise, this time he was unable to cut through the silver beetle's waist. Only a metallic sound rang out. Creak. Silver beetle was infuriated by Qin Feng. It was already enduring the pain coming from its waist. Qin Feng actually tried to attack his waist once again, which angered it beyond the limit. The horn on its head started to shine with silver light as it turned to face Qin Feng. A chilling aura burst out from its body, and feeling this aura, Qin Feng's battle intent once again soared. Shura! A beam of light came out from the horn of the silver beetle that shot toward Qin Feng, wanting to kill him immediately. Qin Feng was surprised when he saw this. In his fight against other beetles, or this silver beetle, he never encountered anyone who attacked him by a beam of light. He was not ready to face this unexpected attack of Silver Beetle. He jumped to his right side so that he could dodge the light beam shot by Silver Beetle, but he was still slightly late. The beam of light shot by the Silver Beetle burst past, and his back was burned charred black immediately. Ah! Qin Feng groaned in pain, as it was really painful. A portion of his back was burned, and if he had not jumped to his right side at the right time, he would have been dead by now. He was feeling pain, but the more pain he felt, the more he wanted to fight the Silver Beetle to death. He struggled a little and stood up. At this time, he decided to release the Thunder Spear, because, without the Thunder Spear, it was almost impossible to kill the Silver Beetle. Release, Battle Spirit, Thunder Spear. A crackling sound rang out as a spear covered with light blue lightning appeared above Qin Feng's head. And exactly at this moment, Qin Feng's strength also soared. His cultivation started to increase rapidly, and in an instant, he became an advanced battle spirit warrior. Feeling the increase in strength of Qin Feng, the Silver Beetle was startled. It immediately wanted to kill Qin Feng so that it could get rid of the danger he just felt, but before it could do anything, a terrifying pressure pressed down on it. Coupled with Qin Feng's battle intent, the Silver Beetle felt as if its body was going to explode at any moment. As Qin Feng's strength increased, he was able to see through the Silver Beetle's strength. This Silver Beetle's strength was equal to a battle spirit warrior that is about to break through and become an elementary battle spirit lord. Previously, Qin Feng was actually fighting against the Silver Beetle, who was actually stronger than him by 2 minor stages. It was really surprising that Qin Feng was actually able to injure it so badly before. Right now, that Silver Beetle was feeling so much pressure that it could not even move. The injury on its waist and back, which was done by Qin Feng's long blade, was reopened, and the green blood once again began to come out of his body, which had already stopped. Creak. It let out a miserable shriek as it struggled and looked at Qin Feng with fear. It was scared for the first time, and all of this was just because of the Thunder Spear. Not only the Thunder Spear increased his strength after being released, but the pressure it emitted out was also very terrifying. The beetles weaker than Qin Feng, after releasing Thunder Spear, would have died before the terrible pressure if they were still alive. Seeing the terrible condition of Silver Beetle, which was still attacking him bravely a few moments ago, Qin Feng could not help but felt disappointed after seeing the fearful Silver Beetle. The battle intent that was still soaring immediately disappeared. Qin Feng wanted to have a fierce fight with Silver Beetle after releasing the Thunder Spear, but to his disappointment, the current Silver Beetle was in no condition to fight with him. It was behaving like a terrified cat that did not even dare to move. When Qin Feng's battle intent disappeared, the Silver Beetle felt as if some of the weight that was pressing it down has just lifted up. But even so, it did not dare to stand up, as the terrifying pressure from the Thunder Spear was still there. Qin Feng arrived in front of it with a disappointed face. All of his excitement vanished in thin air. At this moment, if Qin Feng wanted, he could easily kill the Silver Beetle, but he was so disappointed that he did not even want to kill it anymore. He simply shook his head and walked to the 3 unconscious students of the Profound Sky Academy's class. The Thunder Spear also disappeared, and his strength once again returned to his original cultivation level. The terrifying pressure also vanished with the disappearance of Thunder Spear, and only now did the Silver Beetle felt slightly comfortable. No matter what, Silver Beetle was still just a beast. Seeing that the terrifying pressure was no longer there, it once again stood up, and with a shriek, it pounced toward Qin Feng, wanting to kill him. I have left you alive, but you actually want to kill me. If that is so, I will kill you. Qin Feng looked at it and said coldly. When Qin Feng heard the shriek of the silver beetle, he turned back only to see the silver beetle pouncing toward him. Seeing this, Qin Feng said coldly, "I have left you alive, but you actually want to kill me. If that is so, I will kill you." The disappointment on his face was still there. He lightly shook his head, opened his mouth, and roared loudly. He used the ability, Sonic Wave, that he got after absorbing the dimensional crystal dropped by a beetle of the very first group of beetles that he fought against previously. Bang! Bang! The silver beetle, who was pouncing at Qin Feng, was still in the air, so it was unable to dodge Qin Feng's sonic attack. A terrifying wave of air, along with his loud roar, collided with it, and it was sent flying with a painful shriek. Its injuries became even more terrible. The green blood that was flowing out from its injuries started to come out from its eyes and ears. Qin Feng was able to easily injure it this much, because the silver beetle was already feeling weak, and the pressure emitted out from the thunder spear had already caused its injuries to turn bad. Now that it was once again attacked by Qin Feng's sonic wave, it took another step forward to his death. Qin Feng walked and arrived before it, and slashed out with his long blade toward the half-cut waist of the silver beetle. Creak. Silver beetle wanted to dodge, but it was unable to. Qin Feng's long blade slashed on the half-cut waist and cut it even more. He slashed again and again, and in just another 2 slashes, the silver beetle was cut in 2 from its waist by Qin Feng's long blade. Although the body of silver beetle was cut into 2 pieces, it still did not die. It was letting out painful screams, but Qin Feng ignored its scream, and once again went to the place where 3 students were lying unconscious on the ground. Silver beetle's scream became weaker and weaker as time passed, and very soon, it let out its final scream and closed its eyes for forever. After the silver beetle died, Qin Feng started to drag the students out of this cave one by one, and in just 15 minutes, he dragged out the 3 students from the cave. In hope of finding another dimensional crystal, Qin Feng once again entered the cave and searched through the entire cave, but was disappointed as he did not find any dimensional crystal. Although he did not find any dimensional crystal, he did find a small red fruit. He was unable to recognize what kind of fruit this was, so he simply collected the fruit and planned to ask Jialan about it when he will meet her again. After searching once again, he came out of the cave and arrived near the 3 students who still did not regain their consciousness. Qin Feng checked their bodies and found out that these 3 students were badly injured, and if they did not receive help immediately, the possibility of them being saved was naught to 0. Feeling helpless, Qin Feng lit up the flare he received from Jialan and sent the signal for help. Jialan was currently standing with the support of a tree, giving instructions to her students who were currently fighting with a group of weevils. Generally, weevils are very small, but here, in this dungeon-type world, these weevils were as big as a human's adult. They were very dangerous. It was fortunate that Jialan was there, which could guarantee the students' safety. Suddenly, she saw a light flashing in the sky, which was definitely the signal for help. She did not know who it was that had sent the signal for help. After all, there were many students who entered the spatial crack. But since the signal for help was sent and she had seen it, she decided to lend her hand. But before that, she has to finish the trouble in front of her. Wind blade. She waved her hand and the blade curved, blew fiercely, spreading toward the group of weevils, and cut down each and every weevil into many pieces. What was surprising was that the students who were fighting against the weevils fiercely were unharmed. The wind blade did not even touch them. "Students, follow me." Saying this, Jialan led her students toward the direction from where the helping signal was sent out. Qin Feng was waiting for the help to arrive. Although he had saved the 3 students from the beetles, there was no way for him to heal their injuries. The injuries of these students were fatal, and blood kept coming out from their bodies slowly. He did not have to wait long before he heard the sound of footsteps. From just the sound of footsteps, he could tell that many people were coming. He guessed that a teacher was coming with their students after seeing his signal. His guess was not wrong, as not long after, he saw the teacher of Class B leading his students toward him. When they arrived in front of Qin Feng and the 3 unconscious students, they first looked at Qin Feng and then the 3 unconscious students who also belonged to Class B. The teacher of Class B was known as Li Bao. When he saw it was the student of Class C, who was almost unharmed while his students were injured badly and were unconscious, he immediately flared up. "What is your name? What have you done with my students?" Li Bao asked coldly to Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked at Li Bao and said without any emotion, "I am Qin Feng, a student of Class C. I saw some big beetles dragging these 3 in that cave. Although I have already rescued them, they are still very badly injured and can die at any moment, so I sent the signal for help." When Li Bao heard this, he once again observed Qin Feng closely. Not finding Qin Feng special in any way, he said with some doubt, "You are telling me that my students, who are the students of Class B, were actually unable to do anything to the beetles, but you, as the student of Class C, killed those beetles and saved my students. Do you take me as a fool? Whether you believe me or not has nothing to do with me. Now that you have come, I am leaving your students with you." Qin Feng said coldly, stood up, and prepared to leave. But before could walk even 2 steps, Li Bao appeared in front of him with a flash and said, "You cannot leave for now. I will investigate first whether what you are telling is true or not. If what you told us is true, then you can obviously leave, but if you were lying with us, I guarantee that you will die here." I never thought that Teacher Li was this good. Just as Li Bao was about to extend his hand to catch Qin Feng's hand, a cold voice along with a sharp wind just like a blade drifted over, forcing Li Bao to retract his hand and dodge. "Teacher Jia." It was Jia Lan who came with other students of Class B at the correct time. When she arrived here, she heard Qin Feng explaining that he saved the 3 students from the beetles. She was extremely satisfied with Qin Feng, who showed no sign of fear in front of Li Bao, who was much stronger than him. When she saw how Li Bao behaved, she was infuriated, and with a wave of her hand, a curved blade-like wind slashed toward the extended hand of Li Bao. If Li Bao would not have retracted back his hand in time, his hand would have been separated from his body. "Teacher Jia, you actually attacked me." Li Bao looked at Jia Lan and coldly said, "I saw Teacher Li behaving shamelessly with my student. I had no choice left other than to interfere. Please excuse my impoliteness." Jia Lan looked at Li Bao and said softly. It was as if what she did was nothing but a joke. Li Bao looked at Jia Lan in anger and said, "Teacher Jia, your student injured my 3 students to the point where they lost their consciousness. I will not let this matter aside. I will definitely punish him. Are you stupid or what? I have already told you that they were injured by the beetles. I even saved their lives, and here you are blaming me instead." Qin Feng was annoyed by Li Bao's action. Li Bao was pestering him again and again. Li Bao was doing nothing but just trying to find fault in him. To Qin Feng, Li Bao's first impression was very bad. You actually dared to disrespect your teacher. Is this what Teacher Jia has taught you?" Li Bao got angry when Qin Feng said that he was stupid. He wanted nothing more than slapping Qin Feng's mouth dozens of times. "Oh, looks like Teacher Li has forgotten about the previous lesson. I think I should make you remember, right?" Jia was also infuriated when Li Bao tried to blame her for Qin Feng's behavior. She thought that talking with Li Bao was just a waste of time. Instead of her mouth, she considered using her fists more. But before she could do anything, Li Bao retreated dozens of steps back. Fear could be clearly seen in his eyes. It was obvious when Jia mentioned previous lesson. Li Bao remembers something which made him very scared. He looked at Jia and said, I will definitely complain to the principal about you and this student of yours. Saying that, Li Bao brought his group of students, along with 3 unconscious students with him, and left in a different direction. Are you all right? After Li Bao left with the students of Class B, Jia asked Qin Feng if he was okay or not. In response, Qin Feng nodded his head and said, I am fine. Thank you, Teacher Jia. Jia nodded her head and asked, You said that you fought with a group of beetles in order to save those 3 students. Yes. Qin Feng nodded his head and said, Teacher Jia, although all the beetles has the strength that of an elementary battle spirit warrior. But there was a silver beetle, whose strength far surpassed other beetles. Its strength was equal to that of an advanced battle spirit warrior. Heh, keep bragging. If there was really a beetle that strong, you would have been dead till now. It was Lin Hui who said this. When Lin Hui heard Qin Feng talking about the silver beetle, he found it hard to believe. He thought that Qin Feng was just bragging in front of Jia so that he could attract her attention. Qin Feng already hated Lin Hui to the core, and now that Lin Hui was mocking him, killing intent burst out from his body, and the target of his killing intent was none other Lin Hui. Even he does not know when he acquired such terrifying killing intent. Jia was also shocked when she felt such terrifying killing intent from Qin Feng. Although Qin Feng said that he had killed the group of beetles, but it was impossible for him to burst out with such terrifying killing intent after just killing a group of beetles. The target of Qin Feng's killing intent, Lin Hui, directly fell down on the ground when he felt the terrifying killing intent from Qin Feng. At this moment, in his eyes, Qin Feng looked just like a monster. He was so scared that he peed in his pant. He did not even have the strength to stand up in front of Qin Feng's terrifying killing intent. Qin Feng, seeing Qin Feng not retracting back his Jia called out Qin Feng's name. Seriously. Only when Qin Feng heard Jia did he came back to his mind and retracted back his killing intent and apologizes to Jia. Jia did not say anything. She just nodded her head and helped Lin Hui stand up. Wait for me here, don't go anywhere. Jia looked at the mouth of the cave and said before going inside the cave to look at the beetles whom Qin Feng had talked about before. Inside the cave, when she saw the corpses of hundreds of beetles, she was so shocked that she could not help but take a deep breath. Previously, when Qin Feng told about him killing a group of beetles, she only thought there'd mostly be 10 or so beetles in that group. But after seeing the corpses of hundreds of beetles, she could not help but reevaluate Qin Feng's strength in her heart. When she arrived deep inside the cave, she saw the corpse of the silver beetle. Checking the corpse of the silver beetle, Jia found that what Qin Feng said was true. It did have the strength equal to an advanced battle spirit warrior. After observing the corpse of the silver beetle for a long time, she searched the small cave but did not find anything. So she came out of the cave. As for how Qin Feng managed to kill the silver beetle, she was very clear about it. According to her, Qin Feng must have used his thunder spear to raise his cultivation and killed the silver beetle. Qin Feng, there is no need to explore this world anymore. Let's move together, said Jia. Ugh. Qin Feng nodded his head in response. A few days later, it was the last day, and tomorrow, all the students along with their teachers have to go out. For these few days, Jia Lan led her students to venture deep into the forest. It turns out that this world actually only has a big forest, and there was no other piece of land. Inside the forest, there were many types of insect-type beasts. Jia Lan let her students fight these beasts and gain some experience. As for Qin Feng, whenever he stepped out to fight, he fought like a pro. It was as if he was already very experienced with fighting, which made Jia Lan surprise. But when she thought of the hundreds of beetles, she thought that he gained his experience while fighting those beetles. It was already night. After finding a safe place, Jia Lan said, "We will rest here, and tomorrow we will go back to Earth." All the students nodded their heads and began to rest. 2 hours later, Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. He looked around and saw all the students were sleeping. Jia Lan was no exception. She was also sleeping, which really surprised Qin Feng. The few days that he spent exploring this world along with Jia Lan and other students, Jia Lan never let her guard down. While other students were sleeping, she always keeps guarding the students so that no accidents happen. But right now, she was also sleeping, which really made Qin Feng surprised, but soon he discovered that something was wrong with the air. There was some sort of smell in the air which made him dizzy, but because of some reason, he became clear-headed once again. He was surprised because this thing was happening again and again with him. He could not understand what was happening, but at this moment, his gaze fell on his right hand and saw the infinity symbol shining with a dim blue light. He immediately understood that the infinity symbol was not letting him fall asleep. Whenever he was about to fall asleep, because of the smell in the air, the infinity symbol made him clear-headed, not letting him fall asleep. He stood up and looked around but did not find anything. He thought of waiting here and protect the students. He tried to Jia Lan, but no matter what he did, Jia Lan never woke up. She was obviously asleep, but it was as if she has lost her consciousness. No matter what Ye Xiao did, he failed to wake her up. Suddenly, he heard the sound of footsteps. He listened carefully and assumed that it was the footsteps of some sort of beast, and there was only one beast that was coming toward his group. Not long after, he saw a shadow coming toward them. When it came near enough, Qin Feng saw that it was a very strange beast. It had 6 legs and a 3 meters long body. There were 3 red eyes on its head, while 2 pairs of light green wings were growing out on its back. It was clearly an insect-type beast, but he could not recognize it. It was spewing out some sort of green gas from its mouth, which made the people feel dizzy and fall asleep. "You stop there." Qin Feng saw that it was a student. He hurriedly shouted and pounced toward the beast, which startled that beast. That beast retreated back quickly and stared at Qin Feng with its 3 red eyes. Qin Feng quickly arrived in front of the student that was about to be swallowed by the strange beast. It was fortunate that Qin Feng reacted in time and saved the student, otherwise that student would have been inside the beast's stomach right now. What surprised him the most was that he was actually unable to see through this beast. This beast was clearly very powerful, even more powerful than the silver beetle. Although this beast was even more powerful than the silver beetle, it did not attack Qin Feng rashly. It kept staring at Qin Feng as if it was trying to see how powerful Qin Feng was looking at the strange beast, while the strange beast was also staring back at him. Both of them were at each other with a surprised gaze. Qin Feng was surprised because this beast was too strange. Even after being more powerful than him, not only was it not attacking him, it was also slowly retreating back. Although the speed at which it was retreating was almost negligible, Qin Feng was still able to sense it. That strange beast was surprised, because it was the first time when someone was able to remain conscious, even after it used its special ability. to make people fall into a deep sleep. Qin Feng was the first person, so it felt that it will be more convenient not to attack, but retreat to its stronghold. Suddenly it turned back, flapped its two pair of wings, and flew away hurriedly. Qin Feng was already ready. When he saw the strange beast was retreating slowly, he already made his preparation to not allow the beast to flee. So just as the strange beast flapped its wings to fly up, Qin Feng dived at it and caught one of its legs. As though the beast did not feel anything, it was already in the air, so it directly shot forward, disappearing in an instant from the place where everyone was resting a moment ago, bringing Qin Feng with it. Its speed was so fast that Qin Feng was unable to even open his eyes. The wind was so strong that made him loosen his grip. He hurriedly tightens his grip over the strange beast's leg. After some time of flying, Qin Feng felt the wind started to weakening, so he slowly opened his eyes, only to discover that he was not in the forest. It was like a small deserted land, filled with sands and barren soil. He looked back, only to see the periphery of the forest a few hundred meters away from him. Previously, he thought this small world only has a large forest and nothing else, but only now did he realize that he was wrong. Not only this world has a large forest, but there was also a small piece of deserted land here. The strange beast slowly descended and directly went via a large hole on the ground of the barren land. Qin Feng was too late to leave the leg of the strange beast. He was dragged inside the big hole by the strange beast. Only after diving underground for almost 30 meters did the strange beast stop. Qin Feng also left the leg of the strange beast and looked around carefully to observe his surroundings and to know what kind of place this was. He saw that it was a large underground cave, but even though it was an underground cave, there was not a hint of darkness here. This entire cave was shining bright because of tens of strange big rocks. Each big rock has tens of small shining rocks embedded into it, making the entire cave shine with light. The strange beast walked forward, and after distancing itself from Qin Feng by a few meters, it looked at Qin Feng, making him feel a chill running down all over his body. He was not only inside the territory of the strange beast, he was also inside its home. How can he fight against someone like the strange beast, who was clearly many times stronger than himself? At this moment, he thought that he should not have caught the leg of this strange beast. This strange beast was clearly leaving. Then why did he not let it leave? He regretted his stupid decision, but what is the use of crying over the spilled milk? He could not go back in time after all. Bang. Burp. While Qin Feng was still regretting his stupid decision, the strange beast attacked him, sending him flying. Qin Feng collided against the wall of the cave, directly spitting out a mouthful of blood. The moment he vomited out a mouthful of blood, his battle-intent soared. He could feel the pain all over his body, but instead of being scared of the strange beast, he looked at the strange beast with a provoking gaze, making it angrier. His battle intent soared as his blood boiled with excitement. He did not even know the reason for his excitement. He only knew that, for some reason, whenever he was standing opposite to a strong opponent that could easily kill him, he becomes excited. He only wanted to fight at this moment, and nothing else. There was no worry of the outcome in his eyes. There was only the excitement for being able to fight against an opponent that is much stronger than himself. When the strange beast felt the battle intent coming from Qin Feng, it felt that Qin Feng was making fun of it. The strange beast let out a strange voice, opened its mouth, and a beam of light shot toward Qin Feng, making a large hole in his chest. What the fuck? Qin Feng was dumbfounded. Before he could fight, he was already standing inside the mouth of death. When the mouth will close, he will die. He looked down and saw the hole in his chest. He could not understand what was going on. He was clearly very excited and wanted to fight against the strange beast. But when his battle intent rose, the strange beast made its move, giving him a killing blow. He felt despair. Is to die here? Will be able to meet his mother again? What about that beautiful, mysterious lady who brought him to a place far away from Earth? What will be she doing right now? Only when he thought about the mysterious lady did he remember about the butterfly mark on his chest. It was life-saving gift from the mysterious lady to him. Previously, the mysterious lady told him that this butterfly mark is some kind of seal that she placed on him. It could protect him 10 times from any life-threatening danger, but condition was for him to activate it. He did not know how to activate this mark, and he also forgot to ask about it from the mysterious lady at the time when he got this mark from her. So, even if he wants to activate the butterfly mark, he would not be able to. He needed to search a little if he wanted to know how to activate the butterfly mark on his chest. But to do that, it was already too late. Suddenly, he remembers how he was brought back in time by the infinity symbol on his hand when he was thrown from the top of the mountain by Lin Hao. He looked at the infinity symbol on his right hand and asked a question to it in his heart. Will you be able to bring me back to life again? Can you still bring me back in time? These were his last thoughts as he closed his eyes, unable to see the infinity symbol that started to shine brightly after he asked the 2 questions. Where am I? A boy who was lying down on the ground suddenly opened his eyes and sat down. His forehead, which was still without any sign of wetness a moment ago, suddenly covered in sweat. This boy was none other than Qin Feng. He was once again back in time. This was the 2nd time when he died. And although he had already experienced death, experiencing it again was not fun at all. He looked around him and saw other students were sleeping soundly, while Jialan was carefully guarding the students. As if Jialan felt something, she turned back and saw Ye Xiao sitting up while the sweats were dropping from his forehead. What happened? Why are you covered in sweat? Jialan asked curiously. Nothing. I just had a bad dream. Feng let out a silly smile and made up an excuse to convince Jialan. After all, he could not just say that he was killed by a strange beast, and now he was back to life again. He was still not able to overcome the feeling of death. Jialan nodded her head and said, There is still a few hours before dawn, so go and rest. Qin Feng only nodded his head, but did not go to sleep again. He just looked at the infinity symbol on his right hand, which was still shining with very dim light that was about to disappear. Does it mean I cannot die? Whenever I die, this infinity symbol will bring me back in time. This way, not only can I experience the same moment once again, but I can also think of a way to change the outcome. If I really cannot die, didn't it mean that I am simply invincible? No. This matter should not be that simple. Qin Feng started to talk with himself in his heart about the matter related to the infinity symbol, his life and death as well as the future that is to come. He looked at the infinity symbol and muttered slowly, Just what are you? How do you have the power to alter the time and bring me back to life? You cannot be as simple as being my birthmark, right? When Ye Xiao questioned like this, the infinity symbol once again shined brightly, but immediately dimmed down. It was as if the infinity symbol was trying to say that it could understand what Qin Feng was saying, but for some reason, it cannot answer Qin Feng for the time being. Qin Feng did not know why, but when the infinity symbol shined brightly, he was able to understand what it was trying to say. Seeing this, he was delighted. It means that he could communicate with the infinity symbol. Didn't it mean that he can ask for the answers to those questions he was confused about? Yes, he could, but right now, it was not the correct time. There was still a strange beast out there, waiting for him to deal with it. Qin Feng lightly stroked the infinity symbol on his right hand with his left hand, then raised his head to look at Jialan, only to see her falling backward, with her eyes closed. "Teacher Jia." Qin Feng hurriedly went to Jialan and checked her situation, only to see that she has already fallen into a deep sleep. He immediately realized that the strange beast was here. He left Jialan and moved in the direction from where the strange beast was coming. Not long after, Qin Feng was standing in front of the strange beast. Seeing it and remembering how he died from this beast's attack, he looked at the beast with hatred. But very soon, his hatred toward the beast was replaced with battle intent. This time he was going to fight the beast here, in the forest. No matter what, he was going to give his all in this fight. When the strange beast saw Qin Feng, it was already very surprised, but when it felt the soaring battle intent from Qin Feng, it immediately retreated, wanting to fly back to its underground cave. But this time, Qin Feng did not give it the chance to flap its wing. He immediately attacked the strange beast with his sonic attack, making it unable to spread its two pairs of wings to flap. Battle Spirit. Release Thunder Spear. After not letting the strange beast flee, Qin Feng immediately released his battle spirit. A long spear, covered with countless threads of lightning, appeared behind Qin Feng's back, which soon started to float above his head, giving a sense of dominance to others. When the Thunder Spear appeared, Qin Feng's cultivation base also rose quickly, directly advancing him to the advanced Battle Spirit Warrior. Seeing the Thunder Spear above Qin Feng's head, for the first time in its life, the strange beast felt a sense of immense terror. It was scared for the first time in its life. Although it was scared, it was still a very powerful beast. Even though Qin Feng's cultivation rose quickly after releasing the Thunder Spear, he was still a battle spirit warrior, while this beast was much stronger than him. For some reason, after releasing the Thunder Spear, he was able to see the strength of this beast. It was actually at the level of an advanced battle spirit lord, a whole level above Qin Feng. Creak! Realizing that Qin Feng was just ant in front of him, and it was actually scared of this ant. The strange beast started to screech toward Qin Feng as if it was threatening him not to do anything that will cost him his life. How could Qin Feng let the strange beast go just like that? His battle intent was already overwhelming, and after seeing just how much stronger the strange beast was from him, his intent to battle once again rose explosively, making the strange beast feel immense pressure just from his intent. When coupled, his battle intent with the Thunder Spear was already giving it a sense of threat, made Qin Feng's aura very terrifying. Qin Feng took out his long blade and rushed toward the strange beast. After he arrived in front of the strange beast, he slashed his long blade with his full strength. Creak, creak! The strange beast cried in pain as its skin was cut open by Qin Feng's long blade at 2 or 3 places, and the wood he received was not light. Its wounds were at least 3 to 5 inches deep. Bang! It swept one of its legs toward Qin Feng, who was not ready to receive the attack from this beast, and was sent flying, colliding with the trees and vomiting out a mouthful of blood. After giving 2 or 3 deep wounds to the strange beast, Qin Feng was looking at the blood that flowed out from its body. Its blood was actually black, and when this black blood dropped on the ground, smoke started to come out from that place, as if it was not the blood that dropped, but acid. Its blood is actually acidic in nature. Qin Feng was still thinking about it when the strange beast wept its leg, and Qin Feng was sent flying. Qin Feng once again stood up after a slight struggle, then wiped out the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at the strange beast, only to see its 3 red eyes shining with bright red. light. The next moment, Qin Feng saw us disappearing. He was now standing on the surface of the deserted land. Everywhere was only sand and barren soils. Isn't this place? Qin Feng was shocked to see that the place where he appeared was no other than the place where the strange beast took him in his previous life. He raised his head to look at the strange beast, but he was again surprised as there was not a single trace of the strange beast here. He was standing alone. Bang! Suddenly, he felt danger coming his way, but before he could react, he felt pain in his neck, and he was sent flying. He looked down only to see a headless body slowly falling on the ground. That body looked so familiar. Qin Feng muttered, and as if he realized something, a thought appeared in his mind. So it is the end. Okay, I will be ready for the next battle. When Qin Feng was about to close his eyes forever, he saw the scene in front of him, again, changing, and everything returning back to normal. The strange beast was still here, looking at him with a mocking smile. He was still inside the forest, not at the deserted land. So, it was just an illusion. This was Qin Feng's last thought before he closed his eyes. Qin Feng opened his eyes and looked around. Once again he saw Jia Lan, who was sitting and carefully guarding the students, completely unaware of the situation that was about to come. Qin Feng took a deep breath and thought in his heart. Not only that beast is an advanced Lord-leveled beast, but its abilities are also very terrifying. It can create illusions. Its blood is acidic in nature, so I have to fight carefully. It can also shoot out a laser beam from its mouth. And the most important, it is an intelligent beast. When Qin Feng thought about the mocking smile on its face that it let out after cutting Qin Feng's neck, he could not help but shiver. But still, the most terrifying thing about this beast is its illusion. In its illusion, I was not able to see it. It means this beast can hide in the illusion it creates, making it almost impossible for its opponent to see it. If I want to kill this beast, I have to deal with its illusion first. Qin Feng started to think thoroughly about how to fight against the strange beast. He looked at Jia Lan and thought, I can tell teacher Jia about the strange beast and its terrifying abilities. She can easily deal with it. After all, she is also very strong, and if she were to know about the strange beast beforehand, she will definitely be prepared for it, and will not fall asleep. No, this is not a feasible method. If she were to ask me how I know so much about the strange beast, what will I answer her? I have to deal with that strange beast myself. But how? Qin Feng was still busy in thought, when he felt the sound of footsteps. He raised his head to look, and saw that Jia Lan once again has fallen asleep. Qin Feng stood up and moved forward, arriving in front of the strange beast in an instant. The sudden arrival of a human also surprised the strange beast. Seeing the 3 red eyes of the strange beast, an idea appeared in his mind. Qin Feng took out the long blade and same as before, he rushed toward the strange beast without wasting any time and slashed at it. Creak! The strange beast let out a cry filled with pain and swept one of its legs toward Qin Feng. But unlike previously, this time, Qin Feng was ready. He avoided the acidic blood of the strange beast and jumped up. The leg of the strange beast swept past Ye Xiao from below. But before it swept past him, Qin Feng landed on its leg, pushed it toward, and with the power of push, he himself directly flew toward the head of the strange beast and slashed at the 3 red eyes. The strange beast. Creak! Creak! The strange beast shrieked painfully as all 3 of its eyes were now blinded. It could not see anything, nor could it use its ability to create the illusion. Qin Feng distanced himself from the strange beast and looked at it. The strange beast was still crying in pain. Sometime later, in anger, it started to randomly attack with its legs and the beam of light again and again. There was one time when the beam of light that shot out from the mouth of the strange beast went in the direction where Qin Feng was standing. It was pure coincidence. Qin Feng hurriedly jumped in his right side and avoided the beam of light by falling on the ground. It was as if the strange beast went mad. It was attacking without any sign of stopping. Seeing this, Qin Feng immediately released his battle spirit, Thunder Spear. Along with a domineering aura, the Thunder Spear started to float above Qin Feng's head. Qin Feng's cultivation also rose and stopped after increasing it to the advanced Battle Spirit Warrior. This sharp spear, as if it could destroy the world, was emitting an extremely terrifying aura and countless thunder and lightning swirling around it. Although Qin Feng blinded the strange beast, there was still no way he could kill it with his current strength. The strange beast was also not giving him any opportunity to attack. It was attacking continuously, in every direction without stopping. This beast was already very intelligent. It knew that if it stopped attacking, Qin Feng will definitely attack it, so it continued to attack. As Qin Feng was still thinking about how to attack and kill this strange beast, he felt a burning sensation on his right hand. He looked at his right hand and saw the infinity symbol shining brightly. Suddenly, a stream of cold energy came out from it and rushed inside Qin Feng's mind, giving him a very comfortable feeling. When the cool sensation disappeared, a piece of new information about the Thunder Spear appeared in Qin Feng's mind. "Haha, awesome!" Qin Feng laughed loudly and said, "Right now what I liked the most was a skill to attack. Now I don't have to think about it for the time being." Shua. What the... When Qin Feng absorbed the new information about the Thunder Spear, he started to laugh, completely forgetting about the strange beast. When he laughed loudly, the strange beast was able to hear it, and his location was discovered by the keen senses of the beast. Without giving any chance to Qin Feng, it aimed for Qin Feng's location with the help of its sharp senses, opened its mouth, and shot out the beam of light. Only when Qin Feng felt the sense of danger did he realize that something was wrong. He hurriedly looked at the strange beast only to see the coming beam of light. Qin Feng hurriedly lay down on the ground, and only by doing this he was able to avoid this attack. Boom! An explosive noise echoed from behind him. He turned back only to see that the area behind him, around hundreds of meters, was completely destroyed by the strange beast. Qin Feng took a deep breath and sighed. He still had a lingering fear in his heart. If he had been late even for a single moment, he would have been killed again. "Damn you! You have already killed me 2 times. Now it is my turn to kill you." Qin Feng looked at the strange beast and said while changing his direction. The power of thunder and lightning suddenly broke out around Qin Feng's body. Rolling waves of air condensed, like a tide of thunder and lightning rushing towards the sky. Boom! Rumble, rumble. At this moment, the entire sky seemed to have transformed into an ocean of thunder and lightning. The rumbling thunder spread out wide, and it could be heard from any corner of this world. All the students and teachers, including Jialan and her students, were woken up because of the thunder and lightning in the sky. They stared at the sky in a daze. Qin Feng, like a peerless immortal at this moment, manipulating the power of thunder and lightning between heaven and earth. Come. The power of thunder and lightning gathered in Qin Feng's hands, vaguely forming the shape of a spear, filled with mysterious runes. As the spear was vaguely formed from the thunder spear above Qin Feng's head shot toward this vaguely formed thunder and gave it a complete form. The vaguely formed spear was devoured by the thunder spear very soon, and the thunder and lightning around its body became very violent. As if it was ready to destroy the world, it trembled on its own, letting out a strange noise. Qin Feng could feel the excitement of the Thunder Spear. Not only Thunder Spear, he was also feeling very excited as his battle intent soared. Thunder Spear. When the strange beast felt the terrifying aura of Qin Feng and the Thunder Spear, an inexplicable feeling of heart palpitations appeared deep in its soul. Grief. The strange beast screamed crazy as it flapped its wings to fly, wanting to retreat. However, would Qin Feng let it escape this easily? The answer was no. He was holding the Thunder Spear, condensed by the power of thunder and lightning, as well as his own battle spirit. These were also the thing that made his momentum unmatched at the moment. At this moment, even the entire world seemed to be in a state of depression, and the breathing of all the students and teachers became extremely difficult. Although they could not see what was happening, they could feel a very threatening aura from a certain direction. Currently, there was only one thought in the strange beast's mind, that was to escape. Its face was filled with unconcealable terror as it flapped its wings and rose in the air. It was like the wind as it fled toward the deserted land. It could detect the terrible power of this thunder and lightning spear. Unfortunately, it's too late. Thunder Spear. Kill. Boom! The Thunder Spear seemed to have its own intelligence. After Qin Feng gave a stern shout, it instantly turned into a terrifying stream of light that swept towards the strange beast. Rumble! The Thunder Spear's power was extremely frightening. The air that it passed through began to emit explosive sounds. That lightning-like speed of the Thunder Spear, even with the strange beast's speed, was basically impossible to dodge. Creak! In a very short time, the Thunder Spear had already arrived in front of the strange beast. The strange beast could not help but let out an angry roar. Unfortunately, it was too late. Kill! Qin Feng looked at the strange beast and Thunder Spear, and coldly said a single word. Bang! Bang! The entire space was shaking as explosions rang out incessantly. Countless shockwaves swept out, and whenever they passed, they brought destruction with them. The strange beast did not even have the time to scream before it was devoured by the power of thunder and lightning. Boom! At this moment, it seemed as though the entire forest would turn upside down. Trees started to break into pieces, and the rocks started to fly everywhere as the devastation that was in the form of thunder and lightning hit the ground. The land of thousands of meters of the forest was immediately filled with thunder and lightning. It was as if a thick bolt of lightning that could destroy the world had descended, something that no one could stop. Countless cracks spread out from the ground, covering a distance of thousands of meters. Not just the ground, but the space itself seems to be affected. A few strands of lightning kept appearing and disappearing there for quite some time. All of the teachers and students, including hundreds of insect-type beasts, were terrified when they saw this scene. Their faces turned pale as they stared at this scene in disbelief. Although they were far away from Qin Feng and could not see who it was or what was happening, but when he shot the Thunder Spear toward the strange beast, the scene created by it was witnessed by every single life present in this small world. They saw a long light, which was actually made up of thunder and lightning colliding with a strange beast in the air, and exactly at that moment, destruction took place. It was as if that light could destroy the heavens and earth. They were horrified when they witnessed this scene. Even the teachers who were watching from far away felt their souls trembling crazily, and their lips became dry from the fright. Fear. Immense fear. Immense fear enveloped everyone's heart except for one person. This person was Jia Lan. Jia Lan seems to be in deep thought at this moment. Although she was also terrified when she witnessed the destructive power of that attack, This feeling of her disappeared not long after. She herself was very powerful, and one of her battle spirit was also a king-leveled battle spirit. She has been through many things in her life and seen destruction. So, this destruction was only a small thing that happened in her eyes. What she was most concerned about was the strange beast and the person who attacked that beast. From the strength shown by that person, she guessed that the attacker was at least an advanced battle spirit lord, but who could it be? She did not know. She did not know that the person who did all of this was her own student, Qin Feng. She and other students woke up because of the phenomenon caused by Qin Feng. After waking up, her attention was immediately attracted by the thunder and lightning in the sky. She did not even look at her students even once all this time, so she was naturally unaware that there was one student missing in her group. After everything in the forest returned to normal, she told her students to wait for her without looking at them and instantly disappeared. Not only her, but other teachers who came here to let their students adventure in this dungeon-like world also told their students to wait and immediately moved toward the place of destruction. Jialan was the first one to arrive at the place where Qin Feng executed his attack. Other teachers also started to appear here not long after. They looked at each other but did not say anything. They began to search for the person who did all of this, but did not find anyone. But they did find the corpse of the strange beast, which was almost unrecognizable now. Its entire body was charred black because of the thunder and lightning. There was a big hole in its head at the place of its 3 red eyes. All the teachers searched for the person who killed the strange beast, but they were unable to find him. They discussed among themselves and took the corpse of the strange beast, as this beast was a lord-rank beast, and every part of its body was valuable. Each teacher divided the loot among themselves, except for Jialan. She refused to take any part of this beast. Not being able to find the person in question, she returned to her students and told them to rest, as there was still a few hours before dawn. Qin Feng has long returned to his group after killing the strange beast. After killing that strange beast, Qin Feng checked its body and found a small triangular stone in its head. He took the triangular stone and returned. He thought that this stone might be the same as the dimensional stone, but after he tried to absorb it, he found that he was unable to. Qin Feng was not discouraged. Since he found this stone in the head of the strange beast, it cannot be just an ordinary stone. He thought of checking it after returning to Earth. Since there was a huge commotion, no one was able to rest, and they did not have to, as not long after Jialan returned to her students. The entire dungeon-like world started to shake heavily. Jialan was confused for a while, and students started to panic. They looked at Jialan, who suddenly shouted at her students, "Students, hurry up and run toward the spatial crack. We have to return. This world is going to be destroyed. After the destruction of this world begins, the spatial crack will also heal itself and close." The moment Jialan shouted, all the students started to run toward the spatial crack. Qin Feng was no exception. He also ran along with other students. Not long after, they were already in front of the spatial crack. They saw many students running out of the spatial crack in fear. It was clear that all the students and teachers were scared, and they were running for their lives. If this world will be destroyed and they were to be still here, they will die without a doubt. In hurry, all the students came out of the spatial crack, and following them were their teachers. The moment the last person came out, the spatial crack started to close on its own, and not long after, there was no spatial crack left. It was as if there was never a spatial crack here. 5 or 6 uniformed personnel hurriedly came to inquire about what happened. There was no way to close a spatial crack manually. If they want to close the spatial crack, They have to kill the guardian. The teachers started to explain everything. They also talked about the anonymous person who killed the strange beast. Only now they realized that this strange beast was the guardian that was killed by the anonymous person whom they never saw. Even after the spatial crack was closed, they never saw that person coming out. That person might be heavily injured and could not come out of the spatial crack in time. The teacher of Class A guessed and told his guess to everyone present there. Others believed him as what he said fit perfectly in the current situation. The guardian beast was also a Lord rank beast. It was possible for that person to be heavily injured. Although others believed him, the uniformed personnel did not. They did not allow anyone other than the people of Profound Sky Academy to enter the spatial crack. Since they did not allow anyone to enter, how can there be an anonymous person who entered the spatial crack? But even though they were confused, they could not help and let the people of Profound Sky Academy go. There was no reason for them to stop the students and teachers of the Profound Sky Academy, as they were the victims of this incident. If they would not have hurried, they might have died inside the dungeon-like world. After returning to the Profound Sky Academy, every student returned to their dorms. Qin Feng also returned to his dorm. All this time, he never opened his mouth to explain anything. Although he was not much older, he was also not stupid. Instead, he was very mature. He knew what he should and should not do. After returning to his dorm, Qin Feng tightly shut the door and sat down cross-legged on his bed while taking out the triangular stone. He again tried to absorb the stone but was unable to. He tried many things, but he was unable to find out the functions of this triangular stone. Disappointed, he shook his head and was about to throw the triangular stone when he felt his right hand burning. Qin thought of something and immediately got excited. He held the triangular stone in his right hand and saw the stone being absorbed by the infinity symbol. Not long after, the entire triangular stone was absorbed by the infinity symbol. The moment that stone was absorbed, Qin Feng's blurred as he appeared in the mysterious space filled with stars. Finding himself in the mysterious space, Qin Feng took a deep breath as excitement could be seen on his face. The last time he came here, not only he got the Nameless Cultivation Technique and Battle Spirit of unknown rank, but his cultivation also increased. This time, he did not know what he would get. Qin Feng carefully observed his surrounding. There was nothing here except for the countless stars. He was floating in the void where there was nothing, not even the slightest of air. Suddenly, he saw a star flying at him at an incredible speed. It was the same as when he got the Nameless Cultivation Technique. That star arrived in front of Qin Feng in an instant and entered the space between the middle of his brows. After the shooting star entered the middle of Qin Feng's brows, he felt some pain but endured it easily. This pain was not even the 10th of what he endured the first time when he got the Nameless Cultivation Technique. As the pain subsided, some new and foreign information appeared in his mind. When he went through this information, Qin Feng was overjoyed. The previous shooting star gave him the Nameless Cultivation Technique of an unknown rank, while this shooting star gave him a battle skill. Previously, before attacking the strange beast with Thunder Spear, a few pieces of information appeared in his mind. Through that information, he came to know that he could attack with Thunder Spear while drawing the thunder and lightning from the world. Not only this, but he can also manipulate thunder and lightning as he wishes. Although his battle spirit was a spear, he does not know why, but he preferred to use a blade-type weapon. He felt that somehow, he was more familiar with using a blade-type weapon, mainly a sword. However, it does not mean he will not use the spear. He will, but as a trump card. He had already gained a powerful battle skill as Thunder Spear from his battle spirit. and in the future, he might get more of these spear-type battle skills from his battle spirit. The plus point of getting a battle skill from battle spirit was that he does not need to practice it. He can directly execute that skill with its full potential. Of course, his strength also matters. In simple words, he can easily use any ability of his battle spirit, but he wanted to keep them as his trump card. Aside from his battle spirit skills, he wanted to practice sword skills as well. He felt a close affinity with the swords somehow. This time, the battle spirit he got from the shooting star was also a sword-type battle skill. It is known as Thunder Slash. Thunder Slash guides a large amount of lightning force into the blade, which would be all released upon attacking the enemy. It also had a paralyzing effect. Whoever was to get injured by the Thunder Slash, if not dead, he will definitely be paralyzed for quite some time. What made Qin Feng happier was that this Thunder Slash was actually a growth-type battle skill. The more powerful he becomes, the more terrifying Thunder Slash would be. He can already manipulate thunder and lightning, so executing this battle skill will not be much of a problem for him. After absorbing the information, Qin Feng opened his eyes. He looked at the countless stars in the mysterious space he was in, and a crazy thought appeared in his mind. Are all the stars some kind of battle skills or cultivation techniques? The moment Qin Feng thought of this, he was terrified by his own thought. He took a deep breath and immediately shook off this thought from his mind. He did not want to think about it, as it will make him more and more agitated, which might result in affecting his growth. What if he became greedy? What if he starts to think about the ways of obtaining those skills? Would not it will hinder his cultivation? So, he hurriedly shook off this thought from his mind and calmed his heart down. Now that he got a battle skill, he needed to practice it so that he could execute this skill without any problem. If he were to get the skills from his battle spirit, he will not have to practice them, but Thunder Slash was something which he got from the shooting star. He only had the method of practicing this skill. He does not have any experience. So, he needed to practice the Thunder Slash and master it. He wanted to master the Thunder Slash as soon as possible. He did not want to show his trump card in front of others again. If he had the Thunder Slash when he was fighting against the strange beast, he would not have to take the risk of exposing his battle spirit and his most powerful battle skill. Qin Feng took a deep breath and thought how nice it would have been if he could bring the blade here, in this space. If that were to happen, he could practice here as much as he wanted, without any need of fear of attracting someone's attention. A powerful battle skill means a second life. So it will definitely attract others' attention if he were to practice Thunder Slash in the academy. Others might try to covet his battle skill, and if the opponent were to be more powerful, he will definitely be in danger. Thinking about it, Qin Feng could not help but sigh. Shua. However, before Ye Xiao could regret more, he saw a phantom taking shape in front of him. Not long after, he can see the outline of a sword in front of him, and a minute later, a sword appeared in front of him. Qin Feng extended his hand and held the sword. The moment he held the sword, he a cold sensation in his hand. What surprised him the most actually was that this sword was actually not real. He was definitely holding a sword in his hand, but he did not feel its existence. This was really surprising. An idea appeared in his mind seeing this. He thought of a spear, and not long after, an imaginary spear formed in front of him. He tried to make many other weapons, and he was really surprised to see that no matter what kind of weapon he wanted, it will take shape and form in front of him. Qin Feng was happy to discover another function of the infinity symbol. He can practice as much as he wanted, without any worry about being discovered or attracting the attention of anyone. He does not need to bring any weapon here. he can just create one. It was another matter that the weapons created are all imaginary and not real. Another crazy idea suddenly popped into Qin Feng's mind. He thought, since I can create imaginary weapons here, can I create an opponent? The moment this thought appeared in his mind, he saw a ripple in the space in front of him, and not long after, a shadow appeared opposite to him. This shadow's features were just like humans. What was different in it from the humans was that it had no face. Its face was completely blank, without any eyes, nose, mouth, or ears. What shocked Qin Feng the most was that this shadow had the strength equivalent to him. It was an elementary battle spirit warrior. Although Qin Feng was surprised, his crazy thought did not stop here. He started to experiment more. And after a few more experiments, the shadow in front of him successfully transformed into the strange beast with the strength of a lord-leveled beast. This time, Qin Feng was really shocked. Many questions again started to appear in his mind. Just what is this infinity symbol? How could it have such fine and mysterious functions? Not only did it let him simulate a weapon, but he could also simulate anyone he has ever been in contact with. Not only that, but those simulated beings can also have the same strength that of original beings. Qin Feng took a long breath and started to practice Thunder Slash with the imaginary sword. It did not take him long before he easily mastered the Thunder Slash, which surprised him for real. While he was still practicing the Thunder Slash, he felt as if he has already practiced this skill before. He knew that it was impossible. He had never even come in contact with this skill. Then how could he practice this skill? But the feeling as well, the experience of not only practicing this sword skill, but also executing it millions of times immediately appeared in his mind, as his body also gotten to be used of the Thunder Slash more and more profoundly. Because of this, it did not take him long before he completely mastered the Thunder Slash. After mastering the Thunder Slash, Qin Feng started to fight with the simulated strange beast, but this time, he never used his battle spirit. He continues to fight again and again against the simulated strange beast. No matter how many times he fought, he failed to defeat the strange beast even with the Thunder Slash, after all. The strange beast was a lord-leveled beast, while he himself was just an elementary spirit warrior. Not being able to defeat the strange beast, although he was somewhat dejected, his intention to defeat the strange beast also became firm. The intent to battle against the strange beast and win could be clearly seen in his eyes. After around 50 rounds of fighting, Qin Feng broke through in his cultivation and became an intermediate battle spirit warrior. Even he himself was surprised over how he broke through while still in the middle of the fight. Qin Feng was confused. No matter how much he thought, he was unable to come up with an answer to exactly how did he break through. Since he could not find the answer, he continued to fight the strange beast. He fought against the strange beast for another 10 or so rounds, and only now did he notice that, as he was fighting, his strength was also increasing. Although the increase in his strength was minuscule, it did increase. After breaking through to the intermediate battle spirit warrior, a sense of hunger attacked him. Only now did he realize that he was here for quite a while. Even he did not know how much time has passed. He totally forgot about the flow of time when he was fighting against the simulated strange beast. With a thought, Qin Feng immediately came out of the mysterious space of the infinity symbol and appeared in his dorm. The moment he appeared in his dorm, he smelled a foul stench. He looked around him to find the source of this foul smell, and was dumbfounded that this foul stench was actually coming from his body. There was a thick layer of black covering his body. When he looked at it deeply, he found out that this black thing was actually the impurities that came out from his body. He hurriedly stood up and ran to take a bath. After washing his body, Qin Feng went to eat as he was really feeling very hungry. Qin Feng arrived at the canteen of the Profound Sky Academy. This should not be called a canteen but a restaurant, as there were 3 floors in total. The first floor was for the first and second year's students to eat. The second floor was for the third year's students to eat, while the third floor was for the teachers. After eating his fill, just as Qin Feng wanted to return to his dorm, he bumped into Jialan. "Qin Feng, where have you been for the past 2 days?" When Jialan stumbled upon Qin Feng, she wanted to scold him, but after seeing that it was Qin Feng, she stopped herself from scolding him instead, asked a question. Qin Feng was surprised when he heard Jialan. He looked at Jialan and asked, "Teacher Jia, are you telling me that it has already been 2 days since we returned from Sunset City?" Jialan looked at Qin Feng as if she was looking at a stupid person. It's clearly been 2 days, yet Qin Feng was asking for her confirmation as if he did not know how many days it has been. Jialan was about to say something when she noticed Qin Feng's cultivation. She was so shocked when she saw his cultivation that she'd not say anything for a while. After a while, she took a deep breath and said, "Now I know why you don't know how much time has passed since we came back from Sunset City. You have been cultivating all this while, and only came out after advancing to intermediate battle spirit warrior." Jialan and Qin Feng talked for a while, then they separated as Jialan was called by the principal of the Profound Sky Academy. Qin Feng returned to his room and laid down on his bed. It has been almost 20 days from the moment he discovered the mystery of the infinity symbol, and in just these 20 days, he became an intermediate battle spirit warrior from an ordinary young boy. This speed of cultivation was very fast. For others, it will take more than 1 month to level up from being ordinary to the intermediate battle spirit warrior. After coming out from the other side of the spatial crack, every student's life returned to normal. They attend classes and train. This process continued until 1 month passed. In this 1 month, almost every new student stepped to the battle spirit warrior realm, while more talented students stepped into the intermediate battle spirit warrior realm. Qin Feng also leveled up and became an intermediate battle spirit warrior. His days were passing normally. Occasionally, he talked to his mother and asked about her life in the Qin family. Other than talking with his mother, he also entered the mysterious space of the infinity symbol more often to fight with the simulated beings and increase his experience. Although he stayed at the academy for only 1 month, Qin Feng started to feel suffocated here. His instincts were telling him if he were to adventure outside, his pace of cultivation will be much faster. Class C. Qin Feng was sitting silently with other students, looking at Jialan, who was explaining something about the beasts and beastmasters. He was waiting for the class to end so that he can talk to Jialan. 2 hours later, the session finally ended and students started to leave the class. Only when all the students left did Qin Feng stood up from his seat and arrived in front of Jialan. "Do you have something you want to talk about?" Seeing Qin Feng looking at her, Jialan asked. Qin Feng nodded his head and said, "Teacher, I want to go outside and adventure. Please get me permission from the principal to leave the academy." "What?" Jialan was surprised when she heard Qin Feng. She immediately shook her head and said, "Definitely not. Do you even know how dangerous it is to adventure outside when you are just a battle spirit warrior?" "Teacher, I know it is dangerous, but I have a feeling if I were to go outside and adventure, my speed of cultivation will be even faster." Qin Feng tried to pursue Jialan to get him permission from the principal to leave the academy. He said, "Teacher, you see, it didn't take me long to become an elementary battle spirit warrior. but it took me more than 20 days just to level up from elementary battle spirit warrior to intermediate battle spirit warrior. It is as if I am stuck at my current stage. I have a feeling if I were to go outside and fight for my chances to get the resources and become strong, it will be more beneficial to me than just staying at the academy and silently cultivating. Jialan did not say anything this time. She kept staring at Qin Feng and seeing his clear eyes, which became more and more excited when he was talking about fighting for his chances to get the resources and become strong. She could not help and take a deep breath. In past 1 month, she also noticed that as the days were passing, Qin Feng was becoming more and more depressed. The light from his eyes almost went dull, but it once again lit up when he was talking about going outside to adventure. Sigh. Looks like your existence is meant to fight. Jialan let out a long breath of air and continued to say, Okay, I will talk with the principal, but if he does not agree, I cannot do anything about your matter. Thanks, Teacher Jia. Qin Feng thanked her excitedly and then goes out to eat something. Jialan kept looking at Qin Feng's disappearing figure, and when he completely disappeared from her sight, Jialan started to walk toward the principal office. Knock. Knock. Come in. When Jialan knocked on the door of the principal's office, a voice came out from the room, telling her to come in. She pushed open the door and walked inside. Inside the principal office, a middle-aged man was sitting on a chair, and in front of him was a table. There were 2 empty chairs, standing on their 4 legs while facing the table. President Zhu, who was also the principal of Profound Sky Academy, raised his head and looked at the person that came in. Seeing that it is Jialan, a smile appeared on his face as he said, Little Lan, come and sit. Jialan smiled at him and went to sit on one of 2 empty chairs. Then she looked at President Zhu and said, Uncle Zhu, I am here for one of my students. Tell me what you want. President Zhu nodded his and asked. He was slightly surprised as it was the first time when Jialan came to him for her student. Jialan took a deep breath and said, The student I am going to talk about is Qin Feng. He is very outstanding. In just less than 1 week after awakening the battle spirit, he became an elementary battle spirit warrior. Right now, he is an intermediate battle spirit warrior, while it has only been less than 1 month since he awakened his battle spirit. When President Zhu heard her, his interest was immediately piqued. His Profound Sky Academy has such an outstanding student, and he actually did not know anything about it. It really was a shameful matter to him. As the president, he should know about every outstanding student of the Profound Sky Academy. Is there really such an outstanding student in my Profound Sky Academy? President Zhu asked in surprise. Yes, Uncle Zhu. Jialan confirmed him. Wait, if he is leveling up so fast, it means he has at least a 9th rank Lord-leveled battle spirit. I never heard of such a student. Moreover, he is in your class, Class C. How can it be possible? President Zhu suddenly noticed something was wrong, so he immediately asked Jialan. Jialan also shook her head and said, That I also don't know, and it doesn't matter at all. The thing I wanted to talk about is that this student of mine wants to go outside and adventure. He feels if he were to go outside, struggle, and fight his way to get resources for his cultivation, he will cultivate even faster. Jialan explained. Nonsense. He should stay here in the academy, and now that I know about his talent, we will provide him with more resources to nurture him. The outside world is too dangerous. Not only there the danger of beasts, but there is also danger from humans. How he grow faster outside between such dangers? President Zhu shook his head and immediately rejected Jialan's request. Jialan knew President Zhu will react this way. She once again said, Uncle Zhu, I saw the fighting spirit in his eyes, and when he released his battle spirit in front of me before, I also sensed the intent to fight coming out from his battle spirit. You know what it means, right? President Zhu fell in deep thought when he heard Jialan. After a while he asked, "Is he like your brother?" Jialan's expression suddenly became sad, but she calmed herself down and nodded her head, saying, "Not entirely, but in his eyes, I can see the same spirit as my big brother. He wants to rely on himself to grow stronger. But there is also some difference between him and my big brother. Whenever he talks about fighting, he becomes excited. It is as if he just wants to fight and nothing else." President Zhu took a deep breath and said, "Little Jia, according to you, this Qin Feng brat is really outstanding. If we were to let him go outside to adventure, what if his fate turns out to be the same as your brother?" Jialan immediately clenched her hands into fists tightly when she heard this sentence from President Zhu. Her eyes became moist as she closed them, but even so, 2 drops of tears fell down from her beautiful eyes. She wiped the tears from her cheeks that slides down from her eyes. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. After calming down, she said, "Uncle Zhu, his fate will not be the same as my brother." President Zhu took a deep breath and finally said, "Okay then, if you want him to go out from the academy, then so be it. But I will only give him the time of 1 month. After 1 month, we and other 2 academies are going to take the martial exams. He has to come and participate." Jialan nodded her head, and after some other conversation, she left the principal's office. The next day, after the class, Jialan told Qin Feng that she has gotten permission from the principal, but he has to come back after 1 month to participate in the martial exam. There are 2 types of exams in this world. One is knowledge exam, while the other one is called the martial exam. Qin Feng was a martial warrior, so naturally, he has to give the martial exam. He said his thanks to Jialan and asked her where to start. "You want to adventure, right?" Jialan asked, and to respond to her, Qin Feng nodded his head. Jialan then said, "At the distance of 50 kilometers in south, a forest starts. This forest is known as the Black Forest. There are many beasts from ordinary to king-level beasts inside the Black Forest. There are also many opportunities hidden inside this forest. After Earth changed, not only beasts and humans but plants also evolved. Some plants can be used as herbs to increase one's strength, and some plants can be used to heal one's injuries. But plants can also be dangerous. Many plants are poisonous, and some can even devour human fleshes. You have to be careful and vigilant every moment inside the Black Forest." While Jialan was explaining, she also noticed Qin Feng's shining eyes at the name of danger. She could only shake her head in helplessness, as she has long noticed Qin Feng's spirit to fight. After Jialan was done explaining, Qin Feng said, "Okay then, I will start from the Black Forest. Teacher Jia, thank you." Saying this, Qin Feng excitedly left the scene and ran toward the gate of the Profound Sky Academy to leave. The moment Qin Feng left, President Zhu appeared in beside Jialan, out of nowhere. "This kid is really as you said. His will to fight is really very strong. I just hope he will be and return safely." "He will," Jialan said seriously, and then the both of them also left their way. On the other side, Qin Feng left the academy and rushed toward the Black Forest. He did not take any taxi, as he was already an intermediate battle spirit warrior. His speed of traveling was no less than a taxi. It was his first time running like this. Excitement could be clearly seen in his eyes. It was as if he was finally freed from prison after dozens of years of imprisonment. He did not stop on his way toward the Black Forest. He continued to run. As he ran, he also checked how fast can he run. His speed of running also became faster and faster. Just 1 hour later, he arrived at the place from where the Black Forest starts. He stopped here, looked at the forest, and said, "The Black Forest, here I am." A forest appeared before Qin Feng's eyes after 1 hour of running in the south direction. This forest was the Black Forest that his teacher Jialan talked about. A thick layer of fallen leaves was laid out beneath his feet, while old and strange trees, which gave off a damp and decaying stink, surrounded him. It was quiet, deathly so. No wonder it is called the Black Forest. Every once in a while, the roars of wild beasts, as though wailing coming from hell, would echo. It made one's scalp tingle, such that no one would dare to become numb to their surroundings and be careless. I can feel it, the road to become strong. Qin Feng closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and muttered in a very low voice. The look in his eyes became strong and determined. Without looking back even once, he dived into the Black Forest. The forest was full of thick and dense foliage, which blocked out most of the sunlight. The few rays of sunlight that fall down on the ground from between the small space of the leaves above his head made the scenery inside the forest even more beautiful. Qin Feng found in front of him very new and fascinating. This was indeed an incredible world. The forest was full of dangers, and one needed to be careful. Not to mention the demonic beasts deep inside the forest. Even the beasts around the borders were not to be trifled with. A tiny poisonous spider or an inconspicuous little snake could take one's life. He had to be extremely careful, but being careful didn't mean that he was afraid of facing these beasts. Qin Feng kept on walking, and not long after he entered the forest, he encountered the first demonic beast, Fire Monkey. Fire Monkey was only an ordinary demonic beast, and it was not much stronger than Qin Feng. It did not take long for Qin Feng to deal with the Fire Monkey. The air within the forest was filled with the nauseating smell of blood. From time to time, he could see the corpses of demonic beasts, and he could also see what looked like human bones. Most of them were not complete, so one could imagine just how tragic their deaths were. The towering trees around them were extremely lush, and even the normal vegetation on the ground was much larger than normal. From time to time, the roars of unknown demonic beast could be heard. I only have the time of one. In this period of time, not only do I have to increase my strength, but I also have to increase my experience to fight. Qin Feng muttered in low voice while deep in thought. There is also that mysterious lady. She only gave me 3 years of time to cultivate to the peak of this world and go to a higher level world than the earth. I still can't understand what she meant by the higher level world, but I can feel that she was not joking. It takes hundreds of years for a person to cultivate to stand at the peak of the earth, but she only gave me 3 years. Sigh, Qin Feng muttered in his heart. 1.5 a day later, Qin Feng had already walked more than 30 kilometers inside the forest. The deeper he went into the Black Forest, the colder the surrounding aura became, giving off a sense of potential danger. During this 1.5 a day, he met with many low-level demonic beasts and killed them, as none of them was a match to his strength. But the deeper he went, the more powerful beast he encountered. It was still noon, but the entire forest was extremely gloomy. Hua! 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 Suddenly, Qin Feng heard the sound of water flowing. The sound was crisp and thick, like the roar of a majestic beast. It should be a waterfall. Qin Feng mumbled to himself as he hurriedly in the direction of the sound of a waterfall. About 10 minutes later, he arrived in front of the waterfall. When he raised his head, he saw a winding stream of water. Gulp. Qin Feng could not help but gulp down a few mouthfuls of water, as he was really thirsty. It was sweet and refreshing. He also washed his face and then started to observe his surrounding. The The scenery here was beautiful, quiet, and serene with the lush plants growing everywhere. That's not right. Looking at the surrounding scenery, Qin Feng abruptly snapped out of his daze as he furrowed his brows. This place looked very good, but it was filled with a faint sense of strangeness. It is too quiet. This kind of silence caused Qin Feng to become increasingly vigilant. An ice-cold chill suddenly rose from behind him. Hiss! A strange sound rang out from behind Qin Feng, as if something sinister was staring at him. Qin Feng had a great sense of danger. He had no time to ponder over this, as he directly circulated his spirit energy and pressed his right foot on the ground heavily and rushed to the left side while pushing his leg on the ground. The coming attack. Shua. Just as he dodged, two green rays of light, accompanied by a strong stench and the sound of air scraping against each other, quickly shot past him. Those two green rays of light collided with a stone some distance away from where Qin Feng was standing a moment ago. That stone actually started to corrode, forming a pit that continued to emit green smoke. What terrifying poison! Qin Feng could not help but take a deep breath while looking at the pit on the stone from where green smoke was still emitting out. Whoosh! Seeing that the venom attack had missed, a figure instantly dashed out from behind a thick twin tree that was actually adjacent to each other, increasing their thickness by a large volume. This was a terrifying giant spider. Its body was 10 feet long and green all over. Its bloody mouth continuously let out a strange sound, causing people to shudder. Lord, leveled beast. Qin Feng was immediately able to recognize that this beast was actually a lord-leveled beast. It was at the same level as the strange beast that he previously fought. Although both the strange beast and the iron-head spider are lord-leveled beast, there was a large difference in their strength. If the strange beast had the strength equivalent to an advanced battle spirit lord, then this iron-head spider only had the strength equivalent to an intermediate battle spirit lord. The spider in front of him was called the iron-head spider. It was extremely powerful and had a poisonous body, so even a drop of it would be enough to cause a person to perish. Iron-head spider was mainly known for its head, which is said to be as strong as iron. Moreover, this fellow's skin was also extremely tough. Unless one is also a battle spirit lord, there is no way to defeat it. The iron-head spider's eyes revealed a murderous look as it looked at Qin Feng. It once again continued to spew out venom toward Qin Feng. It did not seem to plan on letting Qin Feng go that easily. Swoosh! Swoosh! Qin Feng dodged as the streams of venom sprinkled around his body, corroding everything in their path as green smoke billowed out. Bam! At this moment, a nearby tree was corroded by the poison. Qin Feng turned to look at the corroded tree. Shua! The iron-head spider took the opportunity and bit down at Qin Feng with its iron head. There was no way to dodge it. Ruthlessness flashed past Qin Feng's eyes as the spirit energy in his body surged like a tide. His right foot stomped on the ground as it split the ground, violently punching out. Boom! As his fist struck out, the air exploded with the sound of an explosion, creating a sluggish air current. The sound was extremely powerful. Although Qin Feng did not know any fist-type battle skill, he still punched out. He was currently an advanced battle spirit warrior, but his fighting prowess was no less than an elementary or even intermediate battle spirit lord. He was much more powerful than the time when he fought against the strange beast. Hiss! The powerful fist force penetrated the iron-head spider's skin and penetrated into its body, causing it to scream miserably. However, before Qin Feng could rejoice, one of the iron-head spider's legs swept over him mercilessly and landed on his body. Puffed. The mountain-like force caused Qin Feng to spit out blood. His body was like a ball shot out after colliding with a bat as he flew out horizontally. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Feng's body slammed into a large tree one after another. After flying for over 30 meters, he finally collapsed onto the ground. Cough, cough. Qin Feng coughed as a smile appeared on his face. His battle intent solidified as the iron-head spider felt a threatening aura locked on it. It was like always after getting beaten up. Qin Feng's battle intent soared, giving off a very threatening aura to his opponent and making them feel uncomfortable. He stood up from the ground and wiped out the blood from the corner of his mouth. The iron-head spider also recovered at this moment. It raised its head and roared while pouncing towards Qin Feng once again. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled when he saw the iron-head spider pouncing at him. He circulated the Nameless Cultivation Technique and alleviated the pain on his body. Whoosh! When the iron-head spider was only 3 meters away from Qin Feng, he immediately pushed his feet to the ground and dashed toward the iron-head spider. Ha! The spider's leg again swept toward Qin Feng, aiming straight for his head. In that split second, Qin Feng stomped on the ground with all his might, causing his body to soar swiftly into the air. Then another fist accurately hit the iron-head spider, place where it already endured a fist attack from Qin Feng before. Hiss! The iron-head spider was injured once again. It cried out in pain as venom sprayed out of its mouth. Although Qin Feng's attack let the iron-head spider feel pain, it was unable to injure the spider badly. Seeing that he was unable to win against the spider if he only relied on his flashy body to attack, Qin Feng took out the long blade. Thunder and lightning suddenly started to flash on his body as he controlled them and guided them toward the long blade in his hand. He was going to execute the battle skill he got from the shooting star inside the mysterious space of the infinity symbol, Thunder Slash. He can use this skill more profoundly if he were to execute it with a sword, but unfortunately, he did not have a sword. So, he could only use the long blade he got from the dead uniformed personnel. With a cry, the iron-head spider looked at Qin Feng with a trace of fear in its eyes as it ran backward with all its might. It could feel the threatening aura from both Qin Feng and the long blade in his hand. Do you think you can escape just like that? Qin Feng looked at its running figure and immediately started to chase it. While he was still chasing the iron-head spider, he was also gathering the thunder and lightning on the blade of the long blade in his hand. Sonic wave. Seeing that the iron-head spider was running with all its might, Qin Feng immediately used the sonic wave to attack it. Hiss! The iron-head spider let out a loud shriek as it stopped on the spot. The sonic attack disturbed it mentally, making it unable to move its body. Blood also flowed out from its eyes and small mouth. Thunder Slash. The iron-head spider remained stood in its place, and Qin Feng took advantage of this moment. He slashed at the neck of the iron-head spider, chopping off its head from its body. The iron-head spider was killed on the spot. One thing that Qin Feng was able to understand was when did his sonic attack become this powerful, where even a lord-leveled beast was unable to put any struggle. Qin Feng checked the head of the iron-head spider to search for the same stone as he got from the head of the strange beast, but to his disappointment, he was unable to find any stone in its head. Does it mean that only a beast from the other side of Spatial Crack can produce that type of stone? Or could the stone be produced by only a guardian beast? Qin Feng was unable to understand what kind of beast contains a stone in its head, but since he could not find the answer, he shook off this thought from his mind and continued to move forward. Soon, 15 days passed. In these 15 days, Qin Feng fought with many beasts. His experience to fight increased, and now he can fight against a lord-leveled beast without losing out or being badly injured. Although he was unable to get any battle skill from the mysterious space of the infinity symbol, his control over thunder and lightning became very strong. Now, with just a thought, he can manipulate thunder and lightning as he wishes. He also successfully cultivate the first layer of the Nameless Cultivation Technique to its middle stage. His battle spirit has now grown even stronger, but he still could not see through the thunder spear inside his sea of consciousness. Whenever he tried to look at the thunder spear inside his sea of consciousness, his head would feel like exploding. He can only see the blurry image, and because of immense pain, he was always forced to withdraw. Only after releasing his battle spirit could he see the thunder spear clearly. He knew that his real battle spirit was always inside his sea of consciousness, and the battle spirit he releases was just an image, a kind of holographic image that actually looks too real. He still did not understand the reason behind it, but what can he do? There were many things that he was unable to understand. Right now, he was on the brink of breaking through to the next stage. He only lacked something to give his cultivation a push, and then he can become an advanced battle spirit warrior. Let's attack together. Kill this beast. Roar. As Qin Feng was moving forward, inside the black forest, fierce fighting noises traveled over to his ears. He shook himself and pricked his ears to listen carefully. Battle! People are battling over there. It should be a group that came here to hunt down the demonic beasts. Qin Feng's spirit was immediately roused. He wanted to see how these people fight. He immediately went ahead, after which he saw the intense scene. A 4-meter-tall blood-red giant spider was under siege. Its 8 legs were like 8 steel spears, waving wildly with an airtight defense. It was besieged by 2 middle-aged men and 2 young men. These men were wielding weapons and fighting fiercely with the giant spider. Another spider. But it is different from Iron-Head Spider that I fought. Qin Feng muttered in a voice that only he could hear and continued to stare at the 4 people fighting the spider. The giant spider was 4 meters tall, and its entire body was blood-red, as though it was made from a pile of blood jade. It was covered with needle-like spikes. Its 6 eyes, as big as grapefruit, cruel and bloodthirsty. This was yet another lord-leveled demonic beast. Blood Demon Spider. As a lord-leveled beast, the Blood Demon Spider was extremely tyrannical and terrifying. Its fighting prowess was equal to an intermediate battle spirit warrior. But today, this spider was in trouble, because the 4 humans that besieged it were not weak. Both young men were advanced battle spirit warrior, while the 2 middle-aged men were elementary battle spirit lord. They surrounded the blood demon spider and attacked it continuously. Roar! The blood demon spider felt a strong sense of danger from above its head. It raised its head and saw a big fireball falling on its head. It roared at the sky, and its 8 long legs leaped as though they were springs, charging toward a young man. It wanted to break the attack above its head and prevent it from falling on it. The best way to avoid the fireball was to get near a human. It dashed toward a young man. Seeing it, a middle-aged man shouted, "Protect young Master Yu." It was a brawny man with a giant axe who shouted as he slashed at one of the spider's legs. Sparks spattered among clanking metal. The spider's leg remained intact, revealing the sturdiness of its legs, but there was still a big line of wound appeared on its leg. The blood demon spider paused for a moment. At this time, the fireball above its head fell on it. Snap! The blood jade demon spider was struck, causing its blood-colored body to twitch violently. It appeared like it won stimulants as it shuffled around. Its entire body was now enveloped with fire. As the fire burned the spider continued to let out painful shrieks and run here and there in the forest to extinguish the fire on its body. Here's our chance. The other three men would never miss such a good opportunity, and took the chance to launch their strongest attack. Snap. Boom. Splat. 3 attacks struck the blood jade demon spider at the same time. This terrifying lord-leveled beast let out a scream and fell down instantly. After that, it was quiet. Qin Feng, who was hiding in the shadows, witnessed everything. He was utterly stunned by the terrifying blood demon spider, the fireball that descended from the sky, and the 3 men with frightening attacks. All these left him shaken as he experienced the power of this world and his own insignificance. Although he was powerful and had the confidence to kill the blood demon spider, he could still not fight so profoundly. These 4 men were definitely much more experienced than him. They knew how to fight the blood demon spider. They knew its weakness, and they knew how to take the opportunity to launch their attack. These all were the things that attracted Qin Feng's attention the most. He gained some more experience in how to fight by just watching these people fight. Who is there? Unexpectedly, at the moment when he was still lost in thought, the young man, towards whom the spider dashed previously, suddenly turned his head and shouted, "Young Master Yu, what's the matter? There's someone over there." The 4 of them, in Qin Feng's direction. "Who is there? Come out and show yourself." The brawny man with the giant axe yelled as he frowned and stared in Qin Feng's direction. The other 3 also stared in his direction with threatening gazes. The Black Forest may be extremely dangerous, but what was more terrifying were other humans. When they were in a fierce battle with the demonic beast just now, had someone snuck up behind for an attack, they would be in great danger. Qin Feng was again shocked. Have they discovered him? What is going on? He has clearly hidden himself. Well then, how did they discover him? After hesitating for a while, he decided to come out. Just as he was about to come out, he heard a rustling sound from behind, 10 meters right side to him. A skinny young man holding a dagger came forward step by step. Qin Feng was startled when he saw this skinny young man. This skinny young man was just 10 meters behind him on the right side. Yet he did not discover this skinny young man. But the young man called Young Master Yu, who was still far away from him, was able to discover this skinny young man. Then again, a question surfaced in Qin Feng's mind. Since this young Master Yu was able to discover the skinny young man, then why did he not discover him? What surprised Qin Feng the most was that though the skinny young man walked forward and crossed him at the distance of 10 meters, even he did not discover him. What's going on? Qin Feng was confused, and when he thought about this matter, he was shocked to find that right now, even he himself was unable to feel his own existence. It was as if he is not here, but in another space. What is going on? Qin Feng was startled, and at the same time, he was confused. Is it again of an infinity symbol? Thinking of this, Qin Feng looked at the infinity symbol on his right hand, but was disappointed to see that the infinity symbol was not shining. It means the thing that was happening with him was not the work of infinity symbol. If it is not the work of infinity symbol, then why even I could not feel my own existence? An unknown fear appeared in Qin Feng's heart, and this unknown fear really terrified him. This was the first time when he ever felt something like this. He was scared. Yes, for the first time in his life, Qin Feng was scared. Suddenly, he felt a burning sensation on his chest. Qin placed his hand on his chest and pushed it lightly. Why is there such a sensation on my chest? Qin Feng was confused, but the next moment, He was stupefied when he thought of something. He removed his upper clothes, and his bare chest appeared. There he saw an extremely beautiful butterfly mark that was currently shining with bright blue light. This butterfly mark, Qin Feng remembered that this mark was given to him by the mysterious lady. At that time, she told him that this butterfly mark can save him 10 times from any life-threatening situation. She only told him that it can save him 10 times, but didn't tell him how to activate this mark. At that time, even he forgot to ask how to activate it. Although he now knew that he does not need this kind of butterfly mark that can save his life, because he cannot die. No matter how many times he was killed, he always travels back in time and be revived again. Right now, this butterfly mark was activated on its own. Qin Feng felt a burning sensation. Is there a danger to my life right now? Qin Feng could not help but think. Then he looked at his surrounding but cannot see any danger. Right now, he was unable to feel his own existence. It might be the work of this butterfly mark. Suddenly, an earth-shaking roar suddenly came from the sky. Roar. Horrifying sound waves spread outward as though an atomic bomb had exploded. It was so loud that everyone's ears were humming. Looks of agony appeared on everyone's faces. What's going on? Has a king-level demonic beast run out to the forest's outer boundary? Everyone was alarmed and fearful. With such a fearsome roar, it was highly likely that it was or above the king-level demonic beast. With everyone's current battle capabilities, only death awaited them, for sure should they encounter a king-level demonic beast. Look at the sky! Suddenly the burly man with axe shouted. The others lifted their heads upon hearing him. Then, all of them started trembling all over, as if they had seen a ghost. Even Qin Feng himself and the skinny young man that just came out while holding the dagger were shaken when he looked up in the sky. In the sky, a long distance away, a terrifying behemoth, more than 100 meters long, was flying in the air. Its wings alone were more than 30 meters long. It has narrow ears and sharp claws like a bull's horns. Its entire body was golden in color, as if it was covered in golden armor. It had a horrifying build and looked savage and ferocious. However, the key was that, unlike other flying magical beasts, the gigantic creature wasn't flapping its wings, and yet it could still suspend itself in midair and fly about. Could that be the legendary Emperor rank demonic beast, the golden flame-horned eagle? One of the young man's teeth chattered, and his body shook as he uttered the question. All of the people, including the skinny young man, all of them were shaking like a leaf in the slow wind. Their eyes were full of fear and alarm. One of the middle-aged men swallowed his saliva as he said, "That is definitely an Emperor rank demonic beast, the golden flame-horned eagle. Oh my God, aren't Emperor rank demonic beasts supposed to be in the magical forests of Central Region? Why is it showing up here?" asked the young man called Young Master Yu, who found this inconceivable. Emperor, demonic beast. Qin Feng stared hard at the gigantic creature in the sky. Even his breathing had become quick and ragged. No wonder the butterfly mark reacted at this moment. It was because it already detected that he was going to encounter something where there is no chance of him to escape. He will definitely die, and detecting this, the butterfly mark on his chest was activated on its own. It was there mainly to save Qin Feng from the situations where death was certain. Now, Qin Feng wanted to see how the butterfly mark is going to save him. He also wanted to see what is going to happen and why an Emperor rank demonic beast was here in the Black Forest. Run. The brawny man with the giant axe shouted and started to run in the opposite direction from where the golden flame-horned eagle was flying. All other people came back to their senses after hearing the shout of the brawny man and started to run as well. They followed behind the brawny man, but it was already too late. The golden flame-horned eagle had already detected their presence. It screeched loudly. Its screech managed to pierce through everyone's mind, making them unable to move from their spot. All of them froze on the spot. Their mind went blank as a confusing look appeared on their face. Although Qin Feng was also there, he was an exception. Nothing happened to him. He saw everything. He saw people freezing on their spot and not moving in the slightest. He saw their blank look as well as the traces of blood that started to flow out from everyone's mouth corner. Qin Feng knew that why he was safe and nothing happened to him was definitely because of the butterfly mark. At this moment, it was like he'd not exist at all. And since he did not exist, how can the attack of the golden flame-horned eagle affect him in any way? The golden flame-horned eagle flew past everyone and continued to fly toward the center of the black forest, but before it can disappear in the depth of the forest, it once again turned its head and opened its beak. An energy beam shot out from its mouth toward the people who were still standing on their spot, with a confusing look on their face. They are doomed! Qin Feng saw this and could not help but exclaim out loud. Before all the energy beams shot by the golden flame-horned eagle could collide with these people, young Master Yu was able to regain his composure. Fear, extreme fear appeared in his heart as a fearful look flashed on his face. He hurriedly took out a token-like thing and threw it in front of him. That token-like thing suddenly stopped in mid-air, and taking it as the center, an energy barrier spread out and covered the area of around 15 meters. At this time, except for the skinny young man and the brawny man with an axe, everyone was standing with a blank face in the area of 15 meters. When the barrier covered the area of 15 meters, they were also covered by the barrier. Boom! Bang! Exactly the moment the barrier covered them, the energy beam came down, striking them in an instant. The earth shook heavily as an extremely loud explosive sound rang out that echoed through almost the entire black forest, making every single life inside the black forest alert. The energy beam swept past all the people, including Qin Feng, and collided with the ground. The ground was blown apart in many pieces. The plants were burnt into ashes. The earth was blown. Thick clouds of dust flew everywhere as it covered the area of almost thousands of meters, making it impossible to see anything inside. When the energy beam passed Qin Feng, he did not feel anything. He could see the terrifying energy beam coming, colliding with his body, and shooting past him. The energy beam came and went by, but it did not harm him in any way. And in the next moment, a thick cloud of dust covered everything, making him unable to see anything. Only after half an hour did the thick cloud of dust started to become thin and slowly dissipated. Only now did everything become clear. Seeing everything around him, Qin Feng was so shocked that he did not know what to say for a very long time. In a radius of more than thousands of meters, a scene that could easily tell the story of its destruction could be seen. No animal, no plant, not even a single grass could be seen in the radius of thousands of meters. Even the ground was not intact. Everywhere was the site of devastation. He does not even saw the people who were surrounded by the barrier. There was no trace of them. Everything in the radius of thousands of meters was destroyed. The golden flame-horned eagle could not be seen, so it was clear that after shooting out the energy beam, it flew deep inside the black forest. Maybe it was confident that its attack can kill everyone there, so it did not even bother to look back after attacking. Now that the danger was over, Qin Feng once again started to feel his existence, and the burning sensation on his chest also slowly subsided. But the moment the burning feeling subsided, and he started to feel his own existence, he felt as if something was pulling him. He looked at the surroundings, but failed to find anything. There was nothing. Not even a speck of grass in the radius of thousands of meters. The thing that could be seen was only broken ground, countless pieces of big and small rocks and hard sands, and ashes of trees and animals. Except for these things, there was nothing. But the feeling of being pulled by someone, or some kind of special force, continues to grow stronger. He could not understand what was happening, since there was nothing in his surrounding then who was pulling him. But suddenly he finds this feeling familiar. He suddenly remembered that when he was brought to another world by the mysterious lady at that time, he felt exactly what he was feeling now. The moment he realized this, his vision blurred, and he felt as if he was sucked inside a black hole. His control over his body was also lost. After some time, when he once again gained control and his vision became clear, he found himself in a beautiful garden. This garden was filled with more than 100 types of flowers. These flowers were blooming beautifully, which made the garden even more beautiful. There was also a small lake not far away from where he was standing. The water in this lake was crystal clear. He could see everything inside the lake. There were many big and small fishes swimming in the water of the lake. There was also a very big mountain at a certain distance from where he was standing. This mountain was so high that its peak could not be seen. Its peak was hiding behind a thick layer of white clouds. All of these things reminded him of a place. There was only a single place that was this beautiful. Yes, he was once again brought into the garden of the mysterious lady. And since he was already here, she should be nearby. Sigh. How disappointing. Just as he thought, the mysterious lady really was here. Qin Feng turned his head and saw a beautiful lady in a light blue dress standing in front of him. There were many lotus patterns was carved beautifully on her dress. There was a black veil covering her beautiful face, which made it impossible for Qin Feng to see her face. But her beautiful pair of eyes alone were enough to make anyone willingly become her slave. It was the second time when Qin Feng was here and saw the beautiful lady, but he was still unable to control his heart. His heart started thumping loudly, forcing him to hurriedly place his hand on his heart to calm it down. Seeing this scene, the mysterious lady snorted, but it could be seen that she did not mind Qin Feng's silly behavior. This woman, she really is terrifying. Who can endure her beauty? No matter who will see her, they will lose themselves in her beauty. Qin Feng quickly lowered his head when the mysterious lady snorted, and then thought in his heart, "Oh, really?" The beautiful soft voice of the mysterious lady sounded beside Qin Feng's ear. Qin Feng raised his head and saw that the mysterious lady was still standing on her spot. He could not understand what the mysterious lady was saying, so he asked, "What? My beauty, can it really make everyone lost in my beauty?" She asked with a smile that was not a smile. But so what? It is not like Qin Feng could see her smile through the black veil that covered her face. Qin Feng, on the other hand, was shocked. He was thinking in his heart, this woman was actually able to hear him. A question appeared in his mind. Can she read one's mind and heart? The mysterious lady's smile grew even wider under her veil, but since Qin Feng did not see it, it does not matter. If Qin Feng were to see her smile, he would know that the mysterious woman once again heard his internal thought. To answer the mysterious lady's question, Qin Feng hesitated for a while, then lightly nodded his head. After nodding his head, as if Qin Feng remembered something, so he asked, "Previously you said how disappointing. Was it for me?" "Yes, you really disappointed me." The mysterious lady nodded her head and said, she stopped for a few breaths and again said, "It has not been that long, but you have already used one chance of your life saving. You are so weak. What danger did you encounter that made my mark to save you?" Qin Feng realized what she was saying, so he told her everything that happened in the Black Forest. So, it was just a coincidence. Yes, it was. Qin Feng nodded his head and said, then asked, why am I here again? The mysterious lady answered him, every time the butterfly mark is used, you will be brought here. Oh, yes. Saying this, the mysterious lady looked at the fishes in the lake. Qin Feng also followed her gaze and looked at the fishes. He can feel that this scenery, this place, and even the mysterious lady, all of them are familiar to him. It is as if he had seen them somewhere before, but he could not remember when and where he saw them. But exactly this feeling always reminds him of one thing that the mysterious lady told him previously. You are the reincarnation of King. The mysterious lady turned her gaze from the fishes in the lake to Qin Feng, then let out a long sigh and said, your talent is still there, but the world you are in is too low-leveled, which is hindering your growth. What do you mean? I don't understand. Qin Feng was confused by what the mysterious lady said, so he asked for clarification. Sigh. If you were cultivating here in 1 month, your growth would be a lot faster than it is now. In 1 month, you can only increase your cultivation from early key training to middle key training. If you were here, you would have at least broken through to the next stage of cultivation by now. The mysterious lady said something that confused him even more. Isn't he at the intermediate battle spirit warrior realm? Then why is the mysterious lady telling him that he is at the middle stage of key training? The mysterious lady was about to say something again when Qin Feng interrupted her before she could say anything and asked, what is this QE training thing you are talking about? The mysterious lady looked at him strangely and then asked, what are the cultivation stages in your world? There are 4. Battle Spirit Warrior, Battle Spirit Lord, Battle Spirit King, and Battle Spirit Emperor. Every stage of cultivation is further divided into 3 minor stages. They are elementary, intermediate, and advanced stage. Qin Feng explained everything about the cultivation stages of Earth. The mysterious lady thought for a while, and then explained, looks like cultivation appeared only a few years ago on that little planet of yours. Your planet's people don't have any knowledge about cultivation. What do you know? Earth changed 5,000 years ago, and after a few hundred years, humans started to awaken their battle spirits and cultivate. It's already been 5,000 years. Qin Feng taunted the mysterious lady and explained with his nose high up. He said everything with pride. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Qin Feng acting so prideful, the mysterious lady started to laugh loudly. So beautiful. Qin Feng was stunned. He could not help praise the beauty of the mysterious lady in his heart. When she laughed, her beauty became even more beautiful. He still remembered that the first time when he met the mysterious lady, her attitude was cold toward him. He did not know what happened, but today she was chatting and laughing with him. The laugh of the mysterious lady abruptly stopped as if she realized something. She smiled and said, do you think 5,000 years is a very long period of time? Isn't it? Asked Qin Feng. No, it is not. To me, 5,000 years of time is nothing more than a night of sleep. I don't know, after recovering your past life's memories, what will you think about this time when you are explaining about that little planet of yours with so much pride? The mysterious lady again laughed and said, 5,000 years of time is nothing more than a night of sleep. Nothing more than a night of sleep. A night of sleep. Qin Feng was dumbfounded. The mysterious lady's sentence was still reverberating in his mind again and again. What kind of existence is this mysterious lady for whom 5,000 years of time is like a night of sleep? Seeing his dumbfounded expression, the mysterious lady once again said, don't be surprised. You'll be able to accept this in the future. For now, you just need to know that your planet is far behind when it comes to cultivation. Let me tell you the 4 stages of cultivation that you defined as Battle Spirit Warrior, Battle Spirit Lord, Battle Spirit King, and Battle Spirit Emperor are actually known as QE training. foundation establishment, innate realm, and golden core realm. These cultivation realms are further divided into early, middle, and late stages. Well, other than these 4 stages realms of cultivation, there are many other realms. You will know about them in the future. The mysterious lady again said something made Qin Feng even more confused. Although he understood what the mysterious lady was saying, he was not able to accept the reality for the time being. Seeing Qin Feng's expression, the mysterious lady once again said, "I will send you to a low-leveled cultivation world. Although it is a low-leveled world, this world is still higher-leveled than that little planet of yours. When you will go there and experience a few years of life, you will understand everything. Be ready, I'll send you." No! Just as the mysterious lady was about to do something, Qin Feng hurriedly denied the offer given by the mysterious lady. The mysterious lady stopped what she was doing and looked at Qin Feng. At this moment, Qin Feng was fighting with himself. He wanted to go to the other world that the mysterious lady talked about, but at the same time, he did not know when will he come back. His mother is still on Earth and waiting for him to go to the Qin family and meet her. How can he just disappear from Earth and experience his life in another world? He cannot do that. At least not for now. After thinking for a long time, he asked, "If you were to send me to the cultivation world, can you send me back to the Earth after some time?" "Yes, I can." The mysterious lady nodded her head and said, "Give me 1.5 months of time. After 1.5 months, you can send me to the cultivation world you talked about. And after another few months, send me back to Earth. After all, there is my mother. I cannot abandon her. After returning from the cultivation world, I will give my all and cultivate diligently, and in 3 years, I will try my best to reach the goal you set up for me." Qin Feng said. When Qin Feng asked for the time of 1.5 months, the mysterious lady did not say anything for some time. After thinking something for a few minutes, she finally said, "Okay, but remember, if you were to go to the cultivation world and come back after a few months, you have to reach the peak of Golden Core, Battle Spirit Emperor Realm in 2 years." "What? Why? Isn't 3 years of time is already too short?" Qin Feng could not accept this, so he asked unwillingly, "When you will go to the cultivation world, you can find many resources there to quickly increase your cultivation. At that time, with your talent, these 2 years should be enough to reach the so-called Battle Spirit Emperor Realm." The mysterious lady snorted and said, That's enough." The mysterious lady suddenly turned cold as she looked at Qin Feng and said, "Even though you don't have any memories of your past life, but still, you are the king, and king never runs from a challenge. King was someone who always searched for something that can become a challenge to him, but you. Why are you so opposite of him? Why are you trying to run away from a challenge?" The voice of the mysterious lady was filled with many emotions when she talked about the king. Qin Feng could clearly feel her emotion. It was filled with grief, sadness, pain, as well as anger. There was also the hint of happiness in her voice, but that hint was so minuscule that it was overshadowed by her other emotions. It was as if Qin Feng was sitting beside a crazy person. Only a crazy person can feel so many emotions at once, but still, he felt his blood boiling when the mysterious lady talked about the king. He did not know why, but felt a very strange emotion stirring up from the bottom of his heart. He said, "I am not running enough." Before Qin Feng could finish what he was saying, the mysterious lady stopped him by raising her hand. She said, "It is time to go back. Exactly after 1.5 months, you will be transported to the cultivation world by the butterfly mark. But remember, by doing this, you will lose 1 chance from the remaining 9 chances to save your life. And when you want to come back to that little planet of yours, Just pour the spirit energy in the butterfly mark, and you will be transported back. And yes, here, you will once again lose another chance to save your life. It means, after going to the cultivation world and returning from there, you will only have 7 chances left to save your life from any kind of danger. Understood? Qin Feng nodded his head, indicating that he understood. Anyway, since he already has the infinity symbol, he does not need any chances to save his life. Even if he were to die, he will revive again back in time. The moment Qin Feng nodded his head, he felt his head spinning. He hurriedly held his head and closed his eyes. Just a few seconds later, he once again started to feel normal. When Qin Feng opened his eyes, he found himself in the black forest where he was standing previously. Qin Feng took a deep breath. He knew the reason why the mysterious lady's mood suddenly changed, and she became cold toward him once again. Qin Feng clenched his hands tightly. He did not know why, but when the mysterious lady coldly looked at him, he felt like a thorn stabbing in his heart. Yes, he felt pain in his heart, but this pain was not like the pain when someone gets injured. It was something else, something complicated. He did not know his feelings toward the mysterious lady. Although she looked young, from what she told him, he knew that this lady was at least a few 100,000 years old. Just think about it. A person of 5,000 years are just taking a nap. How old would that person be? Well, he was away from the earth for quite a while already. He looked at the surrounding that was already destroyed by the golden flame-horned eagle. There was not a single place in the thousands of meters that was still intact. Qin Feng shook his head and sighed. Just as he was about to leave, he heard a weak voice asking for help. Qin Feng turned back and focused on where this voice was coming from. It was a place filled with debris made up of ashes of plants, countless big and small pieces of rocks and hard ground, and an extremely large amount of dirt. Qin Feng hurriedly started to remove the debris with both of his hands, and it took him more than an hour before he was finally able to see a ray of light shining inside the debris. In this period of time, he heard the sound asking for help many times. Only after he could not take it anymore did he shouted that he was already doing his best by continuously removing the debris. Hearing it, the sound asking for help disappeared for quite a while. Qin Feng saw the thin ray of light and found it familiar. He suddenly remembered the token-like thing that the young Master Yu threw in the air. At that time, an energy barrier was created around young Master Yu and his subordinates that were close to him. Qin Feng was sure that this kind of light was shining out from that energy barrier. After another half an hour of work, Qin Feng was finally able to clearly see the source of light. Just as he thought, the light was coming from the barrier. But this barrier was no longer intact. There were countless cracks on it just like the web of a spider. Seeing the cracking barrier, Qin Feng extended his hand toward it so that he can see if he could break it or not, but to his surprise, the moment he touched the barrier, that barrier shattered into many fragments of light and disappeared in thin air. When the barrier disappeared, 3 figures that were badly wounded appeared in front of Qin Feng. It was clear that although the barrier was able to save the life of these people, it was unable to completely protect them. Qin Feng did not know what that barrier was, or how it appeared after young Master Yu threw the token in the air. But he did know that it was exactly this barrier that made an impossible possible by saving the lives of 3 people under the attack of the golden flame-horned eagle. 3 injured people that appeared in front of Qin Feng after the barrier shattered were young Master Yu, the other young man, and one of the 2 middle-aged men. As for the other middle-aged man with an axe, he was nowhere to be seen. It was clear the middle-aged man with an axe and the skinny young man that suddenly appeared before were already dead. It was a pity that even their corpses were burnt to ashes by the light beam shot by the golden flame eagle. These three injured people were lying on the ground in front of Qin Feng. They were badly injured. Only young Master Yu was still conscious. As for the other two men, they had long lost their consciousness because of their injuries. They needed urgent treatment, otherwise they will die without a doubt. But right now, everyone was inside the Black Forest. Where will they find something or someone that can help them with their injuries? At this moment, young Master Yu gestured for Qin Feng to look inside his tattered clothes. At first, Qin Feng did not understand what the young Master Yu wanted to tell, but after seeing his signal 3 or 4 times, he understood what he had to do. He started to check young Master Yu's body and soon found a bottle. This bottle was only the size of an adult's palm, and it was filled with some sort of blue liquid. "What should I do with this bottle?" asked Qin Feng. Young Master Yu struggled and finally said, apply that liquid on MDIB body." "Oh, ok." Qin Feng nodded his head and said, it was clear that the liquid was no ordinary liquid, but some kind of medicinal liquid. Qin Feng had read in a book that after the world recovered the spirit energy and plants started to evolve. Some plants evolved into herbs. These herbs were later called medicinal herbs, and using them, people started to develop many kinds of medicine that could help humans recover from their injuries, illness, and even increase their cultivation. Soon Qin Feng removed all the clothes that were covered in blood from young Master Yu's body and started to apply the medicinal liquid to the injuries on young Master Yu's body. After doing this, Qin Feng was surprised to see that the injuries on young Master Yu's body slowly have started to heal. Seeing this, although he was surprised, he did not lose his composure. It was his first time seeing something like this, but his heart was exceedingly calm. Seeing the effect of the medicinal liquid, Qin Feng applied it on the injuries of the other two people, and their injuries also slowly started to heal. It took around half an hour before young Master Yu sat down with a perfectly healed body. He checked his body 2 or 3 times before thanking Qin Feng. "This brother, thanks for saving our lives, otherwise we would have died." Saying this, young Master Yu extended his hand toward Qin Feng and said, "I am Yu Fan." Qin Feng also extended his hand and shook it, saying, "Qin Feng, brother Qin Feng, once again thank you for saving us. Why don't you give me your contact information so that I can thank you with few gifts some other time?" Yu Fan asked with a smile. Qin Feng shook his head and said, "I was just passing by when I heard your voice, so I helped you. There is no need for gifts. Since you are fine, then I'll be going my way." Saying this, Qin Feng turned around and ran toward the direction which can lead him to go outside the Black Forest. Yu Fan, looking at Qin Feng's figure until he completely disappeared from the sight of Yu Fan. Then he turned around to look at the young man and the middle-aged man who had woken up at some unknown time and sighed out a breath of relief. "Who was he?" asked the middle-aged man. "Someone who saved our lives by removing the debris under which we were buried. Then he also applied the medicinal liquid on our injuries," said Yu Fan. Then Yu Fan looked in the direction where Qin Feng disappeared and sighed, saying, "Maybe someday we will meet again." The middle-aged man and the young man beside him nodded their heads. Fund. It did not take Qin Feng long before he reached outside the Black Forest. There were still some days left, so he decided to find a safe place to cultivate diligently and break through to advanced battle spirit warrior. After finding a safe place, he started to circulate the first layer of the Nameless Cultivation Technique, and soon forgot everything about the outside world. Minute after minute, hour after hour, and day after day kept passing. At some unknown time, a sound of something breaking rang out inside Qin Feng's body, and a very comfortable feeling soon followed. At this moment, he had broken through, and now he was already an advanced battle spirit warrior. He was now only half a step away, a battle spirit lord. Another breakthrough in cultivation, and he can become a battle spirit lord when a big field. All the new students of this year from 4 different classes were gathered. Almost all of these students were elementary battle spirit warriors, and only a few of them were intermediate battle spirit warriors. As for advanced battle spirit warrior, there were only 2 of them, and these 2 were the students of Class A. These 2 students' names were Fenglan and Wen Tian. These 2 students have their families backing them. As they were the students of Class A, the resources they get to cultivate were not small. And with the resources provided by their family, it was not difficult for them to increase their cultivation to the advanced battle spirit warrior. At this moment, a beautiful young lady was constantly walking forward and backward, as though she was waiting for someone. This beautiful young lady was Jia Lan, and obviously, she was waiting for Qin Feng's return. It was already the time when the newly admitted students of the Profound Sky Academy should head to the location where competition between 3 academies will take place. The 1-month time limit she gave to Qin Feng was already over 2 days ago, but he still did not return. Although she believes in Qin Feng and his strength, she was still worried about him, thinking that something bad might have happened to Qin Feng, because of which he still has not returned. At this time, President Zhu arrived beside Jia Lan and asked, "Lan, what happened? Your student has still not returned. We have to hurry up and depart, as there is not much time left." Jia Lan nodded her head and said warily, "President Zhu, please wait for some more time. Qin Feng will definitely return. There is not much time left, so we can only wait for another 5 minutes. After that, no matter if he will come or not, we have to depart," said President Zhu. Jia Lan nodded her head and said, "I understood." Exactly at this time, a light flashed and a figure of a young man appeared at the academy gate of the Profound Sky Academy. This young figure was Qin Feng. Although did not know how long it took him to break through to the advanced battle spirit warrior, but he knew that the period of 1 month was already over. After breaking through, he ran as fast as he can toward the Profound Sky Academy, and while run, he manipulated the power of thunder and lightning within his body, increasing his speed to the extent where only a flash of light could be seen to ordinary people. He hurriedly entered the Profound Sky Academy, and after asking around, he found out that every newly admitted student have already gathered in the field. Qin Feng did not waste his time as he ran toward the field, and after 3 minutes, he was standing in front of Jia Lan, while Jia Lan was staring at him in anger. Jia Lan said, "Qin Feng, I only gave you the permission to stay outside for 1 month. Why have you come now?" Qin Feng scratched his head as he smiled embarrassingly and said, "That, Teacher Jia, I was busy being through to the next stage, that's why I was late." When Jia Lan heard him, she immediately checked Qin Feng's cultivation, and seeing his cultivation base that was at the advanced battle spirit warrior realm, a soft smile appeared on her face. Qin Feng's talent was really only 1 in a million. Breaking through this fast without the support of any resources, something that not even a genius on the entire earth could do. Jia Lan turned her head and looked at President Zhu, who nodded his head with a smile on his face. Then, President Zhu walked to the very front to say something. "There is no time left now. Hear carefully what President Zhu is going to say," said Jia Lan to Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded his head and concentrated toward President Zhu. "Students, I am sure that many of you are curious as to why the Academy suddenly ordered you all to gather here. I will explain everything only once, so pay close attention. Every 3 years, a competition between the newly recruited students takes place. This competition is divided into 2 rounds. The first one is where 3 academies temper our newly accepted students in a world the other side of the spatial crack. There, you students will have to compete not just between yourselves, but you will also have to fight against the demonic beasts. The world on the other side of a spatial crack is a place where you can become stronger and find fortuitous opportunities, but there is also a chance of you dying there. Remember that you may die at any moment inside the world on the other side of the spatial crack. So if you want to stay alive, you have to be ruthless. President Zhu stopped for a moment after saying this, and seeing that all the students were listening to his words carefully, he secretly nodded his head in satisfaction, and once again started to say, "We have already made you familiarize with the world that appears after passing a spatial crack. This time, no teacher will be there to protect you, so you all have to be extremely careful while trying your best to survive. This first round of the competition will be over after 3 days. The second round of the competition will start after the ending of the first round of the competition. In the second round of the competition, all the students that manage to stay alive in the world on the other side of the spatial crack will fight each other, and this will decide the winner of the competition. The winner of this competition will be rewarded with something that can directly let a martial warrior below the advanced battle spirit lord to raise their cultivation by 1 minor stage." President Zhou looked at all the students in front of him. The winner of this competition will be rewarded with something that can directly let a martial warrior below the advanced battle spirit lord raise their cultivation by 1 minor stage. It means an intermediate battle spirit lord can directly become an advanced battle spirit lord with help of this reward. If it was used by an advanced battle spirit warrior, they will directly break through and become an elementary battle spirit lord. Silence. An inexplicable silence immediately prevailed in the entire field, as no one could speak anything after hearing the effect of the reward given to the winner of the competition. And immediately after the silence, the crowd of students started to discuss with each other about the reward, making the entire field so noisy that forced President Zhu cough twice in order to make the student silence once again. After that, President Zhu waved his hand, and a big bird appeared from the sky as it slowly landed in front of him. President Zhu then turned his head to look at the students in front of him as he said, in a commanding voice, "Get on." Seeing this big bird, all the students were shocked. It turned out that the principal of the Profound Sky Academy, President Zhu, was actually a beastmaster. The big bird that appeared in front of the students was a lord-leveled beast known as Great White Condor. Its body was around 50 meters long. After another round of exclamation, more than 100 students immediately mounted the rank Great White Condor without a question. The first one to jump on a condor's back was one of the 2 advanced battle spirit warrior other than Qin Feng, Feng Lan. Feng Lan was followed by Wen Tian, who was also an advanced battle spirit warrior. Qin Feng also did not need to think about it, as he too climbed on the condor's back. In the end, all the students climbed on the Great White Condor's back. After the students, some of the teachers, including Jia Lan and President Zhu, also climbed on the back of the Great White Condor. Seeing that none of the disciples had hesitated, President Zhu nodded his head in satisfaction as he said, "Good. Since all of you have already climbed on the condor's back, then let us depart." After he gave the command, the Great White Condor flapped its 2 large white wings and flew up in the sky in a straight line, and quickly left the ground of the Profound Sky Academy. President Zhu, who was sitting on the forefront of the condor's head, looked at the restless students and said, "There is no reason for you all to be anxious. We will arrive at the location of the spatial crack in 2 hours. The group traveled for 2 hours until they arrived at the location of the spatial crack. No student was shocked to see the spatial crack as they had already seen it before. The Profound Sky Academy was the second group to arrive here. In front of them was another group of people that wasn't any smaller than their own. 2 teachers approached the Profound Sky Academy's group, and one of them spoke, President Zhu. "I didn't expect that you would be the one to lead your students here." This person was Principal Zhong Huhui from one of the 3 academies known as Flying Sword Academy. "President Zhong, it seems that your Flying Sword Academy also takes this competition quite seriously. Otherwise, you wouldn't have led your students here." "Ha ha ha, it's okay. I won't hold any grudges against you this time," said President Zhong of the Flying Sword Academy. "It seems like President Zhong and President Zhu have already arrived here. I am sorry for being late." As the 2 presidents were still fighting with words, another voice was heard from the distance. Another group of people appeared in the distance, and this group was also not any smaller than the Profound Sky Academy's group and Flying Sword Academy's group. The person leading this group was a robust middle-aged man with a bald shaved head. Obviously, the person who spoke just now was this bald middle-aged man. "President Chao, you are here as well," said President Zhang. "I'm sure that everyone here is eagerly waiting for this competition to start. After all, this competition isn't just a competition between the students of 3 academies, but it is also to check a student's ability to plan ahead as well as their survival instincts. Since everyone has gathered, then how about starting the competition now?" Seeing that all 3 academies group was already here, President Zhu did not want to waste any more time, so he decided to speak about the competition. Hearing what President Zhu said, President Zhang and President Chao also nodded their heads, agreeing with what President Zhu said. President Zhu turned look at the students of the Profound Sky Academy. "All of you will spend the next 3 days inside the world on the other side of the spatial crack. Even we don't know what kind of beast is there, as this is the first time when someone will enter. You all need to be very careful after entering there." As President Zhu finished speaking, so did the other 2 presidents to their respective groups. The group of students slowly started to move toward the spatial crack. Qin Feng was no exception. He also started to head toward the spatial crack along with the other students of the Profound Sky Academy. One by one, every student to enter the spatial crack, and very soon, other than the teachers of the 3 academies, there was no one left outside the spatial crack. Now, let's see how many students will survive this year's first round of competition. I hope everyone comes back safely. President Zhu looked at the spatial crack and sighed softly in his heart. The moment Qin Feng entered the spatial crack, he felt as if his body had fallen into a swamp. When he regained his senses, everything around him changed drastically. The scene before him was clearly a dense forest, yet it gave off a desolate feeling as if this place had no life at all. An oppressive and despairing aura filled the air, enveloping Qin Feng's entire body. With just a slight breath of air, he felt a cold chill running through his spine. He hurriedly circulated the first layer of the Nameless Cultivation Technique. The next moment, the cold feeling was immediately expelled out from his body. Is this some kind of desperate land? Looking at the strange scene around him, Qin Feng frowned slightly. This kind of oppressive and hollow aura could easily people feel despair all the time. A miserable cry suddenly rang out from afar, followed by the sound of space trembling in fear. Someone's been already killed. Qin Feng's heart trembled slightly. This was just the beginning. He had never thought that someone would already fall. This forest was vast and almost boundless. It was surrounded by rotten plants, as well as some demonic beasts and poisonous creatures. It was impossible to guard against them. Suddenly, Qin Feng felt a murdering gaze locked on him, and this feeling was followed by an inexplicable sense of danger. Qin Feng immediately moved to the side, then turned around, and his right hand, which was already holding a long blade, slashed out with thunder slash, killing a poisonous snake that attacked him. He then took out the snake core and swallowed it into his stomach. 2 hours after killing the poisonous snakes, Qin Feng found a very secluded place. There he saw a big tree, so he climbed on it. The night was about to descend, and currently, in this forest, there were many demonic beasts, poisonous creatures, and other powerful battle spirit warriors. Choosing to leave at this time was absolutely a foolish idea. Standing on top of a big tree, Qin Feng started to think something while, and his eyes were constantly paying attention to the surrounding situation. According to his guess, many people will definitely fight with each other for some resources here that will lead them to kill each other. Just as Qin Feng was about to sit down on the branch of the tree, a sound of something tearing through the air was heard. Bang! A terrifying wave of energy swept her and smashed onto the body of a tall and sturdy figure, sending him flying dozens of meters away. Wherever he passed, the trees were broken. That tall and sturdy figure only stopped when he arrived under the tree where Qin Feng was. Even so, the large tree was violently shaken, causing Qin Feng to almost lose his balance and fall down. From this, it could be seen how overbearing the power of the attacker was. Cough, cough, cough. Following a series of rapid coughs, the dust that had been stirred up in the surroundings slowly dissipated, revealing a man with a pale face. The man was panting, and blood oozed out of his mouth. Apparently, the attack just now had seriously injured him. So. In the next moment, 2 sounds of air being torn apart rang out as 2 figures swiftly appeared. One figure was in front, while the other was behind the first figure. It looked as though he was chasing after the figure in front of him. One of them saw the man on the ground and hurriedly shouted in panic, "Brother Yang, how are you?" This was a young girl with a good figure. She was about 17 or 18 years old, and her appearance was very beautiful. Cough, cough, Zinner, I'm afraid I will not be able to protect you in the future. This fellow is really too strong. The young man kept spitting out blood and said apologetically to the young girl, "Ha ha ha, little beauty, I have already said that this man can't beat me. Come with me, I promise you that you'll be safe and sound. I will also provide you with resources to cultivate. This way you can cultivate much faster than others. All you have to do is to accompany me for one night." A savage voice was heard. The other person, who had just arrived, stopped and looked at the young man with disdain. This person was only around 19 years old and was very fat. The surprising thing about this man, but he was actually an advanced battle spirit warrior. At this moment, his pair of tiny eyes revealed undisguised lust. He brazenly swept his gaze all over the girl named Wang Xin's body. Qin Feng did not even need to guess. One look was enough that the fatty had taken a fancy to the girl's appearance, and that was why he attacked the young man. Qin Feng thought of saving them and was about to make his move when he saw that although the woman called Wang Xin looked very fearful, there was a cunning glint in her eyes. Obviously, this matter was definitely not simple. "Really? Can you guarantee that I'll be able to get the resources to cultivate?" Wang Xin asked with great anticipation. Her face was filled with joy. "Wang Xin?" The young man, who was on the ground, stared at Wang Xin in disbelief. Clearly, he did not expect her to say such words. "Brother Yang, you have suffered such a serious injury. How can you help me again? I have more opportunities to follow other people. Didn't you say that you can pay any price for my sake?" Wang Xin said with an apologetic face. but her words were like sharp arrows that directly pierced through the young man's heart. Wang Xin, you are actually treating me like this? That young man with the surname Yang was shocked when he heard the woman. He could not believe that the girl in front of him was his girlfriend whom he dearly loved for more than 4 years. Haha, surnamed Yang, don't you understand now? Women don't like weak people. How can someone with such a low cultivation base like you achieve great things? Come on, little beauty, let's not bother with this idiot. That fatty shouted with a face full of ridicule. Although his body was very bloated, his speed was very sharp. In an instant, he came to Wang Xin's side and groped her body. Aya, you are so annoying. Don't touch randomly. A shy look appeared on Wang Xin's pretty face. She really looked like a pure girl. Hey, you women just like to say things you want to hear the most. Fatty laughed maniacally, and his hands became even more unbridled. Wang Xin, you slut, I misjudged you. The young man roared angrily, and unwillingly when he saw the girl he loved the most doing something shameful with another man right in front of his eyes. Humph! Wang Xin looked at the young man, then coldly snorted, and once again turned back to look at the fatty, with a sweet smile on her face. Come on, little beauty. Let's have a good time. As the fatty spoke, he ripped off Wang Xin's clothes, and just like that, he started to do that thing in front of young man. Slut, you two shameless people, I won't let you off. That young man finally understood that Wang Xin had been using him from the beginning. She was a scheming woman. Not as innocent as she looked. This kind of woman would not have feelings. She would only treat men as tools. Ha ha ha, no matter how unwilling you are, you still have to accept the fact that your woman is now mine. The fatty laughed wildly, with incomparable pride, as he said to the young man. Unfortunately, he was too relaxed. He didn't even notice when the young man had approached them. All of you, go to hell. Finally, when he was about 10 meters away from the two of them, that young man suddenly moved. He raised an item in his hand. How dare you? No! Along with the fatty's furious roar and Wang Xin's desperate shout echoed as the man surnamed Yang activated the thing in his hand. Swish! 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 Silver needles that were like raindrops, flickering with a poisonous cold light, swept towards the two of them. Die! At this critical moment, the fatty also took out a large hammer and swung out ferociously, smashing the hammer on the young man's body. That young man was sent flying, and many of his bones cracked. As for the fatty and Wang Xin, they were pierced by the silver needles, and were instantly killed by the deadly poison. Ha ha ha, slut, this is the consequence of betraying me. Seeing that the two of them were no longer alive, that young man surnamed Yang raised his head and laughed wildly. Then he struggled to stand up, but he was still halfway when he once again fell down on the ground and lost his life. Just like that, the thrilling slaughter ended peacefully. Qin Feng swept his eyes over the dead bodies of the three of them. His expression was very calm. Although this was the first time when he saw something like this happening, he felt nothing in his heart. He did not felt anger toward the girl called Wang Sun. Did he pity and sympathy toward the young man with the surname Yang? There were all kinds of people in this world, and they had all kinds of means to do the things they want. If he was careless, he would die in this place without any burial ground. For some reason, he understood the way of the world very well. Right now, after seeing the even in front of him where all three of them died, Qin Feng could not explain how he felt or what the emotion he felt could be defined as. His handsome face was emotionless, but in his heart, some kind of undefinable feeling was emerging slowly. Qin Feng hurriedly calmed his heart down, and with a flash of light, he arrived in front of the dead bodies of 3 people. Then he checked their bodies where he found some spirit stones. After taking the spirit stones, he looked at the hammer of Fatty. The quality of this hammer was slightly worse than the long blade from the uniformed personnel corps. Qin Feng did not take the hammer. He then looked at the poisonous needles on Wang Xin and Fatty's body that were shot out by the young man with the surname Yang. After checking the needles, he found out that although these needles were only ordinary needles, they were refined by using some Qing deadly poison that made these needles very dangerous and poisonous. In this unknown world where danger lurks everywhere, these needles could prove to be of great use. So, Qin Feng carefully pulled out the needles from the dead bodies of Wang Xin and Fatty. He tore apart a piece of cloth that was undressed by the Fatty. Then he covered the poisonous needles carefully with the piece of cloth and kept it. After doing all of this, he decided to leave the scene of the event as it was no longer safe because of the smell of blood in the air. Swoosh, swoosh. Qin Feng's body was as light as a swallow, and his speed was as fast as lightning. In just a short while, he ran for more than 3 kilometers. Finally, he rushed out of the forest and arrived at a desolate land. Kill, ho. Not far away, the sound of fighting could be heard. All that could be seen was the flickering of blades and sword shadows. A terrifying demonic beast was slowly killed by everyone. Bang! The demonic beast's massive body fell to the ground, and like an earthquake, the ground below the demonic beast's dead body shook for 2 to 3 seconds before stopping. This demonic beast was shockingly another snake-like creature. Looking at the snake-like creature's dead body, a youth said excitedly, "I've finally dealt with this fellow. He's really troublesome to deal with." That's right. Big Brother Q Liu's sword technique is indeed extraordinary. Its power is truly astonishing. Yeah, it's all thanks to Big Brother Q Liu's sword techniques, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to kill this demonic beast. All the people began to flatter the youth. Their eyes were fixed on a young man with a proud expression. There was respect and envy in these people's eyes. This young man was about 17 years old. He held a long sword in his hand and had a proud expression on his face. He was naturally the so-called Big Brother Qiu Liu, advanced spirit warrior. Qin Feng instantly saw through the young man called Qiu Liu's cultivation. This demonic beast was indeed powerful. It is a pity that he was too careless and was injured by the poison. I can't do anything to save him. Although Qin Feng was very proud of himself, he still pretended to have a helpless look on his face as he sighed and looked at the ground, not far away from where he was standing. There, on the ground, a young man was lying with his hands spread in 2 different directions. His entire body had turned black, and he had lost all signs of life. Obviously, he had been injured by the poison of the demonic beast and died. Big Brother Qiu Liu, you don't have to blame yourself. This matter has nothing to do with you. If it was not for you, none of us would have been able to kill this demonic beast. Instead, we would have been killed by its poison. The 4 people surrounding Qiu Liu started to flatter him. Thank you, brothers. Don't worry, we just have to look after each other's back for only 3 days. After going out, I will definitely give you all many benefits. Qiu Liu cupped his fists and solemnly promised the 4 of them. Thank you, Big Qiu Liu. When the 4 of them heard this, they all revealed joyful expressions and hurriedly expressed their thanks. Looking at this group of people, Qin Feng could not help but shake his head, except for Qiu Liu, who was an advanced battle spirit warrior. 2 out of 4 people were intermediate battle spirit warrior, while the other 2 were only elementary battle spirit warrior. Qiu Liu's face was originally filled with joy. Suddenly, he swept his gaze in a certain direction and immediately noticed Qin Feng standing beside a tree. There is actually someone standing here, Qiu Liu said in a low voice. A hint of joy flashed across his eyes. Big Brother Qiu Liu, Let me deal with that kid," a young man said as he looked at Qin Feng with an unfriendly expression. "No, we need to form an alliance with as many people as possible. The more people we have, the better. Only then will we be able to survive for 3 days and return safely." After saying this, Q Liu once again looked at Qin Feng and asked, "Friend, what academy are you from?" "Profound Sky Academy," Qin Feng said with a calm expression, but he could guess what Q Liu was thinking in his heart. This man was definitely a shrewd and ruthless man. Those few people who followed him would be abandoned by him sooner or later. "Profound Sky Academy. Brother, why don't you come with us? We can look after each other while trying our best to survive for 3 days. I will also give you a great opportunity." Looking at Qin Feng, Q Liu slowly said, "What great opportunity?" Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and asked calmly, "Kid, joining Big Brother Q Liu's team is your good luck. Why are you still hesitating?" Hearing Qin Feng's question, a young man who was previously praising Q Liu immediately shouted angrily at him, "Hey, it's fine. There are some things that need to be explained clearly. Only then will people feel at ease." Q Liu's face was still smiling like the wind as if he was not angry at all. However, Qin Feng could sense a trace of coldness in his eyes. "When I just arrived in this world, I stumbled upon a great opportunity. There was a tree of sacred fiery fruit that is about to ripen. There are a total of 8 fruits on it. But the risk factor is very high as it was being protected by Lord Leveled Beast. As long as you are willing to help me, I can give you one." Sacred fiery fruit? Qin Feng's heart slightly moved. This sacred fiery fruit was a precious treasure. After consuming it, it could greatly enhance one's strength. The most important thing was that it could quickly heal a martyr warrior's injuries. It was a treasure that saved one's life at a critical moment. "What? You still want to give him one?" "Big Brother Q Liu, the 5 of us are more than enough. Why should we let this kid get a share?" Someone immediately retorted unhappily. "One more person means one more chance. As long as we can get fiery fruit. So what if we give away 1 fruit?" Q Liu and said indifferently, "All right, I promise you." Thinking of the value of this sacred fiery fruit, Qin Feng naturally had no reason to refuse. "Very well, you're very correct." Q Liu nodded his head. An undetectable arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Let's wait for the night to pass before going to that place," Q Liu said, and this time, no one objected to him. All of them knew that it was very dangerous to move at night. It was a very wise choice to rest for the entire night and move the next morning. All the people, including Qin Feng, started to rest after finding a small cave that was abandoned by some demonic beast for a very long time. The next morning, the group began to move very quickly. Finally, after walking for about 4 hours, the group people arrived at a very hidden cliff. The cliff was very dangerous. The cliff was steep and smooth, and the cold wind was so cold that made one shiver uncontrollably. "It's right there." Q Liu raised his long sword and pointed at a cave on the cliff wall. "I passed through the spatial crack and was transported here. Then I saw that sacred fiery fruit. It's a pity that a demonic beast happened to guard the sacred fiery fruits tree. I could only choose to retreat. Now I can finally get my hands on that sacred fiery fruits. What a strong medicinal fragrance. I'm afraid this sacred fiery fruit is about to ripen." A youth sighed with emotion, his eyes revealing a fiery light of anticipation. "All of you, be careful. Let us go down together. Since a spirit fruit like the sacred fiery fruit can appear in this place, I am afraid there might be many other kinds of extraordinary spirit fruit or medicinal herbs." Another youth said, "That's right. This possibility is very high. If there are other spirit medicines growing near that sacred fiery fruit, then we will be rich." The other youth let out an excited voice as he said, "Since I can find this place, it is hard to guarantee that the others won't notice, so the best way is to let someone stay outside and be on guard. You guys go in first, I'll stand guard outside," Qiu Liu said in a serious tone. "Big brother Qiu Liu, you are too considerate." "Yeah, none of us thought of this." "We will do," Big brother Qiu Liu said. Everyone again started to flatter Qiu Liu again. "There's no need to flatter me. Let's work together." Qiu Liu didn't care about the flattery of the crowd. He was indifferent from beginning to end. However, the proud, as well as cunning look in his eyes, was keenly noticed by Qin Feng. Qiu Liu's actions were not as simple as just controlling the people. He must have been planning something. Qin Feng became alert in his heart. This kind of guy could only lie to these ignorant youths, but it was impossible to lie to him, if his guess was correct. There must be other reasons why Qiu Liu wanted to stay outside and guard. Then let's go in first. At this moment, inside the cave, the medicinal fragrance that permeated out was so thick that it made one's hair stand on end. It was obvious that it was about to mature. In front of such a good thing, how could these four people hesitate any longer? "Let's go." Following the excited voice of a group of young men, everyone turned into a flash of light and swiftly ran into the cave. Swoosh! Suddenly, a sharpling sound rang out from within the cave. Immediately after, before anyone could react, a black-colored energy suddenly sprayed towards them like a terrifyingly sharp sword. Not good. There's trouble. The expressions of all the youths present changed greatly, and they let out shrill cries of alarm. Hiss! 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 Accompanied by a strange hissing sound, a ferocious giant snake appeared. It suddenly opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards everyone. Ah! The group of young men was surrounded by the black poisonous gas. They didn't have the strength to resist at all. In an instant, they were sucked into the cave by the giant snake, causing them to let out blood-curdling screams and wails. However, it was also at this moment that Qiu Liu, who was standing outside the cave, smiled coldly. The longsword in his hand drew out an extremely powerful sword light. Die. Ah, whoa! The giant snake's head was instantly cut off by the sword Qi. This was actually not the Lord-level demonic beast that Qiu Liu said before. It was actually only a warrior-leveled beast that was slightly stronger than an average, advanced battle spirit warrior. The giant snake was not much stronger than Qiu Liu, and coupled with the fact that it was unprepared, its head was as immediately chopped off by Qiu Liu's attack. Hmms! A bunch of idiots. Looking inside the cave, the corner of Qiu Liu's mouth curled up into a sneer of contempt. His body moved, heading towards the cave. "Do you really think I need your help? Will I kindly give you the sacred fiery fruit? Not only can I get rid of this beast, but I can also kill you all at the same time. It's like killing two birds with one arrow." Qiu Liu's smile was very sinister, and it was also filled with contempt toward his dead companions. Swoosh! His figure was very fast, and it didn't take long for him to reach the cave's entrance. The aura is getting stronger and stronger. It seems like the sacred fiery fruit is about to ripen. Qiu Liu, who was standing outside the cave, smiled proudly and entered the cave. She. A sword light suddenly appeared in the cave. In an instant, it wrapped around Qiu Liu's body. Qiu Liu's pupil suddenly shrunk as he looked at the sword light that was wrapping around his body in disbelief. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to stop the sword key from swallowing him completely. Qiu Liu didn't even have the chance to resist before he lost his life, along with a burst of intense pain. Before Qiu Liu completely lost his life, he actually saw Qin Feng smiling coldly at him. "You are still alive. How is it possible? Such a meticulous plan. Why didn't Qin Feng fall into his trap? Instead, he was instantly killed by Qin Feng's sneak attack. Idiot. Qin Feng coldly snorted at Qiu Liu's dead body. From the very beginning, Qin Feng felt that this guy was not a kind person and he was definitely plotting something. When Qin Feng broke through to the next stage of the Battle Spirit Warrior realm, he wanted to test his newly gained strength. So, he entered the mysterious space of the infinity symbol and started to fight with many simulated beings. The more he fought, the braver he became, and the more experience he gained. Along with some experiences, he also learned how about the sword Qi on his own and how to manipulate it to overpower, or even kill someone. These things came to him on his own when he was still fighting against the simulated beings inside the mysterious space of the infinity symbol. And now, he used the sword Qi to directly kill Qiu Liu, who was also an battle spirit warrior, without putting on any effort. From this alone, it could be seen that Feng's own strength has increased by a large margin, and no one with the same cultivation base as him can put up a fight against Qin Feng. Looking at the dead body of Qiu Liu, Qin Feng shook his head, then picked up the sword of Qiu Liu. The quality of this sword was not inferior to his long blade. The reason why this guy formed a team was to wait for the right time before using the team as bait, and find an opportunity to eliminate the giant snake along with all the members of his team. This way, all the benefits could be obtained by Qiu Liu alone. Furthermore, there was no need for him to fulfill the promise he made to everyone before. It was just a coincidence when he met Qin Feng. Qin Feng never believed him, so he naturally would not fall into Qiu Liu's trap. In the next moment, Qin Feng walked towards the depths of the cave. Waves of incomparably strong medicinal fragrance assailed into his nostrils. The deeper he went, the stronger the fragrance became. Not long after, a red-colored tree that was only 1 meter long and was filled with a dense fiery aura appeared in front of Qin Feng. This tree was emitting a hot temperature, like boiling water. Clearly, this was the sacred fiery fruits tree. Previously, Qiu Liu was definitely lying because there was only 2 sacred fiery fruit on the tree. What Qiu Liu said was there were 8 of them, but it was obviously a lie. Swoosh! After waiting for about an hour or so, the 2 fruits on the tree completely matured and slowly fall off one after another. Qin Feng picked up the 2 fruits and stored them in the mysterious space of the infinity symbol. This was another function of the infinity symbol that he accidentally discovered when he was still inside the Black Forest. He can store anything inside the mysterious space, and whenever he wants, he can take those stored things out and use them as he likes. When he just found out about this function, he was really surprised, but when he compared this incident with others that have happened to him, his heart immediately calmed down, and he became normal. The moment the 2 fruits fell down on the ground from the tree began to wither rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a pile of black ash and scattered into thin air inside the cave. After putting away the sacred fiery fruits, Qin Feng quickly left the cave. Rumble. Not long after he left the cave, an incomparably vigorous fluctuation of spirit energy spread throughout the area of tens of kilometers from afar. This wave of spirit energy was extremely powerful, and even from tens of kilometers away, one could still feel its power. Something is not right. This wave of spirit energy is clearly the combination of a lot of people's attacks. I am afraid it is not the work of a single person. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled. He runs toward the direction from where this wave of spirit energy assaulted him. Flashes of lightning appeared on his body as it covered his entire body. Then Qin Feng's speed became very fast as rushed. In just a few minutes, Qin Feng had arrived at his destination. At this moment a loud sound was heard. Bang! At some distance, the ground shook slightly, and a very dangerous and devastating impact was caused by a very powerful attack that even sent flying Qin Feng, who was about to reach the place of the incident. Qin Feng felt like his head was spinning. After some time, when he felt better, he stood up and once again moved forward. When he arrived at the place of the incident, Qin Feng was shocked to see a very big pit that more than 50 meters long in front of him. Inside the pit was a very big snake that was hanging on its last breath. This snake was clearly a Lord-leveled beast, and the one that has advanced to the Lord level only around 1 or 2 years ago. Qin Feng guessed like this, because the aura this giant snake was giving off was only comparable to an elementary Lord-leveled beast. Cough, 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 cough. Suddenly many sounds of coughing rang out as one after another. Many figures started to stand up from the ground. Then they patted on many places of their bodies to shook off the dirt. Qin Feng counted and saw that there were more than 30 students, among which 8 were advanced battle spirit warriors, while the rest of them were either elementary battle spirit warriors or intermediate battle spirit warriors. He also saw 2 familiar figures among this group of students. They were Feng Lin and Wen Tian. Both of them were already advanced battle spirit warriors. This beast is still alive. What a tough nut to crack. Brothers, let's attack once again and kill it. One of the 8 advanced battle spirit warriors said, and started to prepare for the final attack. Hearing them talking, Qin Feng deduced something. It turned out that, to kill a Lord-leveled beast, who was only on par with an elementary battle spirit lord, they have to mobilize the power of more than 30 people. Qin Feng knew that the Lord-leveled snake's fate was already sealed, and since he did not want to find or attract any trouble, he turned and went in another direction. From what Qin Feng had seen, he guessed that this world was filled with snake-type beasts. After 3 hours of constantly moving around, Qin Feng arrived deep inside the forest. All of a sudden, a scream rang out, breaking the silence of the desolate plain. This is a monster. Put in all your effort to kill it. If not, we would be the ones to die here. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed as he glanced backward. He saw some students far behind him that decided to group up. They seemed to have been ambushed by a monster. Shashasha! A strange rang out from within the forest. Qin Feng saw a monster resembling an octopus jumping from within the trees, lunging right at him. What the hell is this? Qin Feng's spirit energy instantly gushed forth and lightning flashed as he dodged to the side with amazing reflexes. Then he extended his hand and caught hold of the octopus-like monster. Then he ruthlessly squeezed the tentacle out of it. Numerous explosions rang out, and the smelly body fluids of the monster fell onto the ground, causing a sizzling sound. Its blood was actually a strong acidic substance. The originally silent forest suddenly seemed to come to life. Even more monsters with tentacles rushed forth in waves, forming a dense mass and blocking out the sun with their silhouettes. Qin Feng took out the sword, picked up after killing Q Liu, and obliterated these monsters. For a period of time, acidic rain fell from the sky. Their blood corroded the ground, forming many motley holes. If the acidic blood were to land on humans, things would truly be bad. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of a creature rapidly rushing through the forest could be heard, rapidly moving toward Qin Feng. Shriek, herk. A shrill voice rang out as an intensely cold and savage aura gushed forth. 4 gigantic black silhouettes silently appeared, already having Qin Feng surrounded and blocking all paths of escape. Their eyes stared fixedly at Qin Feng, that was filled with a look of intense hunger as drool leaked from their mouths. It was like they were staring at their prey and wanted nothing more than to lunge over right now, to tear him to pieces and devour him. These four stooped figures were roughly about 3 meters in height. Their eyes were compound eyes that were completely black. They had a mouth filled with sharp fangs and appeared extremely malevolent. Their thick tongues swiftly extended forth and back as their smelly drool dripped onto the ground, generating the sound of sizzling. Behind them, their tails swung around, causing the rocks in the surroundings to be crushed from the impact. Their strength was extremely terrifying. Qin Feng was shocked at this time. Yes, he was shocked. It was because these terrifying-looking monsters were actually all snakes with octopus-like shapes. These giant snakes had either 4 or 5 tails instead of heads that made no sense. Well, one thing that caused Qin Feng to erupt battle intent was that these beasts were all Lord-level beasts, just like the giant snake that was killed by the combined attacks of more than 30 students. The difference between both situations was that there were more than 30 students to deal with that giant snake, but here, Qin Feng alone was facing 4 Lord-level beasts. The smelly drool dripped onto the ground, causing sizzling sounds to echo as black smoke was emitted. These 4 beasts had stooped postures, completely surrounding Qin Feng. Their gazes were filled with greed and malevolence. A strong baleful aura radiated from them. Shrieking. The 4 snake-like beasts moved nearer as though they could no longer suppress their hunger. Under the urges from their bestial nature, they frenziedly lunged over. Their maws wrenched open to 120 degrees, revealing their sharp fangs, but as terrifying as the fangs might be, their tongues were even deadlier. They were like sharp spears, capable of piercing through the bodies of their targets with ease. These 4 beasts' combat prowess was exceedingly great. In an instant, the power of their attacks could climb to terrifying heights. If ordinary humans were to face such attacks, they would instantly be shredded to pieces and devoured cleanly. Now that their maws were so close to him, Qin Feng could clearly smell the stench of their saliva. Scram! He stood at his original location and roared angrily. A silver light erupted as lightning covered his entire body, creating billowing waves of power. With Qin Feng at the center, his aura erupted forth in all directions. Qin Feng did not use any weapon this time. He clenched his fist and many strands of lightning gathered there. Then he smashed his fist that was covered with lightning at the 4 beasts, one after another, while dodging their attacks. Bang! Bang! The 4 beasts were sent flying, followed by, ruthlessly slammed onto the ground. Sometime later, those 4 beasts shook themselves before once again rushing back toward Qin Feng while emitting hair-raising hisses. It was like they didn't know what fatigue or fear was. Their auras gushed forth threateningly. The malevolence on their faces never faded. Their thick tails swept left and right unceasingly, as tough as an iron whip toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng's powerful spirit energy continued to gush forth, transforming into many strands of lightning that gathered on his fist. Then he once again slammed his fist onto the 4 beasts' bodies one by one, and he kept repeating this process. However, those beasts were like unkillable cockroaches. No matter how many times they were beaten by Qin Feng, they continued to come after him again and again. Qin Feng continued to fight with the 4 monsters and again, and soon he got the hold of their fighting styles. They had shocking strength and speed, and their bodies were as tough as metal. Other than the fact that their intelligence was low, they could be considered very powerful creatures. Qin Feng waved his hand, and a sword appeared in his hand. At this moment, a snake-like demonic beast with 4 tails rushed forward. Qin Feng manipulated the power of thunder and lightning in his body to gather on the blade of the sword. Then he jumped in the air and slashed down with his sword, exerting a heavy force that locked onto the creature, not allowing it to escape. Shua! Shua! Qin Feng's sword slashed through that beast's head, but Qin Feng did not stop. He continues to slash again and again. The brain of that beast was slashed into many pieces, splattering in all directions. The stench of the brain fluids permeated the air, and when the fluids touched the ground, black smoke was emitted amidst the sizzling sounds. The three remaining snake-like demonic beasts howled when they saw one of their comrades dying. They seemed to become even more violent now, not knowing fear at all. Demonic beasts were beasts after all. They had no sense of danger at all. Qin Feng's intent to battle grew even stronger when he faced the crazy attacks of three snake-like demonic beasts. He leaped over. The sword in his hand danced around in the air, and many curved blades made up of lightning appeared in the air. Then he swung his sword and all the lightning blades slashed down on the remaining three snake-like demonic beasts. Thunder slash. No matter how tough the bodies of the three snake-like demonic beasts were, how could they withstand the attacks from Qin Feng's thunder slash? Their bodies were immediately slashed into pieces. After killing the beasts, Qin Feng finally stopped. All around him, piles of crushed bones and scattered fleshes of demonic beasts could be seen. A strong acidic smell rose from them. After the four beasts were killed, the forest returned to its earlier silence. This time, Qin Feng felt tired, so he found a clean place nearby and sat down. He looked for the people whom he heard previously, but failed to find any sign of them. He knew that they were already killed and swallowed by the snake-like demonic beasts. Next, after 2 hours, Qin Feng once again stood up and continued to advance forward. The environment here was simply too vile and unpleasant. All the students who entered here have to survive for 3 days. The probability of death here was more than 70%, because many lord-leveled beasts were present in this world. On the first day, more than 30 students died. There were more than 5 advanced battle spirit warrior were among these students. Afterward, all the students became very alert. They remained cautious as they moved. They had to survive for 3 days no matter what. What they could not understand was the reason why their academies choose this world as their testing ground. There were many dangers here, and each danger more than enough to take someone's life. On the second day, only 15 people died, and finally, the last day arrived. The remaining students only had to endure for 24 hours more before they could once again return to Earth. Everyone became even more cautious and alert, as no one wanted to die here. On this day, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended on every creature in this world that forced every single creature, be it the students from 3 academies or demonic beasts, to kneel down on their knees. This pressure was very terrifying. Even Qin Feng felt hard to endure the pressure. He did not kneel down only because of his strong will, but his body was still slowly bending. This time, a sense of great danger emerged into everyone's heart. No one was able to understand what was going on from where this kind of pressure suddenly appeared. But everyone knew that a very terrifying enemy has already appeared that had the ability to kill each and every one of them, just a flick of their finger. A sense of anger slowly appeared in Qin Feng's heart out of nowhere. He did not know why, but the pressure that was trying to make him kneel made him very angry. At this moment, he felt as if there was nothing in this world except for the terrifying pressure that was trying to make him kneel down on the ground. His mind also went blank at this moment, and only one thought appeared in his heart. He definitely would not kneel. Following this thought, the The image of the mysterious lady appeared in his mind who was telling him, "Remember, you are the king, and no one has the right to look down on you." The moment Qin Feng remembered this scene, a will to face the pressure suddenly appeared in his heart, as if the being that was trying to press down everything in this world sensed Qin Feng's existence, who was the only person that has yet to kneel. The pressure on Qin Feng was suddenly multiplied by 2 times. Ah! Qin Feng groaned in pain as blood started flowing out from the corner of his mouth. Qin Feng's body was bent in half, but he kept his legs straight. There was nothing in his mind except for a single thought. No matter how terrifying the pressure is, or will become, he definitely will not kneel. Seeing Qin Feng still did not kneel, the surrounding pressure decreased while the pressure on his body increased. But Qin Feng still did not kneel. As if the person who was pressing down everyone in this world was angered, the pressure on Qin Feng once again started to increase, and it continued to increase. But no matter how much the pressure increased, Feng did not kneel. He was enduring the pressure with just his will. Qin Feng was enduring the pressure with only his will, but no matter how strong his will was, under constantly increasing pressure, his body started to loosen up. Just as Qin Feng was about to kneel down completely, his eyes suddenly turned golden, and 2 golden flashes of light flashed past from his eyes. Then his body suddenly stopped and slowly became straight. It was as if the terrifying pressure was not working on Qin Feng anymore. Far away from where Qin Feng was, 2 big red eyes suddenly opened. These eyes were as large as an adult's palm. There was a look of surprise in those big eyes, and it was as if those eyes could see through the thick layers of rocks, mountains, and trees. Qin Feng's tiny figure appeared in those 2 red eyes. The pressure that was descending on each and every being in this world suddenly vanished, but at this time on Qin Feng, the pressure suddenly increased by more than 15 times. Qin Feng's body trembled a little, but again, it stabilized. Then Feng turned his head and looked in a certain direction. The direction in which Feng was looking was the owner of those 2 big red eyes. Seeing this, a startled expression appeared on those 2 giant red eyes. Suddenly, the air surrounding Qin Feng turned hot as few waves of air drifted apart, taking Qin Feng as the center. Then Qin Feng suddenly vanished from the place where he was standing, and in the next moment, 20 meters away from the 2 giant red eyes, a small figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It was Qin Feng. The distance between the place where Qin Feng previously was and the place where he now appeared was more than 20 miles, but Qin Feng covered this distance in an instant. What kind of terrifying speed was that? It was as if Qin Feng was teleported. In front of Qin Feng was the owner of the giant eyes. At this moment, its entire body could be seen. It was a giant snake. Its body was almost 80 meters long. There were many green scales on its body that made it resemble a dragon. The most terrifying thing was that this giant snake was actually an emperor-leveled beast. The golden flame-horned eagle that Qin Feng saw in the Black Forest was only a king-leveled beast, but the giant snake in front of him was actually an emperor-leveled beast. Its aura made it look very domineering, and from its 2 big red eyes, one can easily see a hint of intelligence. It was a beast that had already given birth to intelligence. Qin Feng's golden eyes flashed as he looked at the giant snake and said, "A mere worm dared to make its moots me, the king. You are simply courting death." Saying this, Qin Feng raised his hand and the color of the sky changed. The sound of thunder crackling rang out throughout the entire world. The emperor-leveled beast, like the giant snake, was like a worm in Qin Feng's eyes at the moment. Qin Feng then slightly curved his hand and slowly lowered it, saying, "Hand of destruction." The moment Qin Feng said the above 3 words, A loud thunderclap rang out as a giant swirl was formed in the sky. Then a giant black hand that was filled with the aura of destruction descended from between the giant swirl. As if the giant snake has already sensed a great danger coming its way, it roared loudly, and with an amazing speed, it started to run away. The roar of the giant snake was loud enough to spread out far wide. Along with its roar, many waves of terrifying current formed in the air that swept past Qin Feng. Qin Feng remained standing as if nothing happened to him. But in reality, not only his clothes were torn apart, many cuts appeared on his body and blood was flowing out from them. Seeing this, Qin Feng sighed, "This body is still too weak. I have to increase my strength as soon as possible to unseal my memories. Only when this body can endure those vast memories of mine can I try to unseal a bit more of my soul." The giant black hand continued to descend slowly. Its descending speed, and it was so big that it has already covered the area of thousands of meters. But no student or beasts, except for Qin Feng himself and the giant snake, saw this descending giant hand, because except for these two, all others had already lost their consciousness and had long fainted because of the terrifying pressure from the giant snake. And then the giant black hand, as if something locked on the fleeing figure of the giant snake, it suddenly froze on its spot. It tried to struggle free, but failed to even move its body. Although its speed was extremely fast, it was still not out of the range of the giant black hand. The giant black hand descended on the body of the giant snake, and then landed on the ground. Boom! 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 One after another, countless explosions began to happen, and the entire world started to shake violently. A scene of destruction appeared, and everything within this world was started to destroy. Be it trees or beasts, everything started to slowly turn into dust because of the destructive aura that spread out after the giant hand descended into the world. Qin Feng remained standing as if nothing was happening. Seeing that world was being destroyed and looking at the unconscious students, Qin Feng again sighed as he said in low voice, "Ha! It will delay the awakening, but whatever." Saying this, Qin Feng slashed down his hand, and a crack immediately appeared in thin air. This crack was a crack in space that connected two worlds. After that, Qin Feng waved his hand, and all the students inside this world were pulled by a mysterious force toward Qin Feng. Then they were thrown into the crack in space. Not long after, no student remained inside this world, except for Qin Feng himself. Qin Feng once again waved his hand, and a crystal flew toward Qin Feng from the place where the giant snake was. It was the dimensional crystal. This was the second dimensional crystal that Qin Feng got. The moment Qin Feng caught the dimensional crystal, the infinity symbol on his hand started to shine with blue light, and this blue light then started to flicker. At the same time, Qin Feng's gold eyes also started to flicker, and its color started to change from golden to black, again golden, and again black. Qin Feng took a long breath, looked at the infinity symbol on his right hand, and said in low voice, "I don't know what you are, but please, at least, let even a very small fragment of my memories awaken. At least, it will help me increase my strength quickly. I don't know the purpose of your existence, but I can feel that you are now deeply connected to me. I can also feel that you need my help with something, and I can only help you when my strength will increase. The faster I become stronger, the faster I can help you." The moment he finished the thing he wanted to, Qin Feng's eyes once again turned black, and the last thing he saw was the scene of destruction before losing his consciousness. After Qin Feng lost consciousness, the light on the infinity symbol grew very strong that immediately covered Qin Feng's entire body. Then Qin Feng's body started to float in the air and shot toward the crack in space. After Qin Feng's unconscious body entered the crack in space, the crack slowly started to heal itself before completely disappearing. On the other side of the spatial crack, all the teachers and principals of the three academies were waiting for their students to come out. Today was the last day of the competition, and another few hours later, students will come out. They were chatting and laughing while taunting at the other two academies. At this moment, the spatial crack suddenly became unstable as it slowly started to close. What happened? Why is the spatial crack closing? One of the teacher's gaze fell down on the spatial crack, and he suddenly exclaimed out loud. When others heard him, they hurriedly turned their heads to look at the spatial crack, and the situation they saw was the same as what the previous teacher said. They immediately became worried about their students. All the chattering and laughing sounds stopped. Why is the spatial crack closing? What about our students? Asked President Zhang while looking at President Zhu and President Zhu. At this moment, everyone's expression was solemn as they were looking at the spatial crack worriedly. We should do something about it. Our students are still there. President Zhu said. The teachers were still discussing how to save the students inside when the spatial crack suddenly disappeared completely. Seeing this, everyone had a baffled expression on their face. They could not understand what was going on before they could even sigh with regret. Another spatial crack appeared not far away from where the previous spatial crack. At the same time, unconscious students started to appear one after another. What is going on? Seeing this scene, everyone present here was shocked. This kind of thing had never happened before in the history of the Earth. They simply could not understand how another spatial crack appeared after the disappearance of the previous spatial crack. What was more surprising was that this spatial crack was actually connected to the same world as the previous spatial crack. And since these students had already lost their consciousness, how come they started to appear here, one after another? They should be unable to move in their unconscious state. One more thing attracted their attention. Exactly what happened inside the other world that led all the students to lose their consciousness at the same time. The previous spatial crack had already disappeared, and it also means that the world on the other side of the spatial crack should have been destroyed. Then exactly what was the reason for the appearance of the second spatial crack and the unconscious students? Jialan was worriedly looking at the students who were appearing one after another, trying to find Qin Feng among them. Qin Feng was the last student to cross the spatial crack, and after that, this second spatial crack also disappeared from the face of the earth, as if it was never there. Jialan hurriedly made her way to Qin Feng and brought him to the side. Only after bringing Qin Feng to the side did Jialan started to bring other students to the side. Although all the students of her class C entered the spatial crack, and more than 85% of them were able to make it out alive. In Jialan's eyes, Qin Feng was very important among all of them. She did not know the reason, but somehow, she always felt that Qin Feng was not as simple as he looks on the surface. There was another motive behind her placing so much importance on Qin Feng. She wanted him to help her do one thing, but to do that, she has to first groom Qin Feng well and make him stronger, at least stronger than herself. Finally, after all, 3 academies brought their students to their sides. They started discussing this matter among themselves. We have to wait for the students to wake up. Only then could we find out what exactly happened there. President Zhu said, We should wait here for them to wake up. It is already confirmed that the world on the other side of the spatial crack has been destroyed. It also means that the guardian beast was killed by someone. What we should ask the students is the reason why all of them fainted at the same time. And what was the reason for the appearance of the second spatial crack? Since all of them come back to Earth through the second spatial crack, they should at least know the reason for its appearance. President Chao thought for a while, and then said what he was thinking. The other two presidents also nodded their heads. At this time, President Zhong said, "We should inform the Alliance about this matter. This matter is very important, and it is something that never happened before." The other two presidents once again nodded their heads and agreed with what President Zhong said. Then they each sent one teacher from their respective academies to inform the Alliance. The time continues to pass, and 1 hour soon passed. In this period of time, all the teachers were taking care of their students, trying their best to wake them up, but even until now, no one woke up. After another half an hour later, 10 members of the Alliance also arrived. After conversating with the 3 presidents and some of the teachers, they confirmed the situation here and also started to wait for the students to wake up. Another half an hour later, one after another, all the students started to wake up. And it did not take long before every student regained their consciousness except for Qin Feng. Jia Lan worriedly looked at Qin Feng's unconscious figure. In this period of 2 hours, she tried many ways to wake him up, but no matter how hard she tried, she failed to wake him up every time. The members of the Alliance asked the students about the incident inside the other world, but the answer they got from every student was that a terrifying pressure descended out of nowhere, and all of them lost their consciousness instantly. And when they opened their eyes again, they were already here. No matter how the members of the Alliance tried to ask, they only got this answer from each and every student. Disappointed, they could only let the students and teachers of the 3 academies return to their respective academies. As for Qin Feng, they did not think much about him. In their eyes, since everyone's answer was the same, his would be the same as well. Next day, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes and felt a headache. He held his head while kept his eyes tightly shut so that he can bear the pain. He felt like his head exploding. Sometime later, Qin Feng opened his eyes and looked around, only to find out that he was inside his dorm. A surprise appeared on his face. Wasn't he still inside the world on the other side of the spatial crack, enduring the terrifying pressure that descended upon the world? The last thing Qin Feng remembered was that the pressure was constantly increasing on him, trying to force him to kneel, but he continued to endure. And then suddenly, his mind went blank. From that moment onwards, what happened, he did not know. Now, after finding himself inside his dorm, how can Qin Feng not be surprised? At this moment, the sound of the door opening rang out as the door opened slowly. Then a person stepped inside the room. It was Jia Lan. You woke up. Seeing that Qin Feng has woken up, a smile appeared on her face as she said with relief, "Teacher Jia, what happened? How did I come back here?" asked Qin Feng with confusion. "You don't remember?" Jia Lan stared at Qin Feng without blinking for a few seconds, and then asked probingly. Qin Feng shook his head, stating that he does not remember anything. Jia Lan thought for a moment before describing everything. She told him how he and other students came out from the world on the other side of the spatial crack. She also told him about the appearance of the second spatial crack and asked if he knows anything regarding this. Qin Feng tried hard to remember what happened, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not remember anything. Seeing this, Jia Lan sighed, then took out a crystal, showed it to Qin Feng, and asked, "Do you know what it is?" Qin Feng took the dimensional crystal from Jia Lan's hand and said, "Isn't this a dimensional crystal?" Jia Lan nodded her head and asked, "It was with you when you came out from the spatial crack." Previously, when Jia Lan brought Qin Feng back to his dorm, she discovered that Qin Feng was tightly closing his left hand. She opened his hand and saw the dimensional crystal. Since Qin Feng had the dimensional crystal, she guessed that the death of the guardian beast is related to Qin Feng in some way. The world on the other side of the spatial crack can only be destroyed after the guardian beast is killed. Although some of the rare beasts can also produce a dimensional crystal, it was very rare. You are saying that I had this dimensional crystal with me when I came out? Qin Feng asked with confusion, as he could not understand why he had the dimensional crystal with him. Jialan nodded her head, but seeing Qin Feng's expression, she also started to doubt if Qin Feng really knows something or not. Forget it. Since it was with you, I will give it to you. Absorb it and you will get an ability of the beast that this dimensional crystal belongs to. Jialan gave the dimensional crystal to Qin Feng, and after telling him to absorb it, she prepared to leave. But just as she was about to leave, Qin Feng asked, "Teacher Jia, how long have I been unconscious?" "1 day," said Jialan. "Then what about the second round of the competition?" Qin Feng still remembered, the champion of the competition will receive a reward that could help the champion to advance in his cultivation by a minor stage. The second round of the competition, you don't have to worry about that. The competition has long started. You were still unconscious at that time, so you were unable to participate. Don't think too much. Rest well. Saying this, Jialan did not give Qin Feng any more chance to ask another question. She left, and before leaving, she slowly closed the door. Qin Feng was full of regret at this moment. He was sure that with his current strength, he could have become the champion of the competition, but unfortunately, he lost his only chance to participate in the second round of the competition. Sigh. Letting out a long sigh, Qin Feng looked at the dimensional crystal in his hand. He could not understand how he got this dimensional crystal. Since it was already in his hand, he planned to absorb it before going out. Just as Qin Feng was about to begin absorbing the dimensional crystal, he felt a piercing pain in his head, and the next moment, his surroundings changed as he found himself in a small village. Qin Feng was confused, as he could not understand what happened. He was still inside his dorm, planning to absorb the dimensional crystal, then a piercing pain appeared in his head, and now he was in a small village. How did this happen? What is this place? What is the reason for to appear here? Many questions started to appear in Qin Feng's mind one after another, but there was no answer. Qin tried to move forward, but he was shocked to see that he could not move even an inch. Qin Feng could only sigh. Since he could not move, he did not try to move anymore. He curiously looked at the village. This village was strange. There were no modern machines here like bicycles, bikes, or cars. What caused Qin Feng to become even more confused was the dresses that the villagers wore. They were actually wearing robes like the people from ancient times. Their robes were also very simple. Suddenly, Qin Feng's eyes opened wide as two people caught his attention. They were a kid and his mother. That kid was about 10 years old, and his mother was still in her prime. She was a beautiful woman. They caught Qin Feng's eyes because that kid's face was extremely similar to his own. At this moment, he was finally able to move. He followed behind the kid and heard what the kid was saying to his mother. "Mother, there is a shop at the end of that street. The uncle in that shop is very good. He always gives me some sweets to eat." That kid said to his mother, with a big smile on his face, while pointing at a street on his right side. His mother smiles lightly as she strokes her son's head with love and said, "Fenger, did you thank that uncle? Remember, if you take something from someone, you have to thank that person. Okay? I will thank that uncle when we will meet again." The child Fenger nodded his head heavily and said. There was still a silly smile on his face. That kid kept looking here and there with a curious face, while holding the hand of his mother with his right hand. At this moment, a painful scream of someone rang out. All people present turned their heads to look in a certain direction, and what they saw there caused their hearts to tremble in fear. They saw a man whose body feature could not be seen, as it was covered with a black cloak, was holding a long sword in his hand. Drops of blood were dripping on the ground from the sharp blade of the sword. In front of that man, there was a corpse of a middle-aged woman. Her body was chopped into two parts, and her blood has already colored the ground red. Although she was already dead, there were still traces of immense fear on her face. It could be seen from this how terrified she was before she died. Tusk tiske, mortal's blood. After slaughtering this village and bathing in these mortals' blood, I can make another breakthrough in my cultivation. The man started laughing as he said these words without lowering his voice. It was as if he was announcing to every villager that their fate has already been sealed, and all of them will die by his hand. All the villagers were terrified as they saw this. They started running in different directions to save themselves. A huge uproar was caused in the villagers by the man in black. The man in black had no intention of making any move. He kept looking at the villagers who were trying to flee with all their might. Some people tried to hide, and some were running towards the exit of the village, and some of them had already fainted due to fear. Seeing these people fleeing in fear to save their lives, the man in black laughed out loud. A hideous smile appeared on his hidden face that could not be seen by any other person. That child called Fenger was also being pulled by his mother, as both of them tried to escape from the village. At this moment, the man in black made his move. He slashed his sword horizontally, and a black ray of light appeared where the man in black slashed. Then that black ray of light shot forward, while its size continued to increase as time went by. It was like a sharp blade. Wherever it passed, everything was cut into halves. Be it walls, homes, shops, people, or animals, all of them were cut into two halves by the sharp blade of light. One attack, and tens of peoples died a horrible death. They were not even left with a complete body. Qin Feng, who was looking at all of this from the side, had a look of extreme anger on his face. At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to kill this man in black, but no matter how hard he tried, he was simply unable to make any move. Qin Feng was like a spectator. He could only helplessly watch these villagers being slaughtered by the man in black, and could do nothing to save them. He looked at the fleeing figure of Fenger and his mother. They were running with all they had just to save their lives. Fenger, promise me, no matter what happens later, you will not let out a single sound. Maybe the mother of Fenger already knew that she could not escape from this calamity. Hence, she clenched her fist as she decided something in her mind, and asked her son to make a promise not to let out any sound, no matter what happened next. Although Fenger could not understand what his mother was going to do, since his mother told him to promise her, he promised his mother, saying, "Mother, I promise not to make any sound." His mother nodded her head as tears rolled down on her fair cheeks from her beautiful pair of eyes. She cupped her hand on the cheeks of Fenger and said, "Fenger, lie down and remember, no matter what happens, you cannot make any sound." Fenger nodded his head and obediently lay down on the ground. Exactly at this time, the man in black again slashed down his sword. Another black ray of light shot forward, cutting down everything in its way into two. That kid's mother was no exception. She was also cut down into two halves from her waist in front of her own child, as her blood sprouted out like a fountain and fell on Fenger. His eyes were opened as he kept looking at his dying mother. His mother was still looking at him, and there was still a smile on her face. Then she moved her lips to say something, but her voice died down and failed to say anything. Her upper body was separated from her lower body, and both parts of her body fell down on the ground. On the other hand, although his mother failed to say anything, Fenger was still able to read her lips. She was telling him not to make any sound. His eyes were still wide opened, and his body trembled. His entire body was already covered in his own mother's blood. It was as if he received a heavy blow. His body stopped trembling as tears fell down from his eyes. Although he was in so much pain, he still remembered the promise he made with his mother, so he did not make any sound. He also closed his eyes. Not long after, the man in black had slaughtered everyone in the village and did not even spare a newborn child. He was very ruthless with his action. He killed everyone in the village. After killing everyone, the man in black once again took a round of the village to search for any survivor. He also passed by Fenger, but seeing his bloodied body, he thought that Fenger was already dead. The man in black did not even check if Fenger was really dead or not. The man in black was very proud and arrogant. He was very confident that no one would be alive by now, so after taking a round of the village, he left with a few sentences. Mortals have no right to live in this world. This world belongs to only us, demonic cultivators. You all are meant to be slaughtered by me. It's your honor to be used as sacrifices by us, demonic cultivators. Even after the man in black had already gone for a long time, Fenger did not open his eyes, nor did he make any movement. For some reason, Qin Feng's eyes had already gone wet as tears rolled down on his cheeks when he saw the mother of Fenger being cut in halves. He did not know why, but he felt like he just saw someone very important to him being killed. Previously, he could do nothing but watch everyone being slaughtered by the man in black. He was helpless. He took a few steps forward and arrived in front of Fenger. Then he tried to reach out his hand to check why Fenger had not opened his eyes, but again he felt helpless as he failed to touch the body of Fenger. But looking carefully, Qin Feng estimated that Fenger did not open his eyes because he had already fainted. 2 hours later, Fenger finally opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was his mother's body that was now divided into parts. Tears again rolled down from his eyes as he realized that his only family, his mother, was no longer with him. Mother, mother! Fenger started to weep and his voice of crying became louder and louder. He kept weeping and again fainted. Qin Feng stayed by Fenger's side and helplessly watching everything. Seeing the 10-year-old kid cry painfully for his mother, his heart melted. He wanted to embrace Fenger and console him, but he was helpless as he could do nothing. Suddenly, the footsteps of horses sounded. Qin Feng turned his head and saw a few men making their way toward Fenger while riding on their horses. These horses were not normal horses. Below their feet were a whirlpool of air that gave the horses ability to run much faster than a car. Only in a few seconds, those people had already entered the village. Qin Feng was shocked to see the speed of these horses. We are late. That demonic cultivator has already slaughtered the entire village. He must have gone for the next village. We should hurry up and stop him, otherwise there will be more and more villages that will be slaughtered by that demonic cultivator. The middle-aged man in lead spoke as he looked at the village that was already covered in blood and many body parts of hundreds of villagers. Fu Chen, check the village and see if anyone is alive. We need to hurry and go to the next village. After checking the village, come to the next village that is 5 miles away from here in the south direction. The middle-aged man again spoke. Yes, 6th elder. A middle-aged man jumped down from his horse and responded to the previous middle-aged man. Everyone, let's continue to move forward. Saying this, leaving behind Fu Chen, 6th elder left with others in the south direction, catch the demonic cultivator that was continuously killing mortals mercilessly. After the group of people was gone, Fu Chen looked at the corpses of the villagers and sighed. Then he started to look for any survivor according to the order he got from the sixth elder. Not long after, he found Fenger and heaved a sigh of relief seeing that he has just fainted and there was no injury on his body. Fu Chen did not leave immediately but started to wait for Fenger to wake up. Only 1 hour later did Fenger once again regained his consciousness. He raised his head and saw Fu Chen looking at him. Fenger looked at Fu Chen expressionlessly and did not say anything. Then he turned his head to look for his mother's body. He still remembered his mother's last smile. In order to protect him, she sacrificed herself. She told him to lie down on the ground in front of her, and when she was cut into two, her blood spurted onto the body of Fenger, coloring Fenger deep red. He looked like a person who bled too much. Only because of this, the man in black misunderstood Fenger and left without checking if he was alive or not. Fenger was very smart. He understood very well what his mother has done for him. He kept looking at his mother's body without blinking his eyes. He did not even move his body a single inch. "Is she your mother?" Fu Chen saw that Qin Feng was staring at the body of a middle-aged woman without any care of the world. He immediately understood the relationship between this woman and Fenger, so he arrived near Fenger and asked in a low voice. Fenger turned his head to look at Fu Chen and nodded his head, confirming Fu Chen that she was his mother. "Do you want revenge?" Fu Chen again asked. This time, a fluctuation finally appeared on the face of Fenger. He again turned his head to look at Fu Chen, then he looked at his mother's dead body. Finally, he clenched his head and then loosened it. After some time, he finally asked, "Do you know who killed my mother and everyone in the village?" "It was a demonic cultivator." "What is a cultivator?" Sigh. Before knowing about demonic cultivators, you have to know about cultivators and cultivation. Fu Chen said and again asked, "Do you want to hear about it?" Fenger nodded his head. Fu Chen smiled and said, "Cultivation is a process where people meditate and absorb the spirit energy from heaven and earth. People cultivate to try to acquire immortality. Through cultivation, one can control the wind and destroy mountains. One can also fly in the sky. Cultivation is divided into many levels, and after each level, one's lifespan will increase by tens of years. There are two types of cultivators. They are called righteous path cultivators and corrupt path cultivators. Corrupt path cultivators are also called demonic cultivators, as they can do anything in order to increase their strength and get whatever they want. The man who killed your mother and other villagers was also a demonic cultivator. He killed everyone in your village just to increase his strength." After saying all of this, Fu Chen stared at Fenger to see the astonishment in his eyes. He wanted to see him surprised, but he was disappointed as Fenger was still expressionless. There was no expression on his face. "Are you a righteous path cultivator?" Fenger again asked. "Of course I am. I came here with my brothers to catch the demonic cultivator who killed everyone in your village." "Then, where are others?" "They are still chasing after the demonic cultivator. I stayed here to search for survivors. Normally, there are no survivors in this kind of situation, but luckily, in this village, I found a survivor." "That's you. You are the sole survivor in the entire village," said Fu Chen. When Fenger heard Fu Chen, the scene of his mother sacrificing herself to give him a chance to live flashed in his mind as tears once appeared in his eyes. This was the second time when Fu Chen saw a certain expression on the face of Fenger. "It's okay. If you want to cry, you should cry. Don't stop yourself from crying. You should let out all your emotion and grievance. This will help you lighten your heart." Fu Chen consoled Fenger. Fenger started to sob slowly. Then his sobbing began to become faster and louder, and the next moment, he fell down his mother's body and started to cry loudly. Fu Chen's heart melted when he saw Fenger crying like this. Anyone's heart would have ached if they would have been in there and see how Fenger was crying for his mother. From his wailing, once could see how painful the heart of Fenger was at the moment. Fu Chen did not stop Fenger from crying. He let him cry. After a very long time, Fenger finally stopped crying. Then Fu Chen helped Fenger cremating his mother. After completing the last rites for his mother, Fenger went to Fu Chen and asked, "What should I do to become a cultivator?" "Don't worry about that. I will help you to become a cultivator." Fu Chen smiled and asked, "But before that, let me introduce myself. I'm Fu Chen, an outer court elder of the Blue Star sect." Fenger nodded his head and said, "I am Qin Feng." Inside his dorm, Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and 2 rays of light flashed past his eyes. Seeing the familiar scene in front of him, Qin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that he did not go anywhere mysteriously. He was still inside his room. Then again, what was that village? And that kid? He was also called Qin Feng and looked very exactly like him. How is this even possible? Many questions appeared in Qin Feng's mind. For some reason, just as he was about to absorb the dimensional crystal, a pain attacked his mind, and then the next moment, he appeared in a village. This village was strange as the people there wore robes, like the people from ancient times. What was more surprising was that he found a kid who looked just like him, and even that kid's name was the same as him. He could not understand why did he experience these things. What was the relationship between him and that kid that looked exactly like him? Why he suddenly appeared there, and how did he again return to his room? As Qin Feng was thinking about these things, he felt a burning sensation on his right hand. Looking there, he saw the infinity symbol shining. Qin Feng had already guessed that all of those things were the doing of this infinity symbol. What he did not understand was why it was shining again. Suddenly, a scene flashed before Qin Feng's eyes where he saw himself. His eyes were changing colors between golden and black again and again. At that time, he looked at the infinity symbol on his right hand and said, "I don't know what you are, but please at least let me awaken even a very small fragment of my memories. It will help me greatly increasing my strength quickly. I don't know the purpose of your existence, but I can feel that you are now connected to me. I can also feel that you need my help with something, and I can only help you when my strength will increase. The faster I become stronger, the faster I can help you." The moment he finished the thing he wanted to, Qin Feng's eyes once again turned black. And then the last thing he saw was the scene of destruction before losing his consciousness. At this moment, inside the room, Qin Feng returned to his senses. He could not believe what he just saw. After joining all the dots, Qin Feng finally came up with a guess that really surprised him. He found it hard to believe, but except for believing this guess, there was nothing that could explain what happened with him. Qin Feng guessed that inside the world on the other side of the spatial crack, for some reason, the soul of his past life took over his body and killed the guardian beast, resulting in the destruction of that world. He also requested the infinity symbol on his right hand to let him awaken his past life memories slowly. It might be the reason why he experienced the even before. It also explains the reason why that kid's name and face were exactly like him. No, it should be his face and name that was exactly like that kid from the village. That kid should be him in his past life. And the current him was the reincarnation of that kid. It also means that that ordinary kid, who did not even know what cultivation is, becomes the so-called kingi in the future. Knowing that he had just experienced his past life, an excited expression appeared on his face. From the moment the mysterious lady told him that he was the reincarnation of the kingi, Qin Feng became very curious about his past life. He wanted to know everything about his past life. Now that he suddenly experienced a small time from his past life, how can he not become excited? It was a pity that he returned to his senses again after the kid told Fu Chen his name. At that moment, he felt his right hand itching as he once again found himself inside his room. Qin Feng could not calm down his heart for a while. He looked at the infinity symbol on his right hand and took a deep breath. Then he slowly stroked the infinity symbol as if he was stroking the head of his pet lovingly. I don't know why you stopped letting me experience my past life, but I am very grateful to you for letting me know something of my past life. Next time, let me experience my past life again, Qin Feng said in a low voice. As if the infinity symbol heard and acknowledged what Qin Feng said, it shined brightly for only a second, and then the shining light disappeared as everything returned to normal. Qin Feng took a deep breath and meditated for a while to calm down his heart. Then he once again looked at the dimensional crystal, which was still lying motionlessly on his palm. Qin Feng planned to absorb the dimensional crystal now. He held the dimensional crystal and slowly started to circulate the first layer of the Nameless Cultivation Technique. The moment Qin Feng circulated the first layer of the Nameless Cultivation Technique, he felt a cool sensation on his hand. Then this cool sensation slowly started to spread inside his body. Qin Feng continues to absorb the dimensional crystal, and it took him slightly more than 1 hour to completely absorb the dimensional crystal. Many cracks appeared on the dimensional crystal as it soon shattered into pieces. At the same time, Qin Feng got an ability that was in no way inferior to an emperor-leveled battle skill. Yes, this was the information that appeared in his mind after he completely absorbed the dimensional crystal. Maybe it was because this dimensional crystal belonged to an emperor-leveled demonic beast. Although the ability he got was in no way inferior to an emperor-leveled battle skill, it was a pity that he could not use this ability to fight. The ability he got was called night vision. No matter how dark his surroundings will be, he could see everything clearly because of the night vision he got from the dimensional crystal. Anyway, Yixia was still not disappointed. Anything was better than nothing. What was more, this night vision of his could be called a very rare ability. It might come to great use in the future if he were to enter the spatial crack and appear in a world that is filled with darkness. In any way, the night vision could let him see everything in the darkness, so he does not have to worry about not being able to see anything because of the darkness around him. Qin Feng went to take a bath, and after bathing, he walked out of his room. Now that he failed to participate in the second round of the competition, Qin Feng thought to request a few months of leave so that he can visit his mother. After that, he will go to the cultivation world that the mysterious lady talked about. After experiencing a few things from his past life, Qin Feng's curiosity towards the cultivation world increased. Now he wanted to go to the cultivation world as soon as possible and adventure there. Not long after, Qin Feng arrived in front of Jialan's office and knocked on the door. "Come in." A soft voice of a lady was heard from inside the office room. Qin Feng pushed the door slowly and entered. There he saw Jialan sitting on a chair. In front of her was a laptop placed on the table, and she was working on it. Seeing that it was Qin Feng, Jialan pointed at a chair in front of her and said, "Sit down and talk. Why are you here?" Qin Feng did as Jialan said. He sat down on the chair and said, "Teacher Jia, I want to ask for leave for a few months." "Again? Why?" Jialan frowned after hearing Qin Feng's request. He was not here for even 1 week before he once again asked for leave, and this time he asked for a few months' leave. Jialan could not understand why Qin Feng wanted to leave the profound Sky Academy. Here, he can get the resources to cultivate, and even President Zhou already told her to provide Qin Feng the same amount of resources as the students of Class A. "Teacher Jia, I like to adventure outside. I know that outside is more dangerous, but these dangers are exactly the things I want to experience. You see, I can guarantee that my strength will not stagnate. My cultivation will definitely increase much faster outside than inside the profound Akai Academy. Qin Feng looked at Jia Lan and said Jia Lan did not want Qin Feng to leave the academy again. She wanted to nurture Qin Feng so that Qin Feng could become stronger with a stable foundation. Foundation was everything for a person who has embarked on the path of cultivation. Without a strong foundation, even if one were to become a battle spirit emperor, their fighting prowess would not be up to standard. Qin Feng had already thought of a reason, so he started to say, "Teacher Jia, you see, I like to adventure outside. I know that outside is more dangerous, but these dangers are exactly the things I want to experience. I can guarantee that my strength will not stagnate. My cultivation will definitely increase much faster outside than inside the profound Sky Academy. Outside, I can also gain the experience of many things that will help me in the future. Although here, in the profound Sky Academy, my strength will definitely increase with resources provided by the Academy. But what about experiences? I want to experience fighting a life and death against demonic beasts stronger than myself." Saying this, Qin Feng looked at Jia Lan with hope in his eyes. Jia Lan could not endure this kind of gaze, so she waved her hand and said, Okay, stop staring at me like this. I'll talk to President Zhu about this. If he agrees, you can take the leave. But I cannot guarantee that he will agree, so don't hope much." A sweet smile appeared on Qin Feng's handsome face. He nodded his head and thanked Jia Lan, then left Jia Lan's office. Qin Feng returned to his dorm and lay down on the bed. In these past 2 months, many things happened. It took him only 2 months to become an advanced battle spirit warrior from an ordinary boy. He also got to know that his mother was actually not his birth mother. The most surprising thing was the infinity symbol on his right hand and his reincarnation, and the relationship between the two of them. Qin Feng could not figure out anything. He decided to ask the mysterious lady about his past life when he will meet her again. Around 2 hours later, Jia Lan called him in her office. Qin Feng again returned to her office and knocked on the door. "Come in." A familiar voice sounded from inside the office room. Qin Feng entered and was surprised to see that President Zhu was also there. President Zhu was sitting on the chair where Jia Lan sat previously, while Jia Lan was sitting on the chair where Qin Feng sat previously. After greeting both of them, Qin Feng sat down on the other chair opposite to President Zhu and beside Jia Lan. President Zhu took a long breath and said, "Qin Feng, I heard that you wanted to apply for leave again." "Yes, President Zhu." Qin Feng nodded his head. "Can you tell me why?" "President Zhu, I think Jia should have already told you the reason. But since you have asked, I'll say again. President Zhu, I think the outside world is more suitable for me to increase my strength. I know it is beneficial for me to stay in the profound Sky Academy. Here, I can gain more knowledge about everything related to cultivation, and with the Academy's help, my strength will increase by leaps and bounds. But still, I want to rely on myself to cultivate." Qin Feng was still talking when President Zhu interrupted him in the middle, saying, "Qin Feng, although I don't know what is going on in your mind, I still want you to stay in the academy to cultivate. The outside world is very dangerous, but here you will be safe. I am saying this because I think highly of you. But if you still want to go and experience life outside, I will not stop you. You can apply for leave, but remember, no matter what, you are still a student of my profound Sky Academy. You have to return here as soon as possible." "Okay." Qin Feng nodded his head and said, "Don't worry, President Zhu. I'll try to return as soon as possible." After talking with Qin Feng and Jia for a few more minutes, President Zhu left. After President Zhu left, Jia asked, "Where are you planning to go first?" Qin Feng took out a piece of paper and gave it to Jia. "I will first go to this address." The piece of paper that Qin Feng took out was given to him by his mother before she went to the Qin family. The address of the Qin family was written on that piece of paper. Jia took the piece of paper from Qin Feng and frowned. "What is your relationship with Qin family?" "I don't have any relationship with Qin family, but my mother did. I don't know much about Qin family. My mother is there, so I have to go there to meet her." Qin Feng replied. Jia thought something for a while before saying, "Let's go to the Qin family tomorrow." Qin Feng was about to nod his head, but he found things strange with the sentence Jia said. He asked, "Us?" Jia smiled and said, "I have something to talk about with the Qin family. Although I thought of going there next month, but since you are already going there, I decided to go with you. Enough talk. Be ready tomorrow. We will depart in the morning at 8 am. Qin Feng did not say anything this time. He only nodded his head and stood up, leaving the office of Jia. It's morning. Jia booked a car and left for the Qin family with Qin Feng. The Qin family was located in a big city called Wind City. In the Wind City, there were two prominent families, namely the Lu family and the Qin family. These two families were very powerful, and it is said that the current head of these two families were elementary battle spirit emperors. Because of their existence, no other power dared to plot anything against these two families for a very long time. It is said that in the Qin and Lu families, only a battle spirit emperor realm martial warrior has the right to become the head of the family. Both families have already existed for more than 500 years, and because of this, their strength was very stable. It is also said that both families are fighting with each other in the light and dark. Both of these families wanted to monopolize the resources of the Wind City. They wanted to rule over the entire Wind City solely, but because of the existence of the other family, they could not. While Jia and Qin Feng were still on their way towards the Qin family, Jia asked if Qin Feng anything about Qin family. Qin Feng's answer was obliviously no, so started to tell him about the Qin family. She said, "The current head of the Qin family is an elementary battle spirit emperor realm martial warrior. He has two sons, Qin Wu and Qin Weiying. Both brothers have a very good relationship with each other. Both of them are married, but around 15 years ago, for some reason, Qin Wu's wife left the family and went somewhere unknown. I also received the news that his wife once again returned to the Qin family 2 months ago. Qin Wu has a daughter named Qin Yao. She has awakened a 9th grade Lord rank battle spirit." What? At this time, Qin Feng's exclamation was heard inside the car. Qin Feng was dumbfounded when he heard that Qin Yao had actually awakened a 9th grade Lord rank battle spirit. He still clearly remembered what Qin Yao told him before. She said him that she has the same talent as her mother, to awaken a grade 9 battle spirit. At that moment, Qin Feng did not know the division of ranks between the battle spirits, so he thought that she has the talent to awaken the 9th grade ordinary rank battle spirit. But he never thought that Qin Yao was actually about the Lord rank. Didn't it mean that his mother, who always acted like an ordinary human without any cultivation base, also has a 9th grade Lord rank battle spirit? Hearing Qin Feng's exclamation, Jia asked, "What happened?" "And nothing. I was just surprised that she has awakened a 9th grade Lord rank battle spirit." Qin Feng shook his head and said, and nodded her head. She took a deep breath and again said, "It is not important that she has awakened a 9th grade Lord rank battle spirit. The most important thing that she has awakened a soul-type battle spirit. Now, she has already embarked on the path of a beastmaster. When Jia Lan started to talk about Qin Yao, Qin Feng's ears were pricked as he started to listen curiously. She told him that Qin Yao has awakened a 9th grade Lord rank soul-type battle spirit, which really surprised him, but Jia Lan did not stop here. She again said, recently it is rumored that Qin Yao alone against a Lord rank demonic beast and killed it. It has to know that her cultivation base has just reached the elementary battle spirit Lord realm. But still, she was able to win a fight against a Lord rank demonic beast. From this alone, her talent and strength could be seen. Qin Feng never thought that Qin Yao would awaken a soul-type battle spirit. What was more, she can also fight against an opponent stronger than her. It was really out of his expectation. What was more, she has already become an elementary battle spirit lord, while he was only an advanced battle spirit warrior. It has to know that both of them were of the same age. It was another matter that her family and the rich resources provided to her by the Qin family was also a factor for her to increase her strength by so much in just 2 months of time. Soon, they had reached their destination. It took 6 hours of time for Jia Lan and Qin Feng to travel to the Wind City from the Profound Sky Academy. The car passed an elegant and beautiful garden. There was no lack of modern-style buildings, but they fused perfectly with the surrounding gardens. The contrast was perfectly balanced, clearly the work of a meticulous designer. The car stopped in front of a huge villa. There were many such villas connected to this huge villa from both of its sides, which made this place look quite elegant. Jia Lan and Qin Feng got down from the car. At this moment, few people came out from the villa. They looked at Jia Lan and Qin Feng with a curious gaze. One of these people's eyes congealed as he frowned after looking at Jia Lan. It was a middle-aged man. It was as if he recognized who Jia Lan was. The middle-aged man took a few steps forward and stopped 3 steps away from Jia Lan. The middle-aged man said, "So it is the second lady of Jia family. May I know why Miss Jia is here?" Jia Lan smiled and only said one sentence. "I'm here to talk about something with Uncle Qin." The middle-aged man did not ask anything further. He nodded his head, then looked at Qin Feng and said, "He is. I am Qin Feng." Before Jia Lan could introduce Qin Feng told the middle-aged man his name. "So it's you." The middle-aged man immediately understood who Qin Feng was. He was quite surprised at first, but he was soon calmed down and again asked, "You should be here to meet Lady Su, right?" "Yes, I'm here to meet my mother." Qin Feng nodded his head and confirmed the middle-aged man. "Lady Su?" At this time, Jia Lan was surprised. Previously, inside the car, she talked about the Qin family with Qin Feng and told him many things, including the matters related to the 2 sons of the head of the Qin family. She knew that there is only one Lady Su in the Qin family, and she is the wife of Qin Wu. Qin Yao is her daughter. She only knew that Qin Wu and Su Ru only have one daughter. She never heard that they also have a son. Now that she thinks about it, Qin Feng's surname is Qin, and he also told her that his mother is here, in the Qin family. He wanted to come here to visit his mother. Previously, she asked Qin Feng what is his relationship with the Qin family. At that time, Feng told her that he does not have any relationship with the Qin family. Only his mother is related to the Qin family. Jia Lan did not dwell on this matter at that time, as this matter was not related to her. But now, when she heard that Qin Feng was Suru's son, she became curious. When did Qin Wu and Suru have another son? How come no one knows about this matter? Qin Feng should not be an illegitimate child, right? She looked at Qin Feng curiously, but Qin avoided her gaze and looked in another direction. Jia Lan did not give up. She kept staring at Qin Feng, making him helpless. Qin Feng said, "We will talk later." Only then did Jialan move her gaze from Qin Feng's face. She nodded her head and looked at the middle-aged man, who was also in deep thought for some reason. Feeling the stare from someone, the middle-aged man came back to his senses and said, "Please follow me." He took them to a guest room and told them to sit and wait for a while. After that, he left the guest room and went to inform the head of the Qin family. Qin Jue was sitting in his study room and was looking at some documents when a knock was heard. After he gave the permission, a middle-aged man entered the room and bowed slightly to greet the head of the family. "What happened?" "The second lady of the Jia family is here to discuss something with you and what? If you have something to say, just say it. And the adoptive child of Lady Su, Qin Feng, is also here. He wants to meet Lady Su." Qin Jue frowned his eyes when he heard that Qin Feng was here. He thought something for a short period of time, and in this period of time, the middle-aged man kept quiet. He did not say a single word. He kept standing silently in his place, waiting for the response of the head of the Qin family. Qin Jue closed the documents he was looking at. He fully focused on the middle-aged man and asked, "What is his cultivation base?" "I heard from Yaoer that he only has the talent to awaken a 4th grade ordinary rank battle spirit. I did not check his cultivation." The middle-aged man lowered his head as he replied. Qin Jue did not say anything. He only nodded his head and said, "Go, inform Lady Su about his arrival and bring the second lady of the Jia family here." The middle-aged man acknowledged the order of Qin Jue and left the study room. He first went to look for Suru. Xiao Feng. A melodious sound rang out as the room of guest room was opened, and a mature and elegant-looking woman entered the room. "Mom!" Qin Feng stood up when he heard the voice. He turned and saw the woman who just entered the room. He'd not control his emotions after seeing her. He exclaimed and ran to give his mother a big hug. Qin Feng could not control his emotions at this moment, because the moment he saw his mother, the scene of his previous life's mother's death once again appeared in his mind. An unexplainable feeling of pain and sadness immediately appeared in his heart. He directly ran and hugged his mother, silently swearing that he will protect his mother in this life. Although she is not his biological mother, she was still a very important part of his life. Even after knowing the truth, he still respected Su Ro as his own mother. "Xiao Feng, are you alright? How have you been? You did not even contact me for 2 months. I was so worried about you. Look how thin you have become. Are you not eating well?" Su Ro started to ask a series of questions without giving Feng any time to answer her. She also checked his body to see if he was fine or not. Jia Lan, who was looking at both of them from not far away, started to smile when she saw this scene. Mom, I am fine. Okay, I am fine." Qin Feng was bewildered, and he also felt embarrassed as Jia Lan was seeing all of this. He tried to calm down his mother first, and after Su Ro calmed down, both of them sat down on the sofa. At this moment, Su Ro saw Jia Lan. She smiled at her and said, "So, the second lady is also here. No wonder my son has the expression of embarrassment on his face. I don't have such expression." Qin Feng immediately declined Suru's words, causing both Jia Lan and his mother Suru to laugh loudly. "Aunt Su, it's been long since we last met." Jia Lan smiled at Suru. "Indeed, it's been long. The last time I saw you, you were only 5. Quite a lot happened with you, and you have suffered a lot. Only when I returned back to the Qin family did I heard about your situation." Suru said when Suru talked about Jialan's situation. Jialan bit her lips, and after taking a long breath, she said, "It was all in the past. I have already left the Jia family for 5 years now. Aunt Sue, I am here to discuss something with Grandpa Qin. Mom, you know Teacher Jia. Seeing both the ladies talking, Qin Feng asked. Suro nodded her head and said, she is my best friend's daughter, and also the second lady of the Jia family. You might not know, but Jia family is as powerful as the Qin family. Qin Feng nodded his head, showing that he understood. The Qin family is overseen by a battle spirit emperor, realm, martial warrior, and if the Jia family is as strong as the Qin family, then there must be a battle spirit emperor, realm, martial warrior in the Jia family as well. Xiao Feng, you addressed her as Teacher Jia. Is she your teacher at the academy? Suro asked. Qin Feng nodded his head. She is my class teacher. Suro looked at Qin Feng, then looked at Jia Lan. Jia. She was about to say something when the door of the room once again opened, and the previous middle-aged man entered the room. He looked at Jia Lan and said, Second Lady Jia, please come with me. The family headed, waiting for you in the study room. Jia Lan stood up, looked at Suru and said, Aunt Sue, I have to go now. We will talk again later. Go. Suro nodded her head and waved her hand, indicating Jia Lan to go. Then left with the middle-aged man. On the other hand, Qin Feng looked at his mother and asked, Mom, how strong are you? Suru looked at her son with a smile and asked, Do you really want to know? Yes. Qin Feng nodded his head. I am currently an intermediate battle spirit king. Suro answered Qin Feng's question. Qin Feng was shocked to hear her. He always thought that his mother was only an ordinary woman. She never showed any sign of being a martial warrior. She worked just like an ordinary woman and took care of Qin Feng. But on the day when his talent to awaken a battle spirit was tested, he learned that his mother was no ordinary human, and now he learned that his mother was an intermediate battle spirit emperor. How be surprised? Mom, can I ask you some questions? Qin Feng hesitated a little and said, Look at you, if you want to ask then ask. Why are you asking for my permission? Suro stroked Qin Feng's hair and said with a small laugh. Qin Feng turned his head to look in a different direction, nodded his head, then again looked at his mother and asked, Why did you choose to abandon the Qin family for me? I mean, here, in the Qin family, you have your husband and daughter. Sister Yao was also just born at that time, right? But you choose to take care of me instead of Sister Yao. Why? For a person like me whom you find at a roadside, why did you leave your home, your husband, and your daughter? When Qin Feng asked this question, Suru's face stiffened. She never thought that Qin Feng will ask this question. This question, something that Qin Feng always wanted to ask from the moment he learned that Suru was not his biological mother, but even so, she left her family just because of him. Suru could not find a word to answer Qin Feng. She took a deep breath, clenched her hand as if she was struggling in her heart to decide something, and finally said, If I were to tell you the truth, then even I don't know the reason. When I first found you, you were only a newborn child. When I first took you in my embrace, I felt very peaceful in my heart. That kind of peace was something I never experienced. So I brought you to the Qin family. Many members of the Qin family told me to send you to the orphanage. For some reason, I felt pain in my heart. There was a fear of losing you in my heart. I opposed their decision and told them that I will adopt you as my son. Seeing that they could not force me to send you to the orphanage, they started to force your father. Finally, your father was manipulated by them. He told me to send you to the orphanage, but I still opposed his decision. People started to mock him. They said that his wife was not under his control. She is doing whatever she wants. After listening to the same thing every day, how can your father not be affected? One day he became angry and told me to make a decision. If I did not send you to the orphanage, I have to leave the Qin family. I also became angry. He was actually manipulated by those scums, so I decided to leave the Qin family with you." Saying till here, Suro looked at Qin Feng and lovingly stroked her hand on his hair again. Then she again started to say, "Well, although this decision was made by me in anger, I never regretted my decision. Xiao Feng, never let any negative thought born in your mind. Remember, no matter what, you are my son." "My son? Okay." Qin Feng nodded his head heavily, then a sweet smile appeared on his face. Both mother and son started to chat peacefully. 1 hour later, Jia Lan returned to the guest room to say goodbye to Qin Feng and Su Ru. Then she left the Qin family. The night was about to descend, so Su Ru, Qin Feng in the dining room for dinner. There was no one here, so Qin Feng asked, "Mom, where is everyone?" Don't worry about them. Your father is out of the city. As for your sister, she has entered the Spatial Crack to train with others. It's already been 1 week. She will return tomorrow." After that, Qin Feng and Su Ru had dinner. Then Su Ru brought Qin Feng into a room and told him to rest here. Then she left. Qin Feng took a long breath and entered the mysterious space of the infinity symbol. He wanted to make a breakthrough in his cultivation and increase his fighting prowess. He simulated a Lord-rank demonic beast and started to fight against it, while at the same time, he was circulating the first layer of the Nameless Circulation Technique. It has already been a while since he became an advanced battle spirit warrior. These past few days, he has already accumulated enough spirit energy inside his body to break through to the next realm. He also noticed that not only can he gain experiences while fighting, but his strength and cultivation also gradually increase. To make a breakthrough, the best way for him is to fight against an opponent who is much stronger than him. Qin Feng kept fighting again, the simulated demonic beast inside the mysterious space of the infinity symbol, while circulating the first layer of the Nameless Cultivation Technique. When he felt that he has reached the stage where he can attack the bottleneck to make a breakthrough, Qin Feng stopped fighting, sat down cross-legged, and started to prepare to attack the bottleneck. Previously, Qin Feng was not in a hurry to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. He first wanted to visit his mother and then go to the Cultivation World. After going there, the first thing he would do was to make a breakthrough in his cultivation and become an elementary battle spirit lord. But after hearing that Qin Yao has already become an elementary battle spirit lord, he did not want to fall behind. He decided not to wait anymore and make a breakthrough. Boom! Qin Feng attacked the barrier inside his body that was stopping him from entering the next stage of the cultivation realm. A loud sound rang out inside his body as his body shook violently. Although Qin Feng failed to break the barrier, he can tell that the barrier blocking his breakthrough has already become very weak. Boom! Qin Feng made another attempt to break through, and another explosive sound rang out inside Qin Feng's body, but unlike before, this time, Feng's body did not shake violently. Instead, along with the explosive sound, a very comfortable feeling spread throughout his body. The bottleneck blocking his cultivation was already broken, and now, spirit energy was surging inside his body like a wave. Elementary Battle Spirit Lord. Yes, at this moment, Qin Feng has already become an elementary Battle Spirit Lord. Now, his cultivation was not inferior to Qin Yao. Qin Yao was a beast master, so it was very normal for her to use the demonic beast to fight against her opponent. So it was not impossible for her to fight and defeat an opponent stronger than her. A Beastmaster's strength cannot be looked down on. Beastmaster is always more powerful than a martial warrior of the same cultivation realm. After all, a Beastmaster could control beasts and order them to fight against their opponent, while a martial warrior could only rely on themselves to fight. After making a breakthrough and becoming an elementary battle spirit lord, Qin Feng came out of the mysterious space and started to rest. The next day, Qin Feng woke up, took a bath, and walked out of his room. The Qin family was completely unfamiliar to him, so, after coming out from the room, he asked a middle-aged man the location of his mother's room and went there to bid her farewell. Today, Qin Feng planned to go to the Cultivation World. Qin Feng arrived at his mother's room and was about to knock when he heard the sound of footsteps. Not long after, he saw a young man and a young lady walking towards him. Qin Feng was familiar with the lady. She was Qin Yao. As for the young man, Qin Feng did not know him, but he guessed that the young man might be Qin Yao's boyfriend, as he was holding on Qin Yao's hands. "It's you! Why are you here?" Qin Yao also arrived in front of her parents' room and saw Qin Feng standing there, so she asked, "Why cannot be I here?" Qin Feng did not answer her. Instead, he replied with another question. "Brat, who are you? How dare you talk to Yaoer like that?" The young man who was holding Qin Yao's hands glared at Qin Feng and coldly said. Qin Feng takes a look at the young man, then ignored him. That young man was pissed off when he saw Qin Feng ignoring him. He was about to say something, but Qin Yao stopped him. After knocking on the door, the two of them entered the room. Qin Feng wanted to enter the room, but after thinking something, he went back to his room. Inside the room, a middle-aged man was sitting on the sofa, and beside him was a beautiful woman. The beautiful woman was obviously Qin Feng's mother, Suru. As for the middle-aged man, he was Suru's husband, Qin Wu. "Yaoer, you are back," Qin Wu said after seeing Qin Yao. Qin Yao went forward and sit down beside Suru. As for the young man, he sat beside Qin Wu, greeting both Qin Wu and Suru. "Mom, let me introduce him to you. He is Chen Xiao, my boyfriend." Qin Yao introduced Chen Xiao. Qin Wu sat up straight after hearing Qin Yao. He started to size up Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao was a handsome young man. He was around 18 years old, 2 years older than Qin Feng and Qin Yao. At this age, he was already an intermediate battle spirit lord. Seeing his cultivation, although Qin Wu felt that Chen Xiao's talent is inferior to Qin Yao, he still nodded his head in satisfaction, because not everyone can become an intermediate battle spirit lord at the age of 18. Only geniuses can. Suru also smiled at Chen Xiao. She turned her head to look at Qin Yao and said, "Your brother is here. You should go and greet him. Talk something to Hehe." "Brother?" Chen Xiao was confused when he heard Suru. He asked, "Did you forgive my rudeness, but didn't you have only one daughter?" "Qin Yao is already here, then where did her brother come from?" Don't worry about him. He is just someone pipped by us when he was still a child." For some reason, Qin Du didn't like when Suru told Qin Yao to meet Qin Feng. "Qin Wu, what are you saying? Didn't you promise that?" I know. I'll not say anything, okay?" Suru was still telling when she was interrupted by Qin Wu. She knew very well that even after so many years, Qin Wu was not able to accept Qin Feng as his son. "Mom, he was outside this room when I came. I don't know why he didn't enter the room." Hearing about Qin Feng, Qin Yao turned her head to search for him, but didn't find him. She understood that Qin Feng hasn't entered the room. She told Suru about him being here some time ago. "What? That boy was your brother?" Chen Xiao was stunned. He was about to say the word brat, when he felt a cold glare from Suru. So he immediately changed the way he was about to address Qin Feng. Chen Xiao didn't like Qin Feng the first time he saw him. When he heard that Qin Feng was Qin Yao's brother, Chen Xiao felt slightly uncomfortable in his heart for some reason. They talked with each other for some time, then Qin Yao and Chen Xiao left. Suru also stood up and left before telling Qin Wu that she was going to look for Qin Feng. Suru arrived in front of Qin Feng's room. She was about to knock on the door, but the door suddenly opens. Qin Feng walked out of the room and saw Suru standing. "Mom," Qin Feng smiled at her. Xiao Feng, Yaoer said that you were standing in front of my room. Why didn't you come in? Suro asked. Mom, I just didn't want to disturb you and Sister Yao. Qin Feng replied in low voice. Suru shook her head helplessly. She understood very well why Qin Feng didn't go in, although the reason he gave was also true, but it was only half true. The other half of the reason was Qin Wu. He didn't want to appear in front of Qin Wu, and Qin Wu was also the same as him. He also didn't want to see Qin Feng. Qin Feng suddenly said, Mom, I'm planning to leave now. I'll visit you again someday. What? Why are you leaving so soon? Suro was taken aback. Thought that Qin Feng will stay in the Qin family for a few days, but he was actually planning to leave the next day of his arrival. Mom, I have to go somewhere. There, my strength will increase tremendously. Don't worry, I'll visit you again. Qin Feng smiled and said, Okay, if you want to go, and I'll not stop you. But you will leave after lunch. But Mom... No but. I said that you'll leave after lunch. It means you'll leave after lunch. Ugh. Qin Feng helplessly agreed with his mother. He will leave after having lunch. At this moment, Qin Jiwei, the head of the Qin family, arrived there coincidentally. Father! Suro greeted him and introduced him to Qin Feng. Qin Feng also greeted Qin Jiwei. Qin Jiwei nodded his head and looked at Qin Feng carefully. He was surprised to see Qin Feng's cultivation. He never thought that Qin Feng was also an elementary battle spirit lord. He heard about him previously from Qin Yao, and knew that he has the talent to awaken a 4th grade ordinary rank battle spirit. But if that was really true, how can someone with such a poor talent become an elementary battle spirit lord in just 2 months? Qin Feng's speed of cultivation was as fast as Qin Yao, but the difference between the two of them was huge. Qin Yao was meticulously trained by the Qin family. The Qin family had provided her with many resources, and only then did she advance to the elementary battle spirit lord. But about Qin Feng, he was someone without who lacks something the most was the resources to cultivate, but even so, he was able to become an elementary battle spirit lord. This also proves that he is much more talented than Qin Yao. But Qin Yao is a beastmaster, and because of this, her worth is much more than Qin Feng. Elementary battle spirit lord, you are as talented as Yao, or maybe even more talented than her. Qin Jiwei said. When Suro heard the family head, she was shocked. She hurriedly checked Qin Feng's cultivation, and she was again so shocked that she could not describe what she was feeling at the moment. She also only knew that Qin Feng had the talent to awaken a 4th grade ordinary rank battle spirit. But from the looks of it, Qin Feng's battle spirit was not as simple as a 4th grade ordinary rank battle spirit. It might be a 4th grade lord rank battle spirit. Before, she did not check Qin Feng's cultivation, or did she had any intention to check. She was just happy that her son came here to meet her, but now, she was really given a shock by her son Qin Feng's mother. Suru asked us how he improved so much in such a short amount of time, and what is his spirit. Although at this moment, the head of the Qin family was also present there. Since his mother asked him about his battle spirit, Qin Feng did not hide it from her. He told her that his battle spirit was a weapon, the Thunder Spear. After telling her that, he released the Thunder Spear, causing his mother, who was already an intermediate battle spirit king, to feel pressure. The aura of the Thunder Spear was too terrifying. And what was more, the moment he released the Thunder Spear, his cultivation again soared, reaching the advanced Battle Lord realm. Qin Jiwei and Suru were dumbfounded seeing this. A special effect. Suru could not control her emotion at the moment. She turned around to look at Qin Jiwei and said, Isn't only a king rank battle spirit or above can cause a special effect to their master upon being released. Indeed, Qin Jiwei nodded his head and continued to say, His cultivation increased by 2 minor stages the moment he released his battle spirit. It can only mean that his battle spirit is at the very least a first-grade king rank battle spirit. His talent is terrifying. Even in our Qin family or in the Lu family, there is not a single person who has awakened a king rank battle spirit. Only the second lady of the Jia family, Jia Lan, has awakened a king rank battle spirit, but because of that, she left her family, never to return. Qin Jue also felt the pressure from Qin Feng's battle spirit. He was really shocked when he saw that Qin Feng's battle spirit can affect him. Qin Feng retracted back his battle spirit inside his body. His cultivation base returned to the elementary battle spirit lord. It was not only Qin Jiwei and Su Ru who felt pressured because of Qin Feng's battle spirit. The entire Qin family was affected by the Thunder Spear's aura. After Qin Feng retracted back his battle spirit, some of the family members hurriedly made their way toward the direction from where the previous pressure came from. They arrived in front of Qin Feng's room. Among these people were Qin Wu, his younger brother Qin Weiying, Qin Yao, and her boyfriend Chen Xiao. "Father, what happened here?" Qin Wu asked. Qin Jiwei didn't answer him. He kept looking at Qin Feng. Qin Feng felt uncomfortable because of Qin Jiwei's gaze. He looked at his mother and said, "I'm leaving." Xiao Feng. Suho immediately came back to her sense when she saw Qin Feng leaving. She hurriedly stopped him by calling him. "Didn't you promise me you'll leave after lunch? Why are you leaving now?" Suho asked. Qin Feng stopped and looked back at his mother and said, "Mom, I've already told you that I'll leave today. I suddenly remember I have something to do, so I have to leave now. I'm sorry. I promise I'll definitely come back to meet you again." Suru was about to say something when Qin Jiwei coughed slowly to stop her. Suho turned to look at Qin Jiwei only to see him shaking his head. She understood that Qin Jiwei was telling her not to stop Qin Feng. After signaling her not to stop Qin Feng, he looked at Qin Feng and said, "Qin Feng, remember to come back. The Qin family is also your home." Qin Feng looked at Qin Jiwei, then his gaze moved as he saw Qin Weiying, Qin Wu, and Qin Yao. Then he thought back to when Qin Weiying told him that, for the sake of his daughter, Qin Wu allowed Suru bring back Qin Feng with her to the Qin family. Thinking of this, Qin Feng shook his head and said, "I don't think so. The Qin family is indeed my mother's home, but it is not my home. Even if I were to come here in the future, it will be only because my mother is here. Farewell." Saying this, Qin Feng turned back and slowly walked away, leaving the Qin family. Qin Jiwei continues to look at Qin Feng's disappearing figure and sighed in regret. He knew why Qin Feng's attitude was like that toward the Qin family. Years ago, if he would have stopped Qin Wu from making such a cruel decision where he kicked his wife out of the Qin family, then today, a great talent like Qin Feng would have been a member of the family. After Qin Feng left, Qin Wu arrived near his father and asked, "Father, what is so good about that brat? Why did you say that the Qin family is also his home? I will never accept him, nor will I ever let him come back. You..." Suro was angered when she heard Qin Wu. Qin Wu clearly promised her that he will accept Qin Feng, but when the time came, he changed his color. Qin Jiwei shook his head seeing his son's action. He again sighed and said, "Sigh. Do you really think Qin Feng wants to stay in the Qin family? If he stays here, it'll be the Qin family's good fortune and good luck." Saying, Qin Jiwei left. Suru also left as she didn't want to stay beside Qin Wu any longer. She was really angry. Even years ago when she was kicked out from the Qin family by Qin Wu, she wasn't this angry. Today, she made a decision. Only when Qin Wu will apologize to Qin Feng will she talk to him, otherwise, even if she were to die, she'll never talk to him. World. Cloud Forest. An enormous whirlpool suddenly condensed above a vast and boundless forest, and a shocking might swept through the heavens and the earth. Countless fierce beasts trembled in the depths of the forest, but this kind of pressure aroused their ferocity instead, and they roared incessantly. At this moment, a beam of light shot out from the vortex and landed in the forest. Is this the cultivation world? Qin Feng took a deep breath, and all the pores on his body opened up. Boundless spirit energy of heaven and earth gathered towards Qin Feng, causing the spirit energy in his body to stir. Qin Feng hurriedly suppressed it. At this moment, he suddenly felt like breaking through to the intermediate battle spirit lord realm. Although Qin Feng could break through, he did not do that instead. He hurriedly suppressed it. It had been only one day since he became an elementary battle spirit lord. Qin Feng felt that he should first familiarize himself with this realm, and then he will break through to the next stage of the battle spirit lord realm. The spirit energy here, in the cultivation world, was really very dense. The moment he arrived here, he felt like breaking through. This world was the heaven for any martial warrior like him, who comes from a little planet like Earth. After leaving Qin family, Qin Feng arrived at a secluded place and activated the butterfly mark on his chest. He did what the mysterious lady told him to do if he wanted to go to the cultivation world. After activating the butterfly mark, a blinding light surrounded him, and Qin Feng felt that space and time have become chaotic. He didn't know how long he had stayed surrounded by the blinding light, but when the blinding light disappeared, he found himself inside the dense forest. Boom! Boom! Qin Feng was still in awe when suddenly the earth shook. Qin Feng's expression turned cold as he discovered a huge monster roaring in front of him. This monster was like a pig, but it was not a pig. Its body was huge, and the gray fur on its body stood up like steel needles. Even before this monster could get close to Qin Feng, a ferocious aura pounced towards him. This aura gave Qin Feng a kind of strong pressure. This monster, its power is equivalent to an advanced battle spirit lord martial warrior. In an instant, Qin Feng determined the level of this monster's strength. Qin Feng clenched his fists and attacked. As soon as this punch was thrown out, Qin Feng realized that something was wrong. If it was in the earth, this punch would definitely shake the air around it, and it would be extremely powerful. However, the punch that was thrown at this moment didn't produce even a trace of fluctuation in the air. The space of the cultivation world, thousands of times more stable than that of the earth. It was a higher-leveled world than the earth. Although with his current strength, Qin Feng could be considered a powerful man on earth, but here, in the cultivation world, he was as weak as an ant. Although he was shocked, Qin Feng still did not hesitate in this punch. It looked like the momentum was far inferior to the vastness of the cultivation world, but his combat strength did not weaken in the slightest. It was just that the various aspects of the cultivation world far surpassed the earth. Even the stones and land of the cultivation world were much more powerful than the earth. This caused Qin Feng's punch to appear to have weakened by a lot. In reality, the power of this punch has far surpassed the level what an elementary battle spirit lord could execute. Bang! A shocking sound rang out as Qin Feng's fist smashed into the huge monster's body, sending it flying. Along the way, it crashed into countless huge trees, creating a mess. Qin Feng initially thought that this punch would be enough to scare the monster. However, he didn't know that this monster wasn't as afraid of his strength. Instead, it charged at him even more crazily. Qin Feng was shocked to find out that this monster's eyes were red and contained a crazy killing intent. How could there be any fear? This monster was not afraid of death at all. Qin Feng understood that unless he killed this crazy monster, the matter would never end. If that's the case, Qin Feng took out the sword, and the sword was immediately covered with hundreds of threads of thunder. As he manipulated the power of thunder, thunder slash. A dazzling thunder burst from the sword. Qin Feng leapt up into the air, and like a dragon that had gone out to sea, he slashed at the monster from the sky. Although the monster felt a threatening aura coming toward it, it was still not afraid. It directly pounced toward Qin Feng, but while it was still in the mid-air, Qin Feng's attack came slashing down on its body, directly chopping its body into two. What was more, his attack's effect was still not over. Thousands of threads of lightning immediately covered both parts of its body. Both parts of its body were electrified, and not long after, both parts of its body became charred black. After the battle, Qin Feng was sure that the monster that attacked him was like a killing machine, without any intelligence, otherwise it would not have kept fighting with him, even after sensing the dangerous aura coming at it. Suddenly, Qin Feng's gaze fell down on a bead-like object on the monster's half-cut head. He walked forward and took out the bead-like object from its head. "What is this?" Qin Feng muttered. But since he didn't know anything about it, he stored it inside the mysterious space and once again looked at the monster's dead body. Could it be that it is not a demonic beast, but some other kind of beast? Could it be that this was an existence that was unique to the cultivation world? Qin Feng was still thinking about the monster when suddenly his eyes blurred, and the next moment, he found himself at the same place where he met the mysterious lady 2 times. "You are here." Qin Feng was still looking at his surroundings when suddenly the familiar voice of the mysterious lady sounded. Along with the voice, he saw a figure suddenly appearing in front of him. She was the mysterious lady. She had already told her previously that after using the butterfly mark every time, he would appear here on his own. The mysterious lady again said, "Have you gone to the cultivation world?" "Yes." Qin Feng nodded his head and replied, "Do you have anything that you want to ask? If not, then I'll send you back." The mysterious lady asked, "I." Qin Feng was surprised. This was the first time when the mysterious lady didn't talk to Qin Feng. Instead, she wanted to send him back. Qin Feng took a deep breath and finally decided to ask about the monster. He told her about it, and after hearing this, the mysterious lady said, "That was a fierce beast." "Fierce beast?" Qin Feng became curious. The mysterious lady continued, "The so-called fierce beast can be said to be born especially for killing. As long as there is life, fierce beasts will destroy it. They are different from demonic beasts. To the fierce beast, the key lies in its ferocity. In the cultivation world, although all the races have conflicts with each other, their attitudes towards the fierce beast same. That is to kill. Unfortunately, although fierce beasts are killing machines and do not have intelligence, it does not mean that they are weak. Among the fierce beasts, there is no lack of existences that are capable of even killing the strongest expert on that tiny planet of yours. Your luck is too bad. You actually fell into a vicious beast forest. In the cultivation world, beasts are of 2 types: beasts and demonic beasts. Fierce beasts have no intelligence. They are just born to kill but demonic beasts are not like that. Demonic beasts are beasts that have the intelligence and can evolve. Some of them can even transform in the form of a human, but to do that, they have to have a very high level of cultivation base. Qin Feng's expression turned solemn. A fierce beast? No wonder that monster was so ferocious. There was only killing intent in that beast's eyes, and other than that, there was no other emotion. It was also not afraid of death, because it had no intelligence. Qin Feng suddenly remembered something. He waved his hand and the bead-like object appeared on his hand. He looked at the round bead in his hand and asked, "What is this? What's the use?" The mysterious lady replied, "This is a good thing. It's called the monster core. The monster core is the raw material for many alchemists to refine pills. Many precious pills require the monster core. If you use the monster core to exchange for a spirit stone, you will definitely be able to exchange for quite a few. The one in your hand is level 2 monster core. Alchemists? Pills? Qin Feng was confused when he heard these words. He never heard it before. Then the mysterious lady told him everything about the pills and alchemy. Qin Feng was shocked to know about these things. The mysterious lady also told him many other things related to the cultivation world. Qin Feng, this is your first time coming to the cultivation world. What do you plan to do? The mysterious lady finally asked something she wanted to know about after answering Qin Feng's every question. Qin Feng looked around and said, "Since I just arrived in the cultivation world, I don't know anything about this world. So I'll just go out of the forest and take a look. I'll try my best to understand the cultivation world first before doing anything. I'll also try to raise my cultivation as much as possible in the short amount of time." The mysterious lady nodded her head as she said, "Indeed, it's not bad to raise your cultivation base first. The stronger you are, the safer you'll be in the cultivation world." Qin Feng nodded his head and noted down everything that the mysterious lady told him till now. He was in an unknown world, so it is better to gather as much information about the cultivation world as possible. Since you have already received the answers to your questions, I'll send you back. The mysterious lady said, and seeing that Qin Feng nodded his head, she waved her hand, and with a slight blur of his eyes, Qin Feng once again returned to the forest he was in before. He was really in awe because of the mysterious lady's power. She just has to wave her hand, and he can go to another world. What kind of power and what kind of cultivation base one needs to do something like this? It's time to leave. Qin Feng muttered as he carefully looked at his surroundings. Qin Feng manipulated the power of thunder and lightning in his body. Many streaks of lightning covered his body. He immediately turned it into a streak of light and left. Qin Feng had encountered many fierce beasts along the way, but the most powerful one was only a second-grade fierce beast. Most of them were just first-grade fierce beasts, and they were easily killed by Qin Feng. However, out of all these fierce beasts he had killed, Qin Feng only obtained a second-grade monster core. There was nothing in the other fierce beasts' bodies. As he was speeding, Qin Feng heard the roars of fierce beasts and screams of humans coming from not far to his right. Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat as he thought, could it be a native human of the cultivation world? If that's the case, I can follow them to go out of this forest. There weren't many powerful beasts in this forest, but the forest's range was far beyond Qin Feng's expectations. At the very least, it was more than dozens of times larger than the Black Forest he visited on the Earth before. Qin Feng had been speeding for a very long time, but he still had not left the forest. Qin Feng used the Spirit Devour escape and vanished from where he stood in a flash. Somewhere in the forest, a few strange-looking fierce beasts surround a group of people. The leading beast had the body of an elephant. The head of this beast was like a tiger, and it had 3 blood-red eyes. The 4 hooves of the beast were strong and powerful, and its claws were flickering with a cold light. The people who were surrounded stared at the claws of the beasts with fear in their hearts. A companion of these people had been torn to pieces by the beast's claws. The person who was torn apart by the beast was an advanced battle spirit lord, but still, he died under the beast's claws. It could be seen how powerful this beast was. This is bad. I didn't think that the killed earlier was only a child, but now an adult one has appeared. What should we do? A young man's face was pale and filled with despair. An adult, 3-eyed tiger elephant has the combat strength of a battle spirit king realm martial warrior. An ordinary battle spirit king might not even be a match for an adult three-eyed tiger elephant in a one-on-one fight. More than 10 people were surrounded. Most of them wore the same uniform of guards, protecting a man and a woman in the middle. The one who spoke earlier was the young man. As for the other woman, who was about 20 years old, gritted her teeth and said, "Dingjia Li, this matter has nothing to do with you. Take your people and leave first. The target of this group of fierce beasts is the purple soul flower in my hands. As long as I'm still here, I'll be able to divert their attention for you." The young man's expression changed. "What nonsense are you saying? That's an adult three-eyed tiger elephant, one of the top-rank fierce beasts. With so many of us together, we can't stop it. If you're the only one left, then you won't be able to escape." Gritting his teeth, the young man called Dingjia Li said, "Mao Mao, throw away the purple soul flower. As long as you throw it away, there won't need to attract its attention for anyone anymore. We'll come back when we have the chance in the future to search for another purple soul flower." A level 3 fierce beast was considered a beast that ruled the entire forest. There weren't many level 4 fierce beasts in the entire cloud forest. This time, they had underestimated their strength and thought that they wouldn't encounter a level 3 fierce beast, which was why they were in such a predicament right now. The young woman shook her head firmly. "No, father's soul is injured. Those big families in Cloud City are eyeing my Mao family covetously. Only the purple soul flower can restore my father's soul, and it can also help my father restore the strength of the middle innate realm. Otherwise, those big families will definitely invade my Mao family soon. Without my father, my Mao family simply doesn't have the strength to resist." Dingjia Li fell silent. He knew that the other party was right, but with the purple soul flower in hand, the fierce beast would definitely not let this matter rest. Only by losing the purple soul flower would they have a glimmer of hope of escaping alive. Yes, just a glimmer of hope. No one can be sure that the beast in front of them would not do anything to them after throwing the purple soul flower. Beasts were born to kill. This was something all cultivators in the cultivation world knew. Generally speaking, once a fierce beast found its target, it would be a situation where it would fight to the death, unless there was a special situation. The purple soul flower in the lady's hand right now was such a special situation. If she were to throw it away, there might be a chance for them to escape from here and survive. The purple soul flower did not have much effect on martial warriors. At most, it was used to recover the soul when the soul is injured. For alchemists, perhaps it was more valuable. It could be used to refine some pills that could strengthen a martial warrior's soul. However, it was different when it came to fierce beasts. When a fierce beast consumed a blooming purple soul flower, there was a certain probability that it would mutate. For example, when a three-eyed tiger elephant matured, its limit is just level 3. But if it ate a purple soul flower, there is a high chance that it would mutate and break through to level 4. A level 4 fierce beast can fight head-on against a martial warrior of the battle spirit emperor realm. The beast didn't have much intelligence, but it had the instinct of a beast. The beast's instinct tells it that the purple soul flower was extremely beneficial to it, which was why the purple soul flower was being protected by a young three-eyed tiger elephant. Dingjia Li and the others had to kill the young three-eyed tiger elephant to obtain the purple soul flower. However, Dingjia Li and the others did not expect that the beast they killed also had an adult mother. At this moment, this adult mother had already chased after them and had already killed more than 3 people. If he hadn't killed the young three-eyed tiger elephant, Dingjia Li was very confident that he would have been able to leave after throwing away purple soul flower. And now, between the purple soul flower and revenge, Ding Jialu was sure what kind of choice the beast in front of him would make. On the other hand, Qin Feng was surprised when he heard the three words middle innate from the mouth of the young lady. He suddenly remembered that the mysterious lady had told him that in the cultivation world, cultivation realms have different names. In the cultivation world, Battle Spirit Warrior Realm was known as QE Training. Battle Spirit Lord Realm is known as Foundation Establishment. Battle Spirit King Realm is known as Innate Realm. Battle Spirit Emperor Realm is known as Golden Core Realm. The mysterious lady also told him that there were also other cultivation stages above the Golden Core Realm, but she didn't tell him about those realms. She only told him that he will know about them in the future. Beside the young woman, a white-robed old man anxiously said, "Miss, the purple soul flower isn't some especially precious heaven and earth wondrous item. Worst comes to worst, we'll go to a bigger city to search for it afterward. Currently, there is only Miss in the family who cared about family head. If you die here, then no one will really care about family head anymore." Just like what young Master Ding said, as long as we can get out of here safely, we can search for the purple soul flower in the future. When the young woman, she was slightly moved. After a long while, the lady gritted her teeth and finally put down the purple soul flower, including Ding Jiali and the old man. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Immediately, the group of people carefully retreated, preparing to leave. However, at this moment, the three-eyed tiger elephant roared angrily. Its blood-red eyes coldly stared at the group of people. Its eyes were filled with violent killing intent, and it didn't even look at the purple soul flower on the ground. Obviously, between the purple soul flower and revenge, the three-eyed tiger elephant chose revenge. With a furious roar, a few level 2 fierce beasts, next to the three-eyed tiger elephant, threw themselves at Ding Jialui, the young lady, and the others. "Miss, retreat," the old man shouted loudly. He and more than a dozen early Foundation establishment guards stepped forward, their spirit energy shooting out. Roar! The three-eyed tiger elephant roared once more. This roar actually contained a sound wave attack. The souls of the old man and the others trembled as they spat out blood, their bodies on the verge of collapse. But even so, the old man and the many guards firmly blocked the young woman and Ding Jiali. It was only because their souls had been attacked by the sound waves that the state of the old man and the others had been greatly reduced. The battle with a few level 2 fierce beasts was full of danger. A few of the guards' bodies were covered in bloody wounds that were dug out by the beasts. The wounds were so deep that even their bones could be seen. "Young Master Ding, take the miss and leave quickly," the old man in white said to Ding Jialu. Then he focused on the beasts who were preparing to attack the group. Ding Jialu came back to his sense and held the young woman's hand, preparing to leave. The woman struggled for a moment, but in the end, she still silently followed Ding Jiali. A cold light flashed in the three-eyed tiger elephant's blood-red eyes. Its entire body leapt forward. Its enormous body directly landed in front of Ding Jiali and the young woman's escape route with unimaginable agility and speed. This time, it's over. Ding Jiali and the others were stunned. Their faces were filled with fear, and from the looks of their faces, it could be seen that they had already lost their hope of survival. Fight with all their might? What a joke! With just a mere key training and foundation establishment cultivation base, going up against a level 3 beast was simply courting death. They were as weak as ants in front of a level 3 fierce beast. At this time, Feng, who was looking at the scene, decided to take action. Although he had never fought a battle against a level 3 fierce beast that was equal to a king-leveled beast on Earth, he was still full of confidence that he can deal with this beast with the help of his battle spirit, the Thunder Spear. Just as Qin Feng was about to take action, Ding Jiali's miserable cry echoed from not far away. "Young Master Ding, miss!" The old man in a white robe ran toward Ding Jiali when he heard his miserable cry and happened to see Ding Jiali being sent flying by the tail of the three-eyed tiger. Elephant. Ding Jiali spat out blood. With just a small attack from the tail of the three-eyed tiger elephant, Ding Jiali's chest almost caved in. On the other hand, after the old man ran toward Ding Jiali and his family's young miss, the group of people following him was left alone. At this time, the level 2 fierce beasts attacked them. Seeing this, Qin Feng ran toward those people to help them. He took out the sword from the mysterious space of the infinity symbol and attacked the beasts with the battle skill Thunder Slasher. With each slash of his sword, a level 2 fierce beast was killed. Although these fierce beasts' strength was equal to a battle spirit lord realm martial warrior, they could only match to an intermediate battle spirit lord. This kind of strength was not worth mentioning in front of Qin Feng. Not long after, Qin Feng alone killed all the level 2 fierce beasts that were attacking the group of people. The old man also saw this scene from far away. Although he was quite shocked, there was no time to thank Qin Feng for his help. He focused on the level 3 fierce beast three-eyed tiger elephant. The tail of the three-eyed tiger elephant once again swung towards Ding Jiali. The old man was already approaching. With a wave of his sleeve, a sword appeared in the old man's hand. Looking at this sword, Qin Feng had the feeling that this sword's quality is much higher than the sword in his hand. Go to hell. The old man's sword slashed on the tail of the three-eyed tiger elephant, but it didn't cause any damage to the tail. It was as if the sword had collided with an iron block, creating a loud bang. The tremendous force caused the old man's hand to go numb, and the sword in his hand was sent flying after the collision. In the next moment, the beast's massive body attacked the old man, and its cold claws clawed at the old man. A hint of fear flashed across the old man's face. Even an innate realm cultivator might not stay alive after being attacked by this claw, much less him. Elder Liu. The young woman was shocked and worried about the old man. A look of unwillingness appeared in her eyes, but she could not do anything at the moment as she was also injured. If Ding Jiali hadn't saved her, she would have already been dead by now. The young woman, utterly powerless, when faced with the old man's situation. On the other hand, the cultivation bases of those 10+ guards were inferior to the old man's, and their speed was also inferior to the old man's. At this moment, they were utterly unable to catch up. Just as the old man thought that he was going to die, Qin Feng circulated the first layer of the Nameless Cultivation Technique, manipulated the power of lightning in his body that immediately covered his body. Then he suddenly disappeared from the spot he was standing and appeared in front of the old man with lightning speed. It was as if he had been teleported. Thunder Slash. The astonishing Thunder Slash collided with the shining claws, causing Qin Feng's fist to go numb. The sword vibrated so much that made him feel as if there was some kind of force cutting across his fist. Borrowing the tremendous force, Qin Feng flew backward, and at the same time, he saved the old man by lifting him up. After landing on the ground, Qin Feng looked at his own palm that was holding the sword. There were traces of blood on his fist. Qin Feng took a deep breath. Indeed, a level 3 fierce beast was not something that he could take head-on with his tiny bit of strength at the elementary battle spirit lord realm. If he wants to fight and kill this beast, he has to release his battle spirit first. At that time, his cultivation will increase by 2 minor stages. And then, there was a possibility for him to kill the three-eyed tiger elephant. But But what made him puzzled was that he didn't see any of these people releasing their battle spirits. Even when they were almost in the mouth of their death, they didn't release their battle spirit. He wanted to ask them, why? But for the time being, he has to suppress this question inside his heart, as there was a bigger problem right in front of him. Qin Feng didn't know anything about the three-eyed tiger elephant, since he was not from the cultivation world. But according to the fluctuation of this beast's aura, Qin Feng had already determined that the strength of this beast in front of is not low. It is one of the best among the level 3 fierce beasts. Many thanks for this little brother's help. The old man in white still felt a lingering fear in his heart. If it was not for Qin Feng's help, he would have been torn apart by the claw of the three-eyed tiger elephant. Little brother, all fierce beasts hold grudges. Since this fierce beast has not hated you yet, run away quickly and save your life. The old man again said. The moment Qin Feng attacked, he naturally unleashed the power of his cultivation base. The old man was a late foundation establishment realm cultivator, so he could naturally tell that Qin Feng was only an early foundation establishment realm cultivator. If he couldn't even compare to his own cultivation base, how could he resist a level 3 fierce beast? Qin Feng laughed lightly and said, since I have already made my move, how could I give up halfway? It is just a mere level 3 fierce beast. Could it be that even if everyone joined forces, we still wouldn't be able to defeat this beast? What a joke. If he left now, who would give him directions to leave this forest? The old man naturally didn't know what Qin Feng was really thinking. He immediately shed tears of gratitude. However, the old man obviously didn't want to implicate Qin Feng, so he continued to persuade him to leave hurriedly. However, it was already too late. The eyes of the three-eyed tiger elephant had already fallen upon Qin Feng, although the young woman and Ding Jia Li were its primary targets for revenge. Its intuition told it that this human who had suddenly appeared was even more dangerous than others in the entire group of humans. In order to take revenge, the first thing to do was to get rid of this danger. Thinking of this, the 3 blood-red eyes of the three-eyed tiger elephant first closed, and when they opened again, they shot out 3 extremely powerful blood-colored beams toward Qin Feng and the eyes of the three-eyed tiger elephant. Qin Feng was a great obstacle. If it wants to take revenge, the first thing it needs to do is to erase the existence of this obstacle. Thinking of this, the 3 blood eyes of the three-eyed tiger elephant first closed, and when they opened again, they shot out 3 extremely powerful blood-colored beams. The blood-colored beams contained an extremely violent and destructive power. Seeing these 2 beams, the old man in white and others were incomparably shocked. The old man was very certain that just one of these 3 beams was enough to blast him into nothingness. Circulating the first layer of the Nameless Cultivation Technique, Qin Feng quickly retreated and leaped up in the air once again, while his body was shrouded by many strands of lightning. The 3 blood-red beams went past him from below his legs, but just as he thought that he was safe now, he heard a shout. "Little brother, be careful," the old man shouted anxiously. It turned out that the 3 blood-red beams made a turn in its path and turned towards the sky, continuing to attack Qin Feng. "Are you following me?" Qin Feng's face turned cold. "Sir, be careful." The young woman also sounded anxious, alerting Qin Feng. Even without the young woman's reminder, Qin Feng had already noticed the 3-eyed tiger elephant in front of him. Its huge claws carried a powerful force as it clawed at him. Sonic wave. Slash. Qin Feng didn't hesitate to use the sonic wave to attack the 3-eyed tiger elephant, momentarily stunning the beast on the spot. And then he chopped down his sword on the body of the 3-eyed tiger. Exactly at this moment, the last 3 beams of light arrived at his back, and were about to strike him down, when he used the force of the collision of his thunder slash and the three-eyed tiger beast to push himself in the right direction, dodging the incoming blood-red colored beams. Boom! The 3 blood-red beams failed to turn toward Qin Feng on time and directly collided with its 3 eyes and pierced through its forehead. Before it fell to the ground, the 3-eyed tiger elephant let out a miserable cry. Anyone could tell that this cry of the 3-eyed elephant was filled with horrible pain. The faces of the old man in white and the others were filled with shock. They could not help but sigh in admiration for Qin Feng. The level 3 fierce beast, the 3-eyed tiger elephant, landed on the ground with a loud bang sound, causing the ground to shake and dust to fly everywhere in the air. It was as a complete mess, and countless trees were crushed by it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the young woman hurriedly picked up Ding Jie and ran towards the old man, meeting up with him. Although the beast was hit by its own attack and the 3 blood-red beams had pierced through its head, it still didn't die. It was only in a miserable state. After all, it was still a level 3 fierce beast, and it was only a step away from reaching level 4. The 3-eyed tiger elephant kept twitching its large body on the ground for a long while, before it suddenly stopped moving. Only after confirming that the 3-eyed tiger elephant had died did Qin Feng walk toward it and dug out the level 3 monster core from its body. The old man and the others had shocked expressions on their faces. They couldn't help but gulp when they looked at Qin Feng. Just what kind of freak and monster was this young man? This was the only thought in everyone's mind right now. He was actually able to kill a level 3 fierce beast with his tiny bit of cultivation at the early Foundation establishment realm. It was quite shocking. What was more, this level 3 fierce beast was someone that stood at the peak of level 3 and was about to advance to level 4. Yes, it was another matter that the beast was not killed by Qin Feng's attack, but its axe. So what? To be able to let its own attack kill the beast is something that very few people in the entire world could do. After some time, when everyone calmed down, the old man and the young woman walked over. The young woman wore a grateful expression. "Thank you for saving my life, sir. Tinxia is extremely grateful." The old man and Ding Jie also hurriedly expressed their thanks. Ding Jie's thanks had affected his injuries, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath as a pained expression appeared on its face. A guard behind him hurriedly took out a pill and fed it to Ding Jie hurriedly. "There is no need to thank me. As long as you can take me away from this place, it will be fine," Qin Feng said with a smile. "Little brother, are you lost?" The old man in white was surprised. The deep forest was not big, and the nearby cities should have a map of the forest. How could it be that this young man was lost? Could it be? The old man's cultivation base was not very high. He was only a late Foundation establishment realm cultivator, but he had actually lived for more than 100 years. His eyesight was extremely experienced. The young woman and Ding Jie only thought that Qin Feng might be a bit lost in his path, but the old man thought of something else. The young woman didn't know what the old man was thinking. Because of Qin Feng's life-saving grace, the young woman was very intimate with him. "So that's how it is. Sir, you are lost. Sir, please follow me, and we will leave this forest. It just so happens that I have a detailed map of this forest. Then I'll leave with you guys." Qin Feng cupped his hands and thanked the young lady. Qin Feng joined the group of the young lady and the others and finally left the forest. 2 days later, they came out of the deep forest. In these 2 days of travel, they naturally encountered some fierce beasts. However, with the map, the fierce beasts they encountered were basically all at the first level and second level. so it didn't affect them much. This map was recorded by the experts of the cities around the forest time and time again. About 70 to 80% of the paths were correct, and on these paths, the level of the fierce beasts described in the map was also roughly 60 to 70% correct. The reason why it was not 100% was naturally because the fierce beasts could not stay at a single place all the time. The map in the old man's hand would be updated every few decades or hundreds of years. Although the fierce beasts couldn't stay in a single place forever, it was still possible to stay in a certain place for tens or even hundreds of years. Even if fierce beasts were born to kill, they still needed to rest. In addition, Qin Feng had already learned the origin of the old man's group from the old man. In the eastern part of the forest, there was a cloud city. There were a total of 5 great powers in the city. They were the 4 big families and city lord. The old man and the young girl were from the Mao family, and they were one of the 4 big families in Cloud City. The old man's surname was Liu, and he was not a direct descendant of the Mao family. He was saved by family head's ex-wife, so he was a trusted aide of his former wife. The young lady's name was Mao Tingxia, and she was the daughter of family head. She was also the daughter of the former madam, so Elder Liu was loyal to Mao Tingxia. However, the current patriarch of the Mao family, who was also Mao Tingxia's father, married another wife after Mao Tingxia's mother died. So Mao Tingxia's life in the Mao family was not very good. Even the patriarch of the Mao family did not pay much attention to Mao Tingxia. As for Ding Jialui, he was Mao Tingxia's cousin. Both of his parents died, and he was temporarily staying in the Mao family. Compared to Mao Tingxia, Ding Jialui's situation in the Mao family was even worse. After all, Mao Tingxia was a disciple of the Mao family, and Ding Jialui was an outsider to the Mao family. Only Elder Liu and some people who had received the favor of previous madam of the Mao family would call Ding Jialui Yongyong Master Ding. The rest of the Mao family did not even look at Ding Jialui after coming to know many things about Ma Tingxia and her family, especially about her relationship with her stepmother and her father Qin Feng could not hold back his curiosity. Since your father is not good to you. Just as Qin Feng was speaking, he felt that he had said something wrong and immediately swallowed the words that he wanted to say. Mao Tingxia smiled bitterly, but not mind, and said, "Father is indeed ordinary to me, but he is after all my father. With father around, even if some people in the Mao family dislike me, they will still have to worry about me. If something happens to father, my condition in the Mao family will only become worse than now." Qin Feng nodded his head in understanding. As for who would cause trouble for Mao Tingxia, needless to say, it was definitely her stepmother. Mao Tingxia's words made Qin Feng have a bad impression of her father. Her father was obviously someone who valued benefits. Mao Tingxia's talent was not high, and her strength was not strong. She had cultivated for nearly 10 years, and had only just reached the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm. To the Mao family master, her value was far inferior to the others in the Mao family. A thin book suddenly appeared in Elder Liu's hand, and he handed it over to Han Feng. "Little brother, take a look at this jade slip. It might be of some use to you." Ding Jialui and Mao Tingxia looked at the thin book, and a strange expression flashed across their faces. Mao Tingxia frowned. Perhaps because she was worried about Qin Feng, Mao Tingxia did not make it clear, and said in a voice low enough where only Elder Liu could hear her. She said, "Elder Liu, that is only the most ordinary fierce beasts illustrated handbook. Doing this is too rude." To Mao Tingxia, Qin Feng was undoubtedly her savior. Although her position in the Mao family was not very high, Mao Tingxia did not think of using this ordinary illustrated handbook as a token of thanks. This was not only rude, but also somewhat ungrateful. No matter what, she had to give quite a few low-grade spirit stones as a gift to Qin Feng. This most ordinary illustrated handbook was at most worth only 10 low-grade spirit stones. "Don't worry, miss, I have my own thoughts when I do this." Elder Liu comforted Mao Tingxia. "All right." Because she trusted Elder Liu, Mao Tingxia could only choose to take a look at the situation first. Immediately, a scene that stunned Mao Tingxia happened. This ordinary beast illustrated handbook, the other party actually looked at it with great interest, as if he had never seen this beast illustrated handbook before. Not only Mao Tingxia, but Dingjia Liu was also somewhat surprised. They had been studying this beast illustrated handbook ever since they had memories, not to mention understanding 100% of most of the fierce beasts in the illustrated handbook. As an early Foundation establishment realm cultivator, his true combat strength was enough to kill a powerful level 3 fierce beast like the three-eyed tiger elephant. But now he was acting as if he had never seen the illustrated handbook of the most ordinary fierce beasts. Elder Liu saw Han Feng's actions and nodded his head as if he had just confirmed his thoughts. After a long while, Qin Feng withdrew his divine soul and said with a smile, "Thank you, Elder Liu. This fierce beasts illustrated handbook is really very useful for me." With this illustrated handbook, Qin Feng finally understood most of the fierce beasts below level 5. There was also the introduction of the three-eyes tiger elephant in the illustrated handbook. The introduction of the tiger elephant made Qin Feng truly understand how terrifying the three-eyed tiger elephant was amongst the level 3 fierce beasts. It also made Qin Feng understand that most of the Foundation establishment and even the innate realm cultivators were probably no match for him. "Hey, as long as it's useful to little brother." Elder Liu smiled as he stroked his beard. Suddenly he said, "Little brother, you should have come out of your family to adventure outside for the first time, right?" Qin Feng was stunned when he heard this. At first, he didn't know how to answer Elder Liu. After all, he could not tell him he came from a different world. So, he immediately decided what he has to do, and replied with a surprised look on his face. "How did Elder Liu know?" Elder Liu smiled and said, "In the beginning I didn't think about this. For the first time, I suspected when little brother said that you got lost in the forest. The cloud forest has existed for a long time. Many places inside have been investigated by experts. There are also very detailed maps of the cloud forest everywhere, and this map is not considered expensive. Normally, 5 or 6 low-grade spirit stones are enough to buy a map of the cloud forest. Therefore, there are very few people who get lost in the cloud forest these days, unless it is their first time coming out from their family and venture outside, without any knowledge of the outside world. After that, I especially passed the illustrated handbook to you, little brother. That was when I confirmed my guess. This fierce beast illustrated handbook is only the most ordinary and not very valuable. Only now did Qin Feng understand why he was seen through. By the way, Elder Liu, do you have a more detailed illustrated guide of the fierce beasts? The beasts in this beast illustrated handbook are basically all below level 5. Qin Feng suddenly wanted to know about the beasts that have surpassed level 4. Such beasts are obviously much stronger than a battle spirit emperor realm martial warrior. Elder Liu shook his head. I don't have any. Qin Feng turned to look at Mao Tingxia. After all, she was the daughter of the patriarch of the Mao family. She should have an even more detailed beast illustrated handbook. Mao Tingxia also shook her head. I don't have one here either. After learning that Mao Tingxia did not have any detailed illustrated handbook of fierce beasts, Qin Feng could not help but feel a little disappointed and secretly sighed. To the current Qin Feng, who just arrived in the cultivation world and knew nothing about this world, the fierce beast illustrations were definitely very useful. After knowing the information of the fierce beast below level 5, the next time he encountered a fierce beast, he would be able to focus on their weakness, and at that time, it would not be difficult for him to defeat those fierce beasts. Mao Tingxia saw Han Feng's disappointment and could not help but say, "The Cloud City is only a small city in the Cloud State. The Cloud State is located at the border of the east side of the Blue Star Country. If one wants to obtain a higher-level Fierce Beast Illustrated Handbook, one can only go to a bigger city." Qin Feng nodded his head. He once again learned something new about this world. The old man coughed lightly and stopped Tingxia from continuing. Then he revealed a smile and said, "Brother Qin, it is your first time coming outside, and you don't know anything. For the time being, it is best not to go to those big cities or outside of the Cloud State. Little brother, your combat strength can be said to be at the top of the list in the Cloud City. Except for city lord and family heads from the 4 big families who can suppress you, no one else can. However, if you go to a stronger city, Brother Qin, your early foundation establishment, realm cultivation base will be a bit low. If you provoke a powerful golden core realm martial artist, the consequences will be unimaginable. Little brother, why don't you stay in the Cloud City for a period of time? Not only can you increase your cultivation base, you can also obtain some information about the Cloud State. At least, you will become more familiar with the Cloud State. Knowing which power you must avoid and not provoke, it will be much safer. Almost every day, some of the cultivators are killed because they do not understand the situation of the bigger cities and end up offending some great power's disciples. Elder Liu had seen how Qin Feng killed all the level 2 fierce beasts with only one slash. He even successfully killed a level 3 fierce beast, like the 3-eyed tiger elephant, that was not far away from advancing to level 4. Although that beast was killed by its own attack, nevertheless, the biggest contributor and reason for the 3-eyed tiger elephant's death was still Qin Feng being only a small state. The level of cultivators in the Cloud State was generally not high, and the Cloud City was also a small city in the Cloud State. Without a doubt, the safety here was much higher. Raising his head, Qin Feng said with a faint smile, "Elder Liu wants to recruit me?" Qin Feng was not stupid. From Elder Liu's previous actions, Qin Feng could guess Elder Liu's motive. Ding Jia Lo and Mao Tingxia also came to a realization at this moment. They finally understood why Elder Liu's previous actions were like that. From the beginning, Elder Liu's goal was to confirm whether Qin Feng came out to adventure for the first time or not. If it was really his first time outside, then he would recruit him. Ding Jilua and Mao Tingxia looked at each other and saw each other's interests. If they could rope in such an outstanding genius, there was no doubt that their situation in the Mao family would be much better. The Mao family might even be able to stand out among the 5 great powers and become the strongest force. Many powers in the Cloud State had risen because of this. Elder Liu's intentions had been seen through. The awkwardness only lasted for a moment before it returned to normal. After living for tens of years, Elder Liu's skin was extremely thick. Elder Liu replied, "The Mao family is one of the 5 great power in the Cloud City. With the Mrs. status in the Mao family and the purple soul flower that the Miss has obtained this time, after the family head recovers, he will definitely reward the Miss. At that time, as long as the Miss asks for little brother to become a Mao family's guest, I believe family head will not reject it. And once you become a guest of the Mao family, not only will you be able to obtain a certain amount of spirit stones every year, but the Mao family's Scripture Pavilion will also be open to you. Within Scripture Pavilion, there are all sorts of inherited battle skills that have been accumulated by the Mao family for so many years. There are also many travel letters from experts. It will be very beneficial for little friend Qin to understand the cloud state. Qin Feng squinted his eyes. He didn't care about the spirit stones. Spirit stones were something he can earn anyway. What Qin Feng really valued was the travel letter in Scripture Pavilion. It was an important way to get to know the cloud state. Once he got to know the cloud state, he would be able to go to other places in the cloud state to train. After that, he would gradually understand the places outside the cloud state and go to a wider place. As for that inheritance battle skill, Qin Feng believed that those battle skills could not compare to the battle skills he currently possessed and will get from the mysterious space of the infinity symbol in the future. Whether it was in terms of resources or other aspects, the Earth was far inferior to the Cultivation World. To be able to come to the Cultivation World can be considered Qin Feng's luck. Qin Feng thought about it. It was better for him to spend some time in Cloud City and understand the situation here. Outside was very dangerous. Only after confirming that he was powerful enough to face the top experts of the Cloud City should he go to other places. That will be much better. After some consideration, Qin Feng finally agreed. Mao Tingxia, Elder Liu, and the others all had joyful expressions. They all knew Qin Feng's combat strength. He was a ferocious existence that had even killed the three-eyed tiger elephant, and even after killing that level 3 fierce beast, he was not injured at all. It was something that could be done by only the family head of the 4 great families, the city lord of the Cloud City, and a small number of experts who were at the late stage of the innate realm. When such a figure joined the Mao family and stood on their side, other people would have to be somewhat wary. Since he had decided to join the Mao family and temporarily become the guest of the Mao family, Qin Feng consciously increased his contact with Mao Tingxia and the others. Mao Tingxia and the others were also afraid Qin Feng would be snatched away those people after he became the guest of the Mao family. So they also deliberately deepened their relationship with Qin Feng. When they reached Cloud City, their relationship would improve further. Ding Jialui and Mao Tingxia had already started to call Qin Feng as Big Brother Qin from left and right. There's the family. Mao Tingxia could not wait to see her father, the patriarch of the Mao family, Mao Shenkyu. Yo, isn't this big sister? She's really in a sorry state. A mocking voice sounded not long after Mao Tingxia and her group entered the Mao family. Because Mao Tingxia had been rushing day and night, her clothes were a little messy at the moment. Mao Peng, get out of the way. Ding Jiala looked at the young man in front of him with disgust and said coldly. Qin Feng was deep in thought. This was Mao Tingxia's half-brother. As expected, his talent was extraordinary. At such a young age, he was only a step away from becoming a late-stage Foundation Establishment Realm martial warrior. It was said that he was only 18 years old. Get out of the way. The one who should get out should be you. You are not a member of our Mao family, so what's the big deal about shamelessly staying in my Mao family? Mao Peng laughed out loud. Ding Jiali's face instantly turned ashen, and he was unable to refute. Mao Tingxia frowned. She said coldly, "Cousin, staying in the Mao family was as a decision made by my mother and father together." Are you dissatisfied with father's decision? Mao Peng paused. He was still somewhat afraid of his father. Glancing around, Mao Peng shifted his gaze to Qin Feng. Who is this person? Our Mao family does not allow strangers to enter. This is my guest. It has nothing to do with you. After saying that, Mao Tingxia went around Mao Peng and left with Qin Feng and the others. Mao Peng's face turned gloomy. He thought, this slut said that she went out to search for the purple soul flower. Could it be that she really found it? According to the latest intelligence, wasn't the purple soul flower in the forest protected by a powerful level 3 fierce beast? When he thought of this, Mao Peng's expression changed indeterminately. He immediately turned around and walked in another direction. The Mao family, in the room where the current madam lived. A woman in her 30s raised her eyebrows as she said, "That little girl found the purple soul flower." The woman's figure was enchanting. Even Mao Peng, as his son, could not help but gulp when he saw her. Hearing his mother's question, Mao Peng immediately put away the thoughts that he shouldn't have and said, "That slut's expression is full of excitement. If she didn't get the purple soul flower, she would not be like that." The woman's eyes slightly narrowed. If that's the case, then that little girl really might have gotten the purple soul flower. Forget it. If she got it, then so be it. It just so happens that your father's injured soul can be recovered. This time, your father was careless and failed in his attempt to break through to the golden core realm. With purple soul flower, not only can his soul recover, but it can also play a certain role in his attempt to break through to the golden core realm in the future. Mao Peng said uneasily, "That slut is going to save my father. In the future, my father will have to think highly of that slut. This is not a good thing for us, mother and son. Father, you might as well go this time. That way, I can immediately take control of the Mao family." In his words, Mao Peng didn't seem to be worried about his father at all. Instead, he complained that his father didn't just die, and that he didn't have the chance to inherit family head. The woman didn't scold her son, and neither did the woman and Mao Shenkyu has any love for each other. The union between the two of them was only to stabilize the status of both families in the Cloud City. Nearly 100 years ago, the Mao family wasn't even a fifth great power in the Cloud City. Mao Shenkyu had just broken through to the innate realm, and his realm was still unstable. Nearly 1,000 years ago, the Mao family wasn't even a fifth great power in the Cloud City. Mao Shenkyu had just broken through to the innate realm, and his realm was still unstable. He was surrounded by enemies from all sides. Mao Tingxia's mother was assassinated by the other great power during that period of chaos. In order to stabilize the status of the Mao family, Mao Shenkyu chose to merge with the Qiu family, which was second only to the fourth great power. The woman's surname was Qiu. Her full name was Qiu Yuan, and she was a branch disciple of the Qiu family. She was the most beautiful girl in the Qiu family at that time, and her talent was at the top. She was highly regarded by the direct line of descendants of the Qiu family. Because of this, when Mao Shenkyu had chosen to form an alliance with the Qiu family, the direct descendants of the Qiu family had given Qiu Yuan to Mao Shenkyu as his wife. Over the past 100 years, not only Mao Shenkyu had finally stabilized his cultivation base to the innate realm with the help of his alliance with the Qiu family, but he had also broken through to the late stage of the innate realm, gaining a firm foothold in Cloud City and becoming one of the 5 great power experts. However, as the Qiu family had given birth to another innate realm cultivator not long ago, they began to stir, secretly plotting against the Mao family's property. The reason why Mao Peng wanted his father to die was because, once Mao Shenkyu died, the Qiu Liu family used all their strength to help Mao Peng become the patriarch of the Mao family. Based on the relationship between Qiu Yuan and the Qiu family, what was the difference between Mao Peng controlling the Mao family and the Qiu family controlling the Mao family? This was the promise that the Qiu family made to Mao Peng. Mao Peng was still complaining and worrying about Mao Tingxia, but Qiu Yuan laughed sarcastically. "My son, all these years, could it be that you still can't see through that father of yours? Your father is a person who prioritizes benefits. As long as everything is beneficial to him, your father will value him very much. On the contrary, hey, back then, that little girl's mother's corpse was still cold. For the sake of becoming the overlord of Cloud City, your father immediately married your mother. After the Mao family became one of the 5 great power, the grudge of killing his wife was put aside, just because he had a lot of spirit stones and rare items. It is the same now. Even if that little girl saved your father, that little girl is still trash to your father, unless that little girl finds a powerful backer in the future. Hearing this, Mao Peng finally relaxed a lot. As long as his father didn't value that slut, the Mao family would still belong to him sooner or later. However, when he thought of how he was only a step away from taking control of the Mao family, Mao Peng still felt that it was a pity. If he had known earlier, he would have stopped that slut from going to the Cloud Forest to search for the purple soul flower. Qu Yuan saw through Mao Peng's thoughts and said indifferently, "How naive! How could those elders in the family let you become family head so easily? Your cultivation base is still too weak. Those elders' eyes will not be on you for the time being. This is a good thing for you. If you want to take over the Mao family, you have to break through to the innate realm at the very least. Only then will you have the qualifications to compete for the position of family head. Isn't there the Q family here to help me take over the Mao family?" Mao Peng muttered. "The Q family?" Qu Yuan smiled coldly. "Idiot, that Q family isn't anything good. Do you really think that they are doing this for your own good? When you really become family head of the Mao family, with the help of the Q family, will start to control you and make you their puppet. At that time, our life will not be as comfortable as it is now." Qu Yuan would always remember that year when the Q family didn't ask her anything about the marriage and gave her the man she didn't love. She hated the Q family for ruining her life just like that. After the marriage, Qu Yuan didn't bring any benefits to the Q family. She let them know that her life was her own and no one can control her. No, it can't be. Mao somewhat dumbfounded when he heard his mother. He still could not believe that the Q family was planning to use him. Qu Yuan looked at her son with a somewhat stifled expression. He was truly stupid. However, no matter what, he was still her son. Qu Yuan had no choice but to analyze the situation for Mao Peng. Finally, she said impatiently, "Your main task now is to improve your cultivation base. As for the rest, don't get involved in it. You should leave now." But, Qu Yuan got angry. Mao Peng was scared witless and left obediently. Following Mao Peng's departure, Qu Yuan's gaze gradually turned cold. Qu Yuan didn't love Mao Shenkyu. How could Qu Yuan like Mao Peng, the son that she didn't expect to be born? If it wasn't for Qu Yuan's intentional indulgence, Mao Peng wouldn't have developed this arrogant, yet stupid personality. If it wasn't for the fact that Qu Yuan didn't want the Qu family to obtain any benefits, and also didn't want those elder to take the position of family head of the Mao family and climb onto her head, Qu Yuan wouldn't have mentioned anything to Mao Peng. When she thought about the fact that the Qu family's plan would fail once Mao Shenkyu recovered, a carefree smile couldn't help but flash across Qu Yuan's face. At the same time, in Mao Shenkyu's room, following the recovery power of the purple soul flower, Mao Shenkyu's severely injured soul gradually started to recover. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mao Tingxia told him about the idea of Qin Feng staying in the Mao family as a guest. But, to her disappointment, her father immediately rejected her idea. Mao Shenkyu sneered in his heart. He didn't believe what Mao Tingxia said about an early innate realm cultivator killing a level 3 fierce beast, like the three-eyed tiger elephant, who was just a step away from advancing to the 4th level. In Mao Shenqiu's opinion, it was either the other party had lied to Mao Tingxia, or Mao Tingxia had joined forces with the other party to fool him. Mao Shenqiu also knew about Mao Tingxia's situation in the Mao family. Naturally, he suspected that Mao Tingxia was helping him increase his power. Mao Shenqiu didn't really care about Mao Tingxia. She is already around 20 now, and had just advanced Foundation Establishment realm. Whether or not she could advance to the innate realm in the future was a question. Since he didn't care about Mao Tingxia, Mao Shenqiu naturally didn't care much about Qin Feng, who was brought here by his daughter. When Mao Shenqiu heard that Qin Feng killed the three-eyed tiger elephant, he immediately became excited, but his interest was greatly reduced when he heard that Qin Feng was only at the early stage of the Foundation Establishment. Would an early Foundation Establishment realm cultivator have combat strength comparable to a third-level fierce beast? This was the biggest joke in the world. Did he really think that he was a genius from a faction with a powerful background? Let alone letting Qin Feng stay in the Mao family. If it weren't for Mao Tingxia being her daughter, Mao Shenqiu would have chased Mao Tingxia out long ago. Father, Mao Tingxia still wanted to struggle. Mao Shenqiu became impatient as he waved his hand and said, all right. Seeing that the other party had contributed to the matter of the purple soul flower, I'll let him stay in the Mao family for 1 week. After 1 week, he has to leave the Mao family no matter what. But father, that's enough. No buts. Mao Tingxia was about to say something again when she was interrupted by Mao Shenqiu's scolding. He said, if you are not agreeing with me, then you can also leave the Mao family with him after 1 week. Remember, no matter what, he has to leave. Father, how can you say that to me? I am your daughter. Drops of tears started to flow out on Mao Tingxia's fair cheeks from her beautiful eyes. She still could not believe that her father told her to leave the Mao family. Mao Tingxia pushed open the door, entered the room. Qin Feng was sitting inside the room. Seeing Mao Tingxia entering the room, Qin Feng stood up and looked at her. Mao Tingxia was trying her best to hold the tears back in her eyes. She didn't want Qin Feng to see her like this. What her father said hurt her a lot. She didn't expect her father to tell her to get out of the Mao family. Well, she was here to apologize to Qin Feng and tell him to leave. If he were to stay here, her father and other family members will only make things difficult for him, and this was something she did not want to happen. Not long after, Mao Tingxia told him the sequence of events. Regarding this, Qin Feng was definitely unhappy in his heart. At first, he had agreed that he would become the guest of the Mao family, because he wanted to gather more information, but now he threw back this idea. While she was recounting what her father told her, tears started to flow out of her eyes. She even told Qin Feng that her father told her to leave the family if she were to continue insisting to let Qin Feng stay in the Mao family. Well, since Qin Feng was let down, Mao Tingxia repeatedly apologized to Qin Feng for this. Her face was filled with embarrassment at this moment, and she did not know what to say. Qin Feng sighed and said, Miss Mao, although it is not good to say that, I still want to say something. Please tell, Mao Tingxia said. It is best for you to leave the Mao family. I don't think staying in this kind of family will do any good to you. Qin Feng told her everything he was thinking. In his way to the Mao family, Mao Tingxia and Ding Jia had already told him everything about the relationship between Mao Tingxia and her father. And now, looking at her father's behavior toward Mao Tingxia, Qin Feng clearly understood the character of her father. From the moment her father remarried, she never got any resources for her cultivation, but even so, she was able to cultivate to the middle stage of the Foundation establishment. Her talent could be seen from this. Mao Tingxia was startled, and her face was full of bitterness. Before this, Mao Tingxia naively thought that she still had some status in her father's eyes. But today, Mao Tingxia no longer thought this way. Mao Tingxia could finally see clearly that everyone was just a tool in her father's eyes. The only difference was that it was a useful tool and a useless tool. And she was clearly a useless tool. For so many years, her father had not spoken to her. This time, it was because of the purple soul flower that he talked to her for a few minutes. Because of her father's selfishness, she had endured many hardships after her mother's death. The reason why she was safe and sound after so many years was that other people were still worried about her father. Her father probably wanted to use her for the marriage so that he can obtain the benefit from her future husband's family. And maybe this is the reason why he did not kick her out from the Mao family before. Brother Qin, thank you for your reminder. But where can I go if I were to leave the Mao family? Mao Tingxia smiled bitterly. Qin Feng was stunned. Indeed, with Mao Tingxia's strength, she would be at the bottom no matter where she went. But isn't he the same? On the surface, his cultivation was even lower than Mao Tingxia. In the Mao family, there was still Mao Shengqiu behind her. Even if Mao Shengqiu did not value Mao Tingxia, the others would still have some scruples. If she married into a great power in the future, she might even be valued by Mao Shengqiu. However, if she left the Mao family and Cloud City, her life might not be as good as living in the Mao family. Qin Feng said in low voice, "This Mao family is not a good place to stay. Miss Mao, why don't you and your cousin come with me? You know Cloud State much better than me. We will go outside to adventure and increase our strength. We might as well enter some sort of power to increase our strength. How about it?" Mao Tingxia was stunned when she heard this. This idea was not a bad idea. She was already very sad after hearing her father, and now she also thought that leaving the Mao family will be better for her. But still, Mao Ting sighed and said, "Brother Qin, let me think for a while. I also have to talk to Jia Li about this before I tell you my decision." Qin Feng nodded his head and tell her to think about it. Mao Tingxia left the room. Qin Feng decided to leave the Mao family tomorrow. The next morning, Mao Tingxia arrived in the room Qin Feng was staying with Ding Jiali. She sat down and Ding Jiali sat down. Mao Tingxia took a long breath and said, "Brother Qin, we have decided to leave the Mao family with you. A few days ago, I heard that Heavenly Star Sect is accepting disciples. We will go there and try our luck." Heavenly Star Sect? Qin Feng was puzzled when he heard this. Mao Tingxia nodded her head and explained, "Yes, Heavenly Star Sect. Heavenly Star Sect is the most powerful sect of the kingdom. Even if we were to enter the Heavenly Star Sect as an outer court disciple, our strength will increase at a speed like never before. We'll be able to gain resources to cultivate, and there are also many other benefits. So that's how it is." Qin Feng nodded his head. He gained new information from Mao Tingxia. After thinking for a while, Qin Feng easily deduced that entering the Heavenly Star Sect will really help him a lot in the cultivation world. Qin Feng immediately agreed to go to the Heavenly Star Sect to take the exam so that he can become a disciple there, cultivate, and increase his strength. On the noon of that day, the three of them set off. Before going, Mao Tingxia and Ding Jiali bid farewell to Elder Liu, as he was the only one who cared about the two of them in the entire Mao family. They were moving toward a big city outside the Cloud State, known as Tianwu City. There was a transfer array in the Tianwu City that will lead them directly to the Heavenly Star Sect. After traveling for a whole month, the three of them finally arrived at their destination, Tianwu City. During this month, Qin Feng once again broke through and advanced to the middle step of the Foundation establishment realm. Mao Qiangxia and Ding Jili's cultivation remained the same. In this 1 month, Qin Feng also got to know a shocking thing. This world was known as the Profound Star Continent. In this world, there was no such thing as a battle spirit. No one knows the existence of the battle spirit, which really puzzled Qin Feng. He could not understand the reason. Why? Now, there was only one person who can answer him, and that person was the mysterious lady. But if he wanted to meet her, he has to use the butterfly mark first. So, Qin Feng decided to wait until he returns back to Earth. At that time, he would automatically meet the mysterious lady, as the butterfly mark will lead him to her. Since the Heavenly Star sect was accepting disciples, all 3 of them were already ready to meet many people on the way who were also going to take the examination, but though they thought they were prepared, they still opened their mouth widely because of shock when they arrive at the Tianwu city. The Tianwu city has a circumference of 500 kilometers and was in the shape of a square. Tall buildings filled the entire Tianwu city. The streets were crisscrossed, and the rivers and lakes were intersected. Qin Feng, Mao Tangxingsen, and Ding Jili had already tried their best to imagine the vastness and prosperity of the Tianwu city, since it was the largest city other than the imperial city of the entire Blue Star country. What shocked them was that their imagination could not be compared with the scene in front of them. The 3 of them did not go to the center of the city. Instead, they went to an empty area in the west part of the city. Right now, this area was not empty actually. At present, this place was full of people. There was a transfer array at this place, and one must walk inside it to go to the Heavenly Star sect. This was because the Heavenly Star sect was still more than 5,000 kilometers away from the Tianwu city, and it was surrounded by many mountains, where countless fierce beasts lurk. Among those fierce beasts, there were many 5th and 6th level fierce beasts. It was the exclusion zone for people. This place was something that could not be passed directly by any people with even the cultivation base at the Golden Core realm. If one wants to go to the Heavenly Star sect, they have to use the transfer array. By using the transfer array, people would directly arrive at the Heavenly Star Academy without any need to pass the exclusion zone. When Qin Feng first come to know about all of these things, he was shocked beyond the limit. He never thought that there were so many dangers in the cultivation world, and this world seems to be many times bigger than Earth. Seeing that the people in front of him were all lining up to be transferred, Qin Feng looked forwards and saw there was a round stage in front of the plaza. Around it stood 10 meters long round pillars. There were 8 of them. There were many gigantic lines carved on every pillar. At this moment, the platform was filled with people. An old man was holding a jade plate that was as big as a wash basin. He pressed his hand on the jade plate, and the lines on the 8 pillars glittered. The space fluctuated, and the people on the platform disappeared immediately. It turns out that the transfer array was laid down on top of the platform, and the 8 pillars were also a part of the transfer array. After the group of people disappeared, the next group of people walked up. This process kept repeating until it was finally Qin Feng, Mao Tingxia, and Ding Jili time to go up to the platform and use the transfer array to go to the Heavenly Star Academy. They walked up to the platform, and it was at this moment when the old man pressed his hand on the jade plate before taking low-grade spirit stones as fees from Qin Feng and others. The space once again fluctuated, and a shining light enveloped all the people on the platform before making them disappear. When Qin Feng and the rest of the group walked out of the transfer array, they found that they were halfway up a mountain. There was a gigantic gate in front of them, blocking their sight. The field in front of the gate was packed with people, but they were clearly divided into many groups. It was obvious that they had come from different cities. Qin Feng counted, and there were 11 teams in total. Furthermore, the number of people from each city was different and varied from dozens to more than 100. Qin Feng could not help feeling shocked. Compared to the Heavenly Star Academy, the Profound Sky Academy on Earth was much weaker and shabby. He sighed in his heart. When Qin Feng's group walked out of the transfer array, they immediately attracted the gazes of all the people in other groups. Most of them looked at them with contempt and scorn. Many of these people at the innate realm. After Qin Feng's group, another 4 groups arrived at that place. The smallest group had more than 30 people, and the biggest group had around 80 people. After 2 hours of waiting, an old man in a white robe, who was sitting in meditation in front of them, opened his eyes, and his gaze swept across everyone sharply. The young disciples felt that a boulder was pressed on their hearts immediately. Some disciples with the cultivation at lower levels almost fell down. An expert at the Golden Core realm, Qin Feng was shocked. No wonder there were so many experts at the innate realm here, but none of them dared to make any trouble. The elder in white robe swept his eyes across the youths and slowly said, "First of all, I welcome everyone. As long as you join the Heavenly Star Academy, you will receive unimaginable benefits. The rapid advancement of your cultivation will not be a dream anymore." The words of the old man in a white robe made the blood of all youths boil, as if they had seen countless pills and numerous cultivation techniques rolling towards them. And they nearly saw the scene where they returned their hometowns gloriously, with high spirits. However, the words that came out of the old man's mouth afterward woke them up, like a bucket of cold water. The old man said, "Being able to come to this place does not mean that you can join the Heavenly Star Sect. It requires you to go through 2 rounds of examination to become qualified to join our sect. The first one is hunting. From now on, you will undergo a training of life and death. You will be transferred into the depth of the forest. Each team will consist of at least 3 people. You have to survive there for 7 days. Within the span of 7 days, everyone must collect or more monster cores of the fierce beasts, otherwise you will be eliminated." The next step was distribution of identity tokens. Each team would receive an identity token. The main examiner informed that after 7 days, special assigned people would come and pick them up once the rune on the identity token was triggered. The next thing to do was splitting the team up, which was not difficult for Qin Feng as his group already has 3 people. He, Mao Tinxia, and Ding Jiali. Not long after, seeing that everyone had already been divided into teams, the main examiner ordered everyone to enter the transfer array in batches. Following the activation of the transfer array, teams were transferred out one by one. Soon, it was Qin Feng's team's turn. Suddenly, they felt dazzled and disappeared. Qin Feng, Mao Tinxia, and Ding Jialilu were transferred to a certain part of the forest. Before the 3 could familiarize themselves with the scene in front of them, a gust of wind blew towards them and headed straight for Mao Tinxia, who was still in a daze. When Mao Tinxia realized it, a bloody and big mouth was right in front of him, and it was too late for her to hide. Pooh! A coppery smell assailed the nostrils and blood spurted all over Mao Tinxia. The pungent smell made everyone nauseous, but luckily Mao Tinxia was calm enough and did not throw up on the spot. Only then did everyone have the chance to clearly see what had attacked Mao Tinxia. It was a huge snake about 20 meters long. Its head had fallen to the ground as its body had been split into 2, and the latter part was still rolling around non-stop. Mao Tinxia and Ding Jia moved their head and saw a bloody sword in Qin Feng's hand. When Mao Tinxia was still unaware of the coming danger, it was Qin Feng who saved her by killing the snake. Seeing Qin Feng's sword, which was now covered with the blood of the snake, Mao Tingxia finally regained her senses and said gratefully, "Thank you, brother Qin. If not for you, I would have already been dead body by now. It's all right. Stay alert when you are in the forest. Let's see, is there any monster core in this beast's body or not?" Qin Feng pointed at the snake's head on the ground and said, "Ding Jia." Lu immediately pulled out his blade and cut open the snake's head. Holding a diamond-shaped object, Ding Jia said excitedly, "There really is a monster core here. All right, keep it. Let's continue moving forward, and we also have to be very careful." Qin Feng nodded his head and said, "Although no one has decided, but in Qin Feng's group of 3, Mao Tingxia, who was at the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment Realm, and Ding Jia Li, who was at the late stage of the Foundation Establishment Realm, both of them took Qin Feng as their team leader. Maybe it was because they still remember the strength shown by Qin Feng when he was fighting the three-eyed tiger elephant in the cloud forest. They continue to move forward, and very soon they found a pond. There were traces of the snake's blood on Mao Tingxia's body, so she decided to take a bath in the pond and change her clothes. On the other hand, Qin Feng and Ding Jialu took out a simple map of the forest that had been distributed previously by the Heavenly Star Academy, and realized that they were teleported to the border of the outer layer and inner layer of the forest. Following the map, Qin Feng, Mao Tingxia, and Ding Jia started to move forward inside the forest. Along the way, they met with many level 1 fierce beasts, but they were all killed by Mao Tingxia. They occasionally ran into level 2 fierce beasts, and all of them were dealt by Ding Jialu. Qin Feng did not do anything. He only kept monitoring the surrounding so that he can alert Mao Tingxia and Ding Jialu if something unexpected were to come. 2 days later, the 3 of them killed 40 level 1 fierce beasts and 10 level 2 fierce beasts. In addition, by chance, Qin Feng's group saw a beehive and hundreds of bees. These bees were all only level 1 fierce beasts. The poison on their sting was really terrifying. Even an innate realm cultivator will find it difficult to save themselves from the hundreds of these bees' poison. Those bees were golden in color, and each of them was as big as a 10-year-old child's finger. Seeing them, Mao Tingxia informed Qin Feng that these bees are called golden bees. They are very poisonous, but the honey in their beehive is very beneficial for one's cultivation, especially for those cultivators whose cultivation is lower than late-stage innate realm. Qin Feng immediately became excited when he heard this. With the honey of these golden bees, he could further improve his strength. Thinking of this, Qin Feng and the other 2 made a plan. Ding Jialu took the role of a scapegoat. He attacked the beehive and started to run fanatically. Hundreds of golden bees followed Ding Jialu in a swarm and left their beehives, but still bees flying around the beehive. This time, Qin Feng wanted to go and attract the golden beasts, so that Mao Tingxia could take advantage of the absence of the golden bees and take away their honey, but his idea was rejected by Mao Tingxia. She was afraid that there might be a level 2 golden bee among those golden bees. She chose to do the opposite of what Qin Feng thought of. She went to attract the golden bee, and after attracting them, she also started to run in a certain direction. Qin Feng took advantage of the opportunity and arrived in front of the beehive. This beehive was more than 5 meters big. There were lots of honey stored in their beehive. But before Qin Feng could take even a single drop of honey, he felt something dangerous making its way toward him. Qin Feng hurriedly moved to a side and dodged the coming attack. Then he turned to look at the thing that attacked him. It was another golden bee. This golden bee was slightly different from the previous ones. It was as big as an adult's palm, and there were some curved patterns on this bee's body. Mao Tingxia's guess was right. This golden bee was actually a level 2 fierce bee. If not for his fast reaction, he would have been poisoned by this level 2 golden bee and died. Well, no matter what, this golden bee was still only a level 2 fierce beast. It was easily killed by Qin Feng. After killing the bee, Qin Feng emptied more than half of the beehive and left while leaving behind some traces, so that Mao Tingxia and Ding Jia could find him following the traces left behind by him. Not long after, Mao Tingxia and Ding Jia found him by following the traces left behind by him. At this time, Qin Feng took out the honey he stole from the beehive. In total, Qin Feng had obtained more than 10 kilograms of honey from the beehive. The three of them divided the honey equally, and after finding a safe and secluded place, they decided to cultivate for 2 days. After cultivating for 2 days, every one of them made a huge improvement in their cultivation. Qin Feng and Mao Tingxia broke through and advanced to the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. Even after breaking through, there was still some honey left of the two of them. They didn't even eat their share of honey completely, but they were able to break through to the next stage. It could be seen how miraculous the honey of the golden bees was. As for Ding Jialui, his share of honey was completely eaten by him, and only then he was able to break through. Previously, he was already a late-stage foundation establishment realm cultivator. After breaking through, he advanced to the early stage of the innate realm. After eating the honey and cultivating, everyone's cultivation increased in these 2 days. After adding the previous 2 days, it's already been 4 days since the three of them this forest for examination. There were 3 days left. After 3 days, they'll be able to go back to the Heavenly Star Sect and continue to participate in the next round of the examination, which was also the final round of the examination. Now that their strength has increased, the three of them once again started to hunt down the fierce beasts. With their new strength, it didn't take them long or any effort to kill the first and second level fierce beasts. Soon, another 2 days passed. 6 days had passed very quickly, and today was the last day of the hunt. Qin Feng's group already gathered a large number of monster cores, so they could leave at any time tomorrow, after activating the rune on their identity token. On this day, Qin Feng left the team because he wanted to go deep inside the forest. The examiner before had clearly said that it was forbidden to go deep inside the forest, because there might be a level 3 or even level 4 fierce beast. Mao Tingxia and Ding Jia tried to pursue Qin Feng so that he did know deep inside the forest, or even if he wanted to go, he should bring the two of them with him, but they were firmly rejected by Qin Feng. Qin Feng said, "Miss Mao, don't worry. I know what I am doing. Even if I were to encounter a level 3 fierce beast, I can kill it. Let's say if I am not able to deal with a certain beast. But so what? Today is the last day of the hunting exam, so if I would encounter any danger, I could at least activate the rune on my identity token. At that time, someone will come from the Heavenly Star Sect and take me back to the sect." When Mao Tingxia and Ding Jia heard him, they hesitated a little before nodding their heads. After separating from Mao Tingxia and Ding Jia, Qin Feng took out the map given by the main examiner and came to a valley. This valley was very desolate. There were only a few trees growing sparsely inside the valley, and above the valley was an opening where the group of monkeys was walking in and out. These monkeys were holding fruits in their hands. When Qin Feng saw them, his eyes immediately lit up, because he knew what these monkeys were and what they were planning to do with the fruits in their hand. He knew because he read the information about these monkeys in the illustrated book of fierce beasts given by Elder Liu in the Cloud City. These monkeys knew how to brew a kind of wine called 100 fruits wine. 100 Fruits wine was brewed from hundreds of different spirit fruits in the mountains and forest. It was a great treasure that could not only increase the cultivation base, but it could also be used as healing medicine and spirit energy supplement. However, it was also said there that the leader of these monkeys was third-level Fierce Beast, who has a powerful fighting strength. And the monkeys kept going in and out of the cave. The entrance of the cave was very big, so it was difficult to enter without being noticed. Qin Feng flipped open the map and was pleasantly surprised to find there was a second-level Fierce Beast living in the vicinity called the saber-toothed tiger. Seeing this information, Qin Feng had an idea. An hour later, the saber-toothed tiger appeared in front of the monkeys, immediately causing a huge commotion among the monkeys. Many of them ran out of the cave to face the saber-toothed tiger. The saber-toothed tiger roared loudly at the cave. In a short moment, a 2 meters tall monkey appeared at the entrance of the cave. It held a stone stick in its hand and rushed at the saber-toothed tiger. The saber-toothed tiger turned around and ran with any hesitation, because it could feel the aura of a third-level Fierce Beast coming from the 2 meters tall monkey's body. The monkey was obviously provoked. It led its brothers to chase after the tiger as if it would not give up and taught the tiger a good lesson. Qin Feng did not expect his plan to go so smoothly. He was able to send the third-level Fierce Beast outside the cave successfully by attracting the second-level Fierce Beast, the saber-toothed tiger. He immediately rushed into the cave and found that the cave was extremely clean with no bad odor. After walking about 30 meters deep into the cave, he found a small pond that was emitting a strong wine aroma. This pond of 100 Fruits wine was around 10 meters long in length and 8 meters wide in width. This should be the 100 Fruits wine. Qin Feng was overjoyed when he saw the pond of the 100 Fruits wine. Although Qin Feng was overjoyed, he did not dare to be negligent. He did not have anything in which he could store the 100 Fruit wine, so he directly stored the entire pond of this wine inside the mysterious space of the infinity symbol. The mysterious space was very mysterious. It was just like a space filled with countless small twinkling stars. There was no land or anything that supported the space of the infinity symbol. The mysterious space was just like boundless space beyond any lands or planets. All of the 100 Fruits wines in the pond were directly stored in the mysterious space and started floating. Although it was floating, but it was not moving at all. Anytime Qin Feng wanted, he can take out the 100 Fruit wine from the mysterious space and drink it. The information he gets about the 100 Fruit wine from the illustrated Fierce Beasts book given by Elder Liu, that this wine was simply a treasure for anyone below the late stage of the golden core realm. Simply putting in words, the 100 Fruits wine is more than 3 times more beneficial to one's cultivation than the golden bee's honey. After eating the golden bee's honey, he was able to advance to the late stage of the foundation establishment realm from the middle stage. Since the 100 Fruits wine was 3 times more beneficial to one's cultivation than the golden bee's honey, just thinking about how far his cultivation will advance with the amount of wine he stored inside the mysterious space made him extremely excited. He could not control his excitement as he started to tremble a little in enthusiasm. After calming down, Qin Feng looked at the empty pond, which was filled with a large amount of 100 Fruits wine until just a few moments ago. Taking a long breath, just as he was about to escape from the cave, his gaze subconsciously fell to his right side. There were stone vats that were sealed with mud. As he gently opened one of the stone vats, a rich aroma that was many times stronger than the aroma of the previous 100 Fruits wine wafted into his nose, making Qin Feng feel a little drunk. Just the smell was enough to make Qin Feng feel a little drunk. What kind of thing was stored in the stone vats? Qin Feng was overjoyed. This was truly a wine of perfection. Its effect was definitely several times better than that of the 100 fruits wine he got from the pond. Qin Feng immediately stored the 6 stone vats that were filled with wine in the mysterious space without any hesitation. Seeing that there was really nothing he could take away, Qin Feng hurriedly turned around and walked out of the cave. But just as he walked out of the cave, an angry roar came out from deep inside the cave. After the roar, Qin Feng saw a stone stick accompanied by a gust of strong wind was smashing at him. Before the stone stick hit him, the strong wind that was brought by it had already pressured Qin Feng to the point of breathing hard. Qin Feng was startled as he didn't expect that there was another third-level fierce beast deep inside the cave. A third-level fierce beast was many times stronger than the second-level fierce beast. Qin Feng didn't dare to be negligent and hastily dodged to the side, avoiding a fatal attack that could have injured him seriously if it would have landed on his body. Bang! The stone stick smashed into a rock, and sparks flew in all directions. The rock was immediately broken into hundreds of pieces. Qin Feng secretly wiped off the sweat from his forehead. Seeing the ruination caused by the stone stick, a question appeared in Qin Feng's mind. If this kind of attack were to smash on a person, would that person still survive? Seeing that its attack has failed, the third-level monkey walked out of the cave and roared ferociously. It once again waved its stick toward Qin Feng, but this time, Qin Feng was already ready for its attack. He was able to clearly see the trajectory of the stone stick, so he easily dodged. Every time the third-level monkey attacked Qin Feng, a hint of yellow would appear on the stone stick. The monkey kept attacking, while Qin Feng kept dodging the attack of the monkey. Although inside the cloud forest, he was able to kill the three-eyed tiger elephant, but in reality, it was not him who killed that fierce beast. It was the beast's own attack that killed it. Right now, Qin Feng was facing the third-level beast for real, and this time, it is impossible for Qin Feng to have such luck, where this monkey will also kill itself with its own attack. After a human advanced to the innate realm, their spirit energy would undergo a qualitative change, gradually making the spirit energy in their dantian even more pure and dense. The same happens with a fierce beast after advancing to the third level. Fierce beasts would be able to use their innate skill that could help its attack power to increase greatly. Although Qin Feng did not know what this third-level monkey's skill was, after seeing the golden light shining on the stick of the monkey, he knew that it was definitely an earth attribute skill. Seeing this, Qin Feng felt a sense of longing in his heart. He now wanted to break through to the innate realm as soon as possible. The monkey once again attacked. Qin Feng immediately made a decision, and a sword appeared in his hand that met with the monkey's stone stick. Sparks flew in all directions the moment Qin Feng's sword collided with the monkey's stone stick. The shock wave that came out after the collision of the two's attack made everyone's eardrum hurt. Be it the monkeys or Qin Feng, everyone felt a very uncomfortable feeling. The sword almost flew out from the hand of Qin Feng after the collision because of the extreme vibration that suddenly appeared on the sword, making his hand numb. That monkey was not in a good situation too. It retreated 5 or 6 steps and almost fell down on the ground. After being stunned for a long time, the monkey finally reacted and once again started to attack Qin Feng. The series of attacks once again continued, and along with an attack, a furious roar would always sound. Qin Feng was also fierce. The more he fought, the braver he became. The intent to battle once again appeared in his eyes after a very long time as he started to enjoy the fight. He no longer dodged the attack of the third-level monkey and met every attack head-on. Although this monkey was a third-level fierce beast, its strength was only around the same as a middle-stage innate realm martial warrior. It was nowhere as strong as the three-eyed tiger elephant, making it a perfect opponent of Qin Feng for the time being. The man and the monkey shouted loudly when their weapon crashed together. After fighting with each other for more than 20 moves, Qin Feng's sword clashed with the monkey's stone stick, and the sword in his hand was sent flying. The sword flipped 5 or 6 times in the air before it fell down on the ground. During his fight with the level 3 monkey, Qin Feng did not release the thunder spear. He fought with the monkey with his own strength. Even though after a fierce fight, Qin Feng's strength was proved to be slightly weaker than the monkey's, he was not disappointed. Instead of disappointment, a very excited expression appeared on Qin Feng's face, and the battle intent surged out from his body, causing the monkey to retreat a few steps back. When the monkey felt the battle intent in Qin Feng's eyes, its heart trembled a little, but then it once again became even more furious. In the end, it was still a fierce beast with no intelligence at all. It only knows how to fight and kill. Without any fear, it tightens the grip of the stone stick and once again pounced toward Qin Feng without any fear. The monkey tightens the grip of the stone stick and once again pounced toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng lowered his head to dodge the stone stick and then kicked the lower limbs of the monkey. The monkey immediately became unstable and fell on its back. Qin Feng took the opportunity to pick up the sword that was stabbed in the ground. When he picked up the sword and looked at the monkey, he saw the monkey beating its chest like an ape and roared loudly. The moment its roar rang out, one after another, many monkeys started to appear behind the third-level monkey, who let out the loud roar. Not only that, the level 3 monkey who went to chase after the saber-toothed tiger also returned not long after, and stood together with its comrade. Not long after, hundreds of monkeys gathered behind the 2 level 3 monkeys. All of these hundreds of monkeys were second-level fierce beasts. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng immediately ran without any hesitation. Although his intent to fight was still soaring, he was not a fool. He knew his limit. He knew when to fight and when to stop. If there was only one third-level monkey and a few second-level monkey, he could have still fought against them, but this was not the fact. There were already hundreds of level 2 monkeys and 2 level 3 monkeys. If he dares to fight against them, he would only suffer injuries. Even if he were to release the Thunder Spear and increase his cultivation by 2 stages, reaching the middle stage innate realm, he would still not be able to fight against these hundreds of monkeys at once. So, he started to run without hesitation. As a result, an astounding scene was put on in the valley. A human figure was running in front, followed by hundreds of monkeys chasing behind. Smoke and dust billowed along the way, as if a furious dragon was flying at full speed. The loud rumbling scared the other level 2, and even level 3 fierce beasts around into running away. Mao Tingxia and Ding Jie were resting at a mountain. They had already activated their identity tokens, so someone would come to pick them up and record their results. What is that? Ding Jie looked in a certain direction before asking as he pointed ahead. Because there was quite a distance between Qin Feng and the place he and Mao Tingxia were resting, they only saw smoke and dust billowing along the road. When they looked closer, their mouths were all wide open in shock. Heavens, what do I see? It looks like a person being chased by a huge group of fierce beasts. What on earth did he do to draw so many fierce beasts' attention, resulting in chasing after him? Mao Tingxia gasped in shock. Wait, look carefully. No matter how you look, that person still looks very similar to brother Qin Feng. Ding Jie was also shocked, but looking carefully, he saw that the person running in front of the monkeys looked very similar to Qin Feng. Not similar, but the same. That person is brother Qin Feng. Mao Tinxia said worriedly. She kept looking at Qin Feng being chased by a huge group of monkeys. Some other young men also discovered this strange sight. They also looked at Qin Feng and the monkeys chasing after him with a dumbfounded expression. Because of the dust and smoke, they were unable to clearly see Qin Feng's figure, but they still knew that he was one of them who came here to take the examination. Pow! Qin Feng groaned inwardly as he was running. Although he would not be able to get rid of them by just running, he would at least not be caught up. Qin Feng's endurance was much better of the fierce beasts. However, this huge group of monkeys was not only chasing after him, some of them were even throwing small and big rocks at him from time to time. They had great arm strength, so these rocks shot at him with great speed. To avoid these rocks, Qin Feng had to dodge from time to time, making his running speed slower. All of the monkeys chasing after him had red eyes as they were very angry. This human actually dared to steal the 100 fruits wine from their cave. What was more, he stole every bit of 100 fruits wine, without leaving behind even a drop of it. How dare he? They were so angry that some of them even started to break small branches of trees, aimed at Qin Feng, and threw those branches at him as if they were throwing spears. To not let the monkeys catch up with him, Qin Feng immediately manipulated the power of thunder and lightning with his body, and his speed increased twofold. But he still had to dodge the rocks and branches of trees from time to time, so he could not display the full speed. Sometimes, there were hundreds of monkeys shooting rocks and small branches at him at once, making it harder for him to dodge. As a result, Qin Feng was hit inevitably, so he complained in his heart. "I just stole a little wine from you. Why do you have to chase after me as if I have killed your father?" Qin was so depressed. However, although he was feeling depressed, he could not slow down his pace in the slightest. If he were to land in the hands of these monkeys, his fate would become very miserable. He could feel monkeys' anger towards him. Having no choice, Qin Feng released his battle spirit, the Thunder Spear. The moment the Thunder Spear was released, not only did Qin Feng's cultivation increase by 2 stages, but the aura of the Thunder Spear also intimidated the huge group of monkeys. Although the monkeys were fierce beasts and only knows how to fight and kill, the aura of the Thunder Spear was so terrifying that it even made these fierce beasts tremble in fear. They stopped chasing Qin Feng and kneeled down on the ground. They did not dare to move. On the other hand, after his cultivation reached the middle stage of the innate realm, his speed increased once again. He immediately escaped, leaving behind the group of monkeys kneeling on the ground. The Thunder Spear vanished after Qin Feng escaped from the group of monkeys. His cultivation also returned to what it was before. At the late stage of the foundation establishment, after successfully getting rid of the monkeys, Qin went straight to the side of Mao Tinxia and Ding Jialu. Seeing that Qin Feng was coming, both of them went to meet him. Qin Feng only said that he will give them a surprise after returning, and started to wait. After some time, 2 people from the Heavenly Star sect came to them, inspected everyone's identity tokens, and counted the number of monster cores. Then they brought the 3 of them out of the forest. 4 hours later, Qin Feng, Mao Tinxia, and Ding Jilu were brought back in front of the gate of the Heavenly Star sect. When they arrived, they saw that there were already many disciples who have returned before them. After returning, they were sent to tents to rest. Qin Feng and Ding Jiali were inside a tent while Mao Tinxia was inside a different tent. Both tents were standing together. After some time, Qin Feng called Mao Tinxia inside his tent. Then he asked her and Ding Jiali to arrange some pots. After a few pots, including 2 jugs, were arranged, he filled all the pots with the 100 fruits wines that were floating in the mysterious space. There were 6 pots, and all the pots were filled with the 100 fruits wine. The moment the 100 fruits wine was revealed in the air, a fragrance that could mesmerize anyone spread out in the air, making both Mao Tingxia and Ding Jialu feel intoxicated. "Brother Qin Feng, this is..." Ding Jialu gulped down his saliva when he smelled the fragrance of the 100 fruits wine and asked. Qin Feng smiled and replied, "This is called 100 fruits wine. I believe you already know what kind of treasure it is, right?" "What? 100 fruits wine?" This time, both Mao Tingxia and Ding Jialu were exclaimed together at once. Of course, they knew what kind of treasure was the 100 fruits wine, but they also knew how dangerous it was to obtain this treasure. Suddenly, they remembered the scene where Qin Feng was being chased after by hundreds of fierce beasts. They suddenly realized what was going on, and why was Qin Feng being chased by hundreds of fierce beasts. So, the person being chased by those fierce beasts was really you, Brother Qin Feng. Ding Jialu took a deep breath and said, 100 fruits wine was powerful, and its effects were very strong. Ordinary people simply could not drink even a single drop of this wine, and even a cultivator at the late stage of the foundation establishment, like Qin Feng and Mao Tingxia, could only drink one mouthful of the 100 fruits wine at a time. Its effect was so strong that any late-stage foundation establishment cultivator were to drink more than a mouthful of this wine, there was a possibility that their body would explode. Although Mao Tingxia and Ding Jialu were from a small city called the Cloud City, they were not ignorant people. They were very knowledgeable. They did not dare to drink the 100 fruits wine. Instead, they stored the wine inside their spatial ring. Spatial rings were rare even in the cultivation world. Qin Feng got to know about the spatial rings when he came in contact with Mao Tingxia. Only because of this, he dared to take out the 100 fruits wine from the mysterious space in front of Mao Tingxia and Ding Jialu. Mao Tingxia and Ding Jia also misunderstood that Qin Feng has a spatial ring. Well, Qin Feng filled the 6 pots with the 100 fruits wine, and Mao Tingxia and Ding Jia stored 2 pots, each after sealing the mouth of the pot, leaving behind 2 pots for Qin Feng. Qin Feng said, "Miss Mao, Brother Ding, take these 2 pots of wine also. Don't worry, I have left 100 fruits wine for myself." Mao Tingxia and Ding Jia nodded their heads, and again stored another pot, filled with 100 fruits wine in their corresponding spatial ring. The next day, when the sun rose from the east and sprinkled its warmth onto the earth, everyone had already gathered at the gate of the Heavenly Star sect. The main examiner had already appeared there with a solemn expression on his face. His voice could be heard by every person present there. Today is the last exam of the Heavenly Star sect. As long as you can pass this exam, you will truly become a disciple of the Heavenly Star sect. This examiner is different from the last, and there are not any dangers at all. It is mainly a test to check one's potential. Remember that during the last test, you must go all out, because your result will affect your future treatment in the academy. This is of vital importance. As soon as he finished speaking, the main examiner waved his hand. The door of the Heavenly Star sect that was 30 meters in height slowly opened, and the first thing they saw was a long flight of stairs that was built of giant stones. The width of each step of the stair was about 15 meters, allowing many people to climb at the same time without seeming crowded. The height of each step was exactly 2 meters. It felt the disciples present as if it was very easy to step onto them. The final test is right in front of you all, the 9 sky stairway. Now listen up, this time the exam is not to see who can climb stairs the fastest, but to see who can climb the furthest. The 9 sky stairway has a total of 99 steps. Those who can climb less than 30 steps in 2 days will be eliminated. Now I announce, the exam begins. The main examiner shouted coldly at everyone. The moment he shouted, all the youths rushed towards the nine-sky stairway. The last examination of the heavenly star sect had finally begun. Qin Feng was not eager to start. He just kept looking at the group of people rushing to the nine-sky stairway like a swarm of bees. It was not only Qin Feng who did not move. There were also some other youths who did not make their moves. These youths were Mubai, Yuan, Yanxu, and others. Mubai, Yuan, and Yanxu were the only three people with cultivation base at the middle stage of the innate realm. They were not much older. They were only 20. If Qin Feng were to see them on Earth, he would have been very shocked because of their cultivation bases at such a young age. But after arriving at the Cultivation World, his horizon broadened. He knew were many such experts in the Cultivation World. The Blue Star country was only a small country. There are many other countries and empires much bigger and vaster than the Blue Star country. At those places, experts like Mubai, Yuan, and Yanxu could be found as many as one wants. Well, since these youths did not make their moves, it was obvious that they were all very confident. The result of the exam depended on one's abilities. The one who started first was not bound to be the one who had the last laugh. The disciples who had just ascended to the nine-sky stairway suddenly halted. Why is it so heavy? It is like I am in the water. It is so hard to move. It seems that the weight will increase with every step I take. The disciples on the nine-sky stairway immediately began to discuss amongst each other. The main examiner angrily shouted, "Shut up, you idiots. You'd better save your strength to climb the stairway. Do not waste your stamina in talking with each other like this." After being scolded by the main examiner, everyone immediately came to their senses. This was a competition of endurance. Every ounce of their strength was precious, as long as they were at the nine-sky stairway. Only they also understood why there were 2 days of time limit before someone will fail the examination. They shut up their mouths and started to climb up slowly. After 3 hours, someone finally reached the 10th step. It was a boy, and he was the fastest one to reach the 10th. Seeing this, Mao Tingxia and Dingjia could not sit still. Although they wanted to climb the stairway with Qin Feng, but right now, Qin Feng did not even move from his spot. They knew Qin Feng has amazing strength, and there is nothing for them to doubt about his stamina. But they were not Qin Feng. They needed to climb the stairway from the start. Only then could they have the chance to climb to the 30th step in 2 days. So they asked Qin Feng about this. Qin Feng told them that there is no need for them to wait for him. They should start climbing the stairway. After getting Qin Feng's answer, both of them went climbing the nine-sky stairway. After 1.5 hours later, all the disciples had basically started climbing. Yuan also stood up at this moment and walked towards the nine-sky stairway. Seeing him, Yanxu, who was wearing a long white robe, also went to the stairway and started to climb. Although Yanxu was beautiful, her manner was very cold and gave people a feeling that they could not get close to her. Now only Qin Feng and Mubai left. Mubai turned to look at Qin Feng before he went to climb the stairs. Qin Feng also went to climb the stairs at this moment. When Qin Feng took the first step on the nine-sky stairway, he immediately felt a wave of pressure came pressing down from all directions, making his body heavy. After sensing it carefully, Qin Feng doesn't know how, but he suddenly understood that this should be a type of array. If he could cultivate inside this array, his body's strength would increase rapidly. Qin Feng kept going upwards. The pressure on the starting steps was not enough to stop him from climbing the stairs. In less than half an hour, he had reached the 10th step. After reaching the 10th step, the pressure on him had suddenly increased by several times, making it difficult for him to climb further for a few moments. After stabilizing himself on the 10th step, Qin Feng took a long breath and once again started to climb upwards at his previous speed. 2 hours later, he climbed to the 20th steps of the 9-sky stairway, and on the 20th step, the pressure on him once again increased twofold, making it difficult for him to climb further. Another 2 hours later, he reached the 26th step. Here, Qin Feng met Mao Tingxia. Her breathing was already slightly hurried, showing that she was under a lot of pressure. Seeing that Qin Feng had come to her, Mao Tingxia smiled and indicated he could try his best to continue climbing the 9-sky stairway, and she was okay. Qin Feng nodded his head when he saw that only her breathing was slightly rugged. She could still climb further. Qin Feng continued to climb the stairs of the 9-sky stairway at a steady pace. When he reached the 29th step, he suddenly felt as if the pressure in his surroundings had solidified. His body felt like it was stick and silt, and it became difficult to move forward. No wonder the Heavenly Star Sect decided to put the 30th step of the 9-sky stairway as the threshold to pass the exam. They knew how to select their disciples very well. Only those people with the talent far surpassing ordinary disciples could step on the 30th step of the 9-sky stairway. Qin Feng stepped onto the 30th step, his body faintly swaying as he thought. The first 30 steps is a hurdle, and the pressure here has already had a qualitative change. I wonder how many people will be stuck here. Qin Feng lifted his head and looked up. He saw Yuhan and Yanixu had already climbed over 40 steps. Yuhan was at the 45th step, while Yanixu was at the 43rd step. As for the youth called Mu Bai, he was at the 39th step. Yuhan and Yanixu's foreheads were covered with sweat. It was now already the second day. The stairway was no longer as crowded as it was first. Now streams of people were separated in different regions, climbing with all their might. The weakest among them were struggling at the 20th step. Their situation was worrisome. Qin Feng kept climbing at his original speed. He leisurely climbed through the stream of people. From time to time, he passed the disciples who were drenched in sweat. Time continued to pass and Qin Feng kept climbing. 40th steps, 50th steps. Climbing to the 52nd step, he surpassed Mu Bai. When he reached the 55th step, he surpassed Yanixu. She looked at Qin Feng with a complicated expression on her cold and elegant face. After all, Qin Feng was younger than her. Not long after, Qin Feng climbed to the 57th step. At this step, he was standing together with Yuhan. Both of them looked at each other and nodded their heads, greeting each other. After taking few breaths, Qin Feng again took a step and climbed to the 58th step, leaving behind Yuhan, who was also looking at Qin Feng with a complicated expression. He was a genius that was revered by thousands of people, but here on the 9-sky stairway, some unknown young man who looked younger than him. How can he not feel uneasy in his heart? Seeing Qin Feng surpassing him, Yuhan's eyes were complicated, but then he revealed a strong fighting intent. He clenched his teeth and followed behind Qin Feng. Finally, at the 59th step, the pressure once more intensified. The pressure was even more greater now. Even though it was only a step, it was like a natural moat that no one could cross. Qin Feng took a deep breath and lifted his foot, placing it onto the 60th step. Immediately, Qin Feng felt the surrounding pressure seemed substantial, and his body felt as if it was being pressed down by a mountain. After stepping onto the 60th step, Qin Feng truly felt the terror of the 9-sky stairway. Not only his body was being pressured, but he also found it difficult to circulate his spirit energy. Every time he circulated his spirit energy, it would make him use a lot of strength. Qin Feng smiled and muttered in a very low voice. "This is as I expected." He did not continue to climb upwards. Instead, He sat down on the step and started to meditate and circulate the spirit energy. The second day was now already over. Those who failed to climb up to the 30th step of the 9-sky stairway disappointedly climbed down and left the scene in embarrassment. They had failed the examination, so it was impossible for them to be admitted to the heavenly star sect as disciples. As for those who have already climbed to the 30th steps of the 9-sky stairway in these 2 days, they could continue to climb the stairway to see their limit. On the 40th step that Mao Tingxia had climbed with all her might, she looked at Qin Feng, who was sitting cross-legged on the 60th step. Her eyes were filled with complications. Although she already knew that Qin Feng is more talented than her, she never expected the gap between the two to be this far. Ding Jia had the same reaction as Mao Tingxia. In these 2 days, he only managed to climb to the 43rd steps, but Qin Feng, who started climbing the stairway later, actually managed to reach the 60th step. Seeing that Qin Feng had stepped onto the 60th step, Yuhan's pupils constricted, and he looked full of enthusiasm as he climbed the 9-sky stairway with all of his strength. All the people who were climbing the 9 stairway were shocked by Qin Feng. Since they were also climbing, they knew very well how difficult it was to climb the 9-sky stairway, but Qin Feng managed to climb to the 60th step in only 2 days. This showed his talent. Just as everyone was astonished by Qin Feng's achievement, they suddenly found a figure rushing towards them. There was not a single obstacle in his way. After a few breaths, that figure had already passed the 40th step. This figure was Mu Bai. After climbing to the 30th step, he was sitting there all along. But after seeing Qin Feng climbing to the 60th step and taking the lead, he finally stood up and decided to show the world his talent. In just 2 hours, he climbed up to the 50th step. Another hour later, he reached the 59th step. Taking a deep breath, Mu Bai took a step forward. At this time, Mu Bai had already stepped onto the 60th step. His body shook slightly, and then he stood steadily. All the disciples were shocked because of Mu Bai. Mu Bai started climbing above the 30th step after Qin Feng started to rest. So, it was not impossible for others to think that Mu Bai's target was Qin Feng. Furthermore, the time he took to reach the 60th step from the 30th step was much shorter than Qin Feng. And it seemed he was not in a bad situation, so he might continue climbing. In these hours while Qin Feng was sitting on the 60th step cross-legged, it was not only Mu Bai who climbed up to the 60th step. Yuhan and Yanexu were also the ones to reach this step. But they did not stop here, they continued to climb the stairway. Yuhan even reached the 67th step. In the heavenly star sect, there was a pavilion opposite to the 9-sky stairway. From the pavilion, one could clearly see the scene of what was happening on the 9-sky stairway. The white-robed principal and the main examiner were sipping tea as they watched the scene on the 9-sky stairway. When the main examiner saw Mu Bai stepping onto the 60th step so fast, he faintly smiled and said, "I didn't expect our heavenly star sect to be so lucky this time, obtaining 4 rarely seen geniuses consecutively." Obviously, the main examiner was talking about Qin Feng, Yuhan, Yanxu, and Mu Bai. The white-robed principal looked ahead with a complicated expression. He shook his head and said, "They are indeed geniuses. However, I have a feeling that our heavenly star sect will not be at peace in the future. Haha, having some high-handed disciples is also good. Our sect has always been in a dull atmosphere as if it has no vitality. These disciples might give our sect the vitality that we need the most," the main examiner said with a smile on his face. Taking a deep breath, the main examiner again said, "Mu Bai is really a genius. He actually surpassed that boy named Qin Feng in just a few hours. You have already seen the situation on the 9-sky stairway. My bai is obviously very relaxed, while Qin Feng, the first boy to stun the 60th step, is sitting there all this while. It appears that he has exhausted himself completely, and he is sitting there to recover from his exhaustion. You are underestimating Qin Feng too much. He has his reason for sitting there, but it is definitely not for the sake of rest. If you don't believe me, then you just continue to watch. The white-robed principal's eyes flashed with a trace of light as he spoke slowly. On the 60th step of the nine-sky stairway, Mu Bai looked at Qin Feng with a mocking smile, then he gave Qin Feng a thumbs up before slowly turning it down, pointing his thumb at the ground. It was obvious that Mu Bai was making a joke of Qin Feng, and was disdaining him. Mu Bai. And then he gave a thumbs up before slowly turning his hand down, pointing his thumb to the... Qin Feng only indifferently mouthed a word to Mu Bai. No one could hear what Feng had said, but Mu Bai, who was inches away from Qin Feng, could clearly read the word from his mouth. That word was idiot. You! Mu Bai spat out one word in fury, and then immediately felt the pressure in his surroundings like a mountain pressing on him. He felt that even the air in his lungs had been squeezed dry, so he hurriedly shut his mouth and exerted his spirit energy to resist. His face had turned pale. Seeing Qin Feng glancing at him like he was seeing an idiot before closing his eyes to continue meditating, Mu was angered to the point where he almost vomited out a mouthful of blood. But he was a genius, after all, so he quickly suppressed his anger and didn't pay more attention to Qin Feng. He once again started to climb the nine-sky stairway. 4 hours later, Yang Xu reached the 68th step, Yuhan was standing at the 70th step, and Mu Bai was at the 72nd step. Currently, Mu Bai was taking the lead and was in the first place. When nightfall arrived, everyone started to sit in meditation on the spot to recover their strength. They would continue their climbing when the sun will rise again. After a night of rest, when the first ray of sunlight came to everyone's side, all the disciples on the nine-sky stairway opened their eyes. Their physical strength had now recovered. When they prepared to go all out on the journey, climbing the nine-sky stairway, they suddenly discovered that some of them were blankly looking up. When they followed those disciples' gazes and looked up, they could not help but open their mouths wide in surprise. On the 60th step of the nine-sky stairway, Qin Feng was sitting cross-legged with a solemn expression. The spirit energy on his body was undulating, and even the air around him was slightly warped. At the foot of the nine-sky stairway, a group of leaders and all of the eliminated participants were all watching up. What is he trying to do? He seems to try to break through. It can't be. Breaking through on the nine-sky stairway. This is too exaggerated. He really wants to die. To dare to make a breakthrough on nine-sky stairway, is he stupid? On the pavilion opposite to the nine-sky stairway, when the main examiner saw this scene unfolding, he was immediately angered as he shouted, "What is this Qin Feng doing? Did he not know that breaking through on the nine-sky stairway would cause his body to explode under immense pressure? I have to stop him." Just as he was about to make his move, the white-clothed principal pulled the main examiner and said, "Don't worry. That guy, Qin Feng, is definitely not a fool. He must have his own plan. You should just wait and see." After listening to the white-robed principal, the main examiner calmed down to think for a moment. It was true that no one was stupid enough to court death. Even if he doesn't know about the nine-sky stairway, the moment he tried to make a breakthrough, he could understand dangerous breaking through in cultivation is on the nine-sky stairway. This kind of dangerous feeling would come on its own in one's heart. Qin Feng did not know how great of a shock he had caused to all the people who were present there, and were looking at the disciples undergoing the final examination. He kept circulating the first layer of the Nameless Cultivation Technique. He continuously channeled his spirit energy to break through to the bottleneck and advance to the innate realm. While he was meditating on the 60th step and was refining his body while enduring the great pressure, he suddenly sensed the bottleneck that was blocking him from advancing to the next realm was now losing up. His cultivation was increasing too fast after arriving in the cultivation world. First, it only took him around 1 month to advance to the late stage of the foundation establishment realm from the early stage. It was mainly due to the golden bee's honey, but no matter what, his cultivation base did increase. Now, in just a few days after advancing to the late stage of the foundation realm, he was once again about to break through. By successfully breaking through this time, his cultivation will increase to the early stage of the innate realm, that was equal to the elementary battle spirit king. How is this? Before arriving at the cultivation world, the mysterious lady told him that if he were to go to the cultivation world, the time period to reach the peak of the earth will decrease from 3 years to 1 year. At that time, Qin Feng thought and even retorted to the mysterious lady that it was impossible, but now he did not think so. Right now, in his eyes, it was not impossible for him to reach the peak of the earth, that is the advanced battle spirit emperor realm. With the amount of 100 fruits wine he has in the mysterious space, including the wines in 6 vats that were of an even higher grade than the 100 fruits wine, he was confident that he can become the advanced battle spirit emperor martial warrior in 1 year. Advanced battle spirit warrior realm was equivalent to the late stage of the golden core realm in the cultivation world. It's not been long since Qin Feng started cultivating. In just 1 year, cultivating from 0 to the late stage of the golden core realm was not heard of even in the cultivation world. It was just too fast. Even for the geniuses of this world, cultivating from 0 to the late stage of the golden core realm might take more than 3 years. But now, in the eyes of Qin Feng, it was not impossible for him to reach this step in just 1 year. Right now, Qin Feng was prepared to use the terrifying pressure here to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. If anyone knew about his plan, they would be scared to death, because Danshin is a lifeline of a cultivator. Using the pressure to break through in cultivation might cause huge damage to one's Danshin. This was something no one had ever heard of someone daring to do so. Suddenly, instead of defending against the pressure, he relaxed his body, gave up defending. The pressure instantly pressed on Qin Feng like a mountain. Puff! He spurted out a mouthful of blood. The spirit energy suddenly rushed non-stop. With a boom, the barrier inside his body was broken and an energy whirl appeared in front of him that became bigger in an instant. This huge whirl of spirit energy was constantly being absorbed by Qin Feng after all. He just entered a new realm of cultivation. He has succeeded in breaking through. From now on, he was a cultivator at the early stage of the innate realm. The people outside were immediately shocked. Qin Feng lightly wiped the corner of his mouth, then he stood up and continued to climb the stairway at a constant speed. Good boy, he really is bold. He dared to borrow the pressure of the 9-sky stairway to temper his physical body and make a breakthrough in his cultivation. Moreover, he actually succeeded. The white-robed principal praised Qin Feng from the bottom of his heart. The main examiner had a bitter smile on his face. This Qin Feng truly made others worry for him. His heart almost jumped out now when he saw Qin Feng spurting out a mouthful of blood. It was not easy for them to enroll a genius, especially a genius like Qin Feng. If he had died like this, their heart would have hurt badly. The main examiner secretly wiped his cold sweat. As for the huge whirlpool of spirit energy, he knew that the moment every cultivator succeeded in breaking through a major realm, The Dantian would produce a strong suction force that would forcibly suck in the surrounding spirit energy of heaven and earth, and instantly replenish the spirit energy in the Dantian. This was also the reason why the spirit energy remains full in one's Dantian after making a breakthrough in cultivation. One's Dantian's capacity to store the spirit energy of heaven and earth also increases with each breakthrough in one's cultivation. Here, it was just that no one expected Qin Feng to be so bold to make a breakthrough on the Nine Sky Stairway. With the power of the pressure of Nine Sky Stairway, basically, an ordinary cultivator's Dantian would explode immediately if he or she dared to try to break through. And this would also cause their death or disablement. Qin Feng climbed upwards in a very relaxed manner. When he passed Yanixu and Yu Han, he greeted them by lightly nodding his head towards them, and quickly passed the 70th step. Qin Feng did not stop. As he continued climbing the Nine Sky Stairway, he met Mu Bai at the 75th step. Although Bai was drenched in sweat, he did not appear to be in a sorry state. This time, seeing Qin Feng stepping on the 75th step, Mu Bai hurriedly ignored him and did not look at him, because he was afraid that Qin Feng will mock him as he did before when he reached the 60th step. So, he ignored Qin Feng and continued stepping forward with his head lowered. Qin Feng did not do what Mu Bai expected. He continued climbing the Nine Sky Stairway. When he was at the 80th step, his speed slowed down, and every step he took was extremely taxing. It was only until dusk that Qin Feng finally climbed up to the 89th step. He rested for full 2 hours before he took another step forward. Just as he was about to step onto the 90th step, Qin Feng's breathing stopped, his legs trembled, and all the bones in his body creaked under the sudden increase of pressure. It took Qin Feng a whole hour to get used to the pressure. Then he sat down slowly and circulated the first layer of the Nameless Cultivation Technique to recover his strength. The moment Qin Feng successfully stepped on to the 90th step, everyone at the foot of the mountain boiled over. He actually reached the 90th step. What kind of monster is he? In all history of the Heavenly Star Sect, those who could step onto the 70th step all become an expert that has all become the cultivator of Golden Core Realm. Those who stepped onto the 80th step has all become the cultivator of Profound Spirit Realm. And those who have stepped on the 90th step have all become the cultivator of Legendary Heaven Ascension Realm. There is also a rumor that there is a cultivation realm surpassing the Heaven Ascension Realm. Those who can step on the 99th step of the Nine Sky Stairway have the potential to surpass the Heaven Ascension Realm and become a cultivator that could stand at the peak of the entire Profound Star continent. All the people were looking at Qin Feng with shocked gazes. Most of the people were praising, surprised, and full of admiration. Even in the entire Blue Star country, there is not a single cultivator at the Heaven Ascension Realm. Even in the Heavenly Star Sect, there was not a single expert at the Heaven Ascension Realm. It is said that the Heavenly Star Sect is only a branch of a big sect. Those with the potential to become a Heaven Ascension Realm were all sent to the main sect by the Heavenly Star Sect, so that they could be nurtured with more care. The white-robed principal looked at Qin Feng with a gratified expression. In the history of the Heavenly Star Sect, Qin Feng was the 9th person to step on the 90th step of the Nine Sky Stairway. The main examiner looked at Qin Feng, who was sitting cross-legged, was cultivating on the 90th step of the Nine Sky Stairway. A complicated emotion flashed in his eyes as he muttered to himself, "This Qin Feng is truly a rarely seen genius. His future achievements will definitely far anyone present here. Only if he could stay in our Heavenly Star Sect." Sigh! The white-robed principal leisurely took a sip of tea and said with a smile, You have clearly lived for so many years, yet you are still not calm. Everything in this world has its own course, and is not something that can be controlled by you and me. The sky gradually darkened. The disciples who had climbed for an entire day are completely exhausted. They sat down cross-legged and quickly started circulating their cultivation technique to recover. Now the ranking has changed again. Taking the lead in the first place was Qin Feng at the 90th step, stepping onto the 79th step of the 9-sky stairway. The second position was secured by Mu Bai. The third position belonged to Yu Han, who at the 77th step, and Yan Xu was at the 75th step, ranked fourth among the people climbing the 9-sky stairway. Ding Jialu was sitting cross-legged with Mao Tingxia at the 60th step. When the sunlight touched the ground in the morning, hundreds of the disciples who were sitting in meditation raised their heads and looked up. They swore to themselves that they would use all their strength to obtain the best results, because their results will affect the way they will be treated in the heavenly star sect. However, when they were full of confidence and prepared to climb the 9-sky stairway, the scene up there made the confidence they had just built up disappear immediately. On the 90th step, the spirit energy on Qin Feng's body became deeper and deeper, and was undulating according to a certain rhythm. Heavens, is he courting death? He just advanced to the innate realm yesterday. Is he trying to break through in cultivation again today? Not to mention breaking through again, just one day after advancing to the innate realm, is already impossible. Breaking through at the 90th step is simply courting death. Just yesterday, I was admiring his talent. Is this person a genius or a madman? Everyone present was dumbstruck because of Qin Feng's crazy action. Someone even shouted, "If he doesn't die, then there is simply no justice in this world." Although that person's sentence was not pleasant to hear, but what he said was what was in everyone's heart. Indeed, this kind of action was no different from committing suicide. Ding Jiali and Mao Tingxia were staring at Qin Feng with their eyes wide opened. Hands covered their mouth, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Yuhan's heart was thumping hard. As the genius of his family, he was naturally indifferent and focused on his cultivation. Other than eating and sleeping, he spent almost all his time on cultivation. People even named him as a cultivation freak. But compared to Qin Feng, he now knew just how rational he was. He absolutely did have the courage to do what Qin Feng did previously, and what he was doing right now. A trace of pleasure appeared in Mai Bai's eyes seeing Qin Feng trying to make another breakthrough in his cultivation. In his opinion, Qin Feng was definitely going to die. He was even thinking in his heart, "You must have gone crazy from wanting to be in the limelight. You just happened to succeed yesterday, and you still want to continue your breakthrough today. There really is no justice in this world if you don't die." Qin Feng was not a fool to try to make another breakthrough the next day of his advancement in cultivation. Last night, he found that his cultivation of the first layer of the Nameless Cultivation Technique was increasing fanatically under the pressure of the 9-sky stairway. Because of the increase in cultivation technique, he suddenly had the enlightenment, and his cultivation also started to increase rapidly. Qin Feng did not want to waste such a good opportunity to increase his cultivation, so he secretly drank a mouthful of 100 fruits wine that resulted his cultivation to soar and gave him the chance to make another breakthrough in his cultivation. Qin Feng gathered all the spirit energy in his body and attacked the bottleneck with all his might. Boom! The bottleneck was broken, and the surrounding spirit energy surged into his body in waves. He felt like he was flooded by a river. Qin Feng hurriedly circulated the first layer of the Nameless Cultivation Technique and absorbed all the spirit energy that was pouring inside his body. It was not long before he absorbed all the spirit energy, and his condition improved. Qin Feng successfully advanced to the middle stage of the innate realm. His cultivation of the first layer of Nameless Cultivation Technique almost reached its peak. His battle spirit, Thunder Spear, became even more powerful. Qin Feng never expected his trip to the heavenly star sect to be this bountiful. In just 2 weeks of time, he advanced to the middle stage of the innate realm from the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm. He advanced by a whole realm in just 2 weeks. That is almost impossible for anyone without having any fortuitous encounter. Well, taking part in the examination organized by the Heavenly Star Sect can also be considered as Qin Feng's fortuitous encounter. Not only his cultivation increased crazily here, but there was also improvement in the cultivation of his cultivation technique as well. He also had a large amount of 100 fruits wine, and the wine in the stone vat that was more high level than the hundreds wine inside the mysterious space of the infinity symbol. When Qin Feng had completed his breakthrough and stood up, he discovered that it was already close to noon. It was also at this moment that the main examiner announced that today is the last day. The result will be decided today. The reason for his decision was precisely Qin Feng. Qin Feng's talent has already been known to everyone now. They all knew that he has the talent to become the Heaven Ascension Realm Cultivator. He might still continue to climb the 9 sky stairway, but there was not much hope that he could reach the 99th step. In the last 500 years, there was not a single person who reached the 99th step. Even if Qin Feng could reach the 99th step, the main examiner, as well as the white-robed principal, did not want him to do that because there were many enemies of the Heavenly Star Sect. Even with Qin Feng's current achievement on the 9 sky stairway, they will still try to find a way to kill him. After all, who would want their enemy to nurture a talent that might become one of the most lethal killing weapons of the Heavenly Star Sect? Could kill them anytime he wants. If Qin Feng were to reach the 99th step, the enemies of the Heavenly Star Sect's desire to kill Qin would become even stronger, and they would not give up until they killed Qin Feng. So, they did not want Qin Feng to climb to the 99th step, because of which they decided to put an end to this competition by saying that today is the last day. Qin Feng could not understand why the Heavenly Star Sect decided to end the competition today. He still wanted to climb further. Maybe, after reaching the 99th step, he once again makes a breakthrough. Well, there was no such chance now. It takes a long period of time to take a step further on the 9 sky stairway. In the remaining hour, it was impossible for him to reach the 99th step, so he did not waste any time climbing further. He once again sat down cross-legged and began to consolidate his breakthrough and stabilize his cultivation. Soon, this day was also over and the new result was out. First place still belonged to Qin Feng, 90th step. The second place belonged to Mubai, 81st step. During the time period of an entire day, he was only able to take 2 steps forward, stepping on the 81st step from the 79th step. This also showed that he has the talent to become a profound spirit realm cultivator. The third place belonged to Yuhan and Yanexu. Both were able to climb to the 80th step. Although slightly inferior to Mubai, they still had the talent to become profound spirit realm cultivators. Rank 4 to 9 belonged to other geniuses of the Blue Star country. It was surprising that Dingjia Lu was able to rank 10th. He was currently at 72 Mabasitib's step. This also showed that he has the talent to become a golden core realm cultivator. In the Mao family of the Cloud City, he was not valued by anyone because of 2 reasons. The first reason was that he was not a member of the Mao family, and the second reason was that no one believes that he can't ever step his foot in the Golden Core realm, because even in his Ding clan, before it was destroyed, there had never been a cultivator at the Golden Core realm. Mao Tingxia was also able to climb to the 70th step, showing her talent to reach the Golden Core realm in the future. But she was not included in the top 10 rankings. Well, after the result was announced, the main examiner said, 4th to 10th place will receive 1,000 low-grade spirit stones and 1 origin pill. Origin pill was something that can increase the success of one's breakthrough below the late stage of the innate realm. The lower the cultivation is, the higher the success rate of making a breakthrough in cultivation is. The main examiner again announced, the 3rd place will receive 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, 1 origin pill, and 1 low-grade profound rank battle skill. The 2nd place will receive 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, 2 origin pills, and 1 middle-grade profound rank battle skill. As for the 1st place, he will receive 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, 3 origin pills, and 1 high-grade profound rank battle skill. Hearing the first reward, everyone was shocked. This kind of reward was very generous for anyone below the Golden Core realm in the entire Blue Star country. A high-grade profound rank battle skill was very rare even in the Blue Star country after all. Qin Feng was in this world for around 1 month already. He already knew many things about this world, such as the battle skills in this world was also divided into 4 ranks. But these 4 ranks were not ordinary, Lord, King, or Emperor rank. In this world, battle skills were divided into yellow, profound, earth, and heaven rank. Each rank was further divided into 3 grades: low grade, middle grade, and high grade. Even in this world, heaven rank battle skills were very rare. So, it was no injustice for an emperor rank battle skill to not appear in a low-leveled planet like the Earth. Although on the planet Earth, everyone knew that there exist emperor rank battle skills, but such rank of battle skills never appeared on Earth. The highest rank battle skill that has appeared on Earth is that of King rank. The main examiner told them that they could choose battle skills from the skill pavilion after entering the Heavenly Star sect. For now, he distributed the other rewards to the top 10. After distributing the rewards, the main examiner gave everyone their identification token that will prove that the holder of this token has successfully become the outer court disciple of the Heavenly Star sect. After telling the disciples they can enter the sect tomorrow, the main examiner disappeared from everyone's sight. Before disappearing, he took a close look at Qin Feng and revealed a satisfied smile and sent a voice transmission to him, saying that someone will receive him tomorrow. After the main examiner disappeared, Mao Tingxia and Ding Jie went to Qin Feng and congratulated him for gaining the 1st rank. Qin Feng revealed an emotionless smile. He doesn't know why, but he felt kind of bored at the thought of entering the sect. Well, no matter what, he has to enter the sect to increase his knowledge about this world. The next day, Qin Feng entered the Heavenly Star sect with Mao Tingxia and Ding Jie. They followed other disciples and arrived at a location where disciples of the Heavenly Star sect were giving the sect uniform to the newly accepted disciples. Everyone received uniforms, and along with them, they also received another token with a number inscribed on it. This was the number of the cave where they were going to live in the Heavenly Star sect. Qin Feng was an exception. He did not receive the token with the cave number inscribed on it. Instead, he was again told that someone will come and receive him. Qin Feng nodded his head and started to wait for the person who was coming to receive him. As for now, he told Mao Tingxia and Ding Jie to go to their cave and cultivate. Hey, are you a new student? A person finally walked over to Qin Feng after making him wait for more than 10 minutes. That's right. Qin Feng drew out the proof showing that he had passed the examination and handed it over to that person. That man was a cultivator at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, and definitely not someone to be underestimated. He received the identification token from Qin Feng, took a look, and could not help showing a surprised expression. He blurted out, "You are Qin Feng." Seeing his surprised gaze, Qin Feng immediately understood that he was not the person who was here to receive him. Qin Feng scratched his head and asked, "Am I very well known?" "Ha ha ha ha, you, on the 9 sky stairway, broke through 2 times continuously without exploding to death. There had never been anyone who has successfully through on the 9 sky stairway. What is more, you were actually able to climb to the 90th step of the 9 sky stairway. Such talent, TSK." That person immediately showed his enthusiasm the moment he heard that the person opposite to him was Qin Feng. Qin Feng only smiled at the man in front of him. He was not interested in listening to his compliment. He was still waiting for the person who was coming to receive him. He wanted to know the reason why his treatment was different from other newly accepted disciples. "Wen Yang, what are you doing here?" While the man from before was still pestering Qin Feng, a voice was heard from behind him. Qin Feng and the man called turned and saw that it was the main examiner who just came. The person called Wen Yang smiled and said, "I was just chatting with this little brother." Saying this, he looked at Qin Feng and said, "Since you are now a disciple of the Heavenly Star sect, you can be considered as my junior brother. We will meet again." After he said this, Wen Yang hurriedly ran away without looking at the main examiner. "Come, principal wants to meet you. I'll take you to see the principal." The main examiner beckoned his hand, waving Qin Feng forward. Though Qin Feng was still very weak now, with time, his future was definitely limitless. One day, he will definitely become a peerless expert, and at that time, the name of the Heavenly Star sect will be renowned to everyone in the profound star continent. Qin Feng nodded and followed the main examiner out, stepping onto a pathway in the sect. Very quickly, they arrived at a cluster of buildings. This was where the high-level elders resided. However, that principal had not stayed in his own courtyard, so the main examiner instructed him for a moment while he himself would go to seek out principal who had gone who knows where. Qin Feng waited for a moment but felt a bit bored, and so he began to stroll around in the surrounding area. He suddenly picked up a smell that attracted him. He could not stop his feet from moving towards the source of that smell. It was a very elegant courtyard. The door of the courtyard was ajar and had not been closed. Qin Feng pushed open the door and entered, and very soon saw a young girl sitting cross-legged in the courtyard. Her hand was holding onto a very small alchemy furnace, and her whole right hand was erupting in flames. Suddenly, a wave of pain erupted inside Qin Feng's mind, and a lot of information appeared in his mind out of nowhere. These pieces of information were all related to alchemy and pills. Hundreds of pill formulas appeared in his mind. Qin Feng instantly understood that these were still some of the memories from his previous life. He again looked at the girl and immediately understood that she was concocting a wind pill. Wind pill allowed a martial warrior to increase his speed temporarily, like a storm blowing through. It was a very useful alchemical pill. However, there was something wrong with this smell. Qin Feng wrinkled his nose and took a sniff. He instantly understood what was wrong. One of the complementary drugs was wrong, and though this still allowed the wind pill to be successfully concocted, it affected the success rate of forming the pill. It would also increase the chances of the furnace exploding. He spoke up, "I advise you to stop immediately. Otherwise, your alchemy furnace would definitely explode." The girl completely ignored him. Now was the crucial time of concocting the wind pill, so how could she afford to be distracted? But very soon, the lid of the furnace was violently flung off, and some bits of junk sprayed out from within the furnace. Although she managed to dodge the majority of it, her face was still covered by a bit of it. The furnace had exploded. The girl finally raised her head to look at Qin Feng, surprise filling her eyes. How had this guy know that the furnace would explode? You have to understand, with her level of control, there was absolutely no way that she would have been distracted by any external factors. The whirlwind wolf bone is one of the most likely ingredients that would cause a furnace to explode. Especially if it is used in the concoction of wind pill, it would affect the quality of the completed pill. I really don't know what kind of idiot came up with this, Qin Feng said subconsciously, shaking his head. Only after saying this did he realized he had subconsciously said something that he should not have. How dare you insult my master? The girl was suddenly enraged. With a flash, she had already leaped towards Qin Feng. Her right hand formed a palm strike, flames winding around her hand as the heat caused the air around her hand to ripple. Late innate realm. Qin Feng was surprised to see her cultivation base. He also extended his hand and threw a palm forward, colliding with the girl's palm. With the collision of their attacks, both of them retreated a few steps back. That girl was surprised when she saw that a middle-stage innate realm cultivator was able to force her back a few steps, although was also able to force Qin Feng back a few steps. This was still her defeat. After all, she was at the late stage of the innate realm, while Qin Feng was at the middle stage of the innate realm. She was not convinced of her defeat. She wanted to attack him once more, but before she could attack, many strands of lightning flashed on Qin Feng's body, and he disappeared without leaving behind a clue. That girl was left dumbfounded. She kept looking at the place where Qin Feng disappeared. Qin Feng returned to the place where the main examiner told him to wait. After returning, he started to sort out the information he received suddenly while watching the previous girl concocting the wind pill. All those pieces of information were formulas to concoct hundreds of types of pills. This was something unexpected. Before this, Qin Feng never came in contact with any pill. Yes, Mao Tingxia and Dingjia had already told him many things about the cultivation world and the profession here. Naturally, he knew that there was a profession called alchemy in this world, where alchemist concocts pills that can help martial warriors heal, increase their cultivation and strength, and even poison them. After sorting out those memories, he began to wait for the return of the main examiner. Not long after, the main examiner returned and brought Qin Feng inside a courtyard where the white-robed principal was waiting for him. The white-robed principal was leaning down on a chair that was more like a small bed, while sipping the tea from time to time. Seeing Qin Feng entering the courtyard, the white-robed principal put down the teacup and said, "Come sit." Qin Feng nodded his head and sat down in front of the principal. The principal looked at the main examiner and nodded his head, as if the main examiner understood what the white-robed principal was saying. He bowed slightly before leaving the courtyard. "Do you know why I called you here?" asked the white-robed principal. Qin Feng shook his head, seeing the white-robed principal said, "Your performance on the Nine Sky Stairway was really outstanding. Let me be clear, our Heavenly Star Sect is just a branch of a sect called the Celestial Star Sect. The Celestial Star Sect is one of the colossal sects in the Central Domain. We, the branch sect of Celestial Star Sect, always send those disciples to the Celestial Star who have outstanding talent. The Celestial Star Sect then nurtures those disciples and helps them improve their cultivation and strength. At the Celestial Star Sect, not only can you be nurtured more carefully, but you will also be able to receive the guidance from the Heaven Ascension Realm expert. I called you here to ask you if you have anything to do in the Blue Star Country. If you don't have anything to do, I'll prepare to send you to the Celestial Star Sect." Saying this, the white-robed principal looked at Qin Feng, who was deep in thought. In the thousands of years of the Heavenly Star Sect, there was not a single disciple who hesitated to say yes. This was the first time the white-robed principal saw someone deep on the matter of going to the Celestial Star Sect. After thinking for a while, Qin Feng shook his head and said, "Principal, I still want to stay in the Heavenly Star Sect." The white-robed principal opened his eyes wide in surprise as he looked at Qin Feng. This answer was something that he never thought to hear. "Are you sure? You have to know that the sooner you go to the Celestial Star Sect, the more beneficial it will be for your cultivation," said the white-robed principal. Qin Feng nodded his head and replied, "Yes, Principal, I am sure. At the very least, I will not go to the Celestial Star Sect before increasing my cultivation to the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Until then, I'll stay in the Heavenly Star Sect."